On the continent of Jinyuan, a multitude of races coexist, with the human, demon, and orc tribes exhibiting the most formidable strengths. Additionally, there are the dwarves, renowned for their metallurgy, the elves, masters of archery, and the rare dragons. For centuries, the struggle for land and resources has ignited unceasing conflicts. Initially, the humans found themselves at a severe disadvantage, teetering on the brink of extinction several times. However, through their superior intellect and rapid reproduction, they gradually reversed their fortunes, even pushing the demon and orc tribes to the edge of desperation. In response to the growing threat of the humans, the demon and orc tribes forged an alliance, which effectively balanced their powers. The continent primarily recognizes 3 professions. The most favored is martial arts, due to its low entry barriers, allowing anyone to practice. Progress in this discipline is closely tied to one's understanding and dedication to training. Next is the mage, another esteemed vocation, albeit requiring an extraordinary level of mental fortitude for mastery. Lastly, there exists the hybrid profession of magic warrior, which combines elements of both magic and martial skills. However, the dual focus makes it challenging for practitioners to excel in both areas. Yet, the synergy between magic and martial techniques provides this profession with a viable means of survival. Humans consider themselves descendants of the divine, possessing frail physiques but endowed with remarkable intelligence and exceptional learning capabilities. The pinnacle of human strength lies in the dragon warriors, who are bound by contract to dragons. Only those who attain the rank of Radiant Knight gain the recognition of these majestic creatures. The human nation is known as the Lei Xiang Empire, housing no more than 100 dragon riders and only 3 dragon generals, who stand as the empire's most formidable pillars, referred to as the 3 great marshals. Both dragon riders and generals wield cataclysmic power, achieving resounding victories in battles against the demon and orc tribes, establishing them as the empire's ultimate trump card. The Lei Xiang Empire boasts a total of 1.3 million regular troops and over 1 million reserves. The demon tribe venerates the power of freedom, appearing somewhat similar to humans, yet possessing far more resilient physiques. High-ranking demons also possess comparable intelligence. The elite force of the demon tribe is the Fallen Angel Legion, composed entirely of royalty, capable of undergoing a transformation into fallen angels. Although their strength is inferior to that of dragon riders, their formidable dark magic compensates for this shortcoming, albeit their numbers are exceedingly scarce. In total, there are fewer than 30 royals within the demon tribe capable of transforming into fallen angels, with only 2 achieving the form of 4-winged fallen angels, the demon emperor and his captain of the guards. The remaining members are 2-winged fallen angels. They maintain a regular army of 400,000 and reserves of 200,000. The orc tribe values absolute strength, demanding exceptional power for acceptance. Orcs possess the most robust physiques, though their intelligence is markedly lacking. The lowest-tier orcs exhibit no intelligence at all, with only a few high-ranking orcs able to rival the intelligence of humans and demons. The orcs' primary force is the Behemoth Legion, where behemoths tower over 4 meters, boasting unparalleled physical might. Though their low-intensity attacks are often ineffective, they outnumber their opponents, typically numbering around 2,500 warriors. Only the Behemoth King possesses strength comparable to the 4-winged fallen angels and dragon generals. The orc tribe maintains a regular army of 800,000 and reserves of 1 million. Orcs are inherently warriors, making it feasible for them to field an army of soldiers. This is a significant factor that allows orcs to stand shoulder to shoulder with humans and demons. Despite the ongoing conflicts among the 3 races, they each require resources from one another, thus facilitating continuous trade, utilizing a common currency: 1 gold coin, 10 silver coins, 100 copper coins. Chapter 1. My Childhood, Part 1. My grandfather was one of the most formidable warriors in the Behemoth Legion, having once slain a dragon with his bare hands a decade ago, earning him titles such as the First Warrior of the Orcs and the First Warrior of the Behemoths. Standing over 5 meters tall, he had few rivals across the entire continent. To counter the growing might of the humans, the orcs and demons engaged in a series of political marriages, with my grandfather being among those involved. Through this union, he wed the daughter of a concubine from the demon emperor's harem, who was my grandmother. My grandmother was the closest person to me in this world. If she were still alive, she would be 85 this year. She was the one who cared for me the most. She married my grandfather at the tender age of 16 to a man already in his 40s. She often lamented to me that she was a victim of politics. Evidently, her marriage to the orc nation was not by her own volition, yet I am grateful she did, for without her, I would not exist. My father is the sole son of my grandfather. inheriting his esteemed lineage. He stands over 5 meters tall, and even now, his arms are thicker than my waist. By the age of 18, my father had already vanquished all challengers among the orcs. He is fierce and ruthless, possessing immense strength, currently holding the title of the first warrior of the behemoths and commanding the legion, thus earning him the title of Behemoth King. Under his leadership, the orcs have faced little defeat in recent decades, and his reputation among them rivals that of the Orc Emperor. Due to his esteemed status, he naturally has numerous concubines, and I am the offspring of one such union with a captured human woman. Among his 3 sons, I am the youngest and was once his least favored. My mother is a tragic figure. No one knows her origins. Though not yet 40, she appears exceedingly aged, with wrinkles and gray hair that should not have appeared at her age. From her features, one could discern that she was once a beauty. She harbors resentment towards my father, and similarly, she despises me, for I am the child born of his violence. She has never truly received my father's affection, enduring mistreatment and bullying from his other concubines. It was only 4 years ago, after I gained power, that my mother acquired a residence of her own. She seldom speaks, and whenever I catch a glimpse of her cold gaze, it chills my heart. I am 16 years old, a half-breed of orc, demon, and human, serving as the vice commander of the Behemoth Legion, standing 2 meters tall. The human traits in me are most pronounced. To others, I am undoubtedly a handsome young man. Were it not for my robust behemoth physique and innate divine strength, none would believe I am an orc. I harbor a deep-seated hatred for my father, for the suffering he has inflicted upon my mother. I resent him for the loss of my grandmother. Though her death has granted me my current glory, it is a price I never sought. All I desire is the love and care of my grandmother. 4 years ago, I endured relentless bullying. No one showed me kindness, and behind my father's back, they derided me as a bastard. Only my elder brother treated me with any semblance of normalcy, while others labeled me as my father's most disappointing son. My existence was worse than that of some servants. At that time, only my grandmother showered me with affection, often preparing delicious meals and keeping me company. She was the one who provided warmth to my young heart. The day of my grandmother's death remains my greatest sorrow. That day, Lei Xiang, come here, your grandmother has made your favorite braised chicken wings, came her gentle voice. I'm coming. I dashed to the kitchen, the rich aroma of meat enveloping me. Grandma, I love you to bits. Foolish child, eat up, she said with a smile, the wrinkles on her face deepening, the marks of time evident upon her. I snatched a chicken wing and hurried outside, munching joyfully as I leaped about in the yard. Preferring solitude, my grandmother did not reside within the family estate, and with no one else to pay me any heed, I followed her in the realm of the orcs. It is quite a challenge to find such a place. The orcs adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest, with each orc potentially becoming prey to another. Naturally, no orc would be foolish enough to seek sustenance near my abode, which is why this area remains so tranquil. A deep voice resounded behind me. Lei Xiang, where is your grandmother? At the sound of that voice, I trembled involuntarily. 5 towering figures stood behind me, casting shadows that obscured the bright sunlight. At the center was my father. It turned out he had come to visit my grandmother, accompanied by 4 imposing by men guards. My father and grandmother did not share a close bond. Although part of the Demon-Beast Alliance, he has little respect for the demon race, often claiming that only the members of the Fallen Angel Brigade possess any real skills, while the rest of the demons merely scrape by. My father reveres strength above all else, and someone as frail as my grandmother certainly does not command his admiration. Among the orcs, women are regarded merely as subordinates to men. It was unusual for him to visit my grandmother, whom he seldom acknowledges. I whispered, "Grandmother is inside." I was genuinely afraid of my father. Seeing my timid demeanor, my father's anger flared, and with a swift motion, he knocked the chicken wing from my hand, exclaiming, "What a disgrace! Is this how my son behaves? I do not have a cowardly son like you." As I gazed at the dirt-streaked chicken wing, tears streamed down my cheeks uncontrollably. My father struck me down to the ground, shouting, "All you do is cry. Look at you, so scrawny, just like your deceased mother. Your brothers at your age could tear apart tigers and leopards. And you? You can't even kill a chicken." With that, he stomped on the chicken wing beneath his feet. Hearing the commotion outside, my grandmother rushed out, her brow furrowed upon seeing me fallen. She helped me up and reproached my father. "What are you doing? It's rare for you to visit. Why take it out on Xiang?" My father scoffed, his voice gruff, "Mind your own business. Someone, take this little beast back and teach him a lesson." Old Air referred to my second brother, and if that were to happen, I would likely end up severely beaten. Lei Hu, my second brother, was notorious for his fiery temper. My grandmother shielded me, saying, "Just let it go. Do not torment the child." My father swiftly seized me and tossed me to one of his subordinates, addressing my grandmother. "I don't need your interference in disciplining my son. I am merely passing through. If you wish to live a few more years, refrain from meddling." He turned to leave. My grandmother's face flushed with anger as she shouted, "Lei Xiang, is this how you speak to your mother?" As she spoke, my grandmother lunged at the Baimeng guard holding me, attempting to reclaim me. However, her frail form was no match for the mighty Baimeng beast. With a mere flick, the guard threw her aside, and she crashed against a large stone, blood gushing from her mouth. A chilling wind swept through me, and my heart turned icy cold, engulfed by waves of despair. I cried out, "Grandmother." In a surge of desperation, my innate divine power erupted, enabling me, at the tender age of 12, to break free from the grip of a Baimeng beast. Chapter 1. My Childhood, Part 2. I dashed to my grandmother, lifting her frail body, pleading, "Grandmother, are you all right? Father, please save her." Her face drained of color. She grasped my hand weakly, whispering, "Do not plead with him. Let us return indoors." The Baimeng guard who had thrown my grandmother down knelt, casting a glance at her before turning to my father, King Lei Xiang. My father, indifferent, replied, "Let it be. If she is to die, then so be it. Having lived this long is not an untimely end. Just send some money back for her burial." In his eyes, my grandmother was evidently less significant than a Baimeng warrior. Hatred and fury ignited my vision, and I roared, my blood boiling as I charged at the one responsible for my grandmother's demise. The guard initially froze, then raised a hand to block my assault. My eyes turned crimson, and even my normally pale green hair transformed into a deep red. I moved at a speed well beyond my usual, and with a tremendous impact, I sent the guard, who towered over me, flying. I did not halt. As my adversary soared, I followed, my small fist striking his abdomen with surprising force. To my astonishment, my fist pierced through the guard's seemingly impenetrable skin. He let out a deafening roar, and his hands descended upon me. Instinctively, I raised my other hand, and in midair, our three hands collided with a resounding impact, akin to striking a drum. My hand did not break. I managed to withstand the blow, yet my feet sank deep into the earth. Kill! With a booming shout, my entire body trembled as an incredible force erupted from within me, causing the surrounding leaves and grass to rustle violently. With a thunderous explosion, the guard's torso ruptured around my embedded fist, creating a half-meter-wide cavity, and it was clear he would not survive. Blood splattered across me, and his insides spilled forth like a decayed watermelon, not a single piece intact. The guard's towering form gradually toppled backward, while I stood motionless, my hair slowly reverting to its original green. These events transpired in mere moments, leaving my father and the three remaining guards astounded by this extraordinary transformation. My father murmured, "Lei Xiang has gone berserk. It has been a century since a Baimeng has gone berserk." Even my father's formidable strength could not induce such a transformation. A berserk Baimeng could multiply its power several times. "What shall we do, King Lei Xiang?" one guard inquired. My father, unfazed by the guard's demise, exclaimed with excitement, "Take Lei Xiang away. He is already exhausted. Find a place to bury your comrade. Let that old woman fend for herself." I lost track of time before gradually regaining consciousness. "Grandmother, are you all right?" I felt an overwhelming weakness and pain throughout my body, particularly in my left hand, which felt as if it were splitting apart and lay motionless beside me. I discovered that I was in my father's estate, in my own room. Struggling to rise, I leaned against the wall, stepping outside into the inky darkness that mirrored my somber mood. It was already night. I wondered how my grandmother fared. Just as I was about to exit, a wave of weakness washed over me, causing me to stumble and fall. "Lei Xiang, why are you out of bed? Come, return to rest." A towering figure entered the room and scooped me up. Opening my eyes, I saw it was my eldest brother, Lei Long, the only Baimeng with whom I shared a reasonably amicable relationship. "Elder brother, I implore you, take me to see grandmother. She may be dying," I pleaded, tears streaming down my face. He glanced at the darkening sky and nodded, "Very well, but you must return before dawn." Yes, let us hurry," I replied, willing to do anything to save my grandmother. My brother's nearly 5-meter-tall frame cradled me as if I were a mere twig, and soon, we slipped into the night, arriving at my grandmother's home. "Grandmother," I called out, my voice filled with anguish. Yet to my dismay, she remained in the same place, lying still. "Brother, let go of me," I implored as I crawled to my grandmother's side, embracing her frail upper body. The dew had already soaked her garments, and I gently shook her, Grandmother, please wake up. Please awaken. Her cracked lips stirred slightly, and her eyes slowly fluttered open. Upon recognizing me, a faint smile graced her face, and she attempted to reach out to stroke my head, yet her feeble strength permitted her only to raise her hand halfway before it fell back down. My dear child, you have returned to see me. My love for you has not been in vain. She coughed, spitting a few droplets of blood. I grasped her hand and pressed it against my face, weeping. Grandmother, please do not speak. Rest for a moment. You will be all right. With a bittersweet smile, she replied, silly child, I know my own body. Help me back to the house. I was unsure where the strength came from, but I managed to lift her and stagger back to the house, my brother wisely refraining from following. I laid her down on the bed and collapsed beside it, gasping for breath. She tenderly caressed my head, gazing at me with kindness, and spoke in a halting voice, Xiang, my greatest concern is you. Promise me, you will be a strong person, and live well. Do not blame your father too much. The beastmen value only strength, devoid of familial affection. Tears had soaked through my clothing as I clutched her wrinkled hand, crying, Grandmother, please do not say any more. You will be fine. I promise you will be fine. With trembling hands, she retrieved a thin scroll from beneath her pillow and handed it to me, her face flushing with a hint of color. This is the treasure of the demon clan, a copy of the Tianmaju, stolen by me in the past to seek revenge. Only those with royal blood of the demon clan can learn it. You must study it diligently. Once mastered, you can transform into a fallen angel. Only the strong can survive. Do not let your father know. Chapter 1. My Childhood, Part 3. I cried out, Grandmother, Grandmother, my voice echoing through the walls. As I placed the scroll in my embrace, darkness enveloped me. When I regained consciousness, I found myself back in my own room, my brother beside me. Upon seeing me awake, he said, I have buried Grandmother. Do not worry. Here, eat something. At that moment, nothing seemed to hold significance. My only support in life had departed, leaving me with a profound emptiness as I stared blankly at the wall. A loud crash resonated from outside. My brother frowned and remarked, what a thunderous roar. It seems a heavy rain is approaching. Ignoring my injuries, I numbly walked out the door. Large raindrops began to pour down, gradually intensifying, drenching my body. In the hazy rain, I thought I saw my grandmother's kind visage again and lunged forward, only to grasp at emptiness. My brother quickly lifted me, caked in mud, and dragged me back inside. Thus, I wandered in a daze for 7 days, surviving solely on the force-fed sustenance from my father. Eventually, I regained clarity, and my grandmother's dying words became an inexhaustible source of motivation. Promise me, you will be a strong person. Only the strong can survive. I was determined to become a formidable being, an unparalleled powerhouse. Due to my unique ability to enter a frenzy, my father held me in high regard, personally guiding me in my training. I was no longer the naive child I once was. Nothing could sway my resolve to become an unmatched warrior. From that day forward, I buried my hatred deep within my heart. My father passed down to me the esteemed Lei Xiang technique, a martial art akin to fighting spirit, primarily focused on defense. As members of the Baiman clan, we inherently possessed exceptional physical strength and defense, along with a formidable resistance to magic. To maximize this advantage, our ancestors devised the Lei Xiang technique, which primarily regulates bodily functions to enhance defensive capabilities. Upon reaching a certain proficiency, practitioners can generate a protective aura akin to a fighting spirit shield. For humans, the Lei Xiang would be considered an average technique. However, for us Baiman, it was vastly different. My grandfather once withstood a strike from a dragon knight using the technique's formidable defense, seizing the opportunity to slay him and his dragon, earning everlasting glory. Lei Xiang consists of 3 phases. The first phase focuses on internal enhancement, similar to general fighting spirit training, where one engages in meditation to bolster physical constitution and immunity, gradually transforming one's state. According to my father, this initial stage is crucial. It is essentially a process of rebirth. This was the endeavor I had devoted over 4 years to complete. By the second year, my exceptional talent began to emerge. Although I was small in stature, my strength rivaled that of any other Baiman of my age, even surpassing many. With my newfound power and the training from Lei Xiang, my abilities had already begun to rival those of my older brothers. The second phase involves applying the developing energy externally, forming a protective shield capable of deflecting various attacks. I had only just begun to embark on this stage. The third phase is essentially an enhancement of the second, allowing one to utilize their energy for offensive purposes once it reaches a certain level. My father had already mastered this phase, wielding immense power to obliterate anyone within a 10-meter radius using the Lei Xiang. Even dragon knights could pose no threat to him if they were outnumbered. Due to my rapid advancement, I had been elevated by my father to the position of deputy commander of the Baiman Legion, ranking alongside my two brothers. In truth, my title was merely nominal. All authority lay with my brothers. I was content to focus solely on training, having no interest in commanding troops. During the day, I diligently practiced Lei Xiang, while the night became the opportune moment to delve into the Tianmaju. Compared to Lei Xiang, the Tianmaju was far more intricate and difficult to comprehend. It could not be strictly categorized as a martial art or magic. It is a fusion of both. The Tianmaju is divided into 9 levels, further categorized into 3 tiers, meaning each tier consists of 3 levels. Advancing to each level is exceedingly arduous, yet the challenges yield significant strength enhancements. Each ascent brings forth new transformations and qualitative leaps. The scroll states that upon breaking through to the 3rd level of the 1st tier, one can undergo the transformation into a fallen angel, resulting in a doubling of abilities. This transformation grants 2 wings, representing the current mid-tier power among the demon clan. Upon completing the fallen angel transformation, practitioners gradually become masters of dark magic, significantly increasing their proficiency in it. Upon reaching the 6th level of the 2nd tier, one can mutate into a 4-winged fallen angel, a power currently possessed only by the demon emperor and his captain of the guard. The 9th level of the 3rd tier is an unattainable realm, only achieved by the legendary great demon god Lucifer, who became a 6-winged fallen angel. The copy my grandmother gave me does not contain the cultivation methods for the final tier. What fills me with shame is that after 4 years of practice, I have only just entered the 2nd tier. Since I began training in the Tianmaju, I found myself increasingly drawn to solitude, harboring an aversion to crowds, and developing a fondness for dark clothing. The dark power cultivated through the Tianmaju is indeed formidable, yet each attempt to wield it leaves me feeling my heart grow colder. I have now acquired the ability to wield a modicum of dark magic through my mastery of the Tianmaju. The dark magical prowess cultivated through this technique far surpasses that of ordinary shadow sorcerers, both in potency and purity, while presenting comparatively lesser risks, as the use of dark attribute magic carries the potential for backlash. However, the practice is undeniably arduous. As night fell once more, I sat cross-legged on my bed, channeling the dark power within me. The surrounding darkness became my closest ally, continuously supplying me with dark energy. I devoted 2 hours to circulating the chilling dark magical force according to the 2nd level of the Tianmaju, sensing a slight improvement in my abilities. Gently expelling the stagnant energy from my body, I descended from my bed and gazed out at the luminous moonlight outside. A wave of loneliness washed over me. A sudden shock coursed through my heart. What was this sensation? Had I perhaps mispracticed the Tianmaju today? Reflecting upon my actions, I found nothing amiss. I leapt from my room into the courtyard, scanning my surroundings to ascertain that no one was present before swiftly darting through the door into the open wilderness. Within the confines of my home, I felt akin to a caged bird. The outside world was far more liberating. The cool night breeze, laced with dew, lightly caressed my garments, and the refreshing chill brought me immense comfort as my dark magical energy flowed naturally within me. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through my entire being, an overwhelming urge to release it. I stepped forward with my left foot, pushing off the ground with force, and soared into the air. Gathering all my strength into my right fist, I struck the earth with a resounding thud. The ground within a 1-meter radius first cracked with intricate fissures, followed by a deafening explosion that created a half-meter deep crater. Propelled by the rebound, I floated to the side, marveling at my astonishing accomplishment. It felt as though all my frustrations had been unleashed with that single punch, bringing me a profound sense of relief. I took several heavy breaths, and the feeling of agitation that had lingered vanished without a trace. As I turned to return, an instinctual warning of danger surged within me. Since undertaking the Tianmaju, my senses had become significantly sharper. Instinctively, I circulated my energy, clenching my fists tightly. In a low voice, I commanded, "Who goes there? Show yourself." In response, a formidable wave of energy surged forth, accompanied by a colossal fist that gradually grew larger. The force rustled the surrounding vegetation, and I felt akin to a trapped beast, an intense sense of peril urging me to react. I grounded myself, taking a step forward with my left foot, and shouted, "Hey," as I struck my fist against the approaching blow. This technique was taught to me by my father. He advised that with our formidable strength, we must confront our enemies head-on to fully unleash our potential. All the fanciful techniques are mere distractions. A direct confrontation is our best strategy for victory. The clash of the two fists reverberated through the air, and an unstoppable force emanated from the adversary's blow. I stumbled back 5 steps, a searing pain radiating from my right hand. Yet, my opponent did not relent. Having just pushed me back, they leapt into the air again, delivering another ferocious strike. Chapter 2. My mission won. In the midst of a dense night fog, I was unable to discern the visage of my opponent. However, his physique unmistakably indicated he was a Bei Ming. Who could it be? The current situation left no room for contemplation. Survival was paramount. Should I be struck? Given his formidable strength, the outcome against my half-baked Tian Lei Xiang would be inevitable. I would be thoroughly pulverized. There was no choice but to fight. I summoned the last remnants of my dark energy into my hands, which emanated a faint black aura. Employing the same strategy as before, I launched a simultaneous strike against his fist. To my astonishment, once the dark energy enveloped my hands, the meridians that had been injured earlier appeared to recover rapidly, regaining about 60 to 70% of their strength. With a resounding crash, I felt as though my entire body had been torn apart by his overwhelming force. Hurtling me into the air, I spat out a mouthful of blood as I crashed heavily onto a patch of ground 5 meters away. Had it not been for the dark energy I had harnessed, that single punch could have cost me half my life. Strangely, my opponent chose not to pursue me further. Had he followed up with another strike, I would have had no chance of survival. With great effort, I managed to rise from the ground, swaying slightly before regaining my balance, but I could not suppress another spurt of blood. My adversary uttered a soft exclamation. I mustered the strength to lift my head and fix my gaze upon him, stunned to discover that this formidable foe intent on my demise was none other than my father. I stammered, "Father? Why are you here?" A satisfied smile graced his face as he replied, "I never expected you to withstand 2 of my punches. I can now rest assured that you will accomplish your mission." Accomplish my mission? A wave of confusion washed over me. My father continued, "I used only 10% of my strength for the first punch, and then another 10% for the second. I thought you would be unable to rise. I cannot believe you are still standing. It seems you have been diligent in your training." Perhaps this was the reason for his earlier peculiarity. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this truly my father? He seemed utterly indifferent to my well-being. Had my strength been even slightly inferior, I might have found myself joining my grandmother in the afterlife. "What was that black energy you wielded?" my father inquired. I was taken aback, recalling my grandmother's warning about revealing the existence of Tian Mo Ju to my father. I feigned ignorance, saying, "What black energy? You must have misseen it. Perhaps the darkness is too deep." A simple-minded individual, my father did not dwell on it further, merely furrowing his brow and stating, "Very well, return home. Come find me tomorrow morning. I have a task for you." I nodded and replied calmly, "Understood." With that, I painfully made my way back. The physique of Bei Ming was indeed robust, and having completed the initial phase of Tian Lei Xiang, I found that my injuries had mostly healed overnight. What task could my father possibly want me to undertake? Surely not to lead troops into battle. Both of my brothers were home, making it illogical for a novice like me to take the field. What kind of task could it be? In matters of war, given my father's prestige among the orcs, anything else would merely be a matter of words. Was my involvement truly necessary? With a heart full of trepidation, I arrived at my father's door and gently rapped upon it. His deep voice resonated. "Who is it?" "Father, it is I, Lei Xiang. Come in." I pushed the door open and stepped inside. My father was seated in a grand high-backed chair, squinting at me. I stood there composed, unfazed by his piercing gaze. "Lei Xiang, you have grown. I once thought you the most ineffectual coward, but since your transformation 4 years ago, your performance has greatly pleased me. Though you lack the imposing stature of your brothers, your strength is not inferior, and your potential surpasses theirs. The Orc King has entrusted me with a significant task, and I wish to assign it to you." So it was a mission from the Orc King. My expression remained impassive. I simply inquired with a calm voice, "What is the task? Please assign it to me. I shall ensure its completion." No matter the difficulty, I was determined to overcome it. I aspired to be an unparalleled warrior worthy of my father's regard. A flash of resentment flickered in my eyes at the thought of my grandmother's death. Since that tragic event, I had learned to conceal my true feelings. No one could perceive my innermost thoughts. I would never reveal my hatred for my father until I had grown strong enough, yet the seeds of vengeance were deeply rooted in my heart. I vowed to avenge my grandmother. Excellent, as expected of my son, Leo. The Orc King has tasked me with sending someone to infiltrate the humans. As you know, we orcs are the weakest among the 3 great races. Why is that? Firstly, we lack magical abilities. Secondly, orcs generally possess lower intelligence and lack the abundance of exceptional generals found among humans. This mission entails infiltrating human territories to steal their tactical and magical knowledge. Infiltrate human territories? Indeed. You are only 16 years old, and most importantly, you possess human blood within you. With your human appearance, you can easily blend into their ranks. I give you 5 to 10 years to learn all you can, and then we will spend another 10 years training our forces. In the future, the continent will belong to us orcs, so you must comprehend the importance of this mission. Should you successfully complete it, the position of Bei Meng Wan will be yours. My father spoke the truth. It appeared the Orc King was not a fool. He recognized the shortcomings of his kin, and this was indeed a clever strategy. But its success depended on my capabilities. For me, this was also an excellent opportunity. Acquiring human knowledge would undoubtedly enhance my strength. Moreover, I had orc blood coursing through my veins, and it was my desire to see the orcs thrive. With unwavering resolve, I replied, "Father, rest assured. I shall not let you down." My father nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Very well. Tomorrow I will take you to meet the Orc King. And then a merchant familiar with humans will provide you with 3 months of training before you set off." "Yes, father, I shall take my leave now." After receiving my father's approval, I exited his chamber. As I made my way back, my heart swelled with excitement. This was an opportunity one had not encountered in 4 years. Humans? Humans who resemble me? I, Lei Xiang, am coming. Once in my room, I could hardly contain my exhilaration. I decided to practice my skills, donning my training attire. I ventured into the courtyard. I channeled the Tian Lei Xiejia throughout my body and let out a bellow, commencing the practice of the Tian Lei Shiba Quan that my father had imparted to me. This set of techniques was designed for charging into battle, characterized by bold and sweeping motions, perfectly suited for the Bei Meng giants. It was a creation of my father from the past 2 years, and each punch was imbued with an indomitable spirit, epitomizing the essence of hard-hitting clashes. Chapter 2. My mission 2. It felt as though the very air itself was my adversary. With every punch, I exerted all my strength, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Bang, 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 as dust swirled around me in the courtyard. I continued until fatigue overcame me, drenched in sweat, yet I felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Upon my first arrival at the Orc King's palace, I marveled at the towering structures around me. Though the craftsmanship was crude, an aura of might permeated the surroundings. All the buildings were constructed from massive granite blocks, appearing exceptionally solid and weighty. My father and I paused before the largest edifice. The leopard man guard at the entrance, upon recognizing my father, greeted him with great respect, saying, "King Leo, greetings." My father acknowledged him with a grunt, instructing, "Please relay my presence." The guard bowed and replied, "Of course," before turning and calling out, "King Bei Meng Leo requests an audience." The sound echoed like waves through the palace, and soon after, another leopard man guard emerged from within, addressing my father with respect, "King Leo, His Majesty requests your presence." He then turned and led the way. Father and I followed him into the most magnificent building I had ever seen. The throne hall of the Orc King towered at least 20 meters high, supported by colossal granite columns with a diameter of 1 meter. Standing at 2 meters tall, I felt diminutive in comparison. While I surveyed my surroundings, my father tugged at me and spoke. "I, Leo, present my son, Lei Xiang, to your majesty." I hastily knelt on the ground, joining my father in exclaiming, "Long live Wang, long live Wang, long live." A deep, resonant voice emanated from directly ahead, commanding, "Rise, we brothers need not engage in such formalities." Together, my father and I stood, lifting our heads to behold the king of our Orc clan. The Orc King, a lion man, sat before us, his stature indiscernible yet undoubtedly towering over me, likely of similar age to my father. Clad in a majestic robe adorned with precious stones and wearing a resplendent golden crown, he surveyed me with an intensity that revealed his formidable strength, rivaling that of my father. His wise gaze was unlike anything I had ever encountered, explaining why he held dominion among the orcs, a testament to his exceptional prowess. "Lei Xiang, this is your youngest son, is it?" he remarked. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have believed him to be human." "Indeed, your majesty, the child's mother is human, and he has inherited the strength of our Baiman lineage, as well as her appearance." The Orc King expressed admiration, saying, "No wonder you deem your son the finest candidate for an undercover role. Humans would never discern his Orcish bloodline. Child, the future of our Orc clan rests upon your shoulders. Do not disappoint me or your father." "Yes, your majesty. I will serve diligently and faithfully." "Very well, dear brother Ray Ao. How proficient is your son in combat?" My father laughed heartily, responding, "Your majesty, you need not worry. He can already withstand 3/10 of my strength in a single strike. Though his physique does not resemble that of our Baiman clan, he undoubtedly possesses Baiman strength. The Orc King accepted my father's words without skepticism, exclaiming joyfully, "Truly, heroes emerge in youth." Thus, it is decided, Lei Xiang shall infiltrate the Dragon God Empire. This matter is of utmost secrecy, and you must disclose it to no one, not even to our allies in the Demon Clan. Lei Xiang, you may encounter formidable challenges, but this mission allows no room for failure. Otherwise, I shall not show mercy. Should you succeed, I will appoint you as your father's successor, the next Baiman King. The Orc King wielded both grace and authority, underscoring the significance he placed on this mission. I quickly knelt again, affirming, "Yes, I shall not betray your majesty's trust." The Orc King then addressed my father, stating, "Very well. I will arrange for select merchants to come to your residence tomorrow to instruct Lei Xiang on human etiquette and precautions." "Yes, your majesty," my father replied. "We shall take our leave now." Upon exiting the palace, my father affectionately patted my shoulder, joyfully declaring, "Son, you must bring glory to our Baiman clan. This opportunity is exceptional, and His Majesty holds you in high regard." I responded quietly, "Indeed, father." From the following day, I began learning human etiquette from those merchants who had traveled to the Dragon God Empire. My memory and mimicry exceeded their expectations. What was initially planned as 3 months of training concluded in just 1 month, leaving them with little more to teach. Having mastered human customs and listened to tales of their realm, my curiosity about the human kingdoms intensified. After all, I possessed half-human blood. What might my mother's homeland be like? A deep voice resonated from outside. "Lei Xiang, your father seeks you." It was my elder brother, Lei Long. Among my 2 brothers, only he was somewhat kind to me, while the other looked down upon me. It was a blessing if he did not come to torment me. Stepping outside, the warm sunlight enveloped me, and my elder brother's imposing figure appeared before me, making me feel diminutive in comparison. "Why have you come in person, brother? Couldn't you have sent a messenger?" I said flatly. I happened to be with father and thought to stop by. I heard you are going on a secret mission, and we shall not see each other for quite some time." I nodded silently, offering no reply. My elder brother, accustomed to my demeanor, felt no surprise. "Well, we've arrived. You may enter alone. I shall take my leave." "Goodbye," I replied, proceeding into my father's chamber. He sat behind a large desk, poring over a stack of papers. "Father, I have arrived," I announced. He lifted his gaze to meet mine, then handed me a document, instructing, "Take a look. This outlines your identity for your infiltration mission. You must memorize it for the journey. The merchants have informed me that you have already grasped what they taught you. This matter cannot be delayed. Prepare your belongings for a discreet departure tomorrow." As I examined the document, I noted my name, Lei Xiang, hailing from the village of Luomu, near Ika City in the Dragon God Empire. My father, Lei Fu, was a craftsman, and my mother, Sha Dai, engaged in artisanal crafts. I had taken a liking to martial arts since childhood. But my father passed away when I was 10, and my mother followed suit at 13. I had wandered the continent alone for 3 years, characterized by an introverted disposition. The remaining content detailed my identity intricately, leaving no room for error. I understood that the individual sharing my name had surely been eliminated by my father's subordinates. It was his customary approach to leave no opportunities for adversaries. Chapter 2. My task 3, I turned back. Casting a lingering gaze upon the city I had called home for 16 years, inhaling deeply as I commenced my journey to fulfill my mission. My father arranged for me to travel directly to the capital of the Dragon God Empire, Longcheng, where one of the 4 great human academies, Tiandu Academy, was located. My objective was to study there, absorbing every ounce of knowledge I could acquire. It was May, and the academy commenced its admissions in August. Thus, I needed to arrive before then to partake in the entrance examinations. The weather today was splendid. The azure sky was devoid of clouds, and the trees flanking the wide avenue occasionally echoed with melodious bird songs. Leaving the confines of the place I had inhabited for 16 years, my spirits soared as freely as the sky. Dressed in a warrior's attire and donning a large conical hat with a 3-foot veil that obscured my visage, I endeavored to conceal my human features to avoid unnecessary troubles, for this was still the realm of the orcs, where humans were not particularly welcomed. Before departing from home, I visited my mother. She remained unchanged, her gaze vacant and her words scarce. Even my presence elicited little interest from her. "Mother, I am setting off on a distant journey. I may not return for some time." She merely glanced at me before turning away, indicating that my fate was of no concern to her. After all these years, I had grown numb. Apart from my grandmother, no one had offered me warmth. Yet she was still my mother, Though she had not raised me, I was nonetheless her child. I sighed deeply, saying, "Mother, I am going to the Dragon God Empire." Upon hearing my words, she jolted, turning to me. "Is that true? You are going to the Dragon God Empire?" Her expression softened, warmth returning to her eyes. I nodded earnestly, affirming, "Yes, I am undertaking a secret mission there." My mother shakily rose from her bed, and I rushed to support her. She murmured, "Empire, Empire, Father. Father, a phone, a phone. Lei Xiang, can you do me a favor?" she asked. I nodded, replying, "Of course, tell me what you need. I will do my utmost to assist you." From beneath her mattress, she retrieved a small bell, shaking it in her hand, producing a clear, resonant sound. The bell appeared to be crafted from a unique material, emitting a soft blue glow. Her expression was complex, shifting from tenderness to anger, then to helplessness. As she reluctantly placed the bell in my hands, a single crystalline tear falling upon it. "When you reach the Dragon God Empire, find someone named Lin Feng and deliver this bell to him. Tell him that Ling Ling is sorry." With those words, her tears flowed freely, cascading as she collapsed onto her bed. I stood there, holding the bell, unsure of how to proceed. Mother seemed to have cried herself weary. From her embrace, she retrieved a necklace, delicately crafted from silver beads, adorned with a finely carved amethyst dragon. She cast a silent glance at me before draping the necklace around my neck. "I have never cared for you even for a single day. You shall complete this task for me, and consider this necklace as your reward," she uttered with her customary coldness. I stifled the profound sorrow that surged within me, clutching the amethyst dragon tightly, allowing the sharp crystal to pierce my palm. I inhaled deeply to steady my tumultuous emotions and replied, "Very well, I will deliver it for you." Without looking back, I turned away from the mother who had given me life, yet harbored resentment towards me. However, as I was about to leave, I implored my elder brother to look after her. Having distanced myself from the Beast Emperor city, my spirits began to lift. Everything appeared novel to me, as I had never ventured far before. The sun had risen to its zenith. Despite it being May, its rays were fiercely scorching. After walking for the entire morning, fatigue began to set in. I looked up and spotted a makeshift shelter on the right side of the road, likely selling food. Hastening towards it, I discovered a fruit stand, run by a female werewolf who appeared to be in her 50s. Upon my arrival, she inquired, "What fruits would you like?" "All of these are homegrown and absolutely fresh." I tossed a silver coin her way and coldly replied, "I want a bit of each." Sensing my ill temper, she did not dare to linger and promptly packaged a selection for me, presenting a sizable bundle sufficient for 10 people, far more than I could consume. "That is excessive. Please take out 3/4 of it. The remainder is for me," I instructed. A look of distress crossed the old woman's face as she replied, "But I cannot give you change." I pondered, is it truly impossible to provide change for a single silver coin? Is life truly this harsh for the beast folk? I found myself asking, is life so challenging here? No need for change. Simply provide the surplus fruits. As she gathered the fruits, she lamented, "You are indeed a kind soul. Despite the endless wars, this area is relatively fortunate compared to the war-torn regions. Only those among us who are soldiers or possess great strength can afford to eat. Those like me, unable to fight, struggle to make ends meet. Is this quantity sufficient?" Taking the fruits from her, I felt a twinge of compassion. It is the common folk who suffer in times of war, a universal truth across all nations. Just as I turned to leave, a sinister voice called out, "Boy, leave behind anything of value, or else you shall become tonight's dinner for the gentleman." I turned to find myself surrounded by 3 figures, a bearman, a foxman, and a werewolf. The foxman, known for their cunning among the beast folk, had spoken, with a scoff. I questioned, "Robbery, is it?" The trio erupted in laughter, the bearman jeering, "What else would we be doing? If we weren't robbing you, what purpose would we serve? Spare us the chatter and hand over your valuables, or you will be served up for dinner." I calmly inquired, "Do you frequently rob travelers?" The werewolf answered, "Indeed. You are correct. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. The weak are merely food and prey for the strong. Is such a simple truth lost on you?" I surveyed them and replied, "Ah, I understand now. Thank you for the lesson." Stepping forward, I unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the bearman, who appeared unexpectedly taken aback by my counterattack. The werewolf and the foxman lunged at me with their weapons. Yet I ignored them, focusing solely on the bearman. He, equal in stature but far bulkier, extended his massive paw to intercept my fist. Had I not worn a hat, they would have seen the faint smirk at the corner of my mouth. The bearman was the first to suffer misfortune. The collision of our fists produced a deep thud, and we both heard the sound of his bones fracturing. Before he could even scream, his towering form was sent flying 5 meters away. I was confident in my strength. he would not be robbing anyone in his next life. As the bearman was sent sprawling, the werewolf and foxman's weapons struck my left shoulder and right back simultaneously. They felt as if their blades had struck steel rather than flesh, both weapons vibrating from the impact without so much as tearing my clothing. I pivoted slightly and delivered a kick to the foxman's chest, the audible crack of breaking bones echoing in the air. Like the bearman, he was sent crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his orifices, a clear sign of his impending demise. The werewolf, stunned by the spectacle before him, dropped his knife with a clatter, letting out a howl of terror as he turned to flee. I allowed a cold smile to cross my lips, deftly kicking the fallen knife into the air, spinning to deliver a precise kick that drove the blade into the werewolf's back, pinning him against a nearby tree. I approached the fallen werewolf, coldly stating, "You were the one to teach me about the law of the jungle. I hope you are wiser in your next life." The werewolf groaned, "You are truly merciless." The elderly woman at the fruit stand had shrunk in fear, trembling. I returned to her, picked up the fruits I had purchased, tossed a gold coin her way, and said, "Bury them." With that, I turned and departed. I felt no remorse for the lives I had taken. My father had always taught me that in the realm of beast folk, only overwhelming strength holds sway. No one would pity the weak. One must be unyielding to enemies, striking decisively without leaving room for retaliation, for even a lion must exert full force when hunting a rabbit. Beyond the borders of the capital, I realized that the fruit stand incident was merely the inception of my bloody journey. Everywhere I turned, beast folk, brigands, and bandits lurked, with only the fortified towns maintaining any semblance of order amidst the chaos of pillage and destruction. It was no wonder that despite their innate physical superiority, beast folk languished at the bottom of the three races. Such a culture instills fear in everyone and hinders growth. I would assist His Majesty the Beast King in rectifying this. To say that I carved a path of blood through the land of the beast folk would not be an exaggeration. Every brigand I encountered fell before my thunderous might. In time, I lost count of the lives I ended, becoming numb to the violence. Through this journey, I came to understand why beast folk could not contend with humans. Although they possessed innate bravery, true masters were nearly non-existent. Among the hundreds I decimated, none could match my prowess, drawing on the formidable strength of my lineage. I moved through them like a tiger among sheep. Finally, I reached the border of the beast folk realm and the Dragon God Empire. The Struve fortress of the Dragon God Empire stood as a barrier between the two nations, its towering walls obstructing the advance of the beast folk. Upon arriving at the fortress, I called out, "Please, generals, open the gates and allow me entry." A figure resembling a general peered down from the walls and shouted, "Who are you?" I recited the carefully devised lines I had prepared. "I am a merchant who traveled to the land of the beast folk. Our caravan was attacked by beast folk bandits, and I am the sole survivor. As you can see, I am human." I removed the hat I had worn for over a month. The general scanned the horizon and, seeing that I was indeed alone and human, softened his tone. "Those beast folk bandits are truly despicable. Why would you risk your life for such trade? It is hardly worth it. Come, open the gates a little and let him in." Before long, the gates opened a crack, and several guards welcomed me inside. The general in the city earlier was among those present. Upon seeing my handsome visage and tall stature, he expressed a favorable impression and inquired about the extent of my losses. I feigned a sigh and replied, "Do not mention it. It is a stroke of fortune to have returned alive. You cannot fathom the terror of the orc bandits. They kill at sight and seize whatever they can." The general reassured me, saying, "Do not be disheartened. Rest assured, our Longshan Empire will vanquish them in due time. You may go now and rest in the city. Among our kind, you need not fear." I expressed my gratitude profusely, internally relieved. The Citadel fortress was constructed based on Citadel City. Arriving in a human city for the first time, everything appeared refreshingly novel. It was indeed far more prosperous than the orc territories, bustling with activity. Commerce thriving in a vibrant display. Following the guidance of my merchant mentor, I sought a clean inn to rest for the night, preparing to continue my journey to Longsheng the next day. In this human realm, I felt it unnecessary to wear my hat anymore. This was the first time I had seen so many individuals resembling myself, which inevitably stirred excitement within me. Though I was the smallest among the behemoths here, few could rival my height, and I felt as though I stood out distinctly in the crowd. Many women passing by cast curious or peculiar glances my way, causing my cheeks to flush. My mentor had mentioned that my appearance was considered exceptionally handsome among humans, and I had anticipated attracting many admirers in the Longshan Empire. I had not anticipated such boldness from the women here. It seemed that removing my hat was a miscalculation. However, human maidens appeared far more pleasant than their orc counterparts. Perhaps due to our similar appearances, I reassured myself. This city was devoid of the acrid smoke of war. Its inhabitants coexisted harmoniously. I strolled through the streets, purchasing some food before returning to the inn. The night had deepened, and I retrieved the map of the Xiang Empire from my pack. There remained over 900 kilometers to Xiang, a considerable distance indeed. I resolved to set off early the next morning to ensure ample preparation for the forthcoming examination. Stowing the map, I settled cross-legged on the bed, commencing my practice of the Tianma according to its scrolls. A cool, penetrating sensation gradually enveloped my entire being. Recently, I sensed a rapid advancement in my mastery of the Tianma. Though I had only practiced the second tier for a little over half a year, I could now wield some intermediate dark magic, and my ability to integrate the forces of darkness with celestial thunder had improved significantly. Could it be that my recent slayings had contributed to this? In truth, I was unaware that the Tianma represented the pinnacle of demonic arts, embodying a fusion of magic and martial prowess. The foundational techniques leaned heavily towards slaughter, darkness, and cruelty. My numerous encounters with bandits aligned with the requirements of the Tianma, thus facilitating my swift progress. On the following morning, I embarked on my journey to Xiang, donning my hat once more to avoid unnecessary complications, as my striking appearance could attract unwanted attention. The peace within the Xiang Empire far exceeded that of the orc territories. After 5 days, I had encountered no bandits, which explained how the Xiang Empire could stand resilient against the other two dominant races. It possessed its own inherent advantages. As the air grew warmer, signaling midday, my provisions had dwindled. Fortunately, I spotted a small restaurant by the roadside. After arriving in the Xiang Empire, I had developed a particular fondness for its cuisine, which was worlds apart from that of the orc lands. Upon entering the modest establishment, an enticing aroma wafted towards me, igniting my appetite. Though not lavish, it was clean and quite popular, with approximately 60 to 70% of the tables occupied. I chose a quiet corner table, and the server approached, presenting the menu and inquiring, "Sir, what would you like to order?" I perused the menu, selecting a few unfamiliar dishes, and ordered a pound of steamed buns. In no time, my food arrived. With a bun in my left hand and chopsticks in my right, I began my feast. As the restaurant filled with more patrons, a young warrior, approximately 1.8 meters tall, clad in light blue warrior garb and exuding vigor, entered. Noticing the lack of available tables, he politely approached mine and said, "Good sir, as there is no space, may I sit here?" I occupied a table for 4, and with only myself present, I nodded slightly while continuing to focus on my meal. The warrior then called out, "Server, bring me a pound of fine wine and 2 side dishes, along with a pound of buns." After placing his order, he turned to me and remarked, "You appear to be embarking on a long journey." Though I had not removed my hat, my veil was lifted to facilitate eating. Are humans always this warm-hearted? I lifted my gaze, casting a cold glance in his direction, and nodded once more. Upon seeing my striking and stern countenance, he was taken aback. I resumed eating, ignoring him entirely. After meeting with rejection, he managed a sheepish smile. By the time his food arrived, I had finished my meal. I casually dropped a silver coin on the table, rose, slung my pack over my shoulder, and strode out of the restaurant. I observed that in the Xiang Empire, many individuals rode horses at considerable speed. I wished to acquire a steed to hasten my journey to Xiang. I stopped a passerby and asked, "Excuse me, where might I find a place to purchase a horse?" The individual I stopped furrowed his brow at first, but upon noticing my towering stature, he refrained from protest. Gesturing ahead and stating, "At the next intersection, turn left, and after about 2 kilometers, there is a horse market where you can buy a horse." I nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded in the direction he indicated. The horse market was indeed expansive, with a central racetrack spanning approximately 1,000 acres, and to the left, a section for selling horses and related equipment. I approached the horse sellers and inquired, "Which horses are for sale here?" The seller immediately recognized me as an outsider unfamiliar with horses and smirked disdainfully, replying, "As long as you can afford it, any horse you see here is for sale." I nodded in response and began to survey the area for a horse that might appeal to me. Suddenly, I noticed a crowd gathering towards the west of the racetrack. Curious about the commotion, I hastily approached an individual for clarification. It turned out that the owner of the market had recently captured a wild horse, known for its fierce temperament, and no one had yet managed to tame it. The capture had required the use of blow darts coated with tranquilizers. Today, the owner had invited several renowned trainers to attempt taming the creature. Intrigued by the prospect of witnessing such a wild steed, I followed the throng to the western training area, where a sea of spectators had gathered. Though I stood towards the back, my height afforded me a clear view of the central area. There, I saw 6 or 7 individuals, clad in sharp attire, encircling a magnificent black horse. Though I was no expert on equines, its beauty was unmistakable. The horse's glossy black coat gleamed like satin, its proud head held high, snorting impatiently, exuding hostility toward the surrounding crowd. As the sky gradually darkened, thick clouds gathered, and despite the absence of bright sunlight, I felt no relief from the heat, only an intensifying discomfort. The trainers attempted to ensnare the horse with lasso ropes, hoping to mount it, yet the black steed proved remarkably agile, evading their advances time and again. The crowd nearby began to murmur, speculating that this time it was likely another failure. Just then, a middle-aged horse trainer unexpectedly threw a lasso, which astonishingly ensnared the neck of the black horse. Instantly, the horse became agitated, rearing up on its front hooves and emitting a clear, piercing neigh. The trainer demonstrated remarkable skill, using the force of the pull to vault onto the horse's back, clutching its neck tightly. "Well done, hold on, hold on," the onlookers began to cheer. The black horse continued to leap and buck, attempting to dislodge its rider. Its wild thrashing pushed the other trainers to the periphery, leaving only the one on the horse to contend with the beast. After a time of futile effort to shake off its rider, the horse unexpectedly began to calm down, no longer trying to buck. It seemed that despite its fierce temperament, it was destined to be tamed. The crowd shouted the trainer's name, revealing that he was the son of the ranch owner. The trainer, perched on the horse, raised his hands in triumph. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The black horse suddenly stumbled, as if it had lost its footing, causing the trainer to jump off in alarm to check on it. Such a fine horse, he could not bear to see it harmed. However, just as he landed, the horse sprang back to its feet, its powerful hind legs delivering a crushing kick to the trainer's chest. Even from a distance, I heard the sickening crack of his ribs as he let out a long, anguished scream and was sent flying far away, seemingly on the brink of death. In a mere blink of an eye, chaos erupted among the crowd, and several other trainers rushed to pull the injured trainer aside. A richly dressed man rushed onto the scene, shouting in grief and fury, "Return my son's life to me. Kill this vicious horse." It was evident that this man was the ranch owner, his son's death clouding his judgment. Immediately, many ranch workers appeared, brandishing various weapons, intent on slaying the horse. Yet, the black horse stood defiantly, its head held high, completely unaware of the impending fate that awaited it. Chapter 3. The Gallant Black Dragon for Reasons Unknown. The moment I laid eyes on this magnificent black horse, I felt an inexplicable fondness for it. It seemed the time had come for me to make my entrance. I shouted, "Wait," and with a forceful push, I cleared the crowd before stepping into the arena. 1,000 pairs of eyes turned toward me as I approached the ranch owner, who was weeping over his son's lifeless body. I bent down to examine the injuries. The young man was already lifeless, blood oozing from his orifices, his chest completely caved in. I shook my head in sorrow. "Give me a chance to tame this horse," I implored. The ranch owner, tears streaming down his face, replied, "No, I shall use its carcass to honor my son's spirit." Furrowing my brow, I coldly retorted, "What fault lies with the horse? Had you not overstepped your bounds in attempting to tame it, this tragedy would not have occurred." The ranch owner, enraged, demanded, "Who are you to come here and make such demands? Someone, throw him out." I snorted dismissively, ignoring him as I turned my attention to the black horse. I had taken only a few steps when I was surrounded by ranch workers. I removed my hat and placed it on my back, warning them coolly, "Do not force my hand." Unconcerned with my warning, the workers surged forward, 4 or 5 of them seizing me. They bore no weapons, seemingly intent only on delivering a beating to vent their frustrations on behalf of their employer. Yet, their skills were no match for me. With a powerful heave, I cast them all aside. Seeing them prepare to advance again, I emitted a deep grunt, my eyes blazing with intensity, and bellowed, "Do you wish to meet your demise?" I struck the ground with a heavy fist, creating a resounding boom that sent dust flying, leaving a crater measuring 1 meter in diameter and half a meter deep in the once flat ground. Brushing off the dust from my attire, I paid no heed to the stunned crowd and strode directly toward the black horse. Sensing danger, the horse focused its large eyes on me, digging its left front hoof into the ground. I halted 2 meters away, offering it a disdainful smile, confident in my strength that could overpower even a tiger or leopard. Perhaps it understood my gesture. With a furious neigh, it reared up, bringing its front hooves crashing down toward me. I sank my weight and, lifting my arms, caught its hooves as they descended. The force was indeed significant, and my arms strained momentarily, but I quickly regained my composure. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. What incredible strength! He can actually withstand the horse's strike. Look at the large pit he created earlier. He must be a formidable warrior. Is he even human? Can a mere human possess such might? I apologize, but I cannot entirely be classified as human. At the very least, my strength is beyond that of ordinary people. Using my waist strength, I flung the black horse away. It tumbled to the ground, letting out a pained cry before struggling to regain its footing. I approached it once more, locking eyes with it, and coldly asked, "Have you yielded? You cannot possibly contend with my strength." It seemed to understand, for it nodded its head and gazed at me with its large, sorrowful eyes, slowly walking toward me and nudging my chest with its head. I gently patted its head, a rare smile gracing my face. "From now on, you shall be my finest companion. May I call you Lei Xiang?" The black horse let out a joyful whinny, evidently approving of the name I had bestowed upon it. I turned to the ranch owner and declared, "I apologize, but this horse is now mine." Without waiting for their reactions, I produced a pouch containing approximately 50 gold coins and tossed it over. Then, I leaped onto the horse's back. It suddenly struck me that I had never ridden before. How could a beast man, inherently beast-like, ride a horse? But I brushed aside my doubts. With my legs tightly clamped around its belly and my hands gripping its long chestnut mane, Lei Xiang took off at full speed without needing encouragement. Upon reaching the fence, I struck it with my palm, shattering the top 2 rails, and the horse leapt high, clearing the fence and galloping away with me, its inexperienced rider. As the sky gradually opened up, a gentle rain began to fall. Although my clothes became damp, the refreshing sensation was invigorating. In my first experience riding, I initially felt a twinge of anxiety, but soon that feeling dissipated. Sitting atop Lei Xiang was quite stable, with only a slight jolt as the scenery raced by on either side. I leaned forward against the horse's back and soon discovered that by merely leaning left, it would turn left, and leaning right would prompt it to veer right. It was delightfully entertaining. After all, I was only 16, caught up in the thrill of play and forgetting the direction of my journey. Only as dusk approached did I realize I had lost my way, surrounded by dense forest. Fortunately, it was a narrow path. Otherwise, I would have been utterly lost. Oh well, I shall continue in this direction and seek out someone to inquire for guidance. Thus, I rode Lei Xiang along the narrow path for another 2 hours until I finally reached a town. Pulling back on the horse's mane, Lei Xiang gradually slowed down as we entered the town. I dismounted and noticed my trousers were thoroughly soaked with its sweat. Tenderly, I patted its large head before venturing inside. The town was surprisingly sizable, bustling with life, with various shops lining the streets. Lei Xiang trotted closely behind me as I sought out an inn. A waiter rushed over, smiling broadly, and said, "Sir, please consider staying with us. We have complete facilities, affordable prices, and attentive service." I impatiently raised my hand to silence him. "Find me a place to settle my horse." The waiter glanced at Lei Xiang and sincerely remarked, "What a magnificent horse you have. But why is there no saddle or bridle?" "Saddle and bridle? What are those?" I wondered internally but did not ask. "Do you have any?" I inquired. "I intend to equip it." "We don't have any here, but over there is a shop that specializes in saddles and bridles. You should go there. The place they recommended is known for its excellent value. Please take me there. I desire the complete set." The waiter, displaying a troubled expression, replied, "But I am still on duty here." I let out a cold laugh, tossed him a silver coin, and said, "Are you not busy now?" The waiter, his face lighting up at the sight of the coin, responded, "Not busy at all. Please wait a moment." He rushed back into the shop to greet his fellow waiters and returned eagerly, leading me into the saddlery. I spent 10 gold coins to acquire the finest saddle, bridle, horseshoes, and other accessories for the Black Dragon, opting not to purchase a whip as I deemed it unnecessary. Adorned in this splendid gear, the Black Dragon appeared even more majestic. The staff at the shop continuously praised it, and notably, apart from me, the Black Dragon refused to let anyone approach. I had to hold its head firmly to allow the staff to assist in fitting its equipment. Accompanied by the inn's waiter, I brought the Black Dragon to their stables, personally groomed it, and fed it some high-quality fodder before returning to the inn to rest. Chapter 3. The Gallant Steed, Lei Xiang after a night's rest. I inquired about the direction to Longcheng, locating my position on the map before setting off once again. Fortunately, I was not heading in the wrong direction. Although I deviated slightly, I quickly corrected my course and resumed the right path. With the saddle and bridle, riding Lei Xiang became considerably more comfortable. I relaxed the reins, allowing Lei Xiang to gallop freely. When the surroundings were devoid of others, Lei Xiang maintained a moderate speed. However, upon spotting fellow dragons, it would immediately accelerate, driven by an intense competitive spirit. To my surprise, even horses possess such a strong desire to win. With the addition of Lei Xiang, my speed increased exponentially, covering the 3,000 kilometers in just over 10 days, and that was me deliberately taking it slow to avoid exhausting it. At last, I arrived at Longcheng. Although it did not possess the towering grandeur of our Beastman imperial city, it was still remarkably majestic. The city walls stood 8 zhang high, constructed entirely of thick granite, adorned with intricately carved dragons. High above, the flag of the Dragon God Empire fluttered proudly. Perhaps due to its inland location, the defenses were lax, and I was able to enter the city without undergoing any inspection. Longcheng was indeed vast, several times larger than our Beastman imperial city. It took me a full 3 days to get a general sense of its layout. Tiandu Academy was renowned here, and it was easy to ascertain its location with a little inquiry. I registered at Tiandu Academy, learning that the exams would not commence for over a month. With ample time at my disposal, I decided to settle in. The vicinity of Tiandu Academy boasted numerous inns, and I chose one that appeared relatively clean. Every morning, I practiced Lei Xiang for a while, and in the afternoons, I strolled around with He Long occasionally. I would take it outside the city for a leisurely outing, otherwise, it would grow lazy and overweight. Evenings were dedicated to intensifying my practice of Tian Gong. In this land filled with foes, it was imperative to quickly attain the strength of a fallen angel with 2 wings, as exposure of my identity would necessitate a fighting chance. Thus, over the course of more than a month, though I exerted considerable effort, my Tian Gong remained at the late stage of the 2nd level, far from the transformation I sought, as I needed to complete the 3rd level to achieve that. Clearly, impatience bore no fruit. I would have to address it upon my arrival at Tiandu Academy. Through this month of living, I discovered that Longcheng was teeming with warriors and mages. Although I had yet to engage with any mages, I sensed their formidable nature during several encounters with those clad in magical robes. The warriors appeared exceptionally skilled, affirming the strength of this great nation. Initially brimming with confidence, my observations during this time had left me somewhat disheartened. Within the Dragon God Empire, warriors were categorized into 10 ranks: Apprentice Warrior, Junior Warrior, Intermediate Warrior, Senior Warrior, Sword Master, Great Sword Master, Earth Knight, Light Knight, Sword Saint, and War God. From Sword Master onwards, each rank was further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Mages were classified into 10 levels as well: Apprentice Mage, Junior Mage, Intermediate Mage, Senior Mage, Great Mage, Mage Knight, Great Mage Knight, Mage Master, Great Mage Master, and Holy Mage Master, similarly divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers from Great Mage onward. Estimating my current strength in a human form, I would be considered a lower-tier sword master. However, when accounting for my formidable physique and exceptional defensive capabilities, I might just qualify as a lower-tier great sword master. The most average dragon knight would likely be a middle-tier light knight, not considering the dragon, while a typical fallen angel would also be a lower-tier light knight and a middle-tier dark mage knight. They could contend with the light knights riding dragons, armed with dark magic. Presently, my strength would equate to that of an ordinary buyman, which, in its untransformed state, could only match a lower-tier great sword master. The disparity was significant. No wonder our ranks of over 2,000 buyman warriors, alongside more than 30 fallen angels, were required to rival a mere 100 dragon warriors. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the exams, and I am uncertain if I will successfully gain entrance to Tiandu Academy. I must continuously strengthen my abilities, otherwise, our Beastman race shall have no hope of rising. With a sense of trepidation, I embarked on my final session of Tian Gong training before the examination. Unbeknownst to me, the Dragon God Empire harbored its own challenges. While dragon knights were formidable, they did not possess the innate strength of buymen, which could be nurtured to readiness for battle with minimal training. Conversely, cultivating a dragon knight proved to be an arduous task, and the Dragon God Empire had expended countless resources and efforts to maintain a meager count of around 100 dragon knights. This was also a reason for their reluctance to recklessly engage in warfare against the mage and beastman nations. Should their dragon knights perish, they would lose their advantage and inevitably succumb to the alliance of magical beasts. Emerging from my training, I donned a pristine warrior outfit and, after a hearty meal, made my way to my destination, Tiandu Academy. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, I was taken aback by the sheer number of people, thousands gathered. Yet I had heard that only 300 would be admitted, meaning the odds were nearly 10 to 1. Holding my admission card, a small wooden plaque inscribed with number 1 on one side, as I had registered over a month ago, of course, I would be number 1. And the words Tiandu Academy engraved on the reverse, I stepped into the academy. The grounds were spacious enough to accommodate such a multitude of examinees, with ample space remaining. As the examination time had yet to arrive, candidates clustered in groups, likely speculating about the exam questions. A clear voice rang out, "Attention all candidates. Please quiet down and line up according to your numbers from east to west, with 50 individuals per row. I hurriedly scanned for the source of the voice, marveling at the power behind such a loud projection. Later, I discovered it was a magical broadcasting system created using amplification magic stones, capable of magnifying sound exponentially. After searching for a while without success, I decided to join the queue. As number 1, I should be at the front of the first row. The voice returned, reiterating, "Attention all candidates, please quiet down and line up according to your numbers from east to west, with 50 individuals per row." After 3 repetitions, the lines finally formed. I estimated there were over 60 rows, with more than 3,000 candidates. Indeed, the odds were 10 to 1. Tiandu Academy was truly prestigious, as even the entrance exam was so arduous. Chapter 3, The Gallant Steed. Long the exam began with the instruction for all candidates to maintain their positions without any movement until they could no longer stand. The last 1,000 candidates remaining would proceed to the next round. At this announcement, the entire field erupted in uproar, with candidates expressing their disbelief. What kind of examination is this? It is nothing short of a punishment. It was my first time hearing about an examination that involved standing. What kind of bizarre school is this? Had I known, I would not have traveled such a great distance. I thought to myself that this seemed rather easy. After all, what significance is there in merely standing? Well, I suppose I shall stand. The proctor instructed the candidates to maintain silence, explaining that standing was a test of both physical endurance and willpower, regardless of whether one practiced martial skills or magic. Lacking robust physical strength and unwavering determination would be futile. Any candidate dissatisfied with the examination methods of the academy was free to withdraw at any moment. Truly impressive. This is indeed a prestigious institution. So, standing it shall be. Although the earlier commotion had been quite loud, upon hearing these words, not a single person was willing to concede. After all, to abandon the challenge without showcasing one's capabilities would be utterly embarrassing. Initially, everyone felt relatively at ease. Despite the summer heat, the morning air was still quite cool. However, as time slowly passed and the sun ascended to its zenith, the temperature on the playground began to rise sharply. Sweat trickled down my face. While I did not feel excessively uncomfortable, the oppressive heat was still quite distressing. Fortunately, I had donned a light-colored warrior's robe today. Otherwise, it would have been even more unbearable. I cast a furtive glance at the other candidates, who displayed remarkable resilience. Over 2 hours had elapsed since morning, yet not a single person had withdrawn. The supervising teachers were divided into 2 groups, each monitoring the candidates for about an hour before switching for a break. At that moment, a female candidate slightly moved, and immediately a middle-aged proctor pointed at her, declaring, "You disqualified." The standards were indeed strict. Even the slightest movement was unacceptable. As 2 more hours passed, the temperature began to decrease with the setting sun. However, enduring an entire day without food or drink while contending with the sweltering heat had rendered my stomach uncooperative, grumbling incessantly, while the absence of food was manageable. Not drinking water after sweating all day was becoming quite uncomfortable. By this point, over 200 candidates had already withdrawn, barely a fraction of the total remaining. How much longer could this ordeal last? Time dragged on excruciatingly slow. Finally, the evening arrived, and a gentle breeze swept through, providing considerable relief. Practicing the Tianma Gong had become a nightly routine. Since I was already standing, it was an opportune moment to cultivate my skills. I glanced around, noticing that nearly all the candidates had closed their eyes, battling against their own bodies. I too shut my eyes, quietly channeling the dark energy within me. The first stage of Tianma Gong would not manifest externally during cultivation, so I had no fear of being discovered. I felt the surrounding dark elements converge towards me, a chilling sensation gradually permeating my skin and flowing through my meridians, following my established path of energy circulation. The feeling was delightful, as if the fatigue of the day had vanished and my craving for food and water had diminished significantly. It turned out the Tianma Gong had this unexpected benefit. I urged the energy to circulate along its designated route, gradually concentrating my mind and entering a meditative state. When I awoke from my trance, it was already morning. Aside from feeling a bit hungry and thirsty, my body was quite comfortable. I surveyed my surroundings. Although few had withdrawn, all the candidates appeared on the brink of collapse, their faces pale. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes once more. As noon approached, the weather remained splendid, with the sun perched high in the sky, a misfortune for us candidates. Drawing upon last night's experience, I summoned the dark energy. Although cultivating Tianma Gong during the day was significantly less effective, it provided me with a cooling sensation, making this oppressive heat much more bearable than the previous day. By the afternoon, candidates began to withdraw in droves, the majority being carried out. As the sun began to set, The clouds in the distance transformed into a breathtaking sight under the glow of the sunset. Dear candidates, your hard work is commendable. The first round of examinations is now concluded. Please take your identification cards to the proctors for registration and then return to rest. The second round will resume the day after tomorrow. A mere 1,000 candidates remained, and collectively, we breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. I certainly was no exception. Although my stamina was better than theirs, 2 days and nights without movement had left my limbs stiff. I sat on the ground, gently stretching my stiff body. Attention, candidates. The proctors will now register you one by one. Please cooperate. Indeed, a dozen proctors began to disperse and register the remaining candidates. Naturally, I was the first. I handed over my identification card and stated, I am number 1. The proctor glanced at me and smiled, saying, You are quite sturdy. Young man. I merely smiled in response, not offering a reply. At that moment, a large number of individuals donned in chef's attire arrived, carrying numerous covered trays, as well as large barrels and bowls. Could it be that they were bringing us food? As expected, a clear voice announced, The Academy has prepared porridge and steamed buns for you. Please eat quickly and return to rest. Indeed, it was food. Taking advantage of my position at the front, I dashed forward, grabbing a large bowl and ladling out a scoop of porridge, gulping it down eagerly. Delightful, truly delightful. I had never experienced porridge tasting so exquisite. Seizing the opportunity before everyone fully gathered, I drank 3 bowls in quick succession and then filled another bowl, taking 3 steamed buns to a corner to enjoy. With my hunger satiated, my strength had significantly returned. I had almost forgotten. It had been 2 days, and I had yet to feed the black dragon. I must hurry back. It must be quite displeased with me. Upon returning to the inn, I quickly ordered some fodder and rushed to the stables. The black dragon greeted me with a joyful whinny, licking my face with its large tongue. You've had a hard time. Eat up now. It's all top-quality fodder. After tending to the black dragon, I was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the haystack in the stable, falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 4. Tindu Academy. Why is my face wet? I groggily opened my eyes to find the black dragon licking me. I smiled and patted its large head. Good boy. What time is it now? I immediately realized that it would not respond. I fed it some more food before returning to the inn for a shower and a hearty meal, then retreated to my room to engage in a game of chess with the Sandman. When I awoke, it was already midnight. I stretched my limbs and went outside to practice the thunderstorm 13 fists. After a day of rest, my stamina had mostly returned. Had it not been for the dark energy of the Tianma Gong, I might have struggled to withstand the ordeal and would likely still be bettered in now. I wondered how the other candidates were faring. I sat cross-legged on my bed and began to practice Tianma Gong. Dark magic cannot be easily utilized in the Longshan Empire. Although there are dark magic practitioners here, they are exceedingly rare. If discovered, I could be accused of being a spy sent by the dark forces. After 2 hours of cultivation, my internal dark energy had reached its peak state. I raised my right hand and chanted, O great God of darkness, with my soul as a tribute and my life as a bridge, grant me your boundless divine power, forming a solid barrier to protect your servant. As I recited the incantation, a thick black mist began to envelop me from a meter in front of me, marking the strongest dark magic I could currently wield. It resembled the dark barrier of a dark magic practitioner, but possessed far greater defensive power, adequate to withstand mid-level magical attacks. Indeed, with this dark barrier, my defensive capabilities were greatly enhanced. I gradually retracted the dark magic, but a wave of dizziness washed over me, causing my body to sway. The backlash from dark magic is indeed formidable. Even my robust physique had difficulty coping. I hastily activated Tianma Gong, and the dizziness gradually subsided. The day had brightened considerably. I first went to the stables to feed the black dragon, uncertain of how long the next round of examinations would take. At Tiandu Shuiyuan, a gathering of precisely 1,000 candidates for the retest assembled, arranged in an orderly formation of 20 rows on the playground. The familiar voice echoed once more, Dear candidates, today marks the retest, during which 300 individuals will be selected from your ranks. I urge everyone to showcase your true abilities. A supervising teacher stood at the front of each queue, instructing the candidates to proceed with the test in numerical order. In front of the playground lay a row of tables, each adorned with a substantial iron plate approximately 3 centimeters thick, behind which sat the supervising teacher. As I approached the front of my row, the supervising teacher addressed me. You are candidate number 1, Lei Xiang, correct? Yes, I replied. The examination entails leaving a mark in the designated square on the iron plate with your number. The deeper the mark, the better. No weapons are allowed. However, magic and fighting spirit may be employed. You may begin now. You have half a minute. Upon glancing down, I noticed the large iron plate bore 50 squares, each labeled with a number. This task seemed exceedingly simple. The plate felt no different from tofu in my grasp. A smirk of disdain crept onto my lips as I extended my right index finger, poised to puncture a hole through it. The supervising teacher, witnessing my contemptuous smile, silently chuckled to himself, thinking, "Just wait, young man, you are about to embarrass yourself." This plate is reinforced with a magical barrier. As my finger approached the iron plate, merely 2 centimeters away, an invisible force thwarted my advance. A sudden realization dawned upon me. Indeed, there was more to this than met the eye. I thought to myself, it cannot be that simple. I concentrated the energy of Lei Xiang into my fingertip and shouted, "Break." With a forceful push, I pressed down. I felt the intense friction between my finger and the barrier, gradually pushing deeper into the plate. The resilience of the barrier exceeded my expectations, causing the iron plate to form an increasingly deep indentation. Determined to surpass the barrier, I summoned a portion of my dark energy to my fingertip. As the dark energy flickered, I forcefully pierced through the barrier with a resounding pop. Without the barrier as protection, the iron plate yielded as easily as paper, creating a hole that also compromised the table beneath it. The supervising teacher's mouth fell into an A shape, for even he would find it challenging to breach this barrier. Astonishingly, a newcomer had achieved such a feat. I steadied my breath, slowly retracting my finger, and in a cold tone asked, "Teacher, is that sufficient?" The supervising teacher, momentarily stunned, responded, "Indeed. In all my years of supervision, I have never encountered someone with such strength. What technique did you employ?" Your finger appeared to darken. He hastily scribbled his evaluation on the examination sheet. Being tall, I caught a glimpse of what he wrote. Noting it read, "Pierced the iron plate. Candidate possesses formidable strength." I had prepared my explanation in advance and replied, "I learned it from an elder who referred to it as Shantianji. I never anticipated it would come in handy today." The supervising teacher lifted the iron plate, declaring, "This one is unusable now. The barrier has been breached. I must procure another. You may rest on the playground while we complete the tests and announce the results." After bowing respectfully, I stepped aside, not wishing to stray too far, for I wanted to observe the abilities of the other candidates to gauge my chances of selection. Before long, the supervising teacher returned with a new iron plate and called the next candidate to proceed with their test. I watched as over 10 individuals attempted the task, none of whom could match my prowess. The deepest mark made was merely about 1 centimeter. One candidate, clearly a practitioner of fire magic, repeatedly unleashed fireballs upon the iron plate, yet left no trace. As the time dwindled, he chanted, "Elemental spirit of fire, grant me endless flames to incinerate all before me." This was a mid-level fire spell, seemingly powerful. The supervising teacher quickly conjured a water barrier for protection. The ensuing explosion produced a loud crash, drawing the attention of all the candidates. Yet the table collapsed while the iron plate remained unscathed. Realizing his failure, the candidate turned away. A mix of amusement and despair etched on his face, prompting laughter from many. Even the supervising teacher, as he wrote the evaluations, muttered to himself in disbelief, "Today, I encounter true oddities. One who pierces the iron plate, another who destroys the table." I felt confident in my ability to pass and ceased watching the others, finding a shaded spot beneath a tree to bask in the fragrant air of the plants while awaiting the announcement of results. As I rested with my eyes closed, I suddenly sensed the presence of someone nearby. Upon opening my eyes, I found it was the candidate who had burned the table. He sat beside me, gazing intently. "Hello, brother," he greeted. "Earlier, I witnessed you pierce the iron plate. Why couldn't I do it? After all that effort, I only broke the table." Yet the iron plate remained intact. His face displayed a blend of frustration and disbelief. I glanced at him, my amusement barely contained. "Concentrate your power," I advised, before closing my eyes once more. Though my words were few, they sparked a significant insight within him. He slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Of course. I have a fire spike spell. It should work. I'll give it another go." With that, he dashed off. I shook my head, uncertain if the supervising teacher would permit him a second attempt, and continued my rest. Time passed, and the announcement echoed. "Candidates, please return to your original formation. We shall now announce the examination results." I opened my eyes to see that everyone had completed their tests and were now wandering about the playground. I returned to my designated spot, confident I would pass. Sure enough, the supervising teacher approached, accompanied by the candidate who had burned the table. Upon seeing me, he gestured a sign of success. The supervising teacher, glancing at him with mild exasperation, instructed, "Go, stand in line." He shrugged and complied, moving to the back. "Now, I shall announce the names of those who have passed," the supervising teacher declared. Lei Xiang passed. Huasong passed. He continued listing names for several moments. Once finished, he closed the examination sheet and stated, those whose names were called may remain, those not called may leave. If you are under 18, you may return to take the test next year. Many candidates, dejected, turned away, while the remaining 300 who had passed stood on the playground. After a while, several older teachers arrived, likely of higher rank. One, a man in his 50s wearing a magical robe, addressed us. Everyone, please quiet down. I am Zhang Feng, the director of the academy. Congratulations on your acceptance into our institution. Now, let us welcome our esteemed Archmage Yuhan to address you. From his voice, I recognized him as the announcer. The candidates on the playground erupted into scattered applause. An elderly mage, perhaps 60 or 70 years old, stepped forward. After clearing his throat, he began, I am the dean of this academy. First, on behalf of the institution, I welcome you as first-year students. Secondly, I encourage you to embrace hardships in your studies, striving diligently for self-improvement. This academy has produced over 200 dragon riders, the foremost institution in the Dragon God Empire. Later, I learned that each of the 4 major academies claim to be the best. I hope some among you will earn this honorable title. Finally, he issued a directive. It is strictly forbidden to engage in romantic relationships within the school. With that, he turned and returned to the teaching building. The earlier remarks, particularly regarding dragon riders, stirred fervor among the majority of students, with the exception of myself, as the dragon clan would never accept non-humans, who yearned to mount dragons and display their might. However, the final pronouncement left everyone disheartened. At the tender age of 16 and 7, one finds oneself in a haze of burgeoning curiosity regarding matters of the heart, often filled with fanciful notions. The words of the principal elicited a tinge of discontent among the students, leading to a flurry of whispers on the playground. The director of the instructional office cast a disapproving glance at the principal's retreating figure, evidently displeased with his manner of speaking, and declared loudly, everyone, please be quiet. The principal speaks with great wisdom. To ensure a fruitful period of study at the academy, it is imperative to avoid emotional entanglements that might hinder academic pursuits. We shall now proceed to class allocation. Those studying martial arts, stand to the west. Those pursuing magic, stand to the east. And those engaging in both disciplines, stand in the middle. As the new students gradually separated, I pondered that since I had come to learn, it might be wise to absorb a bit of everything. Thus I positioned myself centrally. The martial arts students constituted the majority, claiming half the assembly, while over 100 were there for magic, and merely around 40 were enrolled in the dual discipline. The class allocation concluded with 6 classes established, 3 for martial arts, 2 for magic, and 1 for dual training. After the allocations, the director announced, well, the class allocation is complete. Please take the rest of the day to organize your belongings. Tomorrow, bring your necessities to the academy for registration. From now on, except during holidays, no one is permitted to return home. All must reside within the academy. You are dismissed. Seizing the opportunity before Director Zhang departed, I hurriedly approached him and inquired, Director Zhang, may I bring my horse to the academy? I felt it necessary to secure a suitable place for my cherished black dragon. The director furrowed his brow and replied sternly, it would be best for you to find a way to manage it, perhaps sell it or find a temporary caretaker elsewhere. I retorted, but my horse only eats the food I provide. It is a fine steed. I am willing to pay extra tuition. Perhaps you could make an exception? In my desperation for my black dragon, I found myself lowering my tone. Upon hearing my offer of additional payment, the director's eyes gleamed with interest. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, bring your horse tomorrow. I will arrange for it to stay in the teacher's stable. With that, he turned to leave. How curious it is that teachers today seem so captivated by monetary gain. I intercepted him once more, and he, visibly irritated, asked, is there anything else? My horse is rather spirited. It would be best to arrange for a separate stable, lest it harm the other horses. The director, growing impatient, replied, fine, but it will cost you an additional 3 gold coins per month. His demands were indeed exorbitant. The tuition for half a year was merely 20 gold coins. Yet the cost for the stable was nearly equivalent. Fortunately, I still possessed a considerable amount of money. My father had gifted me a golden card from the Long Shin Empire, containing 5,000 gold coins, sufficient for my needs. All right, thank you, director. I will bring it tomorrow. I shall take my leave now. As I departed, I noticed the director smirking to himself, murmuring, it appears I shall have a profitable venture. Upon returning to the inn, I organized my belongings and withdrew 200 gold coins from the Jin Lu for contingencies. I then tended to my black dragon, ensuring it was clean and well-groomed. I had finally gained admission to Tiandu Academy through my own merit. marking the first step toward fulfilling my mission, which filled me with a rare excitement. Chapter 4. Tiandu Academy 3. I led my black dragon to Tiandu Academy, and as I approached the entrance, the gatekeeper halted me. You must be a student. Are you not aware that horses are not permitted on campus? I coldly replied, I was unaware. I only know that Director Xiang permitted me to bring it. The gatekeeper was momentarily taken aback, and I seized the opportunity to stride past him, faintly hearing his disgruntled mumbling. Just a new student, acting so high and mighty. Upon entering the academy, I made my way directly to the teaching building, instructing my black dragon to wait outside while I attended to my registration. I knocked on the door of the instructional office, and the voice of Director Xiang beckoned. Come in. Upon entering the office, I was struck by its spaciousness, furnished with 8 desks, where several teachers were seated. I had thought I arrived early, yet there were already 6 or 7 students present, clearly newcomers. Director Xiang, evidently recognizing me as the student who had rented a stable, greeted me warmly. Ah, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you. Please, begin your registration. What is your name? The other new students turned to look at me, all male. One of them protested, why should he go first when we arrived earlier? However, Director Xiang silenced him with a fierce glare, and he dared not speak again. My name is Lei Xiang, I stated plainly. Lei Xiang is it? Director Xiang perused the enrollment list before looking at me again. Tuition for 1 semester is 20 gold coins, accommodation 5, meal expenses 5, book fees 1, and miscellaneous fees 2. You also have a horse, correct? I will collect for half a year, totaling 18 gold coins. In total, that amounts to 51 gold coins. Please pay. The other students were momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting surprise as they regarded Director Xiang, as if they wished to voice their objections. However, Zhang's piercing gaze silenced their protests. I recognized that I was being taken advantage of, yet for the sake of a smooth experience at the academy, I feigned ignorance and produced 51 gold coins from my pocket. Director Zhang's face broke into a broad smile as he eagerly counted the coins, becoming absorbed in the transaction for a while. Finally, he emerged from his reverie, producing a key and saying, Here you are. This is the key to your dormitory. The room number is on the key. Find it yourself. Tomorrow, attend class in room 106 on the first floor of the main teaching building. I accepted the key and asked, and where will my horse be accommodated? Having become preoccupied with collecting fees, Director Xiang had forgotten about my horse. He offered an awkward smile and quickly responded, I will take you to the stable now. You all wait here for a moment. As we exited the teaching building, we were startled to find a throng of students congregated at the entrance, most whispering among themselves. I pushed through the crowd with my strong arms, and indeed, they were gathered around my black dragon, discussing its attributes. A bold girl even approached to touch it, exclaiming, Hello, little black horse. I nearly fainted. My black dragon stood at an imposing height of 8 feet, hardly a little horse. Do you have an owner? May I pet you? I rushed forward to intervene, but was a moment too late. The black dragon let out an angry neigh, raising its front hooves as if to stomp down on the girl. The girl, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, fell to the ground, on the brink of becoming the black dragon's next unfortunate victim. When I intervened, I swiftly dashed forward and caught the dragon's descending hooves, reminiscent of the time I had tamed it. Due to the urgency of the situation, I staggered back slightly from the force of the dragon. Recognizing me, the black dragon let out a joyful whinny, and I finally released its front hooves. I turned to the frightened girl and admonished, What were you thinking? You could have been hurt. The girl, rising from the ground, was quite charming, with long purple hair cascading down to her waist, a petite figure, and a lovely face with skin as fair as jade. Her large eyes were misty, her small face pale with fright, and she stammered, I'm sorry. Tears welled in her eyes as I waved my hand in annoyance. Keep your distance from the black dragon from now on. Who is this guy exhibiting such strength? I've never seen anyone so fierce with Zixue before. As I was about to leave, several upperclassmen emerged, led by a tall, handsome boy over 6 feet tall, who exuded a menacing aura. He raised a hand to block my path and demanded, Apologize to Miss Zixue. You cannot just frighten her and leave. I brushed his hand aside and coldly replied, What business is it of yours? His anger flared, and he arrogantly declared, Anyone who dares to bully Zixue becomes my enemy. I will deal with you. Just then, a clear voice rang out, Wait, Hualuan, why are you causing trouble again? Leave now. I will not pursue the matter, or you will find yourself standing in the instructional office as punishment. Hualuan, upon seeing the director intervene, huffed in frustration, leaving with a parting threat, Just wait. You will regret this. I smirked in disdain, ready to engage should the need arise, but I warned him, Just so you know, I pack a punch. If you end up missing a limb, do not blame me. Hualun was so furious his eyes seemed about to bulge out as he shouted. You! Zhang Feng cut in. All right, stop arguing. If you keep this up, I'll have you all confined. Only then did Hualun, looking resentful, leave with his underlings. The examinee who had burned the table the previous day also came over. He sidled up to me and whispered, I'll come find you later. I glanced back at him, but didn't he respond. Zhang Feng walked up to Zishui and asked, Zishui, are you all right? Don't be so reckless in the future. Zishui lowered her head and replied, Yes, director. All right, you may leave now. Everyone else, disperse as well. Lei Xiang, come with me. I glared at Zishui once more. She happened to be looking at me too. Our eyes met, and she quickly lowered her head, her face flushing with a charming blush that made her look incredibly adorable. For a moment, I was mesmerized, hearing Director Zhang's call. I snapped out of it and turned, leading Black Dragon as I followed him. On the way, Zhang Feng kept glancing at Black Dragon and praised, That horse of yours is truly impressive, though quite fierce. It seems we really need to find you a separate stable. Be careful from now on. To encourage students' motivation for training, the academy allows fair duels. I hadn't expected this calculative director to show concern for me. Hearing his words, I finally sensed a touch of elder-like demeanor in him. All right, I'll be careful. Thank you. After settling Black Dragon, I went to find what would be my long-term living quarters. I looked at the key in my hand, engraved with 6, 3, 4, unsure what it meant. As I walked, the table-burning freshman ran over, panting, I actually found you. Is your horse settled? I grunted in acknowledgement. Which dorm are you in? I showed him the key. He said, 6, 3, 4? Perfect. We're in the same dorm, building 6, 3rd floor, room 4. Come on, I just came from there. Chapter 4, Sky Capital Academy, Part 4. My name is Feng Yun. What's yours? Lei Xiang. Ah, we're quite fated. 1 wind, foam, and 1 thunder, Lei. By the way, I haven't thank you for the other day. The method you taught me really worked. I punched the iron plate over a centimeter deep. I asked curiously, how did you get the proctor to agree to let you retake the test? He smirked mysteriously, rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Money talks. Cost me a month's wages from working odd jobs to settle it. I was floored. Were all the teachers at this school like this, only caring about money? Lei Xiang, you're so tall. It's rare to see someone your height among humans. Oh, you haven't met my clansmen then. They're all over 4 meters tall, but it's better if you don't meet them. They'd probably tear you apart. Huh. Why was I suddenly concerned about this guy I just met? I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. Your horse is still a foal, right? Is that so? How can you tell? Hearing him mention Black Dragon piqued my interest. I've studied equine observation. That horse of yours should only be a little over a year old. Black Dragon is the best horse I've ever seen. Actually, I didn't know its age either. I bought it from a horse farm. The horse farm sells such good horses? I'll have to check it out sometime. All right, we're here. This will be our home from now on. Let us go in. He pulled me into the dorm. The dorm conditions were quite good. At the far end were 2 bunk beds with brand new bedding, apparently meant for 4 people. For now, it was just Feng Yun and me. On one side of the room were 2 desks, and on the other were 4 metal cabinets, likely for storage. In the corner were daily necessities like brooms, wash basins, and mops. Feng Yun pointed to the lower bunk on the right. I'll sleep here. Lei Xiang, where do you want to sleep? I pointed to the upper bunk above him. I'll take the one above you. I chose a cabinet and stored my belongings inside. Feng Yun said, that guy who wanted trouble with you earlier has quite a background. He is a 3rd-year student, probably in martial arts. His family is of noble descent. His father is some kind of viscount. It's better to avoid him in the future. Are nobles always that overbearing? Feng Yun thought to himself. You're not much less overbearing than him, but replied, yeah, the class hierarchy in the Dragon God Empire is very strict. Nobles enjoy many privileges. Most people come here to train hard, join the military later, and try to earn a noble title. What about that purple-haired girl? What is her story? Her? She is the princess in many people's hearts at the academy. She is a 2nd-year student and one of the academy's campus belles. She has many admirers. But the academy doesn't allow romantic relationships, so she is still unattached. Why do you like her? I said sternly, don't talk nonsense. Yet, Zishui's adorable face flashed before my eyes. The term campus belle felt novel, so I asked, are there other campus belles in the academy? Yes. The academy has over 2,000 students, and among them are 8 great beauties. Zishui ranks 6th. I'll introduce you to the others when we see them. I asked curiously, how do you know so much about the academy? Aren't you a new student too? He smiled awkwardly and whispered, I'll tell you, but don't spread it around. I worked as a laborer at the academy for a year, so I'm quite familiar with it. Everything clicked. He'd really put in a lot of effort to get here. Just then, 2 people walked in from outside. To my surprise, they looked identical. Are these human twins? I wondered silently. Seeing them enter, Feng Yun greeted them proactively. Are you guys in this dorm too? The one in front said, yes, I'm Hua Xing, and he is Hua Xing. We're twins from Khan City. Feng Yun said happily. Then we'll be roommates from now on. I'm Feng Yun, from Han City. This is Lei Xiang. Oh right. Lei Xiang, where are you from? I felt a sudden alertness and said, I don't have a home. I've been wandering around. Feng Yun said, oh, your life must have been tough. Brother Huas, you can take these bunk beds. You look so alike. How can we tell you apart? The Hua brothers smiled at each other. Hua Xing said, I'm the older brother. I have a small mole at the corner of my left eye. My brother doesn't tea. Ah, that makes it easier. You're both named Hua, fire. Are you studying fire magic? Hua Xing nodded. We practice both magic and martial arts, combining fire magic with sword techniques. So they were like me. From the looks of it, they both had considerable strength. Feng Yun said, that must be impressive. All three of you are magic warriors. I'm the only pure mage. Hua Xing asked, is Lei Xiang also a magic warrior? What magic do you study? I replied coldly, I haven't learned magic yet. I'll study it later. What? If you haven't learned magic, why are you in the magic warrior class? Why does he ask so many questions, just like Feng Yun? I said impatiently, I'm interested in magic. I'll learn it later. Isn't that fine? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Feng Yun quickly interjected, let us go eat. I'm starving. Lying in bed, I stared at the ceiling less than a meter from my face. The first step of the mission is finally taken. From now on, it's about learning and training more. I calmed my mind and began cultivating my heavenly demon art. To avoid being noticed by them, I had to practice lying down. Though it felt awkward, the results were still decent. Early the next morning, I got up while the others were still asleep. The sky was just beginning to brighten. I went alone to the dorm entrance and practiced a set of Furious Thunder 13 fists to loosen up. The cafeteria hadn't opened yet, so I went to the stable. Black Dragon was doing fine. I fed it some fodder, let it out, and rode it around the field a few times before returning it to the stable as the sky grew fully bright. Back in the dorm, the three of them were already up. Seeing me return, Feng Yun asked, Lei Xiang, where did you go so early? I took my horse for a walk. The Hua brothers exclaimed in surprise, you can bring horses into the academy? Remembering my expensive stable, I replied bitterly, I rented a stable for 18 gold coins for the semester. Feng Yun's eyes widened in shock. 18 gold coins. The academy is too ruthless. I sighed and said, is there any alternative? Am I not to rent? The Black Dragon is utterly dependent on me. It matters not. Feng Yun lamented, you truly are a wealthy individual. Come, let us have breakfast, for class is soon to commence. We must not be tardy on our first day. After our meal, Feng Yun bid us farewell at the main teaching building, as he had class in room 104, while we were assigned to room 106. Chapter 5. The contest for leadership. The classroom was spacious enough to accommodate 80 students, yet only about half were present. At the front stood a blackboard. The walls painted a pale pink, indicating that this would be our place of learning henceforth. I chose a seat in the back row, with the Hua brothers beside me. As the bell rang, a young female teacher, likely in her mid-20s, entered. She was of modest height, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her countenance both graceful and gentle. After clearing her throat, she announced, class, please quiet down. We shall begin. Her voice was clear and melodious, a delight to the ears. I was taken aback by her youth. This was quite unexpected. The classroom fell silent. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhuang Jing, and I will be your homeroom teacher. I am primarily responsible for the magical courses. I hope for your active cooperation and dedication to your studies, to bring glory to our academy, and to our class 6 of year 1 in the magical and martial arts program. Should you have any inquiries regarding magic, do not hesitate to approach me. I'm used to myself. It appears this teacher is quite approachable. To be in a position to guide us freshmen at such a young age, she must possess remarkable abilities. Now, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves. Starting from the first row on the left, the first student was a girl of impressive stature. Had she been a man, she would have been described as robust. Standing at a height of 180 centimeters, her waist seemingly equal to her height, akin to a globe in contemporary parlance. She stood up without hesitation and declared, hello, Teacher Zhuang, and greetings to my fellow classmates. My name is Feng Wan. I have studied some fire-related magic as well as some family martial arts traditions. I hope to engage in mutual exchange of knowledge with everyone in our future studies. She was quite the chatterbox, going on, until Teacher Zhuang finally interjected, all right. That will suffice, Feng Wan. Next, please. With a huff, the somewhat portly Feng Wan sat down, evidently still unsatisfied. Behind her stood a petite boy, a stark contrast to Feng Wan. He rose and, in a raspy voice, said, I am Long Zhuang. Please take care of me. With that, he promptly sat down again. Finally, it was my turn. I stood up, striving to keep my voice gentle, and said, "My name is Lei Xiang." Many of the girls in the class cast flirtatious glances my way, but when I inadvertently caught Feng Wan's gaze, I nearly lost my composure, suppressing the urge to retch. I quickly sat back down. Evidently intrigued, Teacher Zhuang inquired, "Lei Xiang, what have you studied previously?" Reluctantly, I stood again, this time daring not to glance around. Meeting her gaze directly, "I have learned some martial arts and combat techniques." "Oh, have you not studied magic?" "No. Then you must strive to catch up with your peers." "Yes, teacher." The Huo brothers then introduced themselves, their identical appearances leaving a deep impression on the class. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, I hope we can foster mutual respect and camaraderie as we strive for progress together. Next, we need to elect a class monitor to assist me in managing our class. How shall we proceed with the selection? A student named Wood stood up, stating, "Teacher, it seems that every class in our academy has a top student. Why don't we hold a contest to select our class monitor? This way, the chosen one would have the support of their peers." Teacher Zhuang nodded, smiling. "That is indeed a good suggestion. Does anyone have any other proposals?" Most students expressed no objections, and those who remained silent could not offer a better solution. Consequently, Teacher Zhuang announced, "In the next class, we will convene at training ground number 4 to hold the contest for class monitor." Class is dismissed. I quietly asked the Huo brothers, "Is it possible to abstain? What significance does being class monitor hold? It will interfere with my training." Huo Xing replied, "It shouldn't affect your training too much. I've heard that if the class monitor maintains a good rapport with the teachers, they can learn more from them." Their SA group, called the Tianlong group, which only the top students from each class in the second year and above can join. It said that in there, one can learn more profound techniques. The academy has 6 grades, with about 6 classes each, so the Tianlong group should contain around 30 individuals. They are the true elites of the academy. It seemed that being class monitor had its advantages. At the very least, there was the potential for enhanced learning opportunities. I realized I could not afford to give up. There was hardly any respite during the break, as I followed the crowd directly to training ground number 4, located behind the teaching building and exclusively for the students of the magical and martial arts program. The girls in the class were engaged in animated discussions, and I could faintly hear my name among their whispers. I instinctively touched my face, pondering if I was truly that handsome. A few girls, confident in their own looks, approached me, attempting to ingratiate themselves, but their charms failed to sway me, and they left empty-handed. At last, we reached our destination. Training ground No. 4 was housed within a large building, surrounded by 5 tiers of seating, capable of accommodating 400 to 500 spectators. At the center lay a grand arena, measuring 20 meters on each side. Teacher Zhuang ascended the stage and announced, "All right, we shall now draw lots. Are there any students willing to forfeit?" To my astonishment, a significant number, predominantly girls, raised their hands. After tallying, it turned out that precisely 16 students would compete. We were paired into 8 groups for a knockout contest. My first match was against Huo Xing, who made a gesture of resignation towards me. "Lei Xiang, let us have our bout." I nodded and stepped onto the stage. Huo Xing drew his long sword and declared, "I shall not hold back. You must give it your all." "Bring it on," I replied. "Great fire god, bestow upon me endless flames." As Huo Xing chanted, his sword gradually turned crimson, emanating waves of heat. I remained still, awaiting his advance. With a mighty roar, Huo Xing dashed towards me and swung his sword downwards. I merely shifted slightly to the side, not evading his strike. The blade came down directly on my shoulder. Clearly taken aback by my apparent lack of skill, Huo Xing quickly retracted his strength to avoid injuring me. However, the momentum was too great to halt, and the fiery blade struck my shoulder with a resounding thud. In truth, I could tell from the force of his strike that he could not harm me. I had intentionally allowed him to hit me. My shoulder felt only a mild warmth, and I smiled at him, swiftly grasping his sword with my left hand while delivering a palm strike with my right. Chapter 5. The Contest for Leadership. Part 2. Huo Xing felt as though his sword had struck solid ice. He found himself unable to budge it, as I held it firmly, the fiery blade failing to penetrate my palm. In astonishment, he was sent tumbling off the stage by my palm strike. The entire exchange lasted merely a few seconds. My use of force was minimal, and I did not injure him. Upon landing, Huo Xing glanced at his sword in disbelief, noting that the edge had become slightly dulled. In utter disbelief, he asked, "Lei Xiang, what technique is this? How do you remain unscathed by a sword strike?" I replied nonchalantly, "It's not that I'm unafraid. Rather, your strength is insufficient. Would you care for a rematch?" Huo Xing shook his head, saying, "No need, I concede." The other students were left in shock, unable to comprehend that the first match had concluded in such a manner. They gazed at me with newfound respect. I had instantly become the favorite to win the competition. Teacher Zhuang announced that the first match was won by Lei Xiang. The next match featured Feng Wan against Huaxing. As I descended from the stage, I patted Huaxing on the shoulder and said, "Be content. You are the first to lose to me and still leave unscathed." Huaxing was momentarily stunned by my words, and I chose not to engage further, instead lifting my gaze to observe the ongoing match. On the stage, Feng Wan and Huaxing were already locked in combat. Feng Wan wielded a massive hammer, swinging it with a vigorous force, as if it were as light as a feather in her hands. The hammer was imbued with fire magic, and despite her seemingly cumbersome figure, her agility was remarkable. She danced around Huaxing like a leaf caught in the wind, gradually cornering him. The gusts created by her hammer prevented Huaxing from approaching within 3 meters of her. He could only tentatively cast a few fire spells with his longsword. This stout woman truly possessed extraordinary strength. Huaxing sighed, "Is this a woman? Truly frightening." I replied flatly, "Your brother is about to lose. He cannot leverage his advantages." Indeed, as soon as I finished speaking, Huaxing's sword was sent flying by Feng Wan's hammer, which hovered ominously just inches above his head, turning his face pale with fear. Feng Wan, with a triumphant smile, declared, "You have lost," making her the second to reach the top 8. In just one class period, the top 8 were determined. My next opponent was a male classmate named Luo Lei, who fought with a gun. From my observations, although his marksmanship was cunning, his power was insufficient. In the first match of the second round, Teacher Zhuang announced our entry into the arena simultaneously. Luo Lei remarked, "You won too easily earlier. I wouldn't grant you such an opportunity." I merely scoffed, offering no response. If he hadn't let his guard down, or if I weren't being lenient, I would not make the same mistake. Prepare to witness true skill, I proclaimed as I prepared for the encounter. Upon uttering the name of his technique, Xinghe Bu, he conjured a multitude of dazzling lights with his long spear, launching them toward me. The name was indeed fitting. The spear tip emitted a sound of fighting spirit, and I could not discern where he aimed to strike. His strength certainly surpassed that of Huaxing, raising my arm to shield my eyes. I unleashed the full power of Tian Lei Xiang throughout my body. My clothes brimmed with formidable energy, and a slight stinging sensation coursed through me as Luo Lei's technique struck true. I lowered my arm and coldly regarded him. Luo Lei looked astonished, muttering, "Now I understand how he lost earlier. You truly are impervious." "I am not invulnerable. Your strength simply falls short," I clarified. Luo Lei resolutely declared, "I will not give up. Once more, solid earth, pierce the enemy before you with your might." Bfg. It became clear that he practiced earth magic. The ground trembled beneath me as a colossal earth spike surged forth. I swiftly dodged, barely escaping, drenched in cold sweat. Such a massive spike could have dealt significant damage even to my defenses. Just then, a second spike rushed at me. Avoiding again was not a viable strategy. I propelled myself forward, the spikes erupting behind me. I narrowly evaded wave after wave, sustaining minor cuts. Had it not been for my superior defenses, I would have been gravely injured, though my clothes were beyond saving. Finally, I reached within 3 meters of Luo Lei. Leaping high into the air, I bellowed, "Kuang Lei Jiang Shi." This marked my first use of the Kuang Lei Shi Sin Quan in battle since leaving the Orc royal city. In midair, I radiated an indomitable aura, my massive fist growing larger in Luo Lei's view. He sensed the surging power surrounding me, feeling as though all avenues of escape were sealed. With gritted teeth, Luo Lei thrust his spear toward me with all his might. However, even as I soared upward, I was aware that victory was mine, for he could never withstand the full force of my fist. My right fist, imbued with tremendous fighting spirit, collided with Luo Lei's spear, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds as he was sent flying from the stage. His spear splintered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. Had I not retracted most of my energy at the last moment, transforming the explosive force into a pushing one, he might never have seen the light of day again. Standing atop the stage, I adopted a posture of superiority, exuding an aura that seemed to challenge the world. "Now you should realize how fortunate you are," I coldly remarked. "I apologize for destroying your spear." Below, Luo Lei, uninjured, understood my mercy and retreated in frustration. Our homeroom teacher blinked in astonishment, silently acknowledging my formidable strength. Luo Lei's nebula spear technique had garnered some renown before arriving at the academy, ranking among the best in our class, and even our grade. She was taken aback that I had defeated him. Just then, I broke the silence. "Teacher, shall you not announce my victory?" Teacher Zhuang snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Lei Xiang advances to the semifinals." I leapt down from the stage, and the whole brothers rushed over. Huaxing exclaimed, Old Lei, you were magnificent. That punch was simply stunning. It seems the class leader is surely you. Teach me your ways. I replied, my technique is not suitable for you. Focus on honing your own skills. Lei Xiang, rebuffed, wore a crestfallen expression. Ignoring him, I settled into a corner to meditate, for the tournament was to conclude today. Making stamina paramount. Although I had bested Luo Lei, the battle had exacted a toll on my energy, and I could not afford to underestimate my next opponents if they proved to be of similar caliber. I mused in the next match. I must not allow my adversary the opportunity to cast spells. I must strike first. Chapter 5. The contest for the top position. I sat quietly, regulating the energy within me, gathering the scattered Lei Xiang back to its optimal state. Time passed swiftly, and sensing my energy had returned to its peak, I took a deep breath and stood up. Approaching the edge of the stage, I beheld a concluding moment as Feng Wan swung her hammer, sending her opponent, along with his sword, crashing down from the platform. Such terrifying strength. Our homeroom teacher announced, Feng Wan wins, and the quarterfinals conclude. We now begin the semifinals. First up, Lei Xiang against Feng Wan. Contestants, please enter the arena. Is it my turn already? It seems my meditation lasted longer than anticipated. Ascending the platform, I positioned myself at one side. A gentle breeze caressed my face, and suddenly, a figure appeared before me with astonishing speed. My heart skipped a beat. This must be Feng Wan, whose physique was well-proportioned, brandishing a longsword. He smiled and said, I observed your match earlier. I recognize your strength. But I have devised a strategy to counter you. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us commence. To preclude my opponent from utilizing magic, I took the initiative for the first time, propelling myself forward with my left foot and delivering a powerful punch. A formidable shield of fighting spirit enveloped Feng Wan, causing the fabric of his attire to billow. Just as my strike was about to connect, Feng Wan suddenly vanished, and my mighty punch met only air. Not only was he swift, but his fighting spirit was also formidable, allowing him to evade my aura. In my moment of distraction, a sharp gust struck from behind. I did not flinch, but turned to face the attack, absorbing it with my chest as I swiftly retaliated with another punch. A wind arrow struck my chest with precision. Yet I found my own strike had again missed. Feng Wan, standing at the opposite end of the stage, expressed his astonishment. Your defensive power is extraordinary. You can withstand my wind arrows of this intensity. Feng Wan circled around me with remarkable speed, intermittently launching wind arrows and blades of wind, refusing to engage me directly. My punches merely wasted energy in the air. My Lei Xiang was still insufficiently potent to reach him, failing to pose any genuine threat. Ah, indeed. I can amalgamate dark magic with my battle energy, much like the last time I withstood my father's assault. I positioned myself at the center of the arena, allowing his wind magic to wash over me, causing my outer garments to tear away even more, revealing my inner garments and the robust muscles of my arms. I quietly observed his movements, continuously concentrating the dark energy within me, a chilling yet invigorating sensation swiftly enveloping my entire being, heightening my senses significantly. At that moment, Feng Wan, while simultaneously attacking, contemplated that if this continued, he might not breach my defensive barrier with his magic, and my battle energy would soon be depleted. This fellow was remarkably resilient. I must resort to my ultimate technique. With that thought, Feng Wan roared, Gale Wolf Sword. He channeled all his battle energy into his longsword, accelerating himself with wind magic as he charged towards me, spinning rapidly in midair. As he closed the distance to 5 meters, I felt his battle energy piercing my skin, a painful sensation warning me that if he struck, even with my defense, I would likely sustain injuries. I bellowed, bring it on. I gathered my fully concentrated dark energy and unleashed a powerful punch towards him. A swirling amalgamation of black and white battle energy surged forth from my fist. For I believed that in a contest of strength, I would not falter. Just as our powers were about to collide, Feng Wan astonishingly veered to the left, evading my lethal punch, while his longsword continued to thrust towards my chest. Feng Wan utilized wind magic to alter his trajectory, relentlessly pursuing me regardless of my attempts to dodge. In that dire moment, an unexpected calm enveloped my heart, allowing me to discern the direction of his attack with clarity. I roared, thunderous fury. In response to his incoming sword, I conjured a flurry of fist shadows to seal off all his possible escape routes, forcing him to confront me head-on. Feng Wan, clearly taken aback by my unexpected technique, found himself unable to evade. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated towards me. Bang! Our sword and fist finally collided in midair. I suffered from a dispersion of power. Despite my absolute strength being significantly greater, I still incurred damage. The battle energy from his sword pierced through my inner garment, leaving a deep half-inch gash on my chest, blood trickling down as the impact reverberated through my meridians. I gasped for breath, dropping to one knee, supporting my weight with my hand. This was my first injury since leaving the Orc Emperor's city. Fengwen appeared to be in slightly better condition, yet his stamina was severely depleted. His longsword had been reduced to half due to the earlier collision, and he too knelt, propping himself up with the broken blade. His meridians suffered significant damage from my overwhelming force, a chilling sensation coursing through his body as he desperately attempted to dispel the invading dark energy with his battle energy. I pressed my left hand against my chest, sealing the blood vessels, forcing myself to rise from the ground. I wobbled unsteadily, finally managing to stand firm. For the first time, I questioned my father's philosophy of overwhelming strength, realizing the importance of technique. Now, achieving victory seemed extraordinarily challenging, as my energy was nearly exhausted. Compounded by the pain in my chest, even slight movements sent agonizing waves through me. Cold sweat soaked my inner garment. Fengwen similarly staggered to his feet, asking, "Shall we continue?" A faint, resigned smile graced his face. I replied with a bitter smile, "If you can still attack, I concede." Likewise, it seems we have made things easier for Fengwen. Upon uttering those words, we both collapsed backward. The homeroom teacher hastily jumped onto the arena, assessing our injuries, and, upon realizing there was no immediate danger to our lives, sighed in relief. "Both injured? Quickly, classmates, take them to the infirmary." The medicinal scent was thick in the air as I struggled to open my eyes, attempting to sit up. However, a sharp pain radiated from my chest, forcing me back onto the bed. I felt thick bandages wrapped around my chest. I stifled the excruciating pain to avoid groaning and turned my head slightly. Lying in the bed beside me was Fengwen. This must be the infirmary. I summoned my dark energy to examine my internal meridians. Several were blocked. But thankfully my Tianlei unarmored technique had absorbed most of the battle energy, or else injuring my heart meridian would have been troublesome. I meticulously cleared the blockages in my meridians, and after an indeterminate amount of time, I heard someone enter. "These two fellows, why are they still unconscious?" "It's just the class leader. Why exert themselves so fiercely? They should save their energy for the upcoming intergrade competition. Now look, on the very first day of school. Both lie in the infirmary." It was Zhuang Laosher's voice. I felt a cool hand resting on my forehead. Thankfully, I had no fever, suggesting no inflammation. An uncontrollable warmth surged within me. Why was she so concerned for me? Was it merely because I was her student? What happened to Fengwen? He shouldn't have sustained injuries as severe as Lei Xiang's. So why is he still unconscious? His body feels so cold. Zhuang Laosher's anxious voice reached my ears. Chapter 5. The contest for the chief position. The blockages in my meridians had been largely cleared, and as I opened my eyes, I saw Zhuang Laosher seated beside Fengwen's bed, her hand resting on his head. Weakly, I said, "Teacher, he has been affected by my black ice battle energy. I must be the one to resolve it." "Of course, it is indeed dark energy. Lei Xiang, you're awake. I've never heard of your black ice battle energy. However, it is indeed formidable. How do you plan to resolve it? Please give me his hand." The two beds were not far apart, only an arm's length away. I placed my hand on Fengwen's pulse, slowly drawing out the dark energy that had invaded his body. Waves of black mist gradually returned from his hand into my body. To my surprise, I found the process invigorating rather than exhausting, and my dark energy began to swell within me. My spirits had lifted compared to when I first awakened. "Teacher, he should be fine. With some rest, he will recover. Your battle energy is quite remarkable. It can only be resolved by you. I initially thought Fengwen would awaken before you. Tell me, why did you two engage in such a life-or-death struggle? I was inclined to appoint one of you as class leader, but now I have chosen Fengwen. Save your strength for the intergrade competition to bring glory to the class. Why risk everything against each other?" She could go on and on. "Teacher, how long have I been unconscious?" "A day and a night. On the very first day of school, two of you ended up in the infirmary, causing me to receive a stern reprimand from the principal." Zhuang Laosher's face revealed irritation. "A day and a night. My poor black dragon has gone hungry. Teacher, could you take me out for a moment?" "Out for what?" "You need to rest and recover from your injuries. I have a horse in the academy stable. I want to go feed it. It hasn't eaten anything since yesterday." Zhuang Laosher replied briskly. "Fine, you rest here. I will go feed it. You truly owe me this." With that, she stood up, ready to leave. "No, teacher. My horse only eats what I feed it. You probably won't be able to do it." Zhuang Laosher frowned. "Why is it so troublesome?" "All right, wait here. I will fetch a wheelchair to take you." She proved to be quite resourceful, and before long, she returned with an old wheelchair. I attempted to sit up, but was met with sharp pain in my chest, forcing me back onto the bed. Zhuang Laosher said, "Allow me, I'll help you." She effortlessly lifted me from the bed. A refreshing fragrance enveloped me, momentarily disorienting me. Standing at only about 1.6 meters, she struggled to carry my 2-meter frame, resulting in some unavoidable contact. The soft sensation stimulated my nerves. Noticing my dazed expression, Zhuang Laosher placed me in the wheelchair and playfully rapped my head. "What are you doing? Aren't you feeding the horse?" Internally, she thought, "This little rascal is taking advantage of me." At that moment, her face flushed as she beheld my strong physique and handsome features, leading her thoughts astray. She shook her head vigorously, thinking, "What is wrong with me? He is my student." I was oblivious to her internal struggle. The pain in my head brought me back to reality, and I hurriedly said, I'm sorry, teacher, let us go." Zhuang Jing guided me to the stable, where I hurriedly fed the finest hay to Hei Long. I apologetically remarked, "I'm sorry for letting you go hungry, my friend. It is entirely my fault." Teacher Zhuang commented, "This horse is quite impressive. It is evident that it is a fine steed. Where did you acquire it?" Normally, I would have ignored such inquiries from others, but perhaps due to the rapport I had just formed with her, I found myself unable to refuse her question. Hei Long was originally a wild horse that I had tamed, and it had been following me ever since. "How about letting me touch it?" she suggested. I was taken aback by her exuberance, reminiscent of a child. I would advise against it. Its temperament can be quite volatile, and it has even been known to kick a person to death. "Is it truly that fearsome?" she replied incredulously. I refused to believe it. I must touch it. With that, Teacher Zhuang approached and extended her hand toward Hei Long. The horse displayed a wary expression, stepping back and letting out a long whinny, rearing up on its hind legs. I quickly shouted, "Hei Long, no need to be unruly. This is a friend." It seemed as if Hei Long understood my words, shifting its hooves in a different direction. Teacher Zhuang was startled, but, upon realizing that Hei Long did not attack her, she retracted the water element she had previously summoned. "You startled me. This horse certainly has a fiery spirit. It seems to comprehend your speech," she remarked. I, too, was unsure of the situation. It felt as though we shared a mental connection. "Let us return," I suggested. Teacher Zhuang playfully made a face at Hei Long before escorting me back to the infirmary. Naturally, the process of carrying me back to bed could not be avoided. A day later, Feng Wen awoke, and after breakfast, he inquired, "How are you feeling? Have you recovered? Your fighting spirit was quite formidable that day. I had the capacity to retaliate, but your energy completely stifled my meridians, leaving me utterly drained. My internal injuries have mostly healed, and the sword wound on my chest has closed up. In a few days, I should be perfectly fine." Truth be told, I held a great admiration for his martial prowess. He had managed to penetrate my formidable defenses. Clearly, I must enhance my training in Tian Lei Xiang. "What kind of fighting spirit do you practice? Your defensive capabilities are remarkable." "Remarkable? It was shattered by you," he replied. "My Wan Long Do Chi is quite renowned. It spirals like a tornado in attack, capable of changing direction at will and possessing tremendous penetrating power. I have never encountered anyone capable of withstanding it." That day, I employed all my Wan Long Do Chi combined with wind magic to accelerate, and even then, I could only barely breach your protective barrier. I had held back a bit when I first struck, fearful of injuring you, but even at full strength, I could not completely overcome it. So it is a spiral-type fighting spirit that explains its formidable penetrating ability. My injuries are inconsequential, but my clothing has been ruined, and my sword was shattered by you. We are even." Just as we were conversing, Feng Yun and the Huo brothers entered. Feng Yun exclaimed, "How are you two? All well now?" Upon hearing from the Huo brothers about the chaos that had ensued, he continued, "You truly made quite a scene that day." Feng Yun chuckled and chided, "Look at you. You have always been like this, unable to stop once you start talking. Can you be quiet for a moment?" Feng Yun retorted, "You've bullied me since childhood. Can I not even speak?" Huo Xing, astonished, asked, "Do you two know each other?" Feng Yun smiled slightly and replied, "He is my cousin. We grew up together. Though one of us focused on magical studies while the other honed martial skills." Huo Xing remarked, "Well then, we are not strangers anymore. We are in for it now that Feng Wen has become class president. I initially thought Lei Xiang would secure the position, but who would have thought you would emerge unexpectedly?" After a period of recuperation, Feng Wen and I finally left the hospital and returned to class. All our classmates regarded us with a mix of awe and respect. I internally chuckled at the irony of starting school with a visit to the infirmary. It certainly was not an auspicious sign. The lessons consisted of rather basic topics, and after a few moments of attentive listening, I retained the information entirely. However, to ensure a solid foundation, I diligently listened throughout the morning. After the midday break, Feng Wen, the Huo brothers, and I headed to the cafeteria to replenish our energy. The The cafeteria was expansive, capable of accommodating thousands for communal meals, with various counters offering a range of dishes at different price points. We opted for mid-range meals. And since my appetite was considerable, I ordered 2 portions. As the enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air, I was about to indulge when I suddenly noticed a commotion behind me. Turning around, I discovered 2 stunning young women had entered, explaining the stir they had caused. Indeed, the ancient adage about appetite and attraction held true. One of them was Zi Shui, the girl I had rescued from beneath Hei Long's hooves. The other girl, slightly taller, had flowing golden locks and wore an exquisite white ensemble, captivating all who beheld her. Her fair skin and enchanting eyes exuded a hint of allure, and her figure was more voluptuous than that of Zi Shui, a true vision of beauty with an enviable physique. As they entered the cafeteria, patrons eagerly offered their seats, and some even served their meals. At that moment, Feng Yun arrived and squeezed into our table, his gaze fixated on the 2 beauties, an enamored glimmer in his eyes. He whispered, "The top 8 beauties of the academy seldom dine here. How is it that 2 have graced us today?" Feng Yun chuckled, "You are quite the academy gossip. Do introduce us to them." Feng Yun, reveling in his knowledge, proclaimed, "The one with purple hair is Zi Shui, ranked 6th among the academy's 8 beauties. Lei Xiang even saved her once. The other is Jean Li, ranked 4th among the beauties. Both hail from noble families and are thus the object of pursuit for many male students. Typically, the academy's top beauties preferred dining at home, rarely making such public appearances." Hua Xing suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Zi Shui is coming over. She must be looking for me." He struck a pose he deemed impressive. Indeed, Zi Shui approached our table, directly making her way to me, and said, "Thank you for saving me last time." The expressions of the Feng and Hua brothers turned to disappointment. Their eyes filled with envy as they gazed at me. I glanced up at the girl, who was a year my senior, and coldly replied, "There is no need for thanks. Just avoid Hei Long in the future. I cannot guarantee that I will always be there to protect you." Zi Shui's face flushed with embarrassment as she responded, "I am sorry. I will take my leave now," and turned to return to her own table. Instantly, I became the target of disdain. The Feng and Hua brothers glared at me, clearly displeased with my demeanor. Feng Yun chastised, "Lei Xiang, how could you treat a beauty like that? She came to express her gratitude, and you could not have been more gracious." I coolly retorted, "What is wrong with my attitude? Should I pamper her? If anyone should go, it should be you." I could hardly care less about the academy's so-called beauties. A melodious, yet firm voice rang out from behind me. "Why the arrogance? You should apologize to Zi Shui. Do you not feel embarrassed to be so harsh with a girl?" I furrowed my brow and turned to see Jean Li, her expression fierce as though ready to pounce. Zi Shui desperately pulled at her, insisting, "It is fine. Do not blame him." I scoffed, "With such a temperament, be wary of liver damage and wrinkles. You may find yourself alone in the future." Jean Li, a cherished figure among everyone, had been treated like royalty both at home and in the academy. Having endured such an affront, her fair complexion turned a shade of green as she shouted, "Who will teach him a lesson?" Instantly, the cafeteria erupted, with everyone eager to take action. Hua Xing remarked, "Lei Xiang, it is not that we do not wish to help you. It is simply that you have incurred the wrath of many. We will seek out a teacher. You must hold your ground." With that, the 4 of them fled in haste, leaving me to scoff inwardly at their lack of loyalty in times of trouble. In a sudden burst of indignation, I rose to my feet. My towering stature, paired with my resolute countenance, exudes an indescribable aura of dominance. I cast a cold gaze upon the throng of boys encircling me, silently inviting any who dare to confront me. Women, after all, are nothing but harbingers of calamity. My aloof demeanor momentarily stuns Jean Li, stirring within her an unexpected emotion. It is evident that most of those surrounding me hail from noble families, each adorned in opulent attire. The very Warren who once sought to reprimand me is the first to charge forward, sneering as he declares, "This is the brat who insulted our junior, Zi Shui. Let us all teach him a lesson." He lunges at me with a punch, imbued with a hint of martial spirit. It appears his 3 years of study here have not been entirely in vain. Witnessing his haughty demeanor fills me with revulsion. I seize his fist and retort coolly, "I wonder how you advance to the 3rd year. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you bullies." My words immediately alleviate the disdain felt by many of the commoners present, who often suffer in silence under the oppression of these nobles. I twist his arm forcefully, pulling him back with a sharp crack, dislocating Warren's right arm before delivering a kick that sends him crashing into a wooden table, where he lies amidst the splinters. Howling in agony, I am astonished that a 3rd-year student proves so ineffectual, even inferior to the likes of Feng Yun. Little do I realize, These nobles attend this institution merely to acquire credentials, to bolster their prospects in the future, with few genuinely committed to rigorous training. Most rely on their family's influence to dominate the academy. As I dispatch Warren, the nobles rally in indignation, rushing at me. Though only a handful pose any real threat, most are mere novices. Their usual arrogance falters in the face of skill. 3 individuals capable of challenging me approach with grim expressions, launching a coordinated assault. Soon, I endure 3 punches and 2 kicks, while I sustain no significant injuries. The force of their blows is still quite discomforting. Our skirmish wreaks havoc upon the surrounding furniture, leaving destruction in our wake. The bulliest among them bellows, "You worthless fools! You disgrace our noble lineage. Step aside and let us handle him." The inept nobles I have already laid low number 7 or 8, and I have held back my strength. Otherwise, they would be left severely injured, if not worse. Upon hearing this, the remaining nobles retreat in relief, eager to observe from a safe distance, leaving only the 3 most formidable to encircle me. I channel my dark energy and the power of heavenly thunder to their peak. Unfettered by distractions, the trio simultaneously roars and charges. I swiftly unleash my 13 fists of thunder, a technique that, while formidable on the battlefield, proves ineffective against these seasoned opponents. The strongest among them strikes with a punch, which I counter with my own, yet he merely stumbles back 3 steps, unscathed. I am taken aback. He is the first to withstand my blow without injury. Simultaneously, however, I absorb strikes from the other 2. They are indeed deserving of their status as upperclassmen. Under their relentless assault, my vitality surges tumultuously. Thus commences the most arduous battle of my life. The adversaries appear to be from the martial arts department, their every move infused with fighting spirit. I struggle to defend against them, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth, yet I steadfastly remain in the fray, striving to repel their onslaught. The leaner noble sneers, "Surrender, brat. Bow 3 times, and I shall spare you." Their laughter resonates, a cruel chorus. The disparity in strength is palpable. Must I truly succumb to these shameless knaves? Fury surges within me. Yet I cannot afford to reveal my identity, nor can I control my transformation. With a resigned sigh, I decide to masquerade as a dark sorcerer. Gritting my teeth, I concentrate, invoking dark magic for the first time, murmuring, "O great god of darkness, with my soul as tribute and my life as a bridge, bestow upon me your boundless power to devour my foes." This is the most potent dark attack spell at my disposal, Dark Devouring Heaven. I am all in. Dark Devouring Heaven possesses corrosive properties that, if fully unleashed, will consume my enemies until their demise. A thick black mist emanates from me, surging toward the 3 nobles. They gasp in horror, bewildered by this phenomenon. Just as they stand frozen, a commanding voice pierces the air. "Who dares to wield such malevolent magic? God of light, grant me strength. With your sacred radiance, cleanse the world of its endless filth." A golden beam envelopes the black mist conjured by my spell, causing it to dissipate as swiftly as snow upon contact with fire. In that moment, I feel an overwhelming pressure wash over me, and as the golden light envelopes me, I am engulfed in a comforting warmth before losing consciousness. Upon awakening, I find myself in what appears to be a medical facility. No, not merely a medical room, but a well-equipped advanced infirmary. I reflect on the mischief wrought by those 2 troublesome girls. This battle has made it clear that my skills are still lacking. Having suffered 2 defeats in a row leaves me feeling utterly frustrated. Once I recover, I shall dedicate myself to training, vowing to avoid trouble henceforth. My body feels weak and devoid of strength, though I am not in pain. Strangely, since arriving in the Dragon God Empire, I have gained little knowledge, yet have ended up in the infirmary twice. At that moment, a male doctor clad in a white coat enters, exclaiming, "You're awake." I nod weakly and inquire, "Doctor, why am I here? Why can I muster no strength?" The doctor chuckles lightly, examining my eyelids. "Young man, this is the hospital established by Tiandu Academy. You were struck by the vice principal's holy light. You are fortunate to be alive. Remarkably, you have regained consciousness so quickly. Rest well, you have no serious injuries, and your body will gradually heal. Once you are well, the vice principal wishes to speak with you. I will take my leave now. A nurse will attend to you shortly." After he departs, I ponder whether he has discerned my true identity. It seems unlikely. I merely employed dark magic, and others on the continent wield similar powers. Besides, I possess a human body, which is fundamentally different from that of demons. What could he want to discuss with me? Perhaps he seeks to inquire about the origin of my magic? Regardless, I must navigate this predicament. I still wish to continue my studies at Tiandu. A nurse approaches, youthful and charming, with fair skin and large, expressive eyes. She kindly asks, Are you feeling unwell? I shake my head in response. She smiles gently, saying, Then I won't disturb your rest. If you need anything, just call for me. I'll be right outside. Suddenly, a thought strikes me, and I call out, Nurse, could you come here for a moment? She hurries back, asking what is wrong. Are you uncomfortable? I reply, I'm not unwell. I simply wish to return to the academy. She pauses, taken aback. Return to the academy? Why would you want to go back? You should focus on recovering first. I shake my head, insisting, I cannot. There is something of great importance I must attend to. She queries, what is so urgent? I scoff, stating, that is none of your concern. I simply need to return to the academy. The nurse furrows her brow, asserting, unless you disclose your reasons, I cannot permit you to leave. She certainly possesses a sense of principle. I attempted to test my luck. Yet neither Tian Ma Gong nor Tian Lei Xiang could be summoned. At this moment, I found myself no different from an ordinary individual. Under the roof, one must bow their head. I sighed and said, all right, I shall tell you. It is because my horse is at the academy, and since my arrival here, I have not fed it. It only consumes what I provide. If I do not return soon, it will surely starve. The nurse chuckled softly and replied, is there truly such a horse that only eats what one person feeds it? I find that hard to believe. I urged, I speak the truth. Please allow me to return. The nurse pondered for a moment and then said, in your current state, how can you go back? Let me fetch a wheelchair. But you must return swiftly without delay. This nurse was rather accommodating, and I eagerly responded, certainly, once I have fed it, I will return immediately. Her leniency engendered a slight fondness in my heart. I knew not from where she procured the wheelchair, but she assisted me into it. The hospital was in close proximity to the academy, and soon we arrived. As it was class time, the playground was nearly deserted. Under my direction, we quickly reached the stable. Upon our arrival, I surprisingly spotted a small figure crouched there, arranging the fodder, and tossing it over the wooden barrier to the black dragon. Strangely enough, the black dragon was devouring it with great delight. How curious, it had turned traitor, consuming food provided by another. Yet, upon reflection, I could not blame it. Perhaps it was simply starving. Chapter 6. The library's confinement. The nurse smiled faintly and remarked, that gluttonous, rotund horse must surely be yours. A glimmer of mockery sparkled in her eyes. Her assertion that the magnificent black dragon was a plump horse left me both amused and exasperated. I offered no reply, maintaining a sullen expression as she pushed me closer, only to realize that the one feeding the horse was none other than Zixue. The sun shone brightly, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, and her laborious appearance stirred an inexplicable pang within my heart. Coldly, I uttered, who permitted you to feed my horse? Startled, Zixue turned around to see me, her face lighting up with surprise as she said, are you feeling better? I am truly sorry. It was because of me that you were injured. You have been in the hospital for several days, and I feared your horse would go hungry. So I came to feed it. Initially, it refused to eat, but I coaxed it for quite some time before it finally obliged. I took the fodder from her hands and fed it to the black dragon. Upon seeing me, the black dragon neighed joyfully. The nurse remarked, up close, it is quite beautiful. The nurse looked at the black dragon with a hint of excitement and said, may I pet it? Its coat is so shiny. I felt a desire to decline her request, yet an inexplicable sensation welled up within me. Grasping the black dragon's reins, I whispered into its ear, allow this sister to pet you. She bears no ill intent. I then nodded at the nurse. She joyfully caressed the black dragon's large head. Although the black dragon did not resist, a wary glint shone in its eyes, and Zixue, observing from the side, felt a twinge of sorrow. With a heavy heart, she turned to leave, her petite figure appearing so lonely. Watching her forlorn expression softened my resolve. Wait a moment, I called out to Zixue. She turned back, forcing a smile, and asked, is there something else? Now that you are back, you need not come to feed it anymore. I gazed at her intently and said, thank you for feeding the black dragon. Zixue seemed taken aback by my change in demeanor, surprise flashing in her eyes as she softly replied, it was nothing. Had it not been for me, it would have surely gone hungry. Regardless, since it has accepted your feeding, could you assist me with it for a few more days? My injury has yet to heal, and I may need to stay in the hospital for a while longer. I added, Black Dragon, this lady is also a friend. Do not be fierce with her. Upon hearing my words to the Black Dragon, Zixue approached and cautiously patted the Black Dragon a couple of times. Seeing its joyful demeanor, warmth surged within me. I turned to the nurse and said, let us return. Zixue bowed to the nurse, saying, please take good care of him. The nurse smiled gently and replied, you truly care for him. Rest assured, this is my duty. Witnessing Zixue's concern stirred ripples in the lake of my heart. On our way back to the hospital, the nurse relentlessly inquired about Zixue. even asking if she was my girlfriend. Annoyed, I shot her a glare, yet it proved ineffective. Unable to bear her persistence any longer, I said, "She is a senior student. When I first arrived at the academy, she nearly got trampled by the black dragon while trying to pet it. I merely saved her once." The nurse queried, "Then why did she say your injury was because of her? Must you pry so much? Are all nurses in this hospital so inquisitive?" I retorted. The nurse's expression dimmed, and she silently pushed me along. Perhaps it was due to my injury, but my heart softened at her demeanor. I recounted the incident of my injury to her. The nurse chuckled and remarked, "It seems this Zixue girl has truly taken a liking to you." I frowned and replied, "Why are you so meddlesome? Can you not let me be quiet for a moment?" Finally, we returned to the hospital. I told her, "I need to rest. You may attend to your duties. I will call for you if necessary." With that, I closed my eyes, ignoring her further chatter. At long last, I had escaped the incessant buzzing of her inquiries. Thus, I remained in the hospital for a full 8 days, during which my strength gradually returned. Throughout those days, the nurse visited me daily, engaging in conversation. Although I found her somewhat bothersome, her presence seemed to unlock the shadows of my heart, making it less constricted. Eventually, I began to anticipate our exchanges. After this period of recuperation, my injury had completely healed, and I was preparing to return to the academy. Having spent this time with the nurse, I felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of departing. On the day of my discharge, she accompanied me to the hospital entrance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she asked, "Will you think of me in the future?" I nodded but offered no verbal response. She continued, "You must remember my name, Kalan, and do visit me." With a soft sigh, I replied, "My name is Lei Xiang. Perhaps I will come if time permits." With that, I left the hospital, filled with nostalgia and reluctance. I discovered that both Zixue and Kalan had left indelible marks upon my heart. The beauty and gentleness of the feminine spirit were fully embodied in them, gradually opening the previously closed doors of my heart. Upon entering the classroom, I was surprised to find no one dared to speak to me. Since they chose to ignore me, why should I acknowledge them? I made my way to my seat, where Huixing greeted me. "Lei Xiang, are you better now?" I nodded. I truly apologize for the last incident. However, we genuinely sought help and even brought the vice dean along. It seems he is still unaware that it was he who sent you to the hospital. I chuckled bitterly, saying, "Your assistance only complicated matters. I merely required a holy light from the vice dean to be sent to the hospital." Huixing offered an awkward smile and replied, "My apologies. But you have avenged us commoners. Many first-year students now regard you as an idol." I surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "I fail to see how, as they do not even greet me, let alone consider me an idol." Huixing whispered, "You are unaware that ever since you confronted that group of nobles, they have vowed to take revenge on you. Perhaps your classmates are afraid of being implicated, which is why they dare not speak to you." Oh, I suddenly understood. It appeared that those nobles would not relent, and I certainly would not let them off the hook either. Just then, our homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhuang, entered the room. Spotting me immediately, she instructed the class to engage in self-study. "Lei Xiang, step outside for a moment." Clearly, she too wished to address the previous incident. I followed Ms. Zhuang into the hallway, where a reproachful glint shone in her eyes as she said, "You, having attended school for only a few days, have already visited the infirmary and the hospital. I heard that you used dark magic last time, though it was actually dark sorcery. Did you not claim to be incapable of magic?" Chapter 6, Library Confinement. For I scratched my head and said, "Isn't it commonly believed that dark magic is evil on the continent?" I feared being misunderstood, which is why I didn't mention it. I only resorted to it when I had no other choice during the altercation with those nobles. Zhuang Jing sighed and replied, "Never mind, it's not important. You don't need to explain yourself to me. Let me take you to see the vice principal. Do you realize that since you started school, you've already had to visit the infirmary once and the hospital once? You have become a problem student in the eyes of other teachers." I gazed into her eyes and asked, "And what about you? Do you see me as a problem student?" Zhuang Jing's face flushed as she said, "Of course not. You are my student. How could I view you that way? Besides, neither of those incidents was your fault." I smiled slightly and replied, "As long as you don't see me that way, it doesn't matter what others say. Let us go. I'll accompany you to see the vice principal." Zhuang Laosha remarked, "This is the first time I've seen you smile. Young people should always maintain a smile, or they will grow old quickly." After saying this, she turned and led the way. Her words left me momentarily stunned. Was my current demeanor truly unappealing? I followed Zhuang Laosha to the top floor of the teaching building, where the senior offices of the academy's leadership were located. She knocked on a door and said, "Vice Principal, are you there?" A deep male voice responded from within, "Come in." Zhuang Laosha and I entered the spacious office, where a wizened old magician with hair and beard as white as snow sat behind a grand desk. Upon seeing us, he said, "Please, have a seat. You are the student who used dark magic last time, correct?" Before I could respond, Zhuang Laosher interjected, "Vice Principal, it was a misunderstanding." The vice principal raised a hand to stop her, saying, "Enough, Zhuang Laosher. You may return to your class. I will handle the questioning." With a reluctant expression, Zhuang Laosher stood up and cast me a cautious glance before leaving. I felt a surge of gratitude in my heart. Once she departed, the vice principal gestured for me to answer his earlier question. I nodded and said, "Yes, it was I who used dark magic last time." The vice principal fixed his sharp gaze upon me, and after a moment declared, "Do you understand that dark magic is extremely dangerous? A single misstep could result in loss of life. If I hadn't arrived in time, who knows what chaos could have ensued?" I retorted angrily. They were attacking me with so many people. If I hadn't used dark magic, I might have ended up dead myself. I only used it in self-defense. The vice principal chuckled, saying, "You seem quite adamant. In truth, I am aware that those noble students have been running rampant in the academy, constantly bullying the common students. However, the academy cannot intervene. In the future, if you find yourself in another altercation, you are not permitted to use dark magic. Nor are you allowed to severely injure or kill them. Do you understand? They deserve a lesson." I stared at him in bewilderment. Was he inciting me to fight? He continued, "You possess a strong physique, and since dark magic is rarely practiced these days, I initially thought a demon spy had infiltrated the academy when I witnessed such powerful magic being used. I was surprised to find that you only spent 10 days in the hospital after the incident. Did his words imply that I deserve punishment? Who taught you dark magic?" he inquired, moving on to the next topic of questioning. I recounted the story I had prepared, explaining how I stumbled upon a book of dark magic while exploring a valley from which I learned the spells. Practicing dark magic is quite challenging, and that day in the cafeteria was my first attempt, so I had no idea it would lead to such serious consequences. The vice principal did not delve further, stating, "Regardless of the reason, causing trouble in the academy is unacceptable. From your eyes, I can see that you are not a demon. Consider this a valuable lesson. You must be more cautious in the future. I will issue you a warning this time. If you demonstrate good behavior over the next 3 months, the warning will be rescinded. Additionally, you are to spend 3 months in solitary confinement at the top of the library. Do you have any objections?" What objections could I possibly raise? Would my objections even be heard? I wouldn't be attending classes. When would I have the chance to secretly learn magic? I shook my head and replied, "I have no objections. I will comply with the academy's arrangements." The vice principal smiled and said, "In truth, solitary confinement is not entirely negative. You may freely browse the books in the library, and 3 months of quiet contemplation will only benefit you. No one will disturb you there." After hearing his words, I had a sudden realization. Could the vice principal be helping me find an excuse? If I went into solitary confinement, I would no longer have to deal with the noble's provocations, effectively allowing me to lift the punishment that had just been imposed on me. It seems this vice principal is quite astute. I sincerely expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you, vice principal. I will do my best to avoid causing trouble in the future." The vice principal and I exchanged smiles, and he quietly added, "Once your confinement is over, if any nobles provoke you, do not feel obligated to spare my feelings. But remember the conditions I just mentioned." I forgot to mention, I also come from a common background. I couldn't help but laugh at his remark. Finally, I had resolved one crisis. I asked, "When do I start my confinement?" He replied, "You may begin immediately. I will take you to the library." The library is a magnificent 8-story structure located in the northwest of the academy. I followed the vice principal to the top floor, where he instructed me, "From now on, you are in confinement. There are a few points you must keep in mind. First, you are not allowed to go below the 6th floor. Other students are also prohibited from accessing the upper 3 floors. Second, you must not damage any books on the upper 3 floors. Third, while practicing, you must not harm anything here. I will come to release you in 3 months. Each day, someone will bring you meals." Before he turned to leave, he cautioned me. "Above all, never use dark magic within the academy again. Save it for the battlefield in the future, do you understand? You may learn magic from other departments here. Good luck, young man." I replied, "Thank you, vice principal. By the way, could you please ask classmate Zixue from the 2nd year to help me feed my horse for the next 3 months? You have a horse? All right. I will speak to her," the vice principal said, departing. Once alone on the 8th floor of the library, I surveyed my surroundings, noting the towering bookshelves labeled with categories. The floor was laid with marble, lending the library an ancient charm. During my ascent, I observed that the lower 6 floors had windows, while the upper floors were completely sealed, ventilated by magic crystal stones through a blower. Being confined here might not be so bad, as long as I gather ample information. I can achieve my objectives while simultaneously enhancing my own abilities. Where shall I begin? The vice principal instructed me not to use dark magic, so I will start with some other forms of magic. Chapter 7. The first technique, I pulled a volume titled Detailed Explanation of Beginner Wind Magic from the Beginner Magic bookshelf. It was quite a hefty tome. Flipping through the table of contents, I found it to be comprehensive, covering topics such as an introduction to wind magic, how to use wind magic, a complete guide to beginner wind spells, and the applications and examples of beginner wind magic. I located a well-lit spot and settled down to read eagerly. Wind magic is surprisingly simple. It involves invoking the wind elements of nature through specific incantations to achieve the caster's desired effect, provided one possesses sufficient magical and mental strength. I attempted to chant, "Free winds, heed my command," coalesce into a shield to repel the intruders. As soon as I completed the incantation, I felt the airflow before me accelerate, forming an invisible wall of air. My interest was instantly piqued. It seemed I could indeed utilize magic from other schools, which was splendid. I spent a day practicing all the beginner wind spells, and I had already become quite adept at them. At some point, someone had brought me meals and water, though I was unaware of when they arrived. After finishing my meal, I glimpsed through the gaps of the blower and observed that the sky had darkened outside. The illumination within this space primarily relied on the magical stones. I cast a basic wind magic spell upon myself, enabling me to soar swiftly throughout the 8th floor of the library, a truly exhilarating experience. Although termed a flying spell, it did not entail actual flight. Rather, it merely augmented my speed. Out of concern for the preservation of the surroundings, I refrained from experimenting with offensive spells. After some time of play, I paused to recite the incantation of the basic wind magic repeatedly, ensuring that I would not forget it before stopping. Unbeknownst to me, the Tianma Gong itself constituted a form of magical power cultivation, which I had practiced for 4 years. Although I had only reached the 2nd tier, my magical prowess had already attained the level of an advanced sorcerer, thus allowing me to effortlessly wield basic wind magic. Having mastered the basic wind magic, I resolved to experiment with spells from other schools. I retrieved a book on basic fire magic from the shelf. Thus, I practiced magic during the day and honed my Tianma Gong at night. After 5 days, I had successfully mastered the basic spells of the wind, fire, earth, and water elements. However, I found myself unable to grasp light magic, as I could not manipulate the light elements. I pondered that it might be due to a conflict with my Tianma Gong. Regardless, I felt content with my acquired knowledge of magic. With the foundational spells of 4 elements mastered, I began to pursue intermediate magic. It is worth noting that magical practices in the continent are categorized into 10 levels, 3 tiers of basic magic, 3 tiers of intermediate magic, and 3 tiers of advanced magic, culminating in the forbidden spells of the 10th level. Upon advancing to intermediate magic, I encountered resistance. I could barely utilize the 4th tier spells, and even after a few attempts, I felt a wave of weakness and an inability to concentrate. The 5th and 6th tiers remained entirely beyond my reach. Perhaps my magical capacity had reached its limit. Since I could not practice them, I meticulously recorded all the spells, intending to revisit them as my magical power increased. Over the span of half a month, I memorized the spells from levels 1 to 9 of the 4 elemental schools in the library, ready to practice them gradually when my magical power improved. Unbeknownst to me, I had been in this place for over 20 days, a period of immense significance that facilitated considerable breakthroughs in my magical abilities. Due to my unwavering focus on magical studies each day, my Tianma Gong finally progressed from the 2nd tier to the 3rd. Once I complete the 3rd tier, I would attain the ability to transform into a fallen angel, marking a qualitative leap. Having memorized all the spells, I dedicated an additional 2 days to review them to ensure they would not fade from my memory. By human standards, I had now become a high-level sorcerer. After nearly a month of magical practice, I perceived a heightened sensitivity in my senses, enabling me to concentrate with ease. Spells that had previously eluded me, particularly dark magic, became accessible. However, enhancing my magical prowess was not a task to be accomplished overnight. With 2 months remaining, I decided to explore techniques suited to my physical prowess. Learning martial skills proved to be more complex than cultivating magic. I spent 2 days searching for martial techniques that suited my capabilities, but I could only comprehend the more rudimentary forms. The advanced techniques eluded my understanding and primarily focused on skill. This predicament posed a significant challenge for me. Martial skills were fundamental to my being, and it would be a great loss not to pursue advanced techniques, given the formidable physique of my beaming lineage. Lying on the ground, I stared blankly at the ceiling, contemplating what to study. Suddenly, As I turned my head, I noticed something beneath a bookshelf in the corner, obscured by shadows. Curiosity led me to approach and discover a dust-covered iron box, inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Kuang Shinjue. Upon opening the box, I found a yellowed tome, unmistakably titled Kuang Shinjue. My heart raced with excitement. The title alone indicated it was a secret manual. As I opened the first page, I found the title boldly inscribed, Kuang Shinjue Overview. Kuang Shinjue, also known as Bahuang Jue, is the supreme heart method of martial skills, allowing the practitioner to cultivate any previously learned techniques. This method is based on the development of one's inherent potential through a unique form of fighting spirit. Those with weak will or fragile meridians should refrain from practicing. Those unable to achieve a state of fury must not attempt it. And women are advised against practicing as well. Turning to the next page, it cautioned, without a physique capable of fury, the body will be unable to withstand the overwhelming power of Kuang Shinjue. Should one succeed in mastering it, the fighting spirit may surge uncontrollably, leading to self-destruction. Exercise caution, exercise caution. Those with weak will may fall prey to the overwhelming force, succumbing to madness. Practitioners of this technique must maintain control to avoid lethal consequences. The manual delineated 12 tiers, with the first tier being the most challenging, requiring the conversion of existing martial techniques into Kuang Shinjue. It advised that if one could not achieve the first tier within a year, they should not continue practicing. The subsequent pages detailed the methods for cultivation, and it appeared that this technique was quite suitable for me, given my ability to enter a state of fury. I was elated to have finally discovered a martial skill that resonated with my nature. Chapter 7. Kuang Shinjue 2, with excitement coursing through me. I began to practice diligently according to the text. I directed the power of Lei Xiang along the pathways outlined in Kuang Shinjue. An hour passed, and I awoke from my meditative state, drenched in sweat. In frustration, I cast the book aside, exclaiming, "What kind of absurd technique is this? It is utterly impossible to practice." During my earlier attempts, the pathways I traversed ached painfully, and I had barely managed to navigate 1/10 of the meridians. Continuing to force myself could lead to meridian rupture. Should I abandon this endeavor? The enticing descriptions in the book left me reluctant to yield. I retrieved the book and scrutinized it once more. It mentioned that successfully circulating through a complete cycle of the first tier would signify completion. Thus, I had already achieved 1/10 of the first tier. This realization rekindled a flicker of hope within me. Taking a deep breath, I steadied my turbulent energy and resumed my practice according to the method. The previously traversed meridians quickly yielded to my efforts. At the point where I had previously felt intense pain, I gritted my teeth and pressed forward, halting only when the discomfort became unbearable. This time, I refrained from discarding the book, contemplating that if I could advance even slightly each time, I could still continue my practice. Deciding to rest, I lay on the ground. Flipping through the book, it described that upon mastering the first tier, one could project their fighting spirit outward, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. It also introduced the first form of Kuang Shinjuan, Kuang Feng Baoyu. This technique involves striking the ground with the fighting spirit, transforming the surrounding earth into countless fragments for a comprehensive assault, particularly effective when besieged. Once fully mastered, one could control the ground within a 15-meter radius centered on oneself, allowing for explosive assaults from within that area. The descriptions in the book were truly impressive. If I succeeded, I would no longer fear being surrounded or outmatched by an opponent's techniques. I felt a surge of enthusiasm for Kuang Shinjue. Taking another deep breath, I settled into a meditative position once more and resumed my third attempt at practicing Kuang Shinjue. Thus, I repeatedly challenged the pathways within me. A month passed, and miraculously, I had breached 99% of the meridians. With one final breakthrough, I could complete the first tier of my cultivation. However, the reality proved that mastering the first tier of Kuang Shinjue was no simple feat. Another 10 days elapsed, and I remained unable to overcome the final resistance to form a complete cycle. Discouraged, I leaned against the bookshelf, striking the floor in frustration without using my fighting spirit. Ouch! A book tumbled from the shelf, landing squarely on my head. I cursed. What the hell? Even a broken book is picking on me. Picking up the book from the ground, I noticed the title, Dalu Juan Shi Shi Lu. It turned out to be a military text. I returned the book to its place, and a sudden thought struck me. My primary purpose for being here was to clandestinely study human military strategies. Given the ample opportunity in the library, I had let it slip by. With more than 2 months having passed, time was of the essence. I hastily reopened the book, and as I flipped through its pages, I found myself captivated by the content within. Perhaps I am inherently a combative individual, The numerous accounts of successful battles, strategies, and tactics detailed in the text deeply enthralled me. Thus, I immersed myself in book after book on military tactics. I did not demand of myself to fully grasp the profound strategies of these legendary generals. Merely remembering them sufficed. Such knowledge should be invaluable to the orc race, and if applied skillfully, it would undoubtedly prove beneficial. 10 days later, I felt my memory had reached its limits, unable to retain any more information. I could no longer push myself further. What I had memorized thus far could be deemed sufficient to complete my task. After days of incessant memorization, my mind felt overwhelmed. Today, I resolved to cease my studies. I would practice the Kuang Shenju during the day and the Tian Mo Gong at night, treating this as a day of rest. Disregarding the distractions in my mind, I focused intensely on cultivating the Kuang Shenju. My qi flowed smoothly through the previously open meridians, yet unbearable pain struck me at the final point. If I could not break through this barrier, all my efforts would be in vain. Regardless, today I resolved to conquer the pain. I directed my qi to circulate back and forth through the already open meridians, aiming to enhance their smoothness. The crucial moment arrived. I concentrated all my strength in the middle segment of the meridian's pathway and, with all my might, propelled this energy forward. It surged like a runner gaining momentum, relentlessly pushing towards the final hurdle. A resounding boom echoed within me, and an overwhelming pain assaulted every part of my body. All energy within me came to a halt, and I felt as if my meridians had ruptured. My body convulsed violently before I lost consciousness. Oh, the pain! I awoke, bewildered, wondering if the earlier struggle with my meridians had been a dream. My body felt swollen, as if my muscles had expanded. The world around me appeared sharper than before. I glanced around and could effortlessly discern the patterns on the bookshelf 20 meters away. A surge of joy filled my heart. Had I succeeded in mastering the first layer of the Kuang Shenju? I noticed that my clothes were completely soaked in sweat and emitted an unpleasant odor, prompting me to rush to the restroom to wash them. As I cleaned myself, I discovered that my skin glowed a bright red, leaving me puzzled. What I did not know was that by finally breaking through the last of my meridians, my qi was now circulating within me, cleansing impurities from my body. The engorgement of capillaries caused my skin to redden, and in time, this would subside. Dressed in damp clothing, I returned to the bookshelf and sat cross-legged, cautiously attempting to harness the Kuang Shenju's battle aura. To my astonishment, the speed of my aura's flow was now 3 times faster than before. As I reached the final threshold, I breached it effortlessly, experiencing a wave of comfort throughout my body, as if my battle aura had increased slightly. I had truly succeeded. However, I resolved to practice a few more cycles to solidify my progress. Thus, I entered a meditative state and diligently practiced for 49 cycles. My qi swelled within me, a delightful sensation enveloping me, and it felt as though a warrior's spirit urged me onward. Taking a deep breath, I collected the completed battle aura into my dantian. Upon opening my eyes, I felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through me, and with the slightest intention, my battle aura concentrated precisely where I desired. This sensation was utterly enchanting. Chapter 7. Kuang Shenju 3. I glanced out the window and realized it was night. My clothes had long since dried, indicating substantial time had passed. I stretched comfortably, yearning to throw a few punches to test the might of the Kuang Shenju. Suddenly, my stomach growled. I was starving. How could I feel this ravenous after just one day without food? I hurried to the stairwell and, thankfully, discovered that dinner was still available. I devoured my meal with great eagerness, deciding that I would forego training for the evening. Given my significant progress, I felt it was prudent to allow myself a moment of respite. The following morning, I calculated that there were approximately 10 days left until my release. I spent the next 2 days swiftly reviewing the spells and military theories I had memorized, akin to a revolving lantern. Throughout this review, I realized my memory was still remarkably sharp. The information I had retained remained intact. Ever since mastering the first layer of the Kuang Shenju, I noticed that my ability to condense magic had improved significantly. Could this be related to my practice of the Kuang Shenju and the unlocking of my meridians? If this continued, perhaps I would soon reach the 3rd layer. To be honest, I eagerly anticipated the transformation into a fallen angel, as it promised immense power. On this day, while practicing the Kuang Shenju, I suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the stairwell. Who could it be? It was not mealtime, and the vice dean had mentioned that students were not permitted to come up here easily. I dashed to the stairwell and called out, "Who dares to intrude upon this forbidden area?" The imposing figure of the vice dean appeared on the stairs, chuckling. "So, you've taken on the role of the library guardian and seem quite dedicated." Embarrassed, I replied, "What brings you here? I thought I still had 6 days remaining." The vice dean looked at me in astonishment, saying, "What do you mean? The time is up. 3 full months have passed. Have you truly become addicted to staying here?" Taken aback by his words, I was perplexed. How could it be time? I should not have miscounted. Could it be that during my meditative state, I had practiced the Kuang Shinju for 7 days? The vice dean continued, "A few days ago, I heard from the administrator that you hadn't eaten for several days. Was that when you were in meditation?" "Perhaps," I admitted, though I cannot ascertain how long I was in that state. Long meditation is beneficial. Now let us return. But do not take any of the books with you. "Understood. Please wait while I tidy up," I replied. "No books allowed. That's unacceptable. While I can leave other materials behind, I must take the Kuang Shinju with me." I hurried to conceal the Kuang Shinju within my clothing, relieved that he did not search me. Thus, I followed the vice dean out of the library. Once outside, I inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Under the bright sunlight, I felt warm and comfortable, akin to a bird released from its cage, ready to soar freely in the vast sky. "This time must have been quite monotonous for you," he remarked. "It's evident that you have changed significantly since your arrival. You have gained much, haven't you?" I replied sincerely, "Indeed. I have learned a great deal in the library, and I owe this to your guidance." The vice dean responded, "There's no need for such formalities. This is the result of your own hard work. You are a good child, aware of the importance of progress. In the future, you must strive to excel in the academy, as the 4 major academies are fiercely competitive. I hope you can bring glory to our institution. You have a solid foundation. And do you know why I bent the rules to allow you to further your studies in the library?" I looked at him in confusion and replied, "I do not know." He gazed at me intently and said, "Because you possess extraordinary talent. You are the first I have encountered who can wield intermediate dark magic at such a young age. Typically, dark mages only achieve mastery in their later years, often specializing in other forms of magic. Your ability to reach this level through self-study astonishes me. What pleases me even more is that I can see you are an upright individual, unafraid to confront the powerful and challenge noble students. Thus, I wish to cultivate you into a leading figure among the new generation of students, with hopes that you may one day become a dragon knight. I believe you can achieve this." Inwardly, I thought, if only you knew I was a spy sent by the orc race, I wonder how you would react. However, I replied, "Thank you for placing such trust in me. I will not let you down." The vice dean smiled with satisfaction and said, "You should take a day to rest today. Return to your classes tomorrow. It seems your teacher has taken quite a liking to you, having requested your presence several times. Please do not mention the incident of your confinement in the library to anyone. It is against regulations, and only the dean and I are aware of it. Do you understand?" I nodded in response, assuring him, "Rest assured, with your kindness towards me, how could I possibly cause you any trouble?" "That's good. You may return to your dormitory now. I must head back to my office." After parting ways with the vice dean, I did not return to my dormitory, but instead rushed to the stable to see my beloved Lei Xiang. As I approached the entrance, I heard a delightful peal of laughter emanating from within. Who could be laughing here? Is it Zixue? Upon entering the stable, I found indeed it was her. She was embracing Lei Xiang's massive head, and the dragon was playfully licking her as she giggled and dodged its affection. It appeared the bond between her and Lei Xiang was quite strong. She truly is a kind-hearted girl. I owe her much for feeding Lei Xiang over these past few days. Lei Xiang was the first to notice my arrival, giving a joyful snort in greeting. When Zixue turned around and saw me, her face flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly remarked, "You're back." I nodded at her, walked over to Lei Xiang, and patted its large head, saying, "You rascal, you've been eating quite a lot lately. You've gained a fair amount of weight." Zixue lowered her head, admitting, "It's my fault. I've been feeding it too much." I smiled at her, replying, "You mustn't blame yourself. It's thanks to you that Lei Xiang has been well fed while I was away." "Thank you." It was the first time Zixue had seen me smile, and she appeared flustered, stammering, "No need to thank me. Where have you been all this time?" Observing her adorable shyness, I explained, "Due to the previous incident. I was confined by the vice dean for 3 months, and today my term has finally ended. It's all my fault. You've had to endure so much," she said, her head hanging even lower. Chapter 7. The Frenzied Divine Technique. For with a slight sigh, I responded, "No, I must thank you. Were it not for you, I would not have had this opportunity." She curiously asked, "What opportunity?" Realizing I had slipped, I quickly remedied it, saying, I meant that I utilized my time in confinement to diligently practice for 3 months, and I have made considerable progress in my skills. So, I wanted to thank you. Would you be interested in joining me for a leisurely ride with Lei Xiang?" A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes, but it quickly dimmed as she replied, "Perhaps not. If others see us, it may cause you trouble." Hearing her words, a cold glint flashed in my eyes. Snorting dismissively, I asserted, Who cares about them? Even if they don't come after me, I would seek them out to settle the score. I am unafraid. Why should you be? Will you come or not? She regarded me with renewed defiance, her eyes reflecting a moment of confusion, before she involuntarily said, I will go. Upon realizing her response, a new blush graced her beautiful face. I smiled gently, lifted her onto Hei Long's back, eliciting a surprised gasp from her. Let us ride beyond the city. Hei Long cannot run freely within it, I proposed. She furrowed her brows, replying, but the academy forbids us from leaving without permission. With a mysterious smile, I said, we can sneak out, just follow my lead. I led Hei Long to the towering 3-meter wall and instructed her, climb onto Hei Long and close your eyes. Under my careful guidance, she successfully mounted Hei Long's back, and since she had fed him daily, the dragon offered no resistance this time. Zixue obediently shut her lovely eyes, and I quietly cast a spell to lighten my weight. With a powerful shout of rise, I lifted Hei Long and, using my legs to push off the wall, soared into the air, gracefully gliding beyond the academy grounds. Zixue felt as if she were riding on clouds. When she finally opened her eyes, we were outside the academy. I swiftly mounted the horse and said, hold on tight. We are about to set off. Zixue quickly grasped the saddle, and with a firm squeeze of Hei Long's belly, the dragon understood and charged forward, causing Zixue to shut her eyes in fright. We soon exited the city gates and found ourselves in the countryside. Hei Long, having relished the opportunity to be outside, let out a triumphant roar and gradually ramped up to its maximum speed, the scenery blurring past like a whirlwind. Zixue nestled tightly in my embrace, her face pale with fear. The exhilarating rush of the wind against my face was indescribable. Only when I felt we had traveled a considerable distance did I allow Hei Long to slow down, lowering my head to speak to the charming girl in my arms. It's all right now. Open your eyes. We have slowed down. Zixue slowly opened her enchanting eyes and realized she was snugly nestled against me. My hand wrapped around her waist. Embarrassed, she let out a soft sound and buried her face in my embrace, unwilling to look up. Her adorable actions made me chuckle heartily, and I discovered I had developed quite an affection for this delightful girl. I guided Hei Long back at a leisurely pace, and Zixue gradually relaxed, smiling as she remarked, the air here is delightful. Look, those little birds over there are chirping so joyfully. Lei Xiang, did you know? I love seeing you smile. You look so frightening when you're cold and aloof. Her words stirred emotions buried deep within me, prompting a profound sigh. I replied, if you had experienced my childhood, you would understand why I am like this. She gazed at me with her sparkling eyes, asking, can you tell me about it? Speaking of it will surely lighten your heart. I shook my head, saying, not just yet. Perhaps in the future, I will share it with you. Understanding my reluctance, Zixue did not press further, leaning against me. I gently embraced her slender waist, quietly cherishing this tranquil moment of warmth. Suddenly, another beautiful figure appeared in my mind, clad in a white nurse's uniform. It was Kulan. It had been 3 months since I last saw her, and I wondered how she was faring. Thinking of her lively demeanor brought a smile to my face. I must find an opportunity to see her, as she had once offered me warmth when my heart was cold. Yet what of Zixue? A wave of unease washed over me as I realized I could not let go of either of them. Contemplating this, I sighed inwardly, pondering the futility of such thoughts. I do not belong here. One day, I must return to the Beastman's kingdom. I cannot endanger them. A future with them is impossible. Bitterness welled up within me. Zixue lifted her gaze to my handsome face, inquiring, what troubles you? Are you thinking of something unhappy again? By the way, did you know? Today is actually my first time skipping class. I had initially intended to feed Hei Long and return to my lessons. I chuckled and replied, so you are a model student, then? Zixue affirmed, of course. I am quite obedient. May I ask you a question? I inquired. Zixue blinked her eyes and said, you may ask. I calmly posed, if, and I emphasize if, one day I were to leave here and never return. What would you do? Zixue suddenly sat up straight, staring at me intently. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as they rolled down her cheeks, and she remained silent, gazing at me. Never having experienced such a scene before, I became flustered and anxiously asked, what is wrong with you? With tears streaming down her face, she cried, I've gone this far with you. Do you not want me anymore? Why would you ask me such a question? I thought to myself, what do you mean by gone this far? I haven't done anything, though I knew better than to voice this, so I quickly reassured her I was merely speaking hypothetically. Zixue gazed at me with deep affection, declaring, no matter where you go, I will follow you. I was taken aback by her directness, for this shy girl had uttered such heartfelt words. Warmth enveloped me, and I pulled her into my embrace, pressing a fervent kiss upon her delicate lips. She initially trembled, but soon closed her eyes, surrendering to my kiss. I savored the sweetness of her mouth, becoming lost in the moment. After what felt like an eternity, I released her, deeply gazing into her entranced eyes. Her charming face flushed a rosy hue, rendering her even more enchanting. I resolutely stated, "As long as you do not leave me, I will take you with me wherever I go. This is my promise to you." She nodded gently, bashfully responding, "You must remember your words." She leaned against my broad chest and closed her eyes. By the time we returned to the academy, she had already succumbed to slumber. Gazing at her adorable sleeping visage, I gently caressed her soft, delicate face. For the first time in my life, my heart brimmed with tenderness, whispering to me that I must protect this lovely angel for all eternity. Chapter 8 Zixue, Trouble 1. After a considerable while, I gently patted her cheek and softly called out, "Zixue, Zixue, wake up." It took several attempts before she finally opened her drowsy eyes, bewildered, and asked, "What's wrong?" I affectionately pinched her cute little nose and smiled, saying, "You little sleepyhead, we have arrived at the academy. If we don't go back soon, we'll miss dinner." Gradually, she became more alert, noticing the darkness that had enveloped the sky. She exclaimed, "It's so late. We're doomed. They will surely laugh at us when we return. This is all your fault." She playfully pounded her small fists against my sturdy chest. In that moment, my pride and aloofness had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming desire to cherish the treasure in my arms. I teased her, saying, "If you keep hitting me, I might just re-injure an old wound." Upon hearing my words, Zixue quickly withdrew her fists, opting instead to gently stroke my arm, looking up at me with concern. "Did I hurt you?" Her expression was simply too adorable, and I burst into laughter. "Silly girl, I was just teasing you. You are such a delight." Zixue finally grasped the jest and huffed, "You're so mean. How could you?" I interrupted her with a direct kiss, savoring her sweet lips. After a while, she pushed me away, pouting, "That's annoying. Don't joke like that again." "As you wish, my dear." Using the same approach, I led Zixue and Hei Lung into the academy. After settling Hei Lung in the stable, I took Zixue's hand and headed straight for the cafeteria. As we neared the cafeteria, the number of people around us increased. Zixue tried several times to break free from my firm grip, but I held on tightly, drawing envious and jealous glances from fellow students we passed. Just as we were about to enter the cafeteria, Zixue urged, "Let go of me. It's not good for others to see us like this. Besides, the academy forbids relationships between boys and girls." I replied nonchalantly, "What's wrong with that? Others have seen us already. I want everyone to know you are mine. Do you not wish for that? As for the academy's ridiculous rule, it is inherently unreasonable. I will not let it deter me. I will handle everything." With that, I pulled her into the cafeteria. Zixue murmured, "Now you've really gotten me into trouble. How am I supposed to attend classes here?" The illumination from the magic stones illuminated the cafeteria, revealing a bustling crowd. Upon our entrance, my tall figure alongside Zixue's graceful beauty instantly captured everyone's attention. Isn't that the new student who fought with the nobles? Look, he is actually holding Zixue's hand. That guy again. How dare he hold Miss Zixue's hand? I must teach him a lesson. Wow, he looks so cool. They make a stunning couple. I'm so envious. I gently asked Zixue, "What would you like to eat?" "I'll go get it." Zixue's face flushed like the evening sky, and she lowered her head, softly responding, "You've really gotten me into trouble. I don't even feel like eating now. You decide." I smiled slightly. Just as I was about to take her to buy food, the detestable figure of Hualuan appeared before us. With a grim expression, he declared, "Let go of Zixue. Who do you think you are to hold her?" I looked at him with a cold smile and retorted, "Why should I? Does your arm still hurt? Do you wish to go another round? Step aside." Hualuan instinctively touched his healed arm, his bravado visibly diminishing, and he replied, "Fine, you're tough. If you're so capable, don't leave. Just wait." With that, he turned and left in a huff. I scoffed at his retreating figure. "Are you trying to scare me? If I were afraid of threats, I wouldn't have come here." Zixue tugged at my sleeve, whispering, "Don't cause trouble. You've just been freed from confinement." I smiled and said, "A person like him won't give up unless you leave him with an unforgettable memory. Don't worry about it. I will take care of everything. Let us go eat." Just as we sat down to eat, another familiar figure approached, Jean Lily, the girl who had defended Zixue previously. I could see the surprise and hostility in her eyes. She ignored me, sitting beside Zixue and asking, "You can't tell me you spent the entire afternoon with this guy instead of attending class?" Zixue glanced at her, then nodded slightly, her face nearly buried in her chest. Jean Lily pressed on, "How did he manage to win you over? Did he use some underhanded tactic?" Zixue shook her head firmly, saying, "Sister Jean, I genuinely like him. Please don't ask me anymore. We are sincere." I refrained from interrupting their conversation. It was better for Zixue to handle this herself. The two chatted animatedly for a while, and in the end, it seemed that Jean Lily was convinced by Zixue's words. She stood up and approached me, glaring fiercely. I met her gaze without flinching, and gradually, her fierce expression turned to confusion under my unwavering stare. With a sigh, she said, I really don't understand what Zixue sees in you. I replied coldly. You wouldn't know since you aren't her. The gentle side of me is only reserved for the one I love. Someone as domineering as you doesn't deserve my kindness. Jean Lily retorted angrily. You, Zixue, noticing Jean Lily's anger, quickly grabbed her arm and made a pleading gesture. Suppressing her anger, Jean Lily shot back at me. Remember this. If you dare to bully Zixue, I won't let you off easily. I replied indifferently. That guy just said the same thing, yet here I am, sitting just fine. But rest assured, my feelings for Zixue are purely love. I would never allow her to come to harm. Upon hearing my earlier words, Jean Lily was about to explode, but Zixue held her tightly. And upon hearing my last statement, her expression gradually softened. With a cold huff, she warned, remember what you said. Considering her concern for Zixue, I had no desire to escalate matters, so I ignored her. Jean Lily turned to Zixue and said, if he bullies you, you must tell me. I'll stand up for you. Enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave. It felt like a trial with one group after another. I leaned down gently to Zixue, saying, I'm sorry for putting you in this position, but it was necessary. It's better to deal with it now than to drag it out and face trouble later. Do you understand? Zixue obediently nodded. Let us eat. It will get cold. Chapter 8 Zixue, Trouble 2. My dear wife gave me an order, and I immediately complied. With that, I quickly began to devour the dinner before me. Surprisingly, Zixue did not protest. Instead, she kept placing pieces of meat from her plate onto mine. That's enough. Look at how sturdy I am. You should eat more. You're too thin. It's because you're so strong that you need to eat more. With your size, how can you get enough nutrition without ample food? Just as I was basking in this tender meal, a familiar voice interrupted, and I nearly choked on the sweetness of the moment. Without looking, I knew it was Fengyan. He approached with a plate in hand and sat beside me. I said, go ahead and eat. Your chatter won't be silenced by mere food. Fengyan sat beside me, ignoring my remark, and with a playful grin, asked Zixue, Miss Zixue, how did Lei Xiang manage to win your heart? Can you share your story with me? You are the dream girl of most boys. How did this guy get lucky? I shot him an annoyed glance, but he seemed oblivious, eagerly awaiting Zixue's response. Zixue first stole a glance at me, then softly replied, I don't really know. Perhaps I've captured his heart instead. Ever since I first saw him, I've been unable to resist my feelings for him. But I never expected him to like me back. He seemed so lonely and distant, beyond my reach. A shiver ran through me, surprised by Zixue's candid expression of her feelings. Intense emotions welled up in my eyes as I grasped Zixue's delicate hand. Speaking with deep affection, no, that cannot be said. You are the greatest blessing bestowed upon me by the heavens. Fengyan exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving. You two carry on. With that, he turned and fled. Zixue and I exchanged a smile and continued our delightful dinner. After finishing the meal, I noticed Zixue waiting quietly, aware that I was biding my time for Hualwen and the others. She squeezed my hand gently and whispered, shall we leave? There's no need to stoop to their level. I glanced at her, seeing the urgency etched on her face. Unable to bear her anxiety, I reluctantly acquiesced to abandon my principles, saying, very well, for your sake, I shall let them go this time. I took Zixue's hand and made my way toward the cafeteria's entrance. Just as we reached the door, we encountered Hualwen rushing back. I furrowed my brows, thinking to myself, this fool is courting disaster. Seeing Zixue and me preparing to depart, Hualwen assumed I had backed down and mocked. Humph. I thought you had some guts, but it seems you're just putting on a show. What's this, trying to scurry away? I regarded him coldly, replying, let me see how many reinforcements you've brought to be so arrogant. Hualwen disdainfully retorted, victory does not lie in numbers, but in skill. Today, I shall show you what true martial prowess looks like. Is that so? I shall await your demonstration, I replied. A cold snort echoed from outside the door, sending a jolt through me, causing my complexion to change instantly. The power of that voice alone could rattle my spirit. This person's abilities were indeed unfathomable, which explained Hualwen's audacity. As a figure strode in, standing at least as tall as I, though not as robust, he exuded a formidable presence. Wiry yet imbued with a palpable strength. His gaunt features and piercing eyes glimmered with intensity. Who is this? I felt entirely outmatched, overwhelmed by his aura. The man bowed deeply to Zixue, saying, it has been a long time, Miss Zixue. I, Li Hua, extend my greetings. Please convey my regards to His Grace the Duke. His demeanor clearly indicated that he regarded me as insignificant. To my astonishment, Zishue's father was a duke. Someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a prince. No wonder no one dared to show her disrespect. Zishue replied coolly, "No need for formalities, Senior Liwa. You should be graduating this year, yet here you are, joining in the fray." I silently appreciated her words, as she seemed to be reminding me that he was a fifth-year student, evidently of considerable standing among the nobility. Liwa casually stated, "I heard from Hualuan's underling that someone has disrespected the lady, so I came to investigate and deal with this arrogant fool." Zishue interjected, "There is no need for that. He is my friend and someone very close to me. Our matters do not require outsiders' intervention." Her words warmed my heart. Hearing her say this caused a fierce glint to ignite in Liwa's eyes as he fixed his gaze on me, and I met his stare defiantly. I must see what kind of person could sway someone as indifferent to men as Miss Zishue, though I knew he was not one to be trifled with. I could not afford to back down at this moment. I pulled Zishue aside, instructing, "Stay here and watch. Do not intervene. I will handle this. Your presence would distract me. Please, be obedient." After much persuasion, I finally convinced Zishue to step aside. I summoned my inner strength, silently casting a spell of levitation and firmly locking my gaze on my opponent. Everyone sensed that the confrontation was imminent. Who is causing a ruckus in the cafeteria? A deep voice boomed. Both Li Hua and I paused, turning our attention to the entrance where the vice dean entered. His expression dark as he surveyed the gathering crowd before finally settling his gaze on me. With a furrowed brow, he said, "Lei Xiang, why is it you again? Just after finishing your confinement, have you already forgotten?" He shot me a significant glance. Before I could respond, Li Hua spoke up, smiling at the vice dean. "Vice dean, greetings. We were not causing any trouble. We were merely engaged in conversation." His attempt to absolve me surprised me. The vice dean scrutinized him sternly, saying, "Li Hua, as the son of the Liwa Dragon Knight and the top student of the Academy's Tianlong group, you should be mindful of your influence here. Consider this a warning. If I catch anyone fighting again, do not expect leniency. Expulsion will be the consequence." So, Li Hua possesses such a significant background. No wonder he appeared formidable. The vice dean was clearly cautioning me about his status. Li Hua bowed, replying, "Yes, vice dean. All right, everyone disperse. Go about your business." The vice dean commanded. "Li Hua, you and Hualuan come with me. Lei Xiang, I warn you, your recent punishment has just been lifted if you misstep again. You heard my earlier warning." Chapter 8. Zishue, Trouble 3. As Li Hua departed, he cast a meaningful glance in my direction, quietly remarking, "I hope you can last until the Academy's martial arts tournament before encountering me." Hualuan glared at me fiercely. I met his challenge with resolute eyes. The vice dean turned and left, and Jean Lili emerged from the shadows of his retreat, bouncing over to Zishue and saying, "How was that? Did I arrive just in time? I called the vice dean here. How will you thank me?" I scoffed from the side, "Busybody." Jean Lili's face turned crimson with indignation as she shouted, "If it weren't for Zishue, I wouldn't lift a finger for you. Do you even realize Li Hua's might? He is now a high-ranking Earth Knight, nearly rivaling a Dragon Knight. How could you possibly contend with him? That is my own affair. It is none of your concern." Zishue tugged at my sleeve, looking at me with pleading eyes. I huffed at Jean Lili, then softly said to Zishue, "Let me escort you home." Zishue replied quietly, "No need. I can return with Li Jia. She is upset." I glanced at Jean Lili, who was too angry to speak, and said, "All right, be careful. I'll head back first. Let us have lunch together tomorrow." After saying this, I gently kissed her on the cheek and turned to exit the cafeteria. I relished the feeling of kissing her. Her soft, delicate skin was simply enchanting. Behind me, I could sense the flushed embarrassment on Zishue's face and the anger radiating from Jean Lili. Zishue's voice floated from behind. "From now on, you are not to seek out any nurses. It appears that when it comes to the ones we hold dear, even the shyest of girls like Zishue cannot tolerate any perceived threat to her loved ones." Hearing her words reminded me of Kulan. During my 10 days of recovery in the hospital, I could sense her fondness for me through her sincere, clear gaze. It seems I must find an opportunity to clarify things with her. For now, Zishue is my chosen one. Upon returning to the dormitory, Feng Yun and the others were all present, seemingly ready to conduct a thorough interrogation. I swiftly leaped onto my upper bunk and lay back. "Hey, Lei Xiang, why are you so quiet? Not even greeting us?" Came Huixing's voice from below. "What is there to say? Didn't Feng Yun's big mouth tell you everything?" I retorted. Feng Yun protested. "Why am I the big mouth?" Leaning over the edge of my bed, I looked at him. "Didn't you say it?" Feng Yun fell silent. Huixing exclaimed, "Bro, you really are something. You actually caught the attention of Miss Zishui. Hurry, regale us with your heroic tales. I smiled. Please refrain from calling me that. I may not measure up to you. Zishui is a wonderful girl. She treats me well, and I like her. So it naturally led to this. Huixing chimed in. You say that, but you know, the teachers were nearly frantic over your confinement. They sought the vice dean several times on your behalf, yet he stubbornly kept you locked up for 3 months. Now that school has just started. You've fallen so far behind. How will you catch up? I replied with irritation. Do not speak ill of the vice dean. You don't understand. He confined me for my own good. Those 3 months were crucial for me. Nonetheless, I must thank Teacher Zhuang. She truly is a responsible and caring teacher. Fengyun, with curiosity, inquired, pray tell, what significance do these past 3 months hold for you? I shot him a glare and replied, given your propensity for gossip, I cannot divulge much. However, I recommend you frequently visit the library. It is replete with exceptional literature. Huixing seemed to comprehend something, stating, I see. Is it that the vice dean confined you to evade the entanglements of the aristocrats, and the library was chosen to provide you a chance for self-study and growth? I nodded, affirming, you are quite astute, far surpassing some others. Fengyun feigned anger. What have I done? I retorted in surprise. Did I mention you? Instantly, Fengyun was left speechless, prompting hearty laughter from the Huixing brothers. Huixing remarked, Brother Lei, you seem different upon your return, as if you have truly absorbed much wisdom from the library. I inquired, in what way do I differ? Huixing elaborated, you appear more cheerful than before, no longer shrouded in gloom. At the very least, you engage with us now. Previously, your demeanor was so somber that I dreaded encountering you. I chuckled softly. What is there to fear? I fail to see how I instilled fear in you. I have indeed become somewhat more buoyant, perhaps due to Zishui thawing my icy heart. I mused, contemplating how to handle the matter without causing distress to Kellen. Let it be. When the time comes, a path will unveil itself. Let us retire for the night. We have classes tomorrow. Lying on my bed, gazing at the ceiling, I realized I had begun to relish life in the human realm. The bonds I formed grew increasingly difficult to sever. If this continued, I might indeed find myself ensnared. Yet, I had promised Zishui that wherever I went, I would take her along. I could not break my word, nor did I wish to. I considered that I had fulfilled my mission. Perhaps I ought to return to the Beastmen Kingdom now. It was a captivating thought, yet I immediately dismissed it. What was there to return to? There was not a single soul to converse with, merely an environment rife with vendettas, robberies, and strife. The thought of it chilled me. Here, I felt far more at ease. Did my father not grant me 5 to 10 years? Very well. I would remain here for a decade, and then return to the Beastmen Kingdom. Perhaps my father would deem my actions unpatriotic, but I disagreed. What country did I have to love? In truth, I possessed a quarter of human lineage. Early the next morning, I was summoned, and after breakfast, I resolved to visit Teacher Zhuang before class to inform her of my return. Her concern for me warranted a personal announcement. I knocked on the door, and a familiar voice called from within, Who is it? Come in. Upon entering Teacher Zhuang's office, I found her seated behind her desk, engrossed in writing. When she looked up and saw me, a look of surprise illuminated her face as she rose from her chair and grasped my sturdy arm, exclaiming, Lei Xiang, you have returned. Have you endured much hardship during this time? Chapter 8. Zishui, Trouble 4. Why did she care so much for me? I could sense her concern was genuine. Her words warmed my heart, bringing a slight sting to my nose. My mother had never shown such concern for me throughout my life. Why then did a teacher I had known for less than 4 months exhibit such care? I rasped. Teacher, thank you for your concern. I am well. Teacher Zhuang sighed. It is the teacher's inadequacy that prevented me from intervening. I allowed the vice dean to confine you for 3 months. Starting today, you shall come to me for evening tutorials. You cannot afford to fall behind. Your potential is remarkable, and my expectations of you are exceedingly high. Thank you, teacher, but I believe that will not be necessary. The vice dean's confinement was ultimately for my benefit. Please do not blame him. I recounted the vice dean's intentions and my diligent practice during the confinement, omitting details about the Guangshan Ju and recitation, for it was not suitable for everyone, and I harbored some selfish motives. She realized, so I misjudged the vice dean. You have indeed accomplished a remarkable feat in mastering all basic magic within 3 months. Do not engage in rivalry with those aristocrats. You cannot best them. With disdain, I retorted, what makes the aristocrats so extraordinary? Just because they were born with a silver spoon, they possess privilege? I hold such individuals in utter contempt. Their status is not earned through hard work, yet they act so arrogantly. Just yesterday, after my release, I nearly clashed with Liwa during dinner. He is the most formidable aristocrat I have encountered. What? Liwa? He is the Academy's chief warrior and the leader of the Tianlong group. His family possesses significant power in the court. How on earth did you provoke him? He is unlike other aristocrats. He has an excellent upbringing and generally refrains from provoking others. My face flushed, and I stammered. Teacher, class is about to begin. I will explain later. Teacher Zhuang fixed me with a piercing gaze, suddenly enlightened. Ah, I understand now. Embarrassed, I interjected. Teacher, it has nothing to do with Zixue. It was my disdain for that Varan boy. Teacher Zhuang wore a mischievous expression, chuckling. I was merely teasing you earlier. Now I genuinely comprehend. It turns out it was for Zixue. She is a lovely girl, and you must cherish her. However, you must exercise restraint at the academy, as relationships between genders are not permitted. I was momentarily taken aback, finally responding, Teacher, you do not oppose my relationship with Zixue? Teacher Zhuang replied matter-of-factly, oppose? Why would I oppose? At your age, it is natural to be emotional. This is entirely normal. My advice is to keep your composure and avoid causing any trouble. Besides, would my opposition even matter? Though our time together has been brief, I feel I understand your character well. Silly boy, when you encounter someone you cherish, do not easily give up and never harm the other party. Do you understand? I nodded. Yes, teacher. Teacher Zhuang seemed to recall something, saying, by the way, after your confinement, a girl came looking for you. She appeared to be a nurse from our Academy's affiliated hospital, quite beautiful and seemingly intelligent. I informed her of your confinement, and she looked quite distressed, saying she would return to find you once you were released. That should be soon, yes? You are not playing both sides, are you? Could it be that Kellen truly harbored feelings for me? Otherwise, why would she seek me out? If she did come to find me, how would I respond? I could not deny I held some affection for Kellen, yet I feared losing Zixue because of her. I fell into deep contemplation. Teacher Zhuang nudged me. I'm asking you a question. I jolted from my reverie, pondering how to respond to her. She had been so kind to me. I could not bear to deceive her. An idea struck me. Teacher Zhuang, I heard from the vice dean that our academy hosts an annual martial arts competition. Could you enlighten me about it? Although she recognized my attempt to divert the topic, her interest was piqued, and she replied, the martial arts competition is of great significance. It is a crucial method for the academy to assess its students. It is held annually in February, coinciding with the semester's end, and serves as a pathway into officialdom. Those who secure a position in the top 10 are likely to join the Dragon Knight squad. I inquired, is it a competition for everyone? Teacher Zhuang shook her head. No, it is divided by grade levels. Our academy comprises 5 grades, with each class selecting 2 students to participate. The top 10 I mentioned refers to the top 10 from the 5th grade, meaning each class from the 5th grade nominates 10 contestants. While lower grade prodigies have emerged, the overall quality is highest among the 5th grade, especially as graduation approaches. The 10 students selected from each 5th grade class are the fortunate ones and are sure to be valued. In order to avoid overlooking talented individuals, the Academy has established a regulation allowing champions from lower grades to challenge any champion from higher grades. If victorious, they may directly advance to the 5th grade. This explains why Li Hua advised me to persist until I encountered him. To compete against him, I must first attain the title of grade champion. Teacher Zhuang then remarked, thus, you must diligently hone your skills and strive to bring back a grade championship for me. It is quite embarrassing, as I have guided several Magic Warriors classes. Yet in the intergrade competition, we generally find ourselves among the bottom 2. You must redeem my honor. This year, due to an influx of new students, our grade comprises 6 classes with 12 participants. Even if you cannot secure the championship, at the very least, aim for the top 3. Both you and Fengwen possess significant potential, and I plan to send you to compete. Isn't Fengwen the class leader? Wouldn't it be inappropriate not to let her compete? I inquired. Teacher Zhuang chuckled. That chubby girl is indeed quite competitive, but her position as leader is primarily due to luck. Am I unable to discern who truly possesses strength? Had it not been for your and Fengwen's fierce clash, she would not have attained that status. I will ensure she understands her place. With a sigh, she added, oh dear, time has slipped away while I spoke with you. Class has already begun. Realizing the urgency, I hurriedly dashed towards the classroom alongside Teacher Zhuang. Chapter 9. The family of Zixue. Standing at the podium, Teacher Zhuang addressed the entire class. In just 1 month, the annual Inter-Academy Martial Arts Competition will commence. During this final month, I hope each of you will dedicate yourselves to rigorous training, elevating your skills to the next level. I will select the 2 strongest individuals from our class to represent us in the competition. Huixing asked, Teacher, are there any rewards for those who place? Teacher Zhuang smiled slightly and replied, of course, the top 3 in our grade will each receive a fine piece of equipment from the academy. The higher the rank, the better the equipment. Additionally, if anyone among you secures the championship, I will reward them in class. Only the champion will receive a class reward. Though the details remain a secret for now, rest assured, it will be worthwhile. My expectations for you are quite high, so do not disappoint me. Her words instantly piqued the interest of all the students, who eagerly expressed their determination to strive harder. I could genuinely see the fire in Huoxing's eyes. However, he remained unaware that Teacher Zhuang had already predetermined her selections, rendering his chances of obtaining equipment nearly non-existent. Fengwan stood up proudly and declared, "Teacher, rest assured. Should you send me to compete, I will undoubtedly bring home the grade championship." Seeing her chubby figure exude such pride, I couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was indeed tenacious. After class, Fengwan approached me, saying, "Lei Xiang, I feel as though you've changed significantly since your confinement." I was astonished. It was impressive that he, possessing similar abilities, could discern my enhancement. I replied nonchalantly, "Oh, what changes do you perceive?" "There is definitely a change, although I cannot articulate it precisely. You no longer seem as cold as before. Instead, you emanate a more composed aura. I fear I may not stand a chance against you now." I smiled slightly, responding, "Perhaps you are being overly sensitive. I do not notice any change in myself." Fengwan gazed at my smile in disbelief, exclaiming, "You still insist there has been no change? You used to smile?" Instinctively, I touched my face, realizing that I had indeed become more inclined to smile. Zishua's influence on me was profound. I patted his shoulder, encouraging, "Keep training hard. I hope to meet you in the finals." Fengwan inquired, "Lei Xiang, do you genuinely believe you can make it to the finals? You must know that our Magic Warriors class typically finishes at the bottom. Students who specialize in martial skills and magic tend to progress more rapidly due to their focused dedication." I shot him a sideways glance, stating, "Confidence is the best weapon. You will understand once we reach the competition." The 3 months of confinement had granted me a qualitative boost in strength and further bolstered my confidence. In my mind, there was only one rival, Li Hua from the 5th grade. Only he could truly ignite my fighting spirit. Perhaps I was not his equal, but I was determined to gauge the extent of our disparity. Fengwan remarked, "That audacious demeanor of yours has returned. Let us go eat." I shook my head, replying, "No, I have prior arrangements." Suddenly, he realized, "Ah, right. You are the first in the academy to so openly pursue a girl. I commend you. Introduce me to a gem when you get the chance. I won't disturb you further. I'm off to find Fengyun for a meal." Upon entering the cafeteria, I found Zishua waiting for me beneath a tree outside, resembling a pure lily amidst the green foliage. I hurried over, apologizing, "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. A classmate detained me for a chat." Zishua responded with a sweet smile, "It's no problem. Let us go." I reached out to take her hand, but she blushed and shyly withdrew, whispering, "There are so many people here. Please refrain from such gestures." I frowned, sighing, "Very well, I respect your choice." Zishua smiled. "Let us go in and eat." The cafeteria buzzed with its usual liveliness. I had now become a notable figure in the academy, who wouldn't be famous after challenging the top expert, especially with Zishua's connections. As I entered, many gazes turned in our direction. I paid no mind and proceeded directly to the food counter, selecting the finest dishes for Zishua and 2 moderate portions for myself. Observing Zishua eat in small bites, I frowned, "You're eating too little. You must eat more to maintain good health. Look at me. I could survive on this meal for a week." I gestured towards the mountain of food before me. Zishua giggled, responding, "If I ate as much as you, it would be quite a concern. You, being tall, naturally need more food, but as a girl, if I eat too much, I might gain weight. And you might not like me anymore." I frowned. "What do you take me for, Lei Xiang?" Zishua hurriedly replied, "I misspoke. I can manage to eat a bit more." Hearing this, my expression softened, and I asked, "By the way, what about that spoiled girl who always follows you?" Zishua glanced around and whispered, "Keep your voice down. She went home for dinner. If she hears you say that, she'll fly off the handle. You have no idea how difficult it was to comfort her yesterday. Also, why do you act like a child, needing me to placate you?" I smiled. "You are older than me, so why should I fear being comforted? That Jean, she is just spoiled due to being pampered since childhood. Why do you all go home for dinner? Is the food here unpalatable?" I found it quite satisfactory. Zishua scrunched her adorable nose, explaining, "Home-cooked meals are indeed better than cafeteria food, but more importantly, we prefer not to draw too much attention. When we are here, many people watch us, making it difficult to enjoy our meals." I scoffed, "Who dares to look at you? I would deal with them." Zishua pressed my hand down, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Don't get so worked up. You can't control everyone's gaze. Originally, my sister wanted me to have lunch with her, but I chose to meet you instead." I asked curiously, "Sister? Which sister?" Chapter 9. The family of Zishua too. Zishua looked at me as if I were a curious creature, before finally saying, "You don't even know my sister's name? You must be quite uninformed." With a nonchalant smile, I inquired, "Is your sister quite famous?" "It seems she isn't the top expert in the academy," Zishua proudly replied. "Of course my sister is famous. While she may not be the top expert, she is undoubtedly the most beautiful girl in the academy." I was momentarily taken aback. Calling her the most beautiful felt somewhat exaggerated. It seems this duke has been quite fortunate, having 2 daughters who are both stunning. I asked, "How many children does your family have? Please don't tell me there's another beauty ranked somewhere." Zishua playfully hit me, giggling, "No, just my sister and me. Many suitors pursue my sister, and they often disregard the academy's rules to express their affections, particularly that Li Hua, who is the most fervent." It dawned on me. No wonder he was so courteous to you yesterday. It must be related to your sister. "By the way, what is your sister's name?" Zishua replied. "My sister's name is Xian. She is a third-year student specializing in light magic and is the prized pupil of the vice principal." I was momentarily stunned. Light magic sounded rather peculiar, perhaps due to my own practice of dark magic, a natural opposition. It was fortunate that I encountered no troubles in the cafeteria today, smoothly concluding a delightful meal with Zishua. With no classes in the afternoon, I returned to my dorm to practice my frenzied god technique. Since breaking through the first level, my progress has been quite rapid. Although I still have some distance to cover before reaching the second level, I am confident I will complete it before the competition. What delights me most is the progress of my demon technique. Compared to before, it can only be described as swift. The third level, which should be more challenging than the second, is being mastered at a pace surpassing my previous attempts at the second level. At this rate, achieving the fallen angel transformation will soon be a reality. As for Li Hua, I remain unfazed. The next morning, just as I was about to take a run outside the academy with my black dragon, I encountered Zishua. I exclaimed in surprise, "What a pleasant surprise to see you so early. Come, let us take the black dragon for a spin." Zishua approached, gently stroking the black dragon's large head, her face betraying an uncontainable weight. Sensing something was amiss, I quickly asked, "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Suddenly, Zishua threw herself into my arms, weeping. I wrapped my arms around her delicate frame and asked, "Please tell me what happened. Did someone bully you? I will make them pay." As I spoke, a chilling aura emanated from me. Zishua clutched my shirt tightly, shaking her head. "No, it's not that someone is bullying me." I was astonished. "Then why do you feel this way?" Zishua released me. Her head bowed as she murmured, "Our situation has been discovered by my father." I exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking it wasn't anything too serious. I replied, "Is that all? You nearly scared me to death." Zishua stared at me with wide eyes. "Isn't that serious?" I shrugged nonchalantly. "What does it matter? Sooner or later, your parents would find out anyway. How did your father learn about it?" Zishua shook her head gloomily. "There must be spies in the academy. Besides, given how much noise you made, you wouldn't understand. My father is quite stubborn. If he thinks poorly of you, nothing you say or do will change his mind. Last night when I returned home, he had a dark expression and told me to bring you to our house tonight." Upon hearing Zishua's words, I laughed. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. With my qualifications, how could your father possibly disagree? I didn't expect to meet the parents so soon." Zishua said, "Aren't you the least bit concerned? My father's temper is notoriously fierce." I scoffed. "You should know. I am not exactly known for my patience either." Zishua nearly fainted from frustration. It was her first time truly angry, resembling a small lion as she exclaimed, "Is this how you present yourself to parents? It's practically a duel. That is my father. Do you really think you can fight him? With your attitude, how can I feel at ease?" Zishua's little face turned crimson, making her all the more adorable. I pulled her close and kissed her deeply, despite her struggles, overwhelmed by my fervent passion. After a long moment, I finally released the blushing Zishua, softly assuring her, "I promise not to clash with your father. That should suffice, right? Please don't be upset." Zishua nestled against my chest, stating, "You must keep that promise. It concerns our future." I nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will fulfill this task." In class, my mind wandered to the opponent I would face that evening, a duke who held power comparable to a prince in the Dragon God Empire. Suddenly, Huixing nudged me, whispering, "Lei Xiang, focus. Teacher Zhuang has noticed you multiple times." Returning to reality, I glanced at Teacher Zhuang, who shot me a reproachful look. I quickly offered an apologetic smile. Before long, noon arrived. Zishua had mentioned in the morning that she would not be having lunch with me, as she needed to return home to prepare. I wondered what arrangements she was making, perhaps to solidify our alliance. After lunch, I returned to my dorm to continue practicing my frenzied god technique. Training is paramount to me, as everything hinges on formidable strength. Time passed, and Fengyan returned, calling out to me, Lei Xiang, hurry, Zixue is looking for you. I completed a round of the frenzied god technique, inhaled deeply, retracted my energy, and opened my eyes, asking, what time is it? Fengyan replied, just look outside. It's nearly dark. Hurry, Zixue sent me to get you. She seems quite anxious. Indeed, the skies had darkened, with only a faint glow lingering on the horizon. I nodded, saying thanks. I quickly donned my finest attire and dashed out of the dorm, where I immediately spotted the anxious Zixue. Zixue exclaimed, we must hurry. My father detests tardiness. Grabbing my hand, she rushed outside. As we walked, Zixue cautioned, when you meet my father, be sure to maintain a good attitude. I chuckled. Don't worry, I will be mindful. Zixue added, also, my father may test your skills. Be prepared. I was taken aback. What level is your father? Zixue glanced at me. He should be a mid-level light knight. It's been a while since I've seen him in action. I was astounded. Then your father must possess the abilities of a typical dragon knight. Zixue replied proudly, of course. You think my father, a duke, achieved his status without merit? Although he is a civil servant, one must have the skills to protect oneself in his position. While he may not rival the three great marshals, he is still a renowned expert in the capital. I frowned. How can I possibly compare? I am merely at the level of a swordsman. While I have confidence in my abilities, I would be foolish to think I could contend with a light knight. Zixue laughed. So you do have moments of fear? Don't worry, my father will likely just test you and want to engage in a serious fight. Upon arrival, I noticed we had reached the duke's residence. Steeling myself, I followed Zixue inside. As expected of a duke's abode, the grandeur was apparent, with towering walls and numerous patrolling guards. The courtyard was elegantly arranged, clearly the work of an extraordinary designer. Zixue beamed. Isn't our courtyard lovely? My sister designed it. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation for the illustrious first beauty of the academy, as wise and beautiful women are a rare find. Zixue approached a servant and inquired, where's my father? The servant respectfully replied, the duke is in the living room. He instructed that you see him immediately upon your return. Zixue acknowledged, understood, you may carry on. Lei Xiang, your father is waiting for us. I felt her small hand damp with cold sweat, clearly indicating her anxiety. I tightened my grip on her hand and reassured her, do not worry. I shall earn his approval. As we entered the living room, the first thing that caught my eye was the spacious hall, estimated to be around 300 square meters. At the forefront, seated in the main position, was a man appearing to be in his 40s, dignified in appearance, undoubtedly handsome in his youth. A grand mural of 9 dragons adorned the wall behind him. He must be Zixue's father. To his left sat a beautiful woman, her age indiscernible at first glance. If someone claimed she was Zixue's sister, I might have believed it. It was the elegance of her adornments that revealed her status as a lady. Could she be Zixue's mother? If so, it would explain why Zixue and her sister were 2 of the 8 most beautiful women at the academy. To my right, I was momentarily stunned by a breathtaking beauty clad in a light blue gown, seemingly around my age. Bearing a resemblance to Zixue but surpassing her in grace. She appeared slightly taller than Zixue, and upon noticing our arrival, she smiled at Zixue without casting a glance in my direction. Truly, she exuded an air of haughtiness befitting the academy's most beautiful. I sensed a divine aura about her, undoubtedly a result of years spent honing her mastery of light magic. She must be Ziyan. These impressions flashed through my mind in an instant as Zixue rushed forward to greet the middle-aged man, saying, Father, I am back. This is Lei Xiang. I hurried to bow respectfully, addressing him. Your Grace, I am Lei Xiang. The Duke nodded, his expression inscrutable, and said coolly, lift your head. I straightened up and met his gaze. His eyes gleamed with piercing intensity as he scrutinized me. Zixue discreetly exchanged glances with her mother, who remarked, my lord. This young man has a remarkable physique. It is rare to encounter someone as tall as he. It seemed that the Duchess held little sway in the household. For the Duke merely acknowledged her with a non-committal hum before addressing me, Lei Xiang. I have heard that you have declared your intentions to pursue my daughter at Tiandu Academy. Is that correct? I nodded and replied, indeed. The Duke furrowed his brows and stated, then you must be aware that Tiandu Academy prohibits relationships between students. I nodded again, affirming, I am aware. The Duke abruptly rose, his tone laced with anger as he declared, since you are aware, I expect you to cease pursuing my daughter. I met his gaze and replied, I am afraid I cannot comply. You wish me to leave Zixue? That is something I cannot do, even if you are her father. My assertive demeanor immediately drew the attention of everyone present, and I could feel Zixue tugging at my sleeve from behind. The Duke's fury flared. Who do you think you are? Do you believe yourself worthy of my daughter? I smiled calmly. As for worthiness, I believe it is for Zi Shui to judge. Since you are a duke, I trust you will not belittle me based solely on my status. If we were to turn back 30 years, would you have abandoned your affections for a noblewoman simply because of her father's words? Status can change with time, perhaps in 10 or 20 years. I will occupy a position not inferior to yours. My tone was neither subservient nor arrogant, and the room fell silent. Everyone astonished that I dared to stand against the duke. Zi Shui exclaimed, Lei Xiang, you promised me. I thought to myself, Zi Shui, how could you possibly comprehend your father's mindset? If I were to grovel, it would only invite his contempt. Though my actions may seem reckless, there remains a glimmer of hope. The duke raised his hand, silencing Zi Shui, as if my words had struck a chord within him. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up and said, Very well, you speak with great ambition. I shall see what strength you possess to make such claims. Prepare yourself. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent Zi Shui away from my side and swiftly struck out with a palm. An overwhelming force of energy enveloping the area around him. He intended to force me into a confrontation. Rather than feeling fear, I was filled with exhilaration. I had anticipated this test. As a duke, he could not engage in a full-blown brawl with me. The moment he attacked, my opportunity had arrived. Chapter 9. Zi Shui's family. I focused my energy, channeling the power of the frenzied god into my right fist. I took a small step to the left with my left leg, grounding myself, and let out a fierce shout. Hey! I launched my fist forward. The energy surged from my right fist, forming a pale yellow column of force that clashed against the duke's palm. Upon contact, I sensed something was amiss. The duke's energy was not outwardly expressed, but contained within. My energy met his palm without inflicting any harm. As our energies collided, I felt the duke's power flow steadily and evenly from his hand, sending forth a series of increasingly potent waves that culminated in a violent blast, creating a tempest around us. At that moment, Zi Yin exhibited remarkable composure, issuing a command that conjured a light-based barrier, enveloping both the duke and me. Despite the turbulent energy threatening to breach the barrier, not a single strand escaped. I staggered backward, retreating 7 steps until I collided with the barrier formed by Zi Yin. The duke's eyes flickered with surprise as he let out a hearty laugh and swiftly moved closer, launching another palm strike. Truly, the strength of a Knight of Light was formidable. As I rapidly unleashed a series of level 1 attack spells, hoping to disrupt the duke, I once again gathered my frenzied god energy and shouted, Tempest! This time, rather than directing it at the duke, I struck the ground with immense force, disregarding the potential for destruction. Finally, I unleashed the first form of the frenzied god fist, a technique I could only employ once. The duke, realizing the ground beneath him was about to burst, instinctively shifted to counter my attack with a downward strike, meeting my tempest head-on. The tremendous recoil left me in excruciating pain, and had it not been for my extraordinary physical defenses, I might have been grievously injured. The duke, taken by surprise, was also forced back a step. The chaotic energy and debris successfully shattered the barrier created by Zi Yin, filling the living room with a thick haze. I remained on high alert, bracing for another assault. If he were to strike again, I would have no choice but to resort to my ultimate technique. Fearing I could not withstand another attack, this was a scenario I wished to avoid. The duke stood his ground, a dense aura of energy enveloping him, forming a protective shield against the swirling dust. Zi Yin swiftly cast a defensive spell, shielding herself and Zi Shui within its confines. And her gaze briefly sparkled with intrigue as she observed me. The Duchess enveloped herself in a pale blue energy shield. The duke nodded at me and remarked, Not bad. To withstand 2 of my strikes at half strength places you among the elite of the younger generation. You must be a year below Zi Shui. I estimate your potential to surpass even Li Hua. Damn, why must he compare me to that fellow? I expressed my gratitude, saying, Thank you for your compliments. May I now entrust Zi Shui to you? The duke chuckled and replied, When did I ever say I would entrust Zi Shui to you? Your thinking is rather simplistic. Angered, I retorted, Weren't you just testing me? The duke clarified, That was merely to assess your skills. If you wish to pursue a relationship with my daughter, you must first pass this test. For now, I will reluctantly concede, but my daughter is still quite young, and societal norms prohibit her from having a romantic partner. Therefore, you are not permitted to get too close to her. Do you understand? Hearing that I had barely passed, I let out a sigh of relief. At least he was no longer opposed to the idea. I bowed and expressed my thanks, stating, I will refrain from getting too close to Zi Shui in the future. The duke nodded in satisfaction and warned, I merely acknowledge you for the time being. Do not rejoice too soon, as your future development will depend on your own efforts. If you fail to meet my expectations, I will not hesitate to sever ties between you and Zi Shui. Stunned, I foolishly inquired, "What expectations do you have?" The Duke chuckled and said, "Becoming my son-in-law is not an easy feat. While your talent is commendable and your foundation solid, there remains a significant gap in strength. Your future will hinge on your diligence. Besides, you wouldn't expect me to marry my daughter off to a commoner, would you? Now, I shall not keep you any longer. Someone, please see our guest out." As I was escorted from the Duke's residence, I contemplated his words for quite some time before realizing I had been outmaneuvered. How cunning this Duke is. His claim of temporary acknowledgement is hardly different from outright rejection. He demands that I enhance my strength and pursue an official position. Who knows what his standards entail? I doubt he expects me to become a dragon knight. Returning to my dormitory in a state of frustration, I sought solace in practicing the Tian Mo Ju as the chilling sensation coursed through me, bringing tranquility to my heart. The following noon, I encountered Zishui in the cafeteria and lamented, "Your father is exceedingly cunning. Yesterday, he tested me, yet insisted on imposing additional conditions." Zishui smiled and replied, "Do you think being an official is easy? My father has exerted tremendous effort to reach his current position. When he plays mind games with you, you are utterly defenseless. However, do not be upset. After you left yesterday, my father expressed his admiration for you." I scoffed and said, "I couldn't care less whether he admires me. As long as you do, that suffices. If he opposes our relationship, I shall elope with you." Zishui's cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "How outrageous." I shifted my expression and asked, "Do you not wish to come away with me?" Chapter 10. The selection battle. Zishui gazed at me with deep affection and declared, "Of course I would. But my father has only 2 daughters, my sister and I. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to take such a step. Please endure him for my sake." I sighed in resignation, stating, "Improving my strength is inevitable, but I am unwilling to serve as an official. I face numerous challenges." Zishui gently reassured me, "Pursue what you desire. I will not pressure you. You mentioned that if things become unbearable, we can." I took her small hand and said, "Thank you, Zishui. With your words, I feel at ease. It is impossible for me to serve under the dragon god, given my orc lineage. Moreover, I am a spy. In the following month, in order to truly compete with Li Hua, I reduced my meetings with Zishui and immersed myself in training. Zishui understood my resolve. In the current society, no woman wishes for her beloved to be anything less than the strongest. Finally, on the eve of the competition, I successfully broke through to the second layer of the Kuangshinju and learned the second stance of Kuangshin Quan, the Kuangzhan Tianxia. The progress of the Tian Mo Ju was remarkably swift as I was nearing completion of the third layer. However, I encountered a barrier here, and no matter how hard I tried, I could not break through. The difficulty surpassed that of my initial training in the first layer of Kuangshinju. This must be a bottleneck, and time would not permit me to attempt further breakthroughs. The grand competition was imminent. Teacher Zhuang stood before the class and announced, "In 2 days, the Academy's martial arts competition will commence. I will now determine the participants. Those willing to compete, please raise your hands." Perhaps due to everyone's awareness of their own abilities, only 5 students raised their hands. I, Feng Wan, Hua Xing, and Luo Lei. I was particularly astonished by Hua Xing's presence. With his strength, it was impossible for him to surpass Feng Wan unless he teamed up with his brother. Yet, he still wished to participate. Luo Lei had not been idle this semester. After losing to me in the race for first place, he had been training fervently. And according to Feng Wan, his strength had increased significantly. Teacher Zhuang smiled slightly and said, "Since 5 students are willing to participate, we shall first hold an internal competition, and you will be the judges." Feng Wan stood up and said, "Teacher, as our class's top student, am I not exempt from participation? I am the strongest in the class. Let the other 4 compete, and the winner can join me." I couldn't help but think she was rather shameless. Teacher Zhuang replied, "That may not be permissible. After a semester of effort, everyone has made varying degrees of progress. I hope you 5 can compete fairly." Feng Wan, somewhat disgruntled, said, "Then you tell us how to compete." Teacher Zhuang continued, "I have already devised the competition format, which will consist of 3 events: strength, speed, and endurance. Your classmates will score you, with a maximum of 100 points per event. The first place will receive 100 points, while the remaining scores will be determined based on the gap from the first place. The top 2 overall scores will represent our class in the competition. Does anyone have any objections?" Upon hearing this, Feng Wan immediately smiled and expressed no objections, confident in her strength and speed. Despite her size, we had all witnessed her terrifying speed. Naturally, the rest of us had no objections either. Teacher Zhuang declared, "Since everyone agrees, we shall gather at training ground number 4 this afternoon for the competition." Once again, we returned to training ground number 4. The same place that had once led me to the infirmary. After the lunch break, all the students from our Magic Warriors class were assembled. Teacher Zhuang announced. The competition is about to start. Contestants, please step forward. The first event is the Battle of Strength. Feng Wan confidently stood at the forefront, clearly determined to win this match. Turning to Teacher Zhuang, she said, Teacher, please instruct us on how to proceed. Teacher Zhuang responded, I have prepared everything. Space God, I request you to summon the items for the magic circle. With a flourish of her hands, she drew a golden hexagram in the air, which floated down to the ground. With a flash of light, 5 massive iron balls, each over 2 meters in diameter, appeared in the arena. Teacher Zhuang explained. The strength competition primarily tests the energy you can unleash instantaneously. The requirement is to damage your iron ball as much as possible with a single strike. The iron balls are protected by a magical barrier. Keep in mind, if you drive the iron ball into the ground, it will be deemed invalid. You must inflict damage on the ball itself. I will calculate the damage rate for you. The one who causes the most damage to the iron ball will be the winner of this round. Understood? We 5 answered in unison, understood. Feng Wan eagerly declared, Teacher, let me go first. Teacher Zhuang smiled and nodded, saying, Very well, you may begin. Feng Wan tightened her grip on the large iron hammer, approached the iron ball, stretched her limbs, and began to swing the hammer with ease. The massive hammer appeared weightless in her hands, and soon, her speed reached its peak, rendering her nearly invisible. The whirlwind she created suddenly lifted off the ground, and Feng Wan shouted, Giant hammer cyclone break. The shadowy figure darted towards the iron ball with the swiftness of lightning. With a resounding crash, a deafening sound momentarily dulled everyone's hearing. Although the protective barrier remained unbroken, the massive iron sphere was transformed into a hemisphere. Curiously, despite the immense force exerted, the ball did not penetrate the ground, which was indeed impressive. Only I discerned that just as Feng Wan elevated her form, she unleashed a surge of fighting spirit, effectively propping the iron ball beneath it. This was the reason for such an outcome. However, the dispersion of power prevented any further damage to the ball. Teacher Zhuang, astonished, remarked, damage level at 50. Feng Wan, you performed admirably. Feng Wan, beads of sweat forming at her temples, clearly exerted considerable energy during that moment. Upon hearing Teacher Zhuang's words, she proudly exclaimed, Of course, teacher. My position as the chief is earned through strength. She even huffed a little, quite the sight. Teacher Zhuang then inquired, Who will be next? Chapter 10. The Selection Battle 2. Huixing declared, Teacher, allow me. Drawing his long sword, he strode forward. I turned to Huixing beside me and asked, What has your brother lost his mind over? Does he not realize his own strength? Huixing, watching his brother approach, replied, My brother has faced much hardship lately and has mastered a technique. Though he may not advance, he will certainly astonish you. Just wait and see. Huixing, usually complex in demeanor, now wore a serious expression as he approached another testing iron ball. He narrowed his eyes, grasped his sword, and chanted, Great Fire God, please ignite the fire elements surrounding me, allowing the endless flames to become my ultimate armor. Red flames began to swirl around Huixing, growing increasingly intense. Standing at the center, he resembled a deity of flames, quietly poised. Suddenly, Huixing shouted, Break the shackles, flame of light. The red flames gradually transformed into white, radiating a blinding brilliance, akin to wielding light magic. Huixing opened his eyes, which gleamed with a captivating light. Slowly, he raised the sword tip from below, as if lifting an immense burden with remarkable effort. I could distinctly see the sweat from Huixing evaporating into blue smoke within the white flames. I mused. Given Huixing's strength, he shouldn't be able to command such powerful flames. Huixing leaned closer and whispered, My brother possesses our family heirloom, the fire-repelling talisman, which protects him. He uses it to shield himself from the backlash of the flames, allowing him to wield magic techniques beyond his level. Though it is taxing, he can still manage it. Please keep this a secret. I replied, Why would you tell me? I am currently his opponent. Huixing smiled slightly and said, We are brothers. Why keep secrets? My brother is merely here to make an appearance. After this display, he will have exhausted his strength for the remainder of the competition. He simply wishes to prove himself. This boy is quite competitive. At that moment, Huixing finally raised his sword above his head, leaped high into the air, and shouted, Light flame slash. A stream of white light surged along his sword, slicing through the air like a chain, and the iron ball before him was split in two by his powerful strike. I remarked to Huixing, That move is impressive, with tremendous attack power. Unfortunately, the time required to gather energy is too lengthy. If I were to engage him in combat, I would never grant him the opportunity to execute that technique. Huixing, supporting himself with the sword, gasped for breath, and asked Teacher Zhuang, "Teacher, how did I fare?" Teacher Zhuang, astonished, could hardly close his mouth, responding, "Huaxing, you can indeed wield such potent magic techniques. You shattered the barrier and split the iron ball in two. This counts as 100. Hearing Teacher Zhuang's words, Huaxing's face lit up with pride, but he then swayed and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Huaxing hurried over to assist him. Feng Wan pouted and remarked, "Overestimating oneself, without preserving any strength. If I had gone all out, I would have surely achieved 100 as well." Feng Wan was the third to take the stage. He executed the spiral sword technique he had once used against me, successfully piercing the iron ball's defense barrier. However, he lacked the residual strength to damage the ball. And since the barrier was broken, Teacher Zhuang awarded him a score of 80. Luo Lei was the fourth to perform. Having procured a long spear that appeared to surpass the previous one in quality, he employed a similar tactic to Feng Wen's, but could not match the purity of Feng Wen's power. The lightning magic under these testing conditions did not exhibit much potency. Ultimately, he failed to breach the barrier, merely leaving a hole in the iron ball, which Teacher Zhuang assessed as 30 damage. Finally, it was my turn. I naturally approached the last iron ball. Standing before it, and channeling the second layer of my frenzied god dual qi, I lightly leaped above the iron ball, and, with a seemingly gentle palm strike, pressed it effortlessly into the ground. Feng Wan, witnessing this, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Handsome, relying on brute strength will not suffice. This is futile, and I doubt you will even achieve one." Frustrated by her taunts, I shot her a cold glare and retorted, "Close your foul mouth and watch." Feng Wan, incensed by my insult, was about to retaliate, but was instantly stunned by the scene before her. The iron ball, which I had pressed into the ground, erupted in an explosion, creating a massive crater in the training field. The ball vanished, leaving only scattered iron shavings behind. I had utilized the Storm Fury technique, condensing my fighting spirit into a single force that burst forth from the point of impact. It was surprising that the ball did not disintegrate under the opposing pressure of my fighting spirit. I glared fiercely at Feng Wan and declared, "Which is harder, your soft body or the iron ball?" Feng Wan, intimidated by my overwhelming presence, stammered, "The iron ball is hard, the iron ball is hard." Satisfied, I returned to my place in the group. Teacher Zhuang gazed at me as if I were a monster and announced, "Lei Xiang, damage at 100. Huaxing, tending to his unconscious brother, remarked, "Lei, you are truly impressive. Your strength has grown significantly." I replied nonchalantly, "Strength has always been my forte. What is so remarkable about it?" Teacher Zhuang then declared, "The first round of testing is concluded. Huaxing and Lei Xiang are tied for first, with damage at 100. Feng Wan is third, with 80 damage. Feng Wan is fourth, with 50 damage, and Luo Lei is fifth, with 30 damage. If there are no objections, the scores for the first round will be calculated based on the percentage of damage." Feng Wan, dissatisfied with her score in her area of expertise, felt quite disgruntled. However, with me standing there, she dared not voice her complaints. She understood that I would certainly advance, leaving her to vie for another spot. Although Huaxing also achieved full marks in the first round, his body could no longer sustain him for the subsequent matches, so he could be disregarded for now. Feng Wen's score of 80 in the first round surpassed hers by 30 points, leaving her with no choice but to pursue him, as she secretly simmered with determination. Chapter 10. The Selection Battle 3. Teacher Zhuang announced, "All right, we shall now commence the second round, a contest of speed. The distance from here to the Academy Gate is less than 1,000 meters. Whoever can complete 3 laps in the fastest time shall be declared the winner. Which student is willing to oversee the area at the Academy Gate?" Luo Lei suddenly spoke up, stating, "Teacher, I forfeit this competition and will oversee the area." Having witnessed my overwhelming prowess, he felt utterly disheartened and no longer harbored any desire to contend with me. Placed last in the strength competition, his hopes of advancing were already slim, so he opted to graciously withdraw. Teacher Zhuang replied, "Since you are willing to withdraw from the competition, you may proceed to supervise at the Academy Gate." The 3 of us remaining stood at the starting line, and with a command from Teacher Zhuang, we shot forth like arrows. Feng Wan surged ahead, followed closely by Feng Wan, while I lagged behind. I activated my flying technique to alleviate my weight. Yet I still could not match Feng Wen's innate mastery of wind magic, nor could I comprehend how Feng Wan, despite her diminutive stature, moved with such astonishing speed, resembling a bouncing ball of flesh. The 3 laps concluded swiftly. Feng Wan naturally scored 100 points, Feng Wan 80, while I was left with a meager 50. After 2 rounds, Feng Wan led with 180 points, I had 150, and Feng Wan trailed with 130. The third and final challenge tested our endurance. Teacher Zhuang announced, to ensure fairness, I have invited members of the third-grade magic warriors to conduct this test. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a small hexagram in the air, seemingly a simple spatial magic for close-range communication. Third grade. How will they assess us? I pondered. Soon, 9 individuals entered, clearly possessing formidable skills. Teacher Zhuang introduced them as our third-grade seniors, stating that they would evaluate us in groups of 3 against each participant. These 9 students were meticulously selected by both him and the instructors of the third-grade magic warriors, ensuring an even distribution of strength for absolute fairness. Fengwen inquired, Teacher, how will these seniors test us? Teacher Zhuang smiled gently, quite simply. Each of you must withstand the attacks of 3 seniors. The one who endures the longest will be declared the winner. I was taken aback at the thought of facing 3 seniors simultaneously. All right, let us commence. To maintain fairness, all 3 groups will begin at once. Fengwen brandished a large iron hammer and charged forward with a fierce shout, startling the 3 seniors tasked with sparring her. Fengwen was more courteous, politely asking the seniors for guidance as he swiftly moved to engage. I approached deliberately, exuding a powerful aura. My 3 seniors consisted of 2 magic swordsmen and 1 wielding a peculiar claw-like weapon. As I drew near, the clawed senior initiated his attack. Launching himself into the air with a fierce cry, his arms spread wide like a soaring eagle. The other 2 seniors brandished their magic swords and charged at me. Indeed, the prowess of the third-grade seniors far surpassed that of our class. While I might have had a chance in a one-on-one confrontation, facing 3 was an entirely different matter. I swiftly conjured several ice spikes toward the airborne senior and stepped forward to deliver a punch. The senior's claws crackled with electricity, shattering my ice spikes effortlessly, and he continued his assault from behind me. Caught off guard, I managed to repel the senior attacking from my left with a burst of power, but I found myself sandwiched between 2 adversaries. Grimly, I shouted, Tempest, and struck the ground with tremendous force. My target was the senior in front of me. Just as my energy surged from beneath him, he sensed the impending wave and leapt to evade my strike. Though he avoided the brunt of my attack, he could not withstand the resulting shockwave. The ground erupted, sending debris and violent energy surging forward, engulfing both the senior I had initially pushed back and the one who had leapt to avoid my blow. They desperately wielded their magic swords to fend off the oncoming chaos. While my Tempest strike yielded impressive results, I too was struck by the senior behind me. In that fleeting moment, I staggered, dissipating much of the force, while my own energy burst forth. A sharp pain shot through my back, followed by a wave of numbness. His attack bore the attribute of lightning. I grunted, swiftly turning to grasp his claws. The senior was agile, surprised by my defensive capabilities, yet he reacted without hesitation, soaring away just in time to evade my counter. I grunted in frustration and activated my flying technique, feeling considerably lighter. With a swift push-off, I surged toward the 2 seniors who were floundering from my earlier onslaught. Despite their strength, they could not withstand the full force of my attack, and both sustained minor injuries. My greatest advantage lay in my formidable fighting energy. I needed to defeat 2 of them before they could fully surround me to have any chance of victory. However, my plans were thwarted as the senior in the sky summoned a bolt of lightning. By the time I realized, it was too late. The lightning struck me directly, overwhelming me with a paralyzing sensation. At that moment, the power of my Tianma decision surged through me, its cold energy rapidly revitalizing my senses. Now in disarray, my back bore the tattered remnants of my clothing, singed and charred from the lightning strike, my hair standing on end. In the 10th chapter, the Selection Battle Part 4. The 2 seniors wielding magic swords stepped forward, one stating, Junior, concede. While you are indeed strong, you stand no chance against our combined might. I cast a glance at Fengwen and Fengwan, both still engaged in their own battles. Fengwen was cunning, using his wind magic to avoid direct confrontation, relying on his agility to play a game of hide-and-seek. Conversely, Fengwan was a force of nature, wielding her hammer like a frenzied tigress, creating powerful whirlwinds that left her seniors scrambling to defend themselves. If I conceded now, I risked elimination. I steeled my resolve. I needed to challenge Li Hua and could not surrender lightly. With a defiant grunt, I declared, Come at me. I will not yield. Another powerful strike resonated as I slammed my fist into the ground. The 2 seniors before me hurriedly retreated to evade my overwhelming force. However, their assumptions were misguided. I was not targeting them, but rather the senior I dubbed Thunderhawk behind me. Having shocked me earlier, Thunderhawk had anticipated my capitulation, but my tenacity took him by surprise. As the ground beneath him fractured, my energy surged toward him. In that critical moment, he showcased his remarkable skill, retreating while chanting, summoned the divine thunder of the heavens. Seize the earth's urgency, arise, wall of azure lightning. A wall of flickering electricity formed before him, nullifying my energy and preventing any debris from crossing the threshold. As he defended against my tempest, I closed the distance and delivered a heavy punch, with my fighting energy enveloping my fist. And his azure lightning wall already weakened from my earlier assault, I easily broke through. The senior attempted to shield himself with his claws, but I unleashed my energy, sending him flying with a pained scream. He would likely be incapacitated for days. I had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, even if he survived, his hands would surely be rendered useless. Let him taste the consequences of his lightning strike against me. The entire event transpired in a fleeting moment, as the two senior students wielding magical swords regained consciousness, only to find Senior Lei Xiang crashing heavily against the protective barrier wall of the training ground. With him dealt with, matters became significantly easier. Just as I was about to continue my confrontation with the other two seniors, Professor Zhuang's voice rang out. Lei Xiang, cease your actions. You have already emerged victorious. Taken aback, I turned to see that Feng Wan's enormous hammer had been sent flying, leaving her seated on the ground. Cultivating her energy, Feng Wan was no better off. His clothes were as charred as mine, and he had lost a considerable amount of hair. Though his condition was due to burns rather than electric shock, it turned out that while dodging, Feng Wan had thought to himself that he would surely secure the top position, believing that as long as he could endure until Lei Xiang and Feng Wan were defeated, victory would be his. However, his erratic movements infuriated his opponents, who left two to entangle him while another senior, skilled in fire magic, unleashed a powerful all-encompassing fire spell with his staff, swiftly overwhelming Feng Wan. Coincidentally, this occurred just as I had sent Senior Lei Xiang flying. Professor Zhuang, witnessing my victory and concerned for my safety, immediately called off the test. The most unfortunate among us was undoubtedly Lei Xiang. For after announcing that Feng Wan and I would represent our grade in the upcoming competition, Professor Zhuang promptly utilized water magic to heal him. The two seniors I had faced approached me, and the one wielding the fire magic sword remarked, Junior, your skills are impressive. Even with our combined efforts, we struggled against you. It seems the championship of your grade will undoubtedly be yours. Their formidable abilities earn my respect, and I humbly replied, this is all thanks to the guidance of my seniors. As for Lei Xiang, I would appreciate it if you could explain to him that I truly could not restrain myself. The two seniors exchanged knowing smiles and said, Lei Xiang is indeed a fitting moniker for him. His name is Pu Rui, the strongest among us, but we are somewhat weaker. Hence we were placed in the same group to represent our class. Rest assured, you will have the opportunity to face him again. He relishes forging friendships with formidable allies. I voiced my concern. Will his injuries affect his ability to compete? One senior replied, not at all. This lad possesses remarkable resilience, and with Professor Zhuang's treatment, he will be just fine. Aside from Feng Wan, who stormed off in anger, the other classmates came to congratulate Feng Wan and me. Even Luo Lei approached me, saying, Lei Xiang, I admit I am not your match yet. However, be wary. I will keep striving, and one day I shall defeat you. I smiled faintly and replied, I await your challenge. The skills of Senior Lei Xiang are indeed commendable, and had it not been for a stroke of luck, I might not have triumphed over him. Hearing my words, Luo Lei's eyes brightened, and he turned to leave. Professor Zhuang then instructed everyone to disperse and called Feng Wan and me to her office. Smiling, she said, so how was it? Did you see how perceptive your teacher is? I knew you would surpass the others. Feng Wan chuckled wryly, Professor, our path to victory was rather arduous. Look at us. We resemble two charred individuals. Meeting each other's disheveled appearances, we couldn't help but burst into laughter. Professor Zhuang interjected. All right, enough laughter. I brought you here primarily to impart some combat strategies. Realizing the purpose of our summons, Feng Wan and I became serious. Professor Zhuang continued, Feng Wan, do you know where you faltered today? Feng Wan replied, perplexed. The enemy's magic was too powerful, and the all-encompassing attack left me no room to evade. Professor Zhuang gently shook her head, incorrect. Your defeat stemmed from your lack of speed. Today, I shall teach you 3 words, Jiru Feng, as swift as the wind. Feng Wan repeated in a whisper, Jiru Feng, Jiru Feng. Turning to me, Professor Zhuang remarked, Lei Xiang, although you did not lose today, your efforts were rather taxing, and you failed to capitalize on your inherent advantages. I was astonished. I did not utilize my advantages. Professor Zhuang nodded. Do you recall your first victory in the chief competition? I replied, was it against the fire elementalist? She affirmed, indeed, that match. Do you remember how you won? I nodded. Of course, I intentionally took a hit and then knocked him off the stage. Professor Zhuang stated, exactly. While I am unaware of the type of combat energy you practice, I have observed that your physical defense is exceptionally high. Not only is your combat energy resilient, but your overall defense is commendable as well. This may be your innate talent. Given such a remarkable gift, why not utilize it? I shall also impart 3 words to you, Lei Xiang, as steady as a mountain. Speed is not your forte. Only strength and defense are your assets. Do you comprehend? I nodded enthusiastically, feeling enlightened as though I had grasped a profound truth. Exiting Professor Zhuang's office, Feng Wen and I reflected upon her words. Upon leaving the building, we encountered a group of first-year magic class students who, upon seeing our state, began to snicker. Look at those two. They don't seem to belong to any class. They must have either been struck by lightning magic or burned by fire magic. They probably made a mistake and were punished by the teacher. Raising our heads, Feng Wen whispered, "This is so embarrassing. Let us hurry back to the dorm." We both let out a strange cry, startling the nearby students, and rushed back to our dormitory. After quickly showering and changing into clean clothes, Feng Wen sighed in relief and said, "Old Lei, I can't go on. I'm utterly exhausted. I need to rest." When did I become Old Lei? Am I really that old? I nodded and replied, "Goodbye. I'll head back as well." Feng Wen smiled. "The competition begins the day after tomorrow. Make sure to give it your all." I responded, "You too. I hope to face you in the finals." As I walked back to the dormitory, I pondered Professor Zhuang's words, as steady as a mountain. How can I achieve that? She likely meant for me to fully exploit my high physical defense. "Lei Xiang, you're back." Looking up, I saw Zixue. I smiled faintly and said, "Have you been waiting for me all this time?" Zixue nodded. "Why are you so late? You usually return to the dormitory early in the afternoon to train." I asked Feng Yun, but he said he hadn't seen you. I explained, there was a test in class today to select candidates for the final competition. Zixue linked her arm through mine and said, "You must have been chosen, right?" I playfully tapped her cute little nose and replied, "You have such faith in me, but there are many strong individuals in the academy." Zixue insisted, "I believe in you. You are undoubtedly capable." I nodded and asked, "What about you? Will you participate in the competition?" She replied, "My magic level is not high enough to compete." Zixue is in the second-year magic class, primarily focusing on water magic. My sister will be participating in the third-year competition. Her light magic is quite renowned. I chuckled. She is the esteemed disciple of the vice dean, so her participation is a given. Zixue scrunched her little nose and said, "My sister did not enter the competition through connections. She earned her place entirely through her own abilities. If you become the grade champion, will you challenge Liwa?" My expression darkened as I replied, "That is certain. Once I secure the grade championship, I will challenge him. If I cannot defeat him, it will undoubtedly have a significant impact on my future training, especially psychologically." Zixue let out a sigh and remarked, "Although you are quite formidable, I still worry for your safety." I responded with a faint smile, "What, do you not believe in me?" Zixue hurriedly shook her head, stating, "Not at all. I have absolute confidence in you, but Liwa is undeniably the top expert in the entire academy. He is not easily dealt with, and I fear for your well-being." I reassured her, "There is no need for concern. My resilience is quite formidable. Injuring me will not be an easy task. Rest assured, even if I cannot prevail, I will remain unharmed." Zixue nodded, saying, "That is reassuring. As long as you guarantee your safety, I will be at ease." After bidding farewell to Zixue, I returned to my dormitory, continuing to ponder over Teacher Zhuang's words. 2 days later, the graduation ceremony commenced, which typically consisted of the same old platitudes about the students' efforts throughout the semester, encouraging them to strive for even greater progress. Following the ceremony, the director of education, Zhang Feng, approached the podium and announced, "The biannual martial arts competition of Tiandu Academy is about to commence. Contestants from each grade should proceed to their designated arenas." The first round of the competition was rather straightforward. 12 individuals were divided into 2 groups, while the other grades had 10 participants divided similarly, with the top 2 from each group advancing to the elimination rounds. Thus, to claim the championship of my grade, I would need to compete in 7 matches. Feng Wen and I found ourselves placed in different groups. Observing my group, I noticed that my opponents were relatively unfamiliar to me. Having been injured shortly after entering the academy and subsequently confined, I had encountered few individuals. Teacher Zhuang summoned Feng Wen and me for pre-battle guidance. "You both must remain vigilant. Lei Xiang, if you encounter a warrior class opponent, it should be manageable. But be wary of the 2 from the magic class. They often employ peculiar spells. Feng Wen, you should make full use of your speed, leaving no opportunity for your opponent. Achieve maximum results in the shortest time possible. Although I have not taught many classes, you are the most promising first-year students I have encountered. Do not disappoint your teacher." I nodded resolutely and turned towards my arena. Chapter 11. The Grade Championship 2. As it was a round-robin tournament, both groups would hold 3 matches today, occurring simultaneously. My first opponent was from the warrior class, a robust figure standing approximately 180 centimeters tall, with a physique teeming with explosive muscle. The referee called us forth, proclaiming, Magic Warrior Class Lei Xiang versus Warrior Class Shili. The rules were quite simple. No strikes to vital areas, no fatalities, no crippling of opponents, and no use of prohibited weapons. Typically, we utilized the Academy's armaments. Those who fell or could no longer fight would be deemed the losers. Of course, surrender was also an option. Understood? I nodded swiftly and summoned the Quangshan dual aura throughout my being. Upon seeing me, Shili's eyes widened in surprise. He thought, how can this fellow from the Magic Warrior class be so much larger than I? He will certainly be a challenge. Standing proudly in the arena, I declared, come at me. Shili scoffed, aren't you going to use a weapon? I raised my fist, gesturing, this is my finest weapon. Feel free to use whatever you wish. Shili perceived my words as disdain, fury igniting in his eyes as he retorted, very well, you asked for it. Don't blame me for being ungracious. With that, he seized a heavy iron staff from the weapon rack and twirled it with impressive flair, exclaiming, prepare yourself. Engaging with a pure warrior was quite pleasant. Lacking the need to defend against magic, as I had previously experienced with senior students from the third-year Magic Warrior class. Although Shili appeared rugged, he was not merely a brute. His staff whipped through the air, transforming into a flurry of strikes aimed at me. I mused to myself, though your technique is impressive, your power is dispersed, and it poses no threat to me. Standing firm, I awaited his attack. My composure startled Shili. He anticipated a counter or spell from me. Just as the staff was about to connect, he abruptly retracted it, condensing all his strikes into a singular thrust, employing a stabbing maneuver. The staff lacked a sharp edge, and I inhaled deeply, gathering my Quangshan dual aura in my chest, bracing myself against his assault. The staff bent as Shili struck me, feeling as though he had met an iron barrier, unable to inflict any harm. A cold smirk graced my lips as I seized his staff, channeling my aura outward. My hand glowing a pale yellow, I wrested control of his staff, pressing it against his shoulder, asking, shall we continue? Shili struggled, but the weight of the staff upon his shoulder was insurmountable. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Sensing his reluctance to concede, I pressed down firmly, forcing him to one knee. If you do not wish to humiliate yourself, surrender swiftly. Acknowledging his inability to compete with my strength and realizing he had failed to showcase his own talents, he felt utterly defeated, finally uttering, very well, I concede. I lifted the staff and tossed it back to him before descending from the platform. Shili called after me, should we meet again? I will not allow you to prevail so easily. I turned, offering him a disdainful smile. If you can endure until we meet again, I shall be waiting. Upon leaving the arena, Teacher Zhuang approached me, commending, you performed excellently, leaving your opponent without a chance to retaliate. I smiled, this is all thanks to your guidance. In the following days, I advanced seamlessly through 3 rounds, achieving a remarkable record of 4 victories. Today marked the final match of the group stage, regardless of the outcome. I would secure a place in the top 4. My opponent today was a student from the magic class, who, as Teacher Zhuang informed me, also held a record of 4 victories thus far. This battle would determine who would advance as the top contender from our group. In the opposing group, Fengwen distinguished himself with his ghostly agility, emerging as the sole victor. Their matches had concluded, with Fengwen advancing as the group leader, followed by a warrior class student. I ascended the arena, facing an opponent clad in the quintessential garb of a sorcerer. It was only moments before the match that I discovered my adversary was a female, not intending any gender bias. She was enveloped in a flowing crimson magical robe, her hood drawn low, obscuring her features, with only a pristine white hand visible, gripping a long magical staff. Coiled around the staff was an intricately carved serpent, its mouth adorned with a large magical crystal, unmistakably a superior wand. Teacher Zhuang had remarked upon her formidable strength, as none of my previous opponents had been able to withstand her incredible magic. Being aware that my opponent was a woman, I offered her a slight nod. The sorceress raised her staff, and as the referee announced the commencement of the match, a torrent of fireballs erupted from her wand, hurtling towards me with astonishing speed. I hastily conjured several ice spikes to counteract a portion of her onslaught. As the remaining fireballs closed in, I dispatched them with swift punches. While I was occupied with fending off the fireballs, she deftly waved her staff, chanting softly, evidently preparing to unleash a series of spells without granting me an opportunity to close the distance. I chose not to rush my attack. Instead, I resolved to observe the extent of her capabilities. Having not encountered a true adversary in recent days, I felt a sense of frustration. Victories that came too easily failed to satisfy me. I recognized that only through continuous challenges could I genuinely enhance my abilities. At this moment, her magic had reached completion, and the wand in her hand traced a beautiful red magic hexagram in the air. Based on my experience gleaned from the spellbooks in the Academy library, I knew this was at least a level 5 spell, certainly not an easy foe to contend with. Indeed, I heard her melodic voice proclaim, "O slumbering god of fire, unleash your energy and awaken, divine guardian, descend, fire dragon." No, this was not a level 5 spell, it was a level 6. I was instantly taken aback. Although my defenses were formidable, they could not withstand such a powerful spell. A resonant dragon's roar emanated from the red magic hexagram, and a fire dragon of modest size emerged from the magical array, bearing its fangs and claws, positioning itself between me and the sorceress. Chapter 11. Year Group Champion 3. I summoned the power of the Fury God, enveloping my entire being in it, and calmly observed the fire dragon. The slight tremble of the sorceress's wand indicated that maintaining this spell was no easy task for her. She waved her wand, urging the summoned fire dragon to attack me. The moment the fire dragon moved, I felt an intense heat rushing towards me. Such powerful flames, truly the pinnacle of intermediate magic. I immediately released my aura, launching a punch towards the fire dragon. The pale yellow aura generated by the Fury God accurately struck the dragon's head, causing it to shrink slightly in size, but still charge towards me unchanged. To my delight, the aura seemed capable of neutralizing the spell's intensity, a new discovery. Little did I know, this was a well-known secret that only someone like me, who had attended classes for a mere few days, would be unaware of. I unleashed several more bursts of aura, significantly slowing the fire dragon's momentum. The sorceress persistently reinforced the dragon with fire magic from behind. Continuing this way was not a viable option. I could already smell the singeing scent. Should I be struck by this, I was confident my body could endure, but my clothing and hair would surely be lost. Even if I emerged unscathed, I could not afford such humiliation. Dealing with sorceresses was indeed troublesome. I stealthily enveloped the Tian Mo Ju in the aura of the Fury God, releasing an aura that was 10 parts Fury God and 3 parts Tian Mo Ju. Since the dark elements were entirely encased within my Fury God aura, from the outside, it appeared unremarkable. In this moment, I unleashed my full might, my attire swelling as a pure yellow beam shot towards the fire dragon. The dragon exhaled a torrent of flames in an attempt to counter my assault. At that critical moment, the dark elements played a pivotal role. Their inclusion amplified the Fury God aura's potency, rendering the flames ineffective and striking the fire dragon directly. The fire dragon was obliterated by the fierce aura and dark elements, vanishing into thin air, causing the sorceress to tremble from the force of the backlash. This opponent was formidable. I could no longer allow her to cast spells freely. I shouted, "Tempest," and struck the ground with a punch. Having employed this technique before, the sorceress clearly recognized its power and immediately cast a thick defensive shield around herself, swiftly moving to the right. My attack reverberated at the center of the arena, and the aura surged forward, covering half of the platform. Though she moved with speed, she would surely avoid engaging me in close combat. After all, I was a magic warrior. The violent gusts and debris shattered her hastily erected defensive barrier, and her cloak was swept away by the winds. My eyes widened in surprise. What a beauty! I had not anticipated this sorceress to be so striking, rivaling even Zi Shui. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her fierce eyes glinted with anger, clearly incited by my actions. Although she was a woman, she was still my adversary, and I held no qualms about seizing the moment. As she faltered, I swiftly dashed forward and delivered a punch aimed at her. I hit my mark, but to my dismay, she vanished. Not good. This was the mirror shadow technique. This girl possessed remarkable magic, managing to evade my instincts under such conditions. A melodic voice rang out. "How uncouth of you. Do you not know I am a lady?" I turned to find her behind me. I replied coldly, "I am a warrior, not a gentleman. Decorum holds no significance for me." The opponent scoffed, her body starting to shift rapidly, relying on speed and the mirror shadow technique, making it impossible for me to discern her true form. Standing still in the arena, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my back as a fireball struck me, charring my clothing. Enraged, I loathed the destruction of my attire. I bellowed and unleashed a flurry of punches, the tempest's might engulfing the entire arena. I spared neither myself nor my surroundings. The air was thick with smoke, debris, and aura. A palpable aura of menace radiated from me, as I indiscriminately released powerful aura blasts in all directions. While the sorceress's magic was formidable, it paled in comparison to the sheer intensity of my aura. Under my relentless assault, she began to falter, each of my strikes weighing heavily upon her. This was my first time employing aura in such a manner, and to my astonishment, the Fury God aura continuously replenished itself. What I had thought would be a brief endeavor now allowed me to unleash an uninterrupted series of punches. What a thrill! Lei Xiang, cease at once. If you continue to damage the arena, you will be held responsible for all costs. Upon hearing this, I paused, and the sorceress curled up in a corner. The arena around us in disarray, the previously gathered spectators retreating several dozen meters, some even appearing disheveled. Upon stopping, I became the target of public ire. Nearly everyone believed I should not have treated a young lady in such a manner, branding me a disgrace to manhood. What did they know? To me, victory was paramount. I approached the sorceress and inquired, "Are you all right?" She slowly withdrew her magical robe, retracting her defensive barrier while gazing at me with trepidation, saying, "You are truly terrifying. Attacking with such ferocity. Ah, my clothing." A small tear in her robe revealed a glimpse of beauty that made my face flush, and I quickly turned away. The sound of her weeping reached my ears. "Girls truly are more delicate." I replied matter-of-factly, "Do you wish to continue?" She shook her head vigorously. Her voice tinged with tears. Who would fight with someone so lacking in compassion? After securing her attire, she gracefully exited the arena. The sorceress thought to herself, "Fortunately, it was merely my clothing that was damaged. If this brute had marred my appearance, that would be a true loss." Thus, I dramatically claimed first place in my group, advancing smoothly to the top 4. After securing my final victory, rather than receiving praise from Teacher Zhuang, I was met with a scolding, joined by Zixue. Teacher Zhuang admonished, "Lei Xiang, you have displayed a complete lack of decorum. While it may be a competition, you cannot treat her so harshly. What if you had injured her? Moreover, ruining a girl's clothing is exceedingly impolite." Chapter 11. Year Group Champion 4. I was taken aback, responding, "But you want me to win the championship. Only by defeating her can I secure a favorable position. As for damaging her clothing, that was not my intention." Teacher Zhuang countered, "Even in pursuit of victory, one cannot disregard their image and strike indiscriminately. Now, many teachers are coming to me, demanding accountability for raising a reckless student." Zixue, who had originally come to support me, approached and said, "Lei Xiang, you were in the wrong today. How could you be so harsh on Bingbing? Causing her public embarrassment? She is my dear friend." I was speechless. Was I being harsh? If I had not been, I might have been scorched by her flames. It was ironic that she employed fire magic while named Bingbing, truly distasteful. Though she was attractive, she held no allure for me. From this day forth, I acquired my first moniker, Beauty Slayer. This title signifies that in any competition, regardless of facing beautiful opponents, I would show no mercy. It also implicitly conveys that I have captured the heart of Zixue. My adversary in the semifinals was the warrior from the same group as Fengwen. Initially, I intended to approach him gently, but upon stepping onto the arena, he disregarded me entirely. As soon as the referee announced the commencement of the match, he struck a pose of arrogance, proclaiming himself the embodiment of justice, tasked with eliminating me in the name of the Academy's beauties. To my dismay, numerous girls in the audience responded with enthusiastic cheers. Enraged, I nearly spat blood and swiftly knocked him off the stage with a series of powerful strikes. Fengwen, in a bid to impress the ladies or due to his lack of skill, unfortunately lost to the female magician. This led to yet another encounter between myself and the female magician. Standing on the final stage, I had intended to treat her with a touch of gentleness. However, she offered me no chance, conceding the match without a single move and descending the stage voluntarily. This action proved detrimental, as the allure of a beautiful woman can be quite devastating, rendering me nearly the enemy of all the boys. The audience erupted with cries of "Shameless! Return the championship to her." Nevertheless, driven by my desire to challenge Liwa, I was resolute not to relinquish this title and silently retreated to my dormitory. Fortunately, due to the formidable prowess I had displayed, none of my first-year classmates dared to confront me physically. "Liwa, I shall reclaim the honor I have lost at your expense." My heart burned with indignation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fengyan casually remarked, "Zixue is looking for you." His demeanor suggested he too was chastising me. The power of beauty is indeed formidable. What have I done wrong? Was it merely employing somewhat aggressive techniques to secure victory? Are women not worthy opponents? If they choose to ignore me, I am quite content with my solitude. I swiftly exited the dormitory, finding Zixue standing at the entrance, gazing inside. As I emerged, she approached me. I inquired, "What brings you here?" Zixue, with urgency, replied, "You have incurred the wrath of the masses. Bingbing is beautiful and adept at stirring trouble. Now the entire first year is against you, and this resentment is spreading to other grades. Be cautious when you go out." A glint of fury flashed in my eyes. I am not one to easily tolerate provocation. I coldly asserted, "Those who dare to trouble me will face dire consequences." Zixue grasped my hand, saying, "What are you doing? This is frightening. Please don't act this way." I retorted, "If no one offends me, I shall not offend anyone. Should they wish to confront me, they must be prepared to pay the price." Zixue released my hand, her eyes reddening as she said, "Why are you like this? I intended to persuade you to apologize to Bingbing and then speak a few good words on your behalf to quell this matter, but instead, you have escalated it." My anger surged, and I coldly replied, "You hardly understand me. Am I the kind of person to bow and scrape?" With that, I turned and returned to the dormitory. This wretched Bingbing not only alienated me from everyone, but also sowed discord between Zixue and myself. I vowed to make her aware of my true strength when the opportunity arose. Back in the dormitory, I lay on my bed, recalling Zixue's delicate demeanor, which softened my heart. Perhaps I should seek her out tomorrow. If I take the initiative, we can surely reconcile. No, I cannot simply go, as that would be too humiliating. I must refrain. These conflicting thoughts swirled in my mind until I resolved to delay seeking Zixue and first confront Li Hua in battle. Early the next morning, I went to the Academy's administration office to register for a challenge against Li Hua. Upon seeing me, Director Xiang said nothing, merely expressing curiosity. "Why are there two individuals challenging the fifth-year champion this year?" He implied that I was overestimating my abilities. I asked in astonishment, "Who else is challenging him?" Zhang Feng replied, "Another contender is the third-year champion, Xian." I was taken aback. "Xian? How could it be her?" I hurriedly inquired, "How will our two challenges be conducted?" Zhang Feng contemplated and explained, "According to the Academy's regulations, if multiple lower-year champions challenge the same higher-year champion, they must first compete against each other to determine who will challenge the higher-year champion. This meant that Xian and I must first fight." Exiting the administration office, my heart raced with anticipation. Why would Xian challenge Li Hua? Hasn't he been pursuing her all along? If they were to compete, what outcome could possibly arise? Li Hua would never harm Xian. Could it be that Zixue prompted her sister to do this to prevent my match with Li Hua? Surely, that must be the case. As the semester was nearing its end, all students had been released for break, with most busy packing to return home for the holidays. Zixue was likely already at home. I left the academy, heading straight to the Duke's residence. I needed to confront Zixue for clarity. I have put in so much effort to face Li Hua, and I would not allow anything to obstruct my path. Upon reaching the Duke's residence, I asked a servant to announce my presence. Soon after, Zixue emerged, her complexion pale, stirring a pang of pain within me. Zixue spoke softly, "What brings you here?" I sighed, "Am I not allowed to come in and speak?" Zixue gazed at me intently, saying, "Follow me." I followed her into the Duke's residence. This was my first visit to Zixue's private chamber, which was adorned with elegant decorations, predominantly in shades of lavender. I found a chair and sat down while Zixue took a seat beside me. For a long while, we remained silent. I eventually broke the silence, stating, "I apologize for yesterday. I was too hot-tempered. I know you meant well, but I feel I did nothing wrong. I was merely pursuing victory. Is that so wrong?" Zixue glanced at me and lowered her head, saying, "Do as you wish." I continued, "Are you still angry with me?" Zixue shook her head. I added, "Did you know your sister is also challenging Li Hua?" Zixue's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "What did you say? My sister is also challenging Li Hua?" I too was astonished, replying, "You didn't know? I assumed you had urged her to do this." Zixue's face flushed crimson as she retorted, "Why would you suspect me? Don't I know you want to challenge Li Hua? Everything you've done has been for this. With our relationship, how could you doubt me?" I was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, "I." Zixue interjected, "Stop talking. I will take you to see my sister. You can ask her yourself." With that, she took my hand and led me outside. I quickly said, "Zixue, please don't be angry. Let me explain. I am not doubting you. I." Zixue ignored me, pulling me toward a nearby room. "My sister is inside. You can ask her." She knocked on the door, and a voice from within responded. "Who is it?" "Sister, it's me. I've brought Lei Xiang. He wants to ask you why you were challenging Li Hua." "Oh, just a moment." It wasn't long before the door opened, and Xian appeared. She first glanced at her pale-faced sister before coldly addressing me. "Have you been bullying my sister? Why does she look unwell?" Before I could respond, Zixue interjected, "Sister, he hasn't bullied me. Why are you challenging Li Hua?" Xian replied, "It's nothing. Li Hua has been bothering me. I just want to give him some trouble." Zixue turned to me, saying, "You heard that, right? It wasn't my request for my sister to do this. Are you satisfied now? Tears streamed from her large eyes. I awkwardly responded, Zixue, please, don't cry. Ziyuan gazed at us in bewilderment. Upon seeing Zixue in tears, she erupted with fury, proclaiming, You claim you did not bully my sister? I have heard of your misdeeds. I never imagined you would not only be ruthless to your opponents, but also to my sister. I will not let this go unpunished. With that, she prepared to strike. I hastily interjected, It is not as it seems. Please do not misunderstand. Zixue wiped her tears and addressed Xin, Sister, please do not act this way. I came with him to ask you to withdraw from the challenge against Li Hua. Ziyuan frowned and asked why. Zixue explained, Because he is challenging Li Hua. Two people cannot challenge the same opponent simultaneously. Ziyuan raised her brows and retorted, You think you can challenge Li Hua? How presumptuous. Her words ignited my anger, and I declared, Why can't I challenge him? If I lose, so be it. I merely wish to try. Since you are aware of Li Hua's strength, what is the significance of challenging him? It merely offers him a chance to showcase his abilities. My intent is different. I aim to prove that he is not the strongest. Surprisingly, a glimmer of admiration appeared in Ziyuan's eyes as she nodded and said, Very well, you possess courage. I shall grant you this opportunity. I, too, wish to see how you dare challenge Li Hua. If your skills are akin to those displayed when you faced my father, you may barely graze Li Hua's prowess. You must think carefully. I replied proudly, I have contemplated this thoroughly. The mere act of challenging a formidable opponent brings me joy. Ziyuan turned to Zixue and asked, What say you, sister? With teary eyes, Zixue replied, It is his freedom. He may choose as he wishes. Ziyuan reassured her. Men must have their own ambitions. You ought to support him in his bravery. Do not cry, be strong. I was taken aback by Ziyuan's defense of me, and my perception of her shifted significantly. Ziyuan directed her attention toward me and said, You need not concern yourself with my sister. Prepare yourself instead. According to the Academy's regulations, should I withdraw, you will challenge Li Hua 2 days hence. I hope to witness a true clash of strength rather than a one-sided affair. Recalling Li Hua's arrogant demeanor stirred a fierce fighting spirit within me, and I asked Zixue, Could you see me off? Zixue nodded. I took her delicate hand and walked to the entrance of the Duke's manor, gently saying, Please do not hold this against me. I bear no doubts about your intentions. In my heart, you hold the utmost importance, and no one can replace that. Zixue nestled into my embrace, pressing closely against me, and said, Be careful. My impulsiveness has caused trouble. With Zixue's forgiveness, my heart lightened considerably. I held her close, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and remarked, By the way, why did your sister suddenly speak well of me? She has not given me that impression before. Zixue lifted her head, chuckling softly, and responded, You do not understand her. She has a penchant for the strong. Do you know what she said when Li Hua pursued her? I raised an inquisitive brow. Zixue continued. Sister declared she would only consider marrying Li Hua once he attained the rank of Dragon Knight. Her rationale is that only the strongest on the continent can provide her with a sense of security. I mused to myself, now understanding her perspective, it was rather extreme. Thankfully, the object of my affections is not her. I remarked, If Li Hua reaches the rank of Dragon Knight, he may very well be well into his old age. Will your sister wait for him? Zixue playfully punched me, saying, Not quite. Sister has stated she would marry whoever becomes the continent's strongest, even if they are from another race. If you manage to defeat Li Hua, perhaps sister will take an interest in you. I was taken aback. Ziyuan seemingly revered strength even more than I did. Do not speak foolishly. Having you is sufficient for me. Zixue's face lit up with a satisfied smile, saying, In truth, it does not matter. If you can win sister's heart, I would be thrilled. It would be wonderful not to be separated from her. I chuckled wryly, Better not. Your sister's temper can change in an instant. I can barely handle one of you. Chapter 12. The final showdown with Li Hua 2. Zixue scolded. What? Do you find her temperament unappealing? I quickly replied, Not at all. Our Zixue is the gentlest of all. Just then, a sudden cough interrupted from behind us. I hastily released Zixue and turned to see the Duke returning. Zixue's face flushed crimson, and she swiftly retreated into the manor. The Duke approached me with a stern expression, saying, Young man, is this what you call not being overly familiar with my daughter? He emphasized the word familiar with intention. Caught off guard, I awkwardly replied, My apologies. Your Grace. The Duke scoffed and asked, What brings you to seek Zixue? I responded, I intend to challenge Li Hua, and Miss Ziyuan has similar intentions. I am here to request that she relinquish this right to me. Upon hearing this, the Duke's interest piqued, and he remarked, So, you have claimed the title of first-year champion. Impressive, indeed. Achieving such a feat is commendable. However, to challenge Li Hua, I fear you may. I chuckled bitterly, saying, There is a gap, is there not? I am aware of that, but I still wish to try. If only to ascertain just how far behind I am and where I must improve. Having a goal accelerates progress. The Duke, like his daughter, revealed a look of admiration, stating, "You articulate your thoughts well. I shall await your performance. It appears that allowing you to pursue a relationship with Zixue was not a misguided decision. Young man, give it your all." The Duke let out a hearty laugh and did not revisit the earlier matter as he turned to re-enter the manor. My visit to the Duke's manor proved fruitful. Not only did I earn the Duke and Ziyuan's admiration, but I also secured the right to challenge Li Hua. My anticipation for this contest grew immensely. As Ziyuan, the third-year champion, relinquished her challenge against Li Hua, the first-year champion, Lei Xiang, prepared to directly face the fifth-year champion, Li Hua. The competition was set to commence shortly. All supervising teachers, please take your positions. Given that it had been many years since a first-year champion dared to challenge a fifth-year champion, this event attracted the attention of the Academy's upper echelons, including the president, vice president, and various department heads, all coming to witness the spectacle. The arena utilized was the Grand Platform in Training Ground 1, significantly larger than the previous training ground for we had utilized. The Academy had dispatched 4 teachers, all of whom were mid-level magisters and above, to erect a barrier for us. Almost the entire student body gathered to observe this final and most significant match. What struck me as odd was that the vice president himself was to officiate the match. As I stepped onto the platform, I heard his voice resonate in my mind. "You are indeed brave, young man. Give it your all. If things go awry, rely on your dark magic, and I shall bear the brunt." The vice president's words warmed my heart, and I cast a grateful glance in his direction as I positioned myself on one corner of the platform. The audience erupted in chants for Li Hua, especially the first-year students who cheered the loudest. This was likely for 2 reasons. First, Li Hua was their idol, and second, they wished to see him deliver a sound thrashing to me, allowing them to vent their frustrations. Li Hua stood before me clad in a simple warrior's garb, his expression calm and unperturbed by the chaos below. The vice president summoned us to the center of the arena, stating, "In this match, you are to adhere to the principles of sparring. Li Hua, especially you, are aware that you possess a significant advantage in strength. Therefore, be mindful when you strike. The match's stipulations are clear. Do not maim your opponent, and do not kill. Do you understand?" Li Hua and I both nodded in agreement. He turned to me and said, "You have done well to reach this point and challenge me." I retorted, "What is so impressive about that? You have merely trained for a few more years than I." Li Hua laughed heartily, responding, "I shall forever remain an insurmountable chasm for you. Unless I perish, you will never surpass me. In this martial arts competition, you have defeated numerous juniors from our martial arts department, and today, I intend to avenge them. However, there is something for which I must express my gratitude. I have heard that you prevented Ziyin from challenging me." At this moment, Li Hua's face displayed an expression of helplessness. I nodded and replied, "Because your opponent is me." Li Hua remarked, "If I were to face her, I would not have the heart to fight back and would have to concede defeat. I lack your courage." He was evidently alluding to the battle between myself and Bing Bing. The vice dean interjected, "Enough with the idle chatter. I hereby declare the match to commence." With that, he swiftly departed the stage, and the 4 supervising teachers below immediately activated a magical barrier, completely isolating Li Hua and me from the outside world. Li Hua and I both retreated simultaneously, increasing the distance between us to 20 meters. With a smile, Li Hua stated, "I have heard that you do not use weapons. Thus, I shall refrain from using any as well. So it cannot be said that I am bullying you." I coldly replied, "Use whatever you wish. My hands are the finest weapons." Li Hua responded, "Though your strength may not be formidable, your words are indeed resilient. Let us see if your fists can match your bravado." Just as I prepared to attack, Li Hua suddenly vanished from my sight. The spectators below witnessed him darting to my right like lightning, landing a powerful punch on my shoulder. A tremendous force surged through me, sending my towering frame soaring, crashing against the barrier erected by the teachers before falling heavily to the ground. Below, Ziyin and Zixue gasped in shock. However, their reactions differed. While Zixue cried out in anguish, Ziyin expressed her dissatisfaction. Ziyin reproached Zixue, saying, "What is wrong with this Lei Xiang? He is utterly lacking. I am truly disappointed." The impact from Li Hua was indeed overwhelming, but my defenses were formidable. Gritting my teeth against the pain in my shoulder, I rose once more. Li Hua chuckled, "While I could not ascertain the resilience of your fists, I have certainly discovered that your skin is quite tough." I summoned my fighting spirit, unleashing a torrent of low-level magic aimed at Li Hua. He stood unfazed, allowing my spells to wash over him. No matter the magic, it vanished within 3 feet of his presence, indicating his powerful protective energy. I struck the ground with a mighty punch, channeling my full strength into a tempest of fury. Li Hua merely scoffed, delivering a punch of his own to the earth. The two energies collided underground, causing a violent tremor, and once more, I was sent flying. In this clash of power, I suffered a complete and utter defeat. Chapter 12. The final showdown with Li Hua. Li Hua did not pursue me. Instead, he remained composed, addressing me. That technique is indeed impressive, but it seems you have yet to fully grasp it. Your strength is still insufficient. I staggered to my feet, astonished at the sheer might of an upper-tier Earth Knight. It was simply unbelievable. Li Hua expressed surprise. You are remarkably resilient. Your ability to endure punishment is commendable. It has been a long time since I have practiced with a punching bag, and today is a suitable opportunity. He dashed beside me, delivering another strike that sent me flying. This time, I wised up as he struck. I concentrated the dark elements of the Tian Lei and Tian Mo techniques at the point of impact. Though I endured a significant shock, I sustained no major injury. Thus, I became a true punching bag, rising swiftly after each blow, only to be sent flying again. With each successive strike, Li Hua's attacks grew increasingly forceful, and the time I spent on the ground lengthened. I attempted to counter with the Tian Mo technique, but I found no opportunity. Li Hua granted me no chance to unleash my powerful spells, and my lower-level magic was utterly ineffective against him. Even the dark magic proved futile. The dean remarked to the vice dean, "Should we halt the competition? There is no competitiveness here. It is entirely one-sided." The vice dean replied, "Let us wait a moment. Perhaps a miracle will occur." Zi Shui was already in tears below the stage, pleading for me to concede, but the barrier muffled her cries, rendering them inaudible to me. Were it not for her concern for her sister, Zi Yin would have likely walked away in disappointment long ago. Li Hua's lightning speed and immense power had showcased the prowess of a prospective dragon knight. No, I absolutely cannot accept defeat in such a manner. My consciousness faltered, and Li Hua's punches grew heavier, causing blood to trickle from the corner of my mouth. It felt as though my entire body were on the verge of splitting apart. My blood surged, and my veins throbbed painfully. Another punch from Li Hua sent me crashing against the barrier, where I met the tear-streaked face of Zi Shui and the disdainful gaze of Zi Yan. My heart surged with fury. This time, as I fell from the barrier, I did not collapse but instead stood resolutely, head bowed upon the stage. Li Hua sensed the shift in my aura and became cautious. I suddenly lifted my head and roared to the heavens, my blood boiling, as I felt a rush of heat in my brain. My formerly pale green hair transformed into a vivid crimson, and my once black and white eyes turned blood red. The wounds on my body healed rapidly, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped me. The dean and vice dean gasped in unison, "Berserker." The vice dean questioned, "Should I immediately end the match?" The dean, filled with excitement, replied, "It should be fine. After all, Li Hua's strength far surpasses that of his opponent. Let us observe further. It has been years since a berserker has emerged. This is wonderful. Our academy has finally produced one, and as a first-year student, with proper training, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness. In time, we shall rise to the pinnacle of the 4 great academies." For the second time in my life, I transformed into a berserker. My mastery of the Tian Mo technique nearing completion of its 3rd tier, allowing me to maintain a thread of clarity in my mind. Li Hua was startled, but with his noble lineage, he recognized my transformation. He swiftly unleashed a punch, a torrent of fierce energy surging towards my chest. I let out a wild laugh and, to my astonishment, caught his energy with my hand and crushed it, dissipating the force entirely. Zi Yin and Zi Shui were left in shock. The one who had been receiving blows was now capable of fighting back, seemingly gaining the upper hand. Zi Yin exclaimed to Zi Shui, "Sister, you have struck gold. This fellow can even transform." Li Hua summoned a long sword from the weapon rack, his eyes focused on me as he began to maneuver, seeking an opportunity to strike. In my berserker state, I felt an explosive power surging within me. Once again, I executed the tempest of fury against the ground. Though it was the same move, it was infinitely more powerful than before. Li Hua dared not confront it head-on. The ground within a 10-meter radius of him erupted violently, with chaotic spirals of energy and debris sealing off his escape. This was the true might of the Berserker-S technique. Li Hua displayed remarkable composure, wielding his sword with energy that allowed him to hover in the air, creating a protective barrier of sword shadows around him. Although he was knocked against the barrier, it caused him no harm. I advanced step by step, and Li Hua's eyes flickered with astonishment, evidently intimidated by my overwhelming energy. He lightly tapped the barrier behind him and dashed towards me with lightning speed, aiming a slash at me. In my berserker state, I felt no pain, and my defenses had multiplied exponentially. I ignored his attack, letting his sword strike my body. With a thunderous roar, I unleashed my energy, sending him sprawling aside. I declared, Berserker reigns supreme. The space around me distorted, my crimson hair standing on end, my muscles bulging, tearing my clothes apart. Liwa was no fool, sensing my rising momentum. He retreated swiftly, enveloped in a brilliant flame. You are indeed formidable in your berserker state, worthy of being my opponent. Let us engage with all our might. Behold the ultimate technique, Dragon's Wrath. His body began to spin rapidly, forming a column of light that shot into the sky like a tornado. The dean addressed the vice dean with urgency, expressing concern over the murderous intent exhibited by Liwa and Lei Xiang. Quickly, we must each take one and prevent them. Remember, our primary approach is to redirect their energy, and we must not harm them. At that moment, my own overwhelming battle aura surged forth, enveloping a radius of 3 meters in a vibrant crimson hue. I bellowed battle. The scarlet energy radiated outward in rippling waves, striking like lightning towards Liwa, who transformed into a spiraling dragon of light descending upon us. In this critical moment, 2 figures, one gray and one white, intervened, releasing spheres of energy, whether magical or martial I could not discern, that diverted our forces skyward. The barrier above could not withstand such an impact, shattering into countless specks of light that vanished into the air. I felt my strength wane, and consciousness slipped away from me. As the light faded, Liwa, pale and weary, landed on the arena, propped up by his sword. Chapter 12. The final battle with Liwa for the 2 deans stood at the center of the arena. The vice dean proclaimed, "The match is concluded. Liwa emerges victorious." Everyone may disperse. Indeed, had my strength collided with Liwa's, I would have surely been the one to falter. My potential was drawn from a frenzy rather than my intrinsic ability, and there remained a notable gap between my skills and the hard-earned prowess of Liwa. The dean remarked to Liwa, "Your skills have indeed improved. Well done. I found it quite challenging to counter your last move. You should rest now." Liwa replied with a bitter smile, "What improvement? I nearly lost to a newcomer. It's utterly embarrassing." The dean chuckled gently, saying, "Do not be disheartened. A talent capable of such a frenzy has not appeared in a century. Why should you be upset when you ultimately triumphed?" The vice dean swiftly picked up my unconscious form. Addressing the dean, "This young man has exhausted himself. I will take him back for treatment." The dean nodded in agreement. From the audience, Zishue became anxious, insisting on rushing forward, but Zian managed to restrain her, saying, "Do not worry. With my teacher looking after him, he will be fine." Only upon hearing Zian's reassurance did Zishue calm down. I gradually regained awareness, feeling utterly weak and unable to muster any strength. As I struggled to sit up, a kind voice admonished gently, "Lie still. You need to recuperate." I then recognized that both the vice dean and the dean were seated by my bedside. I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you for your care, vice dean." He replied with a smile, "We have done little. Your condition is not a serious injury, merely the result of overexertion. You will recover gradually." The dean inquired, "Lei Xiang, were you aware of your ability to enter a frenzy?" Alarmed, I realized that not being able to do so might indicate a characteristic of the Beeman. I stammered, "What frenzy? I am unaware of such a thing." The dean explained, "During your match with Liwa, you indeed entered a frenzy. This phenomenon refers to individuals with special physiques who can suddenly unleash their latent potential, exponentially enhancing their attack, defense, recovery, and speed." I scratched my head, saying, "I had no knowledge of this. I had never heard of it before." During the match, I felt a surge of heat in my mind, as if my entire being was boiling, and thereafter I lost track of everything. "I lost, didn't I?" The dean nodded, stating, "Though you lost, you conducted yourself admirably. Rarely have I seen Liwa pushed to such lengths by a student. If you cultivate this frenzied trait further, you will undoubtedly achieve extraordinary accomplishments. True berserkers are a rarity on the continent." Hearing this, I felt relieved. It seemed I was not the only one capable of such a state. I smiled and affirmed, "Then I shall rely on the guidance of my teachers moving forward." The dean proposed, "Would you consider transferring to the martial arts department? It may better suit your development." Before I could respond, the familiar voice of Teacher Zhuang interjected, "No, absolutely not. Our magic and martial arts department has finally produced a talented individual. How could you take him away?" The dean offered an awkward smile and replied to the figure at the door, "Xiao Zhuang, I am doing this for his benefit. As you have seen, he can enter a frenzy, which could hinder his development there." Teacher Zhuang approached my bedside, expressing her discontent. "Who says that? Lei Xiang possesses great talent in magic as well. I do not agree with his transfer." She then glared warily at the dean. The vice dean quickly interjected, "Let us not argue. Let us hear his own opinion." The academy values the choices of its students. I looked at them, recalling the maternal warmth teacher Zhuang had provided, and resolutely declared, I have decided to remain in my current class and continue my studies. I also have a fondness for magic. The dean regarded me with a resigned expression, saying, very well. If you require guidance in martial techniques in the future, feel free to approach any teacher at the academy. I nodded appreciatively, replying, thank you, Dean. The dean remarked, I shall not disturb your rest any further. You need to recuperate. Once you are well, you may take a break, but return to the academy in April for classes. Do not delay. The academy will cover your expenses here. As I watched the dean depart, Teacher Zhuang suddenly embraced me, kissing me on the cheek with tears in her eyes, exclaiming, thank you, Lei Xiang. Thank you for choosing to stay in our class. I awkwardly touched the mark left on my face, saying, Teacher, there is no need for thanks. Your kindness is too great for me to abandon you. Suddenly, I noticed the vice dean discreetly gesturing toward me. Following his gaze, I found Zixue standing at the door, her complexion pale, biting her lip tightly, clearly having overheard our conversation. Tears had soaked her clothing. I called out, Zixue, why are you here? Zixue cried, yes, I came. Did I interrupt something important? With that, she turned to flee. Teacher Zhuang was momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing what had transpired, her face flushed with embarrassment as she said, Lei Xiang, you should hurry after her. I sighed, Chase. How can I? I can hardly move. It is all right. It was merely a misunderstanding. When I recover, I will explain everything to her. The vice dean reassured me. This is the academy's infirmary. If you rest here for a few days, you will recover. Your performance today truly astonished us. Continue to train diligently. For your future is bright. That strike you executed, Guangzhan Tianxia, was indeed strenuous. It left me feeling quite unsettled. Fortunately, my light magic had a good healing effect. Otherwise, I would have ended up in the hospital like you. Though I recognized his jest, I felt a sense of pride at his compliment regarding my skills. I stated, had it not been for your imposing 3-month confinement, I would not have achieved my current standing. The vice dean replied, rest well, and once you are healed, be sure to pursue your young lady. Girls require some pampering. You cannot walk around with a scowl all day. Xiao Zhuang, let us depart. Teacher Zhuang added, when you return to the academy to gather your belongings, please come and see me. I nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 13. Past events. The room was left in silence as I found myself alone, gazing at the ceiling with deep concern for Zixue. She had chosen the precise moment of Teacher Zhuang's emotional outpouring to arrive. This girl, who often appeared so docile, was not easily swayed once she set her mind to something. I decided to push such thoughts aside. In my current state, I could do nothing. I focused inwardly, assessing my condition, and discovered a profound emptiness within me. My energy had been severely depleted. The Tian Mo Ju remained somewhat intact, while most of my energy resided in its original place. It seemed rest was the only remedy, as recovery could not be hastened through mere training. With lingering worries about Zixue, I gradually succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, I felt significantly revitalized. A nurse entered the room, and to my astonishment, it was Kellen. I exclaimed, Kellen, is it you once again caring for me? Kellen, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, it is indeed you, you heartless wretch. Ever since you left last time, you vanished without a trace. I sought you at the academy, and your instructors informed me that you were confined. You should have been released by now. Yet you still haven't shown up. Humph. I awkwardly replied, that's not true. I've been preparing for a competition, which left me no time to visit. As soon as the competition concluded, I hurried here. Kellen scoffed. Indeed, only after being thoroughly beaten did you decide to come. Hurry and eat. The dean specifically instructed me to ensure you receive proper nourishment. You have become our hospital's esteemed guest. If it weren't for the care I provided you last time, I wouldn't even have this privilege. Kellen retrieved a special table from the hospital and placed it on my bed, arranging an array of food upon it. The spread was indeed lavish. An unidentifiable porridge simmered in a small pot, accompanied by fruits and various pastries, which made my mouth water instantly. Kellen said, this porridge was specially prepared for you. It is called Shuigan Ziji Zhou, crafted by simmering Shuigan and Ziji overnight. Do give it a taste. As I took a sip, an explosion of flavor filled my mouth. I quickly devoured a large bowl, exclaiming how delicious it was. Satisfied, Kellen served me another bowl, saying, make sure to try some of the other dishes as well. I cleared the table of all the food, feeling pleasantly full. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I needed to explain my situation with Zixue to Kellen. Zixue was already upset with me, and I couldn't afford to give her any leverage against me. After Kellen finished tidying up the utensils, she sat beside my bed and asked, how do you feel? Is your body more comfortable? I nodded and said, Kellen, I have something to discuss with you. Kellen acknowledged me with a sound. I continued. Do you remember the girl we encountered in the stable? Kellen replied. The pure and beautiful one. I nodded again. Sensing something, Kellen calmly inquired, what about her? I sighed and, mustering courage, confessed, she is my current girlfriend. Kellen's rosy cheeks drained of color as she stared at me wide-eyed, before finally asking, when did you two start dating? I refrained from answering her question and said, I'm sorry, Kellen. I am already with her. I know you care for me, but... Kellen abruptly stood up and retorted, who said I wanted anything from you? Don't flatter yourself. You should rest. I will step out. If you need anything, just call. She controlled her steps as she left the room, but once outside, she leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. I sat half reclined on the bed, feeling equally distressed. In just 2 short days, I had hurt 2 girls' hearts. Perhaps I should avoid romantic entanglements altogether. Kellen continued to bring me food and medicine, attending to my daily needs with a noticeably colder demeanor. She seldom spoke to me. Yet her care remained meticulous. Each day, she prepared that delightful shui gan ziji zhou, filling my heart with guilt. I understood that I must remain resolute. Yielding to compassion could lead to unforeseen consequences. Under Kellen's attentive care, I quickly regained my strength, and my condition returned to its previous state. On the day of my discharge, Kellen did not come. Instead, one of her colleagues delivered a letter to me. The note was simple, containing just 3 words, I hate you. The depth of her feelings was evident. I felt remorse for hurting Kellen. Without saying anything further, I left the hospital. Kellen watched from the 2nd floor window, having already been reduced to tears by my departure. Rather than return to the academy, I headed straight to the Duke's residence to explain things to Zishui. I had already hurt Kellen, and I could not allow Zishui to suffer as well. I instructed a servant to relay my message, and shortly after, the servant returned, saying, the 2nd young lady has stated that she does not wish to see you. Please leave. I replied, could you please convey once more that I have something very important to discuss with her? The servant responded, no need. The 2nd young lady insists that she does not wish to hear anything you have to say. It seemed that Zishui was truly angry with me. What was I to do? Suddenly, Ziyan's figure appeared before me, her icy demeanor cutting through the air. Lei Xiang, how dare you come to my home seeking my sister? I will kill you. A bolt of light shot toward me, and I hastily dodged. Just as Ziyan prepared to strike again, the Duke emerged, exclaiming, what is happening? Why is there such a commotion? Ah, Lei Xiang, you rascal. I was just looking for you to settle accounts. This was bewildering. What had I done wrong? I respectfully stated, Your Grace, I am here to clarify a misunderstanding. Ziyan retorted, what is there to clarify? My sister caught you red-handed. Go have fun with that shameless teacher. My expression hardened as I replied, please watch your words. Who is shameless? I will not tolerate insults towards my teacher. Ziyan shot back, did I speak incorrectly? She is indeed shameless, seducing her own student. I grew enraged. But the Duke interjected, enough. Do not waste time with him. Seize him. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 shadowy figures emerged, clearly guards, each possessing formidable skills. This was troublesome. Not only could I not explain, but I also had to fight. The 4 guards swiftly surrounded me, their skills solid, forcing me to defend myself. Had it not been for my exceptionally strong defenses, I would have likely faltered quickly. I executed a roll to evade an attack from one guard, and with a clang, a blue light fell from my grasp, emitting a crisp sound. Chapter 13. Long standing past the Duke trembled, shouting, halt. The guards immediately retreated, leaving me in a state of disarray. The Duke gestured, retrieving the fallen object. Ah, this is the bell my mother entrusted to me. He murmured, it is it. It is it. Where did you acquire this? His excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent. I replied, could we first address the matter of Zishui? Please return the bell to me. The Duke hastily urged, first, tell me about this bell. I will handle the matter with Zishui. Come with me. Ziyan. You all may leave, he instructed. The Duke fervently pulled me through the estate until we arrived at a room filled with bookshelves. It must be his study. Upon entering, he securely closed the door and urgently asked, quickly tell me, where did you obtain this? A realization struck me, and I said, I once protected merchants trading in the Orc Kingdom, and by chance, an elderly woman gave this to me, asking me to deliver it to someone named Lin Feng in the Empire. The Duke seized my shoulders, excitement radiating from him. I am Lin Feng. What else did she say? You must tell me. I frowned. Please be gentle. To think that the person my mother had instructed me to find was the Duke. What a twist of fate. The Duke relaxed his grip, his face filled with hope. I steadied myself and continued. The woman also told me to inform Lin Feng. That is you. That Ling Ling is sorry for everything. The Duke trembled, tears streaming down his face, allowing the sharp edge of the bell to cut into his palm. Suddenly, He grasped my arms tightly and exclaimed, "Tell me, where is she? I must find her." I shook my head and replied, "When I last saw her, she was already quite weak and likely does not have much time left." I had intended to bring her back to Lei Xiang, but she expressed that she could not bear to return and fled. The Duke paused, asking, "Why does she refuse to come back?" "Ever since I learned of her disappearance, I have searched for her for nearly 20 years. Ling, why? No matter what you have become, I will accept you if you return." Hearing the Duke's words, it seemed he and my mother were once lovers. I inquired, "What happened between you? Do you have any relationship with that woman?" The Duke's eyes were red, and he sighed, saying, "In my youth, I too was a commoner." "Did you know?" I responded with surprise, "So you also come from humble beginnings?" The Duke nodded and continued, "My name is Lin Feng. Since childhood, I have harbored a passion for both literature and martial arts. Observing my relentless ambition, my father exhausted all his resources to support my education. Seeing my father, who appeared far older than his years, I silently vowed to achieve extraordinary success to repay his kindness." As the Duke reminisced, a glimmer of nostalgia danced across his face, transporting him back to his youthful days. "Throughout my studies, I exerted more effort than others. I was naturally intelligent and with diligence. I began to make a name for myself in the imperial capital by the age of 17. To further my education, I used the money I earned from labor and successfully gained admission to Tiandu Academy. Interestingly, I was a senior to you and your two daughters. In the academy, I devoted myself to rigorous training, during which I met Ling, 2 years my junior. At the time, I thought she was merely an ordinary noblewoman. To confess without fear of ridicule, the moment I first laid eyes on her, I felt an electric spark. At last, something worthy of my concern had entered my life beyond mere wealth and power. Initially, I could only watch her from a distance, but as time passed, her every smile and frown tugged at my heartstrings. By a fortunate chance, I finally spoke to her, and from that moment on, I fell deeper in love with Ling. She was so gentle and kind. On the eve of her graduation, she finally accepted my affection, and I was overjoyed. By then, I had already become a minor official in the court. I intended to marry her swiftly, but shortly thereafter, she vanished. Later, I learned from others that she went missing while accompanying His Majesty to a grand battle against the Beast Alliance. She turned out to be the beloved 6th princess of the late emperor, and this bell was the token I had given her to signify our bond. Listening to my mother's former lover recount their past, I felt an inexplicable sensation within me. The Duke wiped away a tear, gazing intently at the shimmering blue bell. I asked, "Then did you not search for her in the lands of the Beast Alliance?" The Duke replied, "Of course I did. I disguised myself and ventured multiple times into those territories, but such a futile search was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and ultimately, it ended in failure." I had initially thought the Duke to be a shrewd and cunning official, but I discovered that he possessed a deeply sentimental side. I inquired, "What happened afterward? Did you marry the current Duchess?" The Duke nodded, saying, "Indeed, although I cannot forget Ling, I still had to live on. With my exceptional intellect and extensive knowledge, I eventually caught the attention of a prince who was willing to marry his daughter to me, but under the condition that I must take her surname. This is also why the Xian sisters do not share my last name. You might be wondering if I am a person who resorts to any means to achieve my goals. Yet, do you not realize that marrying the prince's daughter would save me 30 years of struggle? Had Ling remained, perhaps I would have forsaken everything to live happily with her. However, I had nothing left to cling to, only a childhood vow. Thus, I married the prince's daughter, the current Duchess. I attained the power I desired and fulfilled my promise. Yet after all these years, have I found happiness? Not at all. I only find solace in reminiscing about the days spent with Ling. When I first met you, you asked me if I would give up on the daughter of a noble if I were in your position. This stirred memories long buried within my heart. Indeed, had Ling not disappeared, would His Majesty have betrothed his daughter to such a lowly official as I? Certainly not. But with the love Ling and I shared, I would never have given up. It is precisely because of these thoughts that I agreed to your relationship with my daughter. Chapter 13. The past revealed, so that is how it was. My mother's allure was indeed remarkable. I sighed inwardly. Even if my mother were to return, what would it matter? She has aged far beyond the Duchess and pales in comparison. Would the Duke still have feelings for her? It is uncertain. Moreover, my mother cannot disrupt another's family. With these thoughts, I said, "Your Grace, your story has truly moved me, but the past is gone. Cherish the life you have now." The Duke silently nodded, saying, "Thank you for returning this bell to me. What transpired between you and Zishua? I offer you an opportunity to explain." My face flushed as I recounted the events of that day. After listening, the Duke remarked with a hint of confusion, "Is that so? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" I straightened my expression and declared, I swear on my honor as a warrior, should there be any falsehood. The Duke waved his hand to stop me, saying, all right, I can see what kind of person you are at a glance. Since it was a misunderstanding, go clarify things with Zixue. This girl tends to be stubborn and occasionally has a fierce temper. You must be gentle with her. The semester has already concluded. What are your plans? I nodded, replying, I wish to find a secluded place to devote time to training. Ever since my battle with Li Hua, I have realized how far I still have to go to solidify my position here. The Duke, having recovered from his earlier sorrow, expressed approval upon hearing my intentions, saying, your mindset is commendable. You remind me of my younger self, full of ambition. Moreover, I have heard that you possess a rare berserk physique, which is excellent. However, I must ask you, what is your goal? I hesitated, pondering what my goal truly was. The Duke continued, everyone must have a grand goal of their own. It serves as your driving force. Do you understand? Just as mine was to attain immeasurable power, regardless of the means I employed, I have now achieved it. What about you? What is your goal? My mind was in a whirl. Had I ever truly had a goal? In my youth, I aspired to become an unparalleled warrior. But what about now? Should I still merely think of it in those terms? No, that alone would not suffice. The Duke stated, child, establishing a goal is not an easy task. I hope you take this break to reflect deeply. If you require a quiet place to train, I can provide one. I shook my head, replying, no need, thank you. I have decided to leave now. You are right. I am currently lost about my future and truly need to contemplate. If I stay here, I will be unable to focus, as my thoughts will always linger on Zixue, and I may lose control and seek her out. The Duke was surprised, asking, did you not explain things to Zixue? I replied, no, please just convey a message to her. I fear that if I see her, I will not want to leave. After all, true love does not depend on daily presence. The Duke smiled and said, you are a teachable youth. Very well, go ahead. And I hope that when you return, you will have made progress. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. I removed the necklace my mother had given me and handed it to the Duke, saying, you should recognize this. The Duke's hands trembled as he took the necklace, examining it closely, and exclaimed, I certainly recognize it. This was the betrothal gift I gave to Lingling. How did it come to be in your possession? I sighed and explained, it was given to me by that woman, as a reward for delivering a message. At this moment, my mother's haunting voice echoed in my ears. The Duke murmured, she actually entrusted this to you. What could be the reason? It makes no sense. Of course, he was unaware that I was, in fact, the only son of Lingling. I said, please give this to Zixue, and let it serve as my token of affection for her. When I achieve success, I will surely return and marry her. During this holiday period, I will not be returning. I seek a secluded place to diligently cultivate my skills. You are absolutely right. It is time for me to set a personal goal. The Duke declared, I must go to the palace to meet His Majesty. If the Emperor learns of Lingling's whereabouts, he will surely be delighted. A sudden shock coursed through me. I hoped this would not ignite another war between humans and magical beasts. Well, this matter is beyond my control. My priority now is to enhance my abilities swiftly. After bidding farewell to the Duke, I exited the study and encountered Xiang, who regarded me with palpable animosity. Did father truly allow you to leave just like that? She inquired. With a resigned shrug, I replied, what more do you wish to do? Kill me or give me a good thrashing? Xiang retorted angrily. As I see it, killing you would be the best course of action. My expression darkened as I responded. With your temperament, if you do not amend your ways, I fear no one will ever want you. With that, I turned to leave. Xiang called out behind me. You think you can just walk away? Aren't you concerned about Zixue? I paused and replied, I have clarified everything with the Duke. You may inquire with him. Please tell Zixue that my feelings for her will never waver. Upon leaving the Duke's residence, I felt a considerable relief. After all, I had completed the task entrusted to me by my mother. What should I do next? Perhaps I should return to the academy. Didn't teacher Zhuang ask me to find her? After seeing her, I could embark on my journey of cultivation. The academy was devoid of its usual hustle and bustle, enveloped in an eerie silence. I approached teacher Zhuang's office and gently knocked on the door. Her voice floated out from within. Who is it? Come in. I pushed the door open to find her seemingly engrossed in a book, appearing quite at ease. Ah, it's you, Lei Xiang. Come here. Are you fully recovered? I nodded and said, I have completely regained my strength. Teacher Zhuang smiled and remarked, that's wonderful. You performed exceptionally well in your challenge against Li Hua. I offered a wry smile and replied, exceptional? I still lost and had no chance to counter. Teacher Zhuang countered, how can you say that? Although you were initially at a disadvantage, once you entered your berserk state, you caused Li Hua considerable trouble, silencing those who had previously criticized you in the competition. and restoring my pride as a teacher. Rising from her seat, she moved to the side and poured me a glass of water. Chapter 13. Reminiscing old tales. I accepted the glass and sighed, saying, I could only compete with him due to my unique constitution, with my current strength. I am still far from Liwa. Teacher Zhuang reassured me. It is all right. He is 4 or 5 years older than you. Do you not have confidence in catching up to him? By the way, Liwa has successfully joined the Dragon Knight squad, currently as a trainee Dragon Knight. Soon, he will journey to the Dragon Valley to seek the legacy of the dragons. Once he succeeds, his power will significantly increase. So you must not slacken your efforts and should regard him as your goal. I nodded and declared, rest assured, I will defeat him. Teacher Zhuang returned to her desk and leaned down to retrieve 2 wooden boxes. She pointed to one elongated box and said, this is the champion's reward you earned in this competition. I selected it from the Academy's armory. It is quite a remarkable item. Open it and see. Weapons. A reward? I had completely forgotten about this matter. I stepped forward and grasped the wooden box, finding it surprisingly heavy. As I held it, I felt it pulling my hand down. Teacher Zhuang beamed at me, gesturing for me to open it. Lifting the lid revealed a long sword, entirely black, broad, and lengthy. Aside from the black translucent crystal on the hilt, it bore no particularly striking features. Upon closer inspection, I sensed a chilling aura emanating from it. And even though I could not discern the quality of weapons, I could not help but exclaim, what a magnificent sword. Teacher Zhuang replied, of course. It is a fine sword. It is one of the best weapons in the Academy, an ancient artifact. If it were not for your impressive performance during the competition with Liwa, the principal would have hesitated to part with it. He now considers you the best candidate to inherit Liwa's position. As I lifted the sword from the box, it fit perfectly in my grip, providing a comfortable hold. The moment it was in my hand, a chilling sensation surged from the hilt into my body, and the energy from my Tianma Ju responded vigorously to this icy aura. The sword emitted a faint, black glow. Teacher Zhuang expressed her surprise. Why does the sword change in your grasp? When I held it, it showed no such transformation. It measures 4 feet 3 inches in length, 3 inches in width, and 3/4 of an inch in thickness, classified as a heavy sword, named Moming. I heard from the principal that it originally belonged to the Demon Clan and is one of the 7 famed swords of this era. The heavens possess 3 famed swords. One is given to Liwa, one to you, and the last remains in the Academy. I waved the hefty Ma Ming and remarked in astonishment. The principal would actually bestow such a precious item upon me. Teacher Zhuang smiled slightly and said, you need not feel overly grateful. I must thank you for restoring my reputation. I previously stated that anyone who wins the championship would receive a reward from me. And this small box is my gift to you. I hastily gestured, saying, this Ma Ming is already too valuable for me. How could I accept anything else from you? Teacher Zhuang's expression turned serious as she said, I say it is a gift, so it is a gift. Take it. With that, she handed me the small box. Seeing her stern demeanor, I subconsciously accepted the box, prompting Teacher Zhuang to reveal a smile. Open it and take a look. Upon lifting the lid, I was stunned to find a bracelet about 4 fingers wide, intricately carved with dragons. It was a deep blue color, with a circle of sky blue gemstones at its center. I counted a total of 8. It was quite beautiful, but as a boy, wearing it seemed rather inappropriate. I awkwardly said to Teacher Zhuang, Teacher, isn't this something for girls? It seems a bit. Teacher Zhuang retorted, you foolish child, who says this is for girls? This bracelet is something others would beg for, but cannot obtain. It is mine, try wearing it. In a moment of helplessness, I extended my hand towards the bracelet's aperture. However, the opening was too small, allowing only 4 fingers to fit through. Suddenly, Teacher Zhuang recited an incantation in a low voice, and the bracelet emitted a dazzling blue glow. In an instant, it slipped onto my wrist, fitting perfectly as if it were a small protective bowl. With a proud smile, Teacher Zhuang remarked, how does it fit? This protective bowl is of no concern to you. It will automatically amplify your magical power when you cast spells, though it only works for spells below level 6. Essentially, it can enhance your power by 1 level. When you use higher level magic, it will still provide a certain degree of amplification. What? An increase of 1 level? That sounds marvelous. I exclaimed. So if I cast a level 6 spell, its power will be equivalent to that of a level 7 spell, and it can also amplify higher level spells. With that thought, I hurried to remove the bracelet. But no matter how hard I tried, it wouldn't budge, as if it had become a part of me. Chapter 14. A quantum leap. Teacher Zhuang gazed at my actions in surprise and asked, what are you doing? I replied, Teacher, this item is too precious. Please take it back. I really cannot accept it. Surprisingly, Teacher Zhuang did not react with anger this time. Instead, she looked at me with satisfaction. After I struggled for some time without success, she finally spoke. It's futile. It requires a special incantation to be removed. Without my spell, you will wear it for the rest of your life, foolish boy. Her words stirred an inexplicable emotion within me. Teacher Zhuang provided me not only with the care of a teacher towards a student, but also with the warmth akin to that of a loving mother. Seeing me lost in thought, Teacher Zhuang inquired, "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Why do you look at me like that?" Tears brimmed in my eyes as I spoke emotionally. Teacher Zhuang, thank you. You have made me feel the warmth of human kindness. Teacher Zhuang approached and placed her hand on my shoulder, saying, "Child, what troubles you? You seem to have had an unhappy childhood." I wiped my eyes and replied, "When I was young, aside from my grandmother, no one truly cared for me. My mother never even looked at me, and my grandmother passed away a few years ago. At that time, I felt utterly despondent. The world appeared to me shrouded in darkness. It was only upon meeting you and Zixue that I glimpsed a sliver of light in the darkness. Teacher, may I call you Mama?" Teacher Zhuang blushed and said, "Lei Xiang, I never imagined your experiences to be so unfortunate. I am too old to be your mother. Teacher Zhuang is approximately 11 or 12 years older than me. But I can be your sister, if that is acceptable." "Sister it is then." Addressing an unmarried woman as mother feels somewhat inappropriate. I nodded, saying, "Sister, thank you." Teacher Zhuang replied, "When we are alone, call me that. By the way, what are your plans for this holiday?" I nodded and said, "I wish to find a quiet place to diligently cultivate for a while." Teacher Zhuang nodded approvingly. "That sounds good. You truly have a strong drive for improvement. By the way, there is a mountain called Baiyin Mountain about 300 miles from here. It is quite high and steep, generally devoid of human presence. You should go there." My eyes brightened as I responded, "Such a wonderful place, and so close to the capital. How do I get there?" Teacher Zhuang produced a blank sheet of paper and sketched a simple map for me, saying, "Follow this map, and you will find your way. Be cautious along the route. Although your skills are commendable, there is always someone stronger. Avoid unnecessary troubles. By the way, how will you manage food on the mountain?" I pondered for a moment and replied, "There should be wild beasts around. I can hunt some and gather fruits to eat." Teacher Zhuang smiled mysteriously, saying, "That won't be necessary. I have something good for you." I quickly protested, No, sister, you have already given me so much. I cannot accept more." Teacher Zhuang retrieved a small porcelain vial from her cabinet, saying, "This is not a precious item. It is this." Curiously, I asked, "What is it?" Teacher Zhuang explained, "This is called a vigorous pill. Consuming one allows you to go a day without hunger, providing sufficient nourishment for your body. Though not particularly valuable, it is quite practical. There are 200 pills in this vial. Keep them. I have the method for making more, so you can create them whenever you need." I exclaimed in delight. I had no idea such a marvelous item existed. I shall not be polite. As I secured the vigorous pills, Teacher Zhuang inquired, "Have you resolved the issue with Zixue from last time?" At the mention of this, her face flushed as she recalled the moment when she had kissed me. I sighed, saying, "I'll deal with that upon my return." Without absolute strength, words are meaningless. I have already explained the misunderstanding to her father. She should understand. Teacher Zhuang chuckled. "Matters of the heart are not something I comprehend well. It is entirely up to you. You are correct. Strength is the currency of conversation, and I support you." Though I found it curious that someone of her beauty had never attracted suitors, I refrained from asking to spare her any discomfort. Nodding, I grasped Teacher Zhuang's hand and said, "Sister, I am leaving now. Please take care of yourself. Also, could you kindly inform Zixue to help me feed the black dragon? Only she can approach it." Teacher Zhuang smiled and nodded, saying, "Be sure to return before the new semester begins. I look forward to seeing a new you. Do not rush your training to avoid danger." "I will," I replied. "Sister, farewell." I donned the leather gear that Teacher Zhuang had prepared for me, securing the Mo Ming on my back as I exited her office. I returned to my dormitory to pack some clean clothes. Feng Yun and the Ho brothers had already left, presumably back to their homes. Upon reaching the academy's entrance and gazing at the grand characters spelling Tiandu Academy, a sense of melancholy washed over me. I am leaving now, Academy. Zixue, I am departing. As my silhouette gradually faded from view, two purple shadows appeared at the academy's entrance. "Sister, do you think he has left?" one asked. "Hard to say," the other replied. "It is all my fault for misunderstanding him. He must be angry with me." "Sister, what should I do? I truly love him. Let us not dwell on that now. Let us look inside. Perhaps he hasn't left yet." The two purple shadows darted through the academy gates. Shortly after, they emerged again. "Sister, he is gone. Don't be sad, dear sister. He is not gone forever. Father said he does not blame you. He only wishes to clarify the misunderstanding. It is all my fault. Why did I not trust him? Enough of this. He is just a man. Is it worth your distress?" His horse is still here. You can take good care of it. Let us go home. The holiday isn't long, just 2 months. Sister, you have never experienced longing, so how can you understand my pain? Their voices faded as they walked away. And had I still been there, I would have recognized them as the sisters Xian and Zixue. Once outside the capital, I proceeded in the direction Teacher Zhuang had indicated, deliberately seeking out deserted paths to utilize my flying technique for quicker travel. This method significantly enhanced my speed. I had previously tested Mo Ming's sharpness in secluded areas, and when propelled by dark magic, its power astonished me. A casual swing unleashed a beam of black light, severing 3 massive trees with ease. I estimate that as my Tian Mo Gong progresses, its power will manifest even further. Chapter 14, A Quantum Leap, continued, due to traveling on foot, which is certainly slower than riding the Black Dragon. I covered nearly 200 miles by the end of the day and arrived at a small town. Night had fallen, and I decided to find a place to rest before continuing my journey tomorrow. As I walked through the town, though it was not as bustling as the capital, it was lively enough. I found an ordinary inn to stay the night. Darkness had descended. After a tiresome day of travel, I yearned for a moment of reprieve and subconsciously stepped out of the hotel. The hour was late, and the streets were sparsely populated. Ahead, a bar beckoned. Having journeyed all day, I decided to enter and indulge in a refreshing drink. As I ambled into the establishment, I was captivated by its antiquated charm. Upon entering, my gaze was drawn to 2 grand faux trees standing majestically in the center of the hall, their leafy canopy creating an ambience of serene elegance. A waiter approached me, inquiring, "Sir, what would you like?" I replied, "A large drink, please, along with some snacks." The waiter nodded and retreated, while I settled into a secluded corner. Approximately 30% of the bar's seats were occupied, yet a hushed tranquility prevailed. Even conversations were conducted in subdued tones, enhancing the serene atmosphere. This tranquility enveloped me in comfort, and soon my food and drink arrived. I reclined in my chair, savoring each bite as delightful aromas wafted towards me. Suddenly, the peace was disrupted by the entrance of 3 individuals. The one in the center, with a rodent-like appearance and a pallid complexion, exuded an air of malevolence. Flanking him were 2 robust companions, likely his bodyguards. Upon entering, the man bellowed, "Where's the waiter? Bring me fine wine, for I intend to indulge this evening." His boisterous command elicited disdain from the patrons, prompting me to remark, "Keep it down. If you wish to drink, find another place to yell." A nearby waiter shot me a warning glance, signaling me to refrain from further comment. However, my temper would not allow for silence. The rodent-faced man, incensed by my words, retorted, "Who dares to speak? Deal with him." The scene before me felt reminiscent of a brutal world where the strong prey upon the weak. A smirk crept onto my lips. Dealing with such scum was my forte. 2 hulking figures advanced toward me, one extending his massive hand in an attempt to seize me, proclaiming, "Was it you who spoke out? You've angered our master. You're doomed." I swiftly grasped his wrist and coldly replied, "Indeed, it was I? What of it? You think to provoke me? In my eyes, your master is merely a barking dog." With a single motion, I hurled him aside. The rodent-faced man shouted, "Kill him. I will bear the consequences." The bar owner rushed out, pleading, Young masterby, please do not cause a scene in my humble establishment. I will take full responsibility for today's events." Young masterby, with a menacing glare, retorted, "Begone. I am in a foul mood. He must not leave here alive. Anyone who obstructs me will face my wrath." With that, he struck the bar owner, sending him sprawling. Witnessing his arrogance ignited my fury. I slammed my hand on the table, rising to my feet, and declared, "If there is a dispute, let it be with me. Do not torment others." Young masterby responded, "Very well. You wish to play the hero? I shall oblige. Attack." At his command, the 2 brutes lunged at me, their martial prowess apparent, yet still beneath my notice. Young masterby clearly ruled this domain with tyranny. Today, I would rid the world of such a menace. A fierce determination filled my eyes. I made no effort to evade their assault, allowing their blows to strike me, yet as they did, I heard the sound of bones shattering. Both men recoiled, blood spewing forth. Engaging in a drawn-out battle would require more effort, but trading blows, given my formidable defenses, yielded unexpected results. Their initial attack caught them off guard, and in that fleeting moment, my fist struck their chests simultaneously. Young masterby, taken aback by the unfolding chaos, realized too late the peril he faced. With a shriek, he turned to flee. Perhaps burdened by guilt from his misdeeds, he faltered and fell to the ground. I stepped forward, placing my foot upon his chest, coldly stating, "You boasted of your strength. Where is it now?" With venom in his voice, young masterby hissed, "If you dare harm me, my father will not spare you. He will have you torn asunder. I had little regard for such a petty life, yet his threats rekindled the smoldering fury within me. I replied coolly, then I shall eagerly await your father's retribution. A palpable aura of menace radiated from me. Young Master Bai, now acutely aware of his precarious situation, exhibited fear in his eyes, and as he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, my foot descended. His ribcage crumbled beneath my weight, and he succumbed, blood pouring from his orifices. I had unwittingly committed my first murder within the realm of the Longshan Empire, an act that nearly cost me my own life. I muttered, he deserved his fate. The bar owner suddenly collapsed to his knees, lamenting, it is finished. Young Master Bai is dead. I retorted, is he your ancestor? Why mourn his demise? The bar owner replied, esteemed traveler, you do not understand. Young Master Bai is the only son of the local lord, Bai Tian. He has been spoiled since childhood and has ruled over us with an iron fist. You have doomed us by killing him. Lord Bai will not forgive us. Impatiently, I retrieved a pouch of gold coins from my pocket and tossed it to him, saying, if you fear retribution, take this and flee. The bar owner gratefully accepted the coins and hurried away. I glanced at the scattering patrons, intending to return to my seat, when one of them grasped my arm, saying, brother, you must leave at once. You cannot contend with Lord Bai. I inquired, puzzled, is Lord Bai truly that formidable? The patron nodded, stating, he is a retired dragon knight. Although the court has reclaimed his dragon, he was granted this territory as a reward. Here, he reigns like a local emperor, and no one dares challenge him. I exclaimed in astonishment, a retired dragon knight? I had no idea their status was so exalted, even in retirement. The patron urged, indeed. You must depart quickly. He is said to possess strength rivaling that of a paladin, and though he lacks a dragon, you would still be no match for him, especially with his 3,000 armored guards. While the news is not yet widespread, you still have time to escape. I recognized that even without a dragon, I would not stand a chance against a dragon knight, a realization that settled firmly within me. Death was not my preference, and I nodded to the patron, saying, thank you for your warning, you should leave as well. I swiftly returned to the inn, gathered my belongings, and departed the small town under cover of night. Due to young Master Bai's notorious reputation, no one dared to inform the lord of his demise. It was not until the following day that the news reached Bai Tian. When he arrived at the hotel, tears streamed down his face upon discovering his son's lifeless body. Yet, he failed to grasp the cause of his son's demise. Overwhelming hatred consumed him as he bellowed, no matter where you hide, I will find you and spill your blood to honor my son's spirit. As I journeyed along the road, a shiver ran down my spine, and I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, realizing that I had become the target of his wrath. Regret enveloped me as I recalled my sister's counsel, meddling in matters that were not my own, leaving me feeling like a stray dog. I shook my head and quickened my pace. After a night of hurried travel, by the break of dawn, I had arrived at the Bai Yin Shan as my sister Zhuang Laoshi had described. Indeed, the air here was thick with mist, and the humidity was palpable. I ascended the winding mountain path, occasionally encountering small creatures along the way. For safety, I grasped Demo Ming in my hand, its chilling touch instantly invigorating my spirit. As morning light broke, the mountain was shrouded in fog, and upon reaching the halfway point, visibility dwindled to less than 3 meters. The damp mist swirled around me, creating an ethereal sensation as if I were traversing through clouds. After navigating approximately 300 meters further, I finally broke through the cloud cover, witnessing the sun rise in the distance. The nascent rays illuminated the clouds beneath me, resembling a vast expanse of fluffy cotton, layered and breathtaking. Looking upward, the peaks soared into the heavens, revealing that I had barely reached a third of the ascent. There was no need to climb higher. I merely sought a tranquil spot, and the scenery here was indeed captivating enough. I discovered a relatively flat area on the slope, and, in pursuit of a better living space, utilized my Quangshin Dulchi to carve out a sizable cave in the mountainside, approximately 2 zhang deep and 2 meters high. For safety, I made the entrance modestly sized, an irregular opening only 1 meter high and wide. I then felled 2 trees from a distance, cutting them into planks with Mo Ming to lay on the cave floor. A rudimentary yet temporary sanctuary was thus completed. Completing these tasks consumed an entire day. I fashioned the cave floor into a sloped incline to ward off rainwater. Reclining on the wooden planks, I consumed a Baigu Dan. Knowing I would be here to cultivate for 2 months, time was of the essence. I resolved to commence my training immediately, striving to elevate my abilities to the fullest extent. With that thought, I promptly rose and ventured outside the cave to gather numerous vines, thickly barricading the entrance. Additionally, I established a barrier with dark magic at the cave's mouth, effectively thwarting any potential beastly incursions. With all preparations finalized, I embarked on my arduous practice in seclusion. 20 days elapsed. Perhaps due to the prior frenzy altering parts of my constitution, the Kuang Shun dual qi, through relentless training, surged towards the third tier. While a breakthrough remained elusive for now, hope glimmered on the horizon. However, I found myself vexed that the Tian Mo Ju had made no progress during these 20 days. Remaining stagnant at the pinnacle of the third tier, thus stalling any transformation of my dark magic. I had once attempted a forceful breakthrough, nearly succumbing to madness, leaving me hesitant to try again. As a month slipped away, my heart grew increasingly restless. In the early morning, I stood at the mountain's edge, gazing out at the boundless sea of clouds, pondering how to surmount this bottleneck. I resolved to set it aside for the day. Both Tian Mo Ju and Kuang Shun dual qi had reached their limits, and breakthroughs were not easily attained. I wondered how Zishui was faring, and whether the Duke had clarified matters from our last encounter. My life felt profoundly solitary. What was I to do next? Should I return to the Orc Kingdom and reclaim my identity as a Bai Meng, or remain in the Dragon God Empire as a human? My mind was tumultuous, and I struggled to decide my future. The Duke had once advised me to establish an ambitious goal, yet what was mine? Though still youthful, I had grown weary of a life steeped in conflict. My deepest desire was to avoid war, to find a serene sanctuary with Zishui, where humanity, demons, and orcs could coexist without animosity. But was such a dream attainable? What could I achieve alone? Even a single dragon knight could easily extinguish me. Nonetheless, I felt compelled to return to the Orc Kingdom. It was, after all, my homeland. Compared to the Dragon God Empire, the Orc Kingdom lagged in every regard. If this continued unchecked, annihilation was inevitable. As for the demon race, though I had never encountered them, I possessed 1/3 demon blood, and my beloved grandmother was of royal lineage among them. All three races were intricately intertwined with my existence, making it challenging to discern the best course of action. What was my objective? The most fundamental was to change the current state of the Orc Kingdom, to eradicate the detrimental practices of its people. The most effective approach to dealing with the intellectually challenged orcs was through force. This thought sparked a glint of determination in my eyes. If I could assist the Orc Kingdom and the demon race in growing stronger, perhaps we could establish a balance of power comparable to that of the Dragon God Empire, thereby reducing the frequency of wars. I harbored no aspirations of becoming a hero. I merely wished to be an unrivaled powerhouse, free to pursue my own desires. I resolved that upon achieving academic success, I would return immediately to the Orc Kingdom. Although I held no affection for its customs or environment, I was determined to aid the orcs in their rise to strength. Perhaps, once they flourished, I might turn my attention to the demon race. I could not allow the two beastly nations to conspire against the Dragon God. When all three nations stood equally strong, my mission would conclude. Chapter 14, A Quantum Leap. Yes, my goal is to become an unparalleled powerhouse and to transform the current relationships among the races, fostering peaceful coexistence. Such an ambition is indeed grand. I fear I may not fulfill it within my lifetime, for the power of one is often insignificant. Yet, a realization dawned upon me. If one's strength is limited, why not seek out like-minded individuals to join in this endeavor? If successful, the blessings it would bestow upon the myriad peoples of the continent would be monumental. It is this very decision that would later forge our collective strength into the fourth great power capable of influencing the fates of the three races, marking a significant step towards my ascent on the historical stage. With these thoughts clarified, I felt a profound sense of enlightenment. My spirits lifted. The distant dawn had pierced through the clouds, rising steadily. I raised my head and let out a long cry, summoning all my energy in harmony with my voice. The Kuang Shun dual qi and Tian Mo Ju began to circulate rapidly within me, one golden and one black, spiraling frantically around my form. The surrounding clouds were forcibly parted by the fierce currents, and I felt my blood boiling within me. I understood this might be an opportunity. I ceased my cry and sat cross-legged, allowing the two distinct energies to operate autonomously. Power surged through my meridians, filling me with a sensation akin to being inflated like a colossal balloon. The essence of Kuang Shun dual qi and Tian Mo Ju resided at my heart and brow, respectively. The Tian Mo Ju emanated from my brow, primarily circulating around my head, while the Kuang Shun dual qi traversed every meridian of my body with fervor. As the two energies converged for the 99th time at my brow, I felt an explosive transformation within me. My previously engorged meridians now appeared cavernous, indicating yet another expansion. I felt weightless, an indescribable comfort enveloping me as the yellow and black energies continued their relentless flow. My heart swelled with joy. For not only had I breached the third tier of Tian Moju, but I had also achieved the same for Kuang Shindul Qi. I gradually retracted both energies to their rightful places, their operations continuing albeit at a slower pace. Henceforth, even without deliberate practice, they would persist in their growth. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered night had fallen. Should anyone have been present, they would have witnessed 2 flashes of cold lightning darting through the darkness. My gaze. I began to recite the incantation prescribed in the Tian Moju. Darkness condenses the soul. Only in falling can one be free. Awaken, endless magic slumbering within my blood. As the previously subdued dark magic surged wildly in response to my incantation, a chilling sensation pierced through my mind, causing me to involuntarily groan in agony. My once pale green hair gradually morphed into a deep black, my skin became luminous and fair, and my muscles swelled with newfound strength. A sharp pain shot through my back, as if my entire body were being torn apart. Suddenly, a pair of wings, extending over 2 meters, unfurled behind me. The dark magic rapidly enveloped my being, a faint layer of shadowy mist swirling around me. Strangely enough, the Fury aura seamlessly integrated with the dark magic. And what I now sensed was a blend of dark power infused with the essence of fury. For the first time, I felt an overwhelming surge of strength within me. The creature, Mo Ming, which had been resting on my back, suddenly emitted a joyful cry and soared into the sky. Startled, I instinctively thought to chase after it, only to find myself inexplicably beside Mo Ming, my newfound speed astonishing even myself. I grasped Mo Ming firmly, channeling dark energy into it, causing it to radiate a brilliant black light. With a mere thought, I returned to the ground, a hint of wickedness flickering across my face. My mind felt exceptionally clear, devoid of any emotion as I surveyed my surroundings. In this moment, I realized I was in the most fitting form for battle. Letting out a sharp whistle, I directed the dark magic to my sword, leaping into the air with wings spread diagonally behind me, soaring to a height of 10 meters. With both hands gripping Mo Ming, I unleashed a dark chain downward. The chain gracefully descended, crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar, splintering trees and rocks, creating a deep pit measuring half a yard wide and a yard deep, stretching over 10 yards in length. I laughed heartily, reveling in my success. After years of effort, I had finally attained the powers of a fallen angel, no longer fearing Li Hua. I then attempted the Fury Fist, launching it through my sword. Though the Fury aura had merged with the dark magic, its essence remained unaffected, exhibiting a formidable force that nearly rivaled my abilities in a state of frenzy. Having mastered the 3rd layer of Fury aura, I simultaneously learned the 3rd Fury Fist, the rapid dance of the furious dragon. The purpose of this secluded training had been fulfilled. I found a massive boulder to block the cave entrance, preparing to descend the mountain. Initially, I had intended to climb to the summit for a better view, but my deep yearning for Shui dissuaded me from that notion. Little did I know, I had thus forfeited a significant opportunity for further advancement, but that is a tale for another time. Descending from Baiyin Mountain, I retraced my steps, the delight of my newfound abilities making me forget the events in the small town. As I approached the town, only then did I realize the gravity of my earlier encounter. Well, since I was already here, I might as well pass through quickly. What were the odds of encountering an enemy? Even if I did, I was not one to be easily intimidated. Newly transformed into a fallen angel, a tinge of arrogance crept into my demeanor. I successfully navigated through the small town, deducing that whatever forces were sent to pursue me had likely departed. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a thunderous chorus of battle cries erupted around me. Alarmed, I realized I was surrounded. A multitude of soldiers from the Dragon God Empire surged toward me from all sides. In front of me, a figure donned in white armor wielded a spear, charging forth with an imposing presence that weighed heavily upon me. I understood then that a confrontation was inevitable, and my adversary was none other than the lord of the small town, Bai Tian. Bai Tian's steed halted 10 meters before me, allowing me to discern his features. Indeed, he was a former dragon knight, his stature comparable to mine. Though his hair and beard were white, he stood tall and upright, embodying the image of a spear ready to be launched. With a fierce command, he halted his advancing subordinates and bellowed, "You wretch! Are you the one who killed my son?" I scoffed, replying, "Indeed, you are the Lord Bai Tian." In a fit of rage, Bai Tian laughed derisively, knowing this. "You dared to slay my only son. Today, I shall have you pay the price." I retorted with a cold smirk, "A lack of proper upbringing is a father's fault. I eliminated your disgrace of a son, cleansing your lineage. You ought to be grateful. Bai Tian let out a piercing wail, charging at me like lightning. His spear trembling in his grip, the fierce aura crackling around him, producing a series of explosive sounds. Undoubtedly, he possessed the prowess of a near-light knight. Though lacking the elegance of a duke, he exuded a certain ferocity. I was acutely aware that engaging him here would be perilous. Even if I triumphed over Bai Tian, I would lack the stamina to escape the encirclement. Faced with life and death, I chose to preserve my life. I swiftly maneuvered to the right to evade Bai Tian's lethal strike. Although I successfully dodged the brunt of the attack, I was still grazed by the energy emitted from his spear, resulting in a searing pain in my arm. Had it been anyone else, that arm would surely have been rendered useless. Seizing the moment, I began to chant. Darkness coalesces the soul. Only through corruption can one find freedom. Awaken. Boundless magic slumbering in my blood. This transformation proceeded more smoothly than before, as a dense black radiance enveloped me, completing my metamorphosis in an instant. With lightning speed, I drew Mo Ming to block Bai Tian's ensuing strike. Bai Tian was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are a fallen angel of the demon race." I chuckled darkly, "Indeed. If you're afraid, you might as well flee. Perhaps I shall spare your life." Bai Tian narrowed his eyes, declaring, "Even as a fallen angel, I will not let you escape today. Do not forget, I am also a dragon knight." I laughed heartily, a former one, I might add. "Where is your dragon?" "A dragon knight without a dragon is surely no match for a fallen angel. You should know this better than I." A strange smile crept across Bai Tian's face as he suddenly retreated, shouting, "Charge." A surge of alarm coursed through me as I realized his intent to exhaust my strength through his subordinates. These mere cannon fodder were hardly worth my notice. Bai Tian had only brought 300 elite guards for this ambush due to time constraints, yet each was a formidable warrior, carefully selected over the years. The weakest among them boasted the skills of a mid-tier warrior. Upon engaging, I quickly sensed something amiss. My sword struck down, claiming only 5 lives and wounding several others, not the swift victory I had anticipated. This group of elite guards excelled in coordinated attacks and formations, surging forward like a relentless tide while Bai Tian stood aside, coldly observing the slaughter of his men. At that moment, the tempestuous winds played a crucial role. Each strike of my sword against the ground would erupt nearby, catching my opponents off guard and steadily increasing the casualties. I took to the skies, flapping my wings as I intoned, "As a tribute of my soul, I beseech you, great god of darkness, grant me the inferno of hell, and with your boundless power, annihilate the creatures before me." This was the dark level 5 spell, Dark Magic Fire. As I chanted, countless black beams cascaded downward. Dark Magic Fire possessed the ability to incinerate any material, claiming lives without mercy. Strangely, my bracelet did not amplify the effects of the dark magic. At that moment, Bai Tian moved swiftly towards me, his spear conjuring a myriad of shadowy spear strikes, scattering silver aura that extinguished the majority of my dark magic fire. He showcased his formidable strength, successfully forcing me back into the encirclement. Just as I intended to pursue, I was obstructed by the valiant soldiers charging at me. My fury ignited. Their reckless courage stoked the flames of my wrath. I unleashed my maximum capacity of fury energy, a fusion of the fury and demon techniques, propelling myself towards them like a relentless meat grinder. Half an hour later, the main road lay strewn with an array of lifeless bodies and severed limbs. None of the 300 elite guards survived, all perished at my hands. Mastering the 4th layer of the demon technique had indeed precipitated a qualitative leap in my strength. In the past, such numbers would have overwhelmed me, yet now, despite expending considerable energy, I still possessed the capability to fight. Leaning on Mo Ming for support, I coldly regarded Bai Tian and spat, "You despicable coward, resorting to attrition tactics to wear me down." Bai Tian disdainfully remarked, "What of the sea of people tactic? As long as victory is attained in the end, does the method truly matter? My comrades, proceed with caution, vengeance shall soon be mine." With that, Bai Tian's spear transformed into a breathtaking rainbow, striking towards me like a bolt of lightning. I summoned Mo Ming with all my might to counter the incoming spear shadow. However, the exhaustion weighed heavily upon me. Although I managed to deflect his spear, the sharp aura emitted from its tip still lacerated my shoulder. I staggered back several paces. And Bai Tian, astonished, exclaimed, "Well done, lad. Your skin is impressively thick. Are you the new generation of fallen angels from the Mo Zoo? I fear your awakening has not been long, and without the aid of a dragon, you stand no chance against me in a fair duel. Prepare to meet your end." Bai Tian spoke the truth. His spear technique was elusive, and his aura incredibly sharp. Even with my formidable defenses, I dared not face him head-on. In a short span, I was already covered in deep wounds from his strikes. If this continued, my destiny was sealed, death awaited me. Suddenly, Bai Tian ceased his assault and addressed me. You possess remarkable tenacity, but your life shall be mine. His spear pointed skyward, emanating a powerful silver aura that coiled around him like countless silver serpents. He commanded, receive my ultimate move, Silver Serpent Dance. With a leap, his spear indeed transformed into a multitude of silver serpents, surging towards me. Anticipating his action, I gathered the remnants of my energy and took flight, flapping my wings. I channeled all my strength into Mo Ming, and as Bai Tian unleashed his ultimate move, I bellowed, Frenzied Dragon Dance. Allowing my body to be wholly guided by Mo Ming, I spiraled wildly, transforming into a fearsome black dragon that charged at my opponent. Had I been in peak condition, I might have matched Bai Tian, perhaps even surpassed him. Yet, my current state was undeniably inferior. Chapter 15, Blood Red Angel 2. Two immense forces collided violently in midair, filling a radius of 10 zhang with pulsating energy. Following a fierce clash, I was the first to plummet from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a long, deep trench in my wake. Bai Tian, pale-faced, landed 2 zhang away, having sustained injuries far lighter than mine. Leaning on his spear, he seethed, after 6 of my heavy strikes, you still cling to life? As he spoke, he noticed me, bloodied, gradually crawling out of the pit. Indeed, I had been struck several times, but my formidable defenses had mitigated most of the onslaught, although my body bore numerous grievous wounds. They were not enough to claim my life. Bai Tian instinctively stepped back, never imagining anyone could survive such brutal blows. Even a fallen angel would not endure. My Mo Ming sword lay far off. Every part of my body throbbed with pain, yet I refused to succumb to despair. Since becoming a fallen angel, my mind remained clear. This clarity was one reason fallen angels could contend with dragon knights, who often suffered grievous consequences when faced with a dying fallen angel. Bai Tian, aware of this, retreated swiftly, increasing the distance between us while eyeing me warily. My internal energy was nearly depleted. I could scarcely contend with him any longer. I stood resolutely, gazing at him intently, while secretly exerting all my effort to restore my physical state. Moments later, Bai Tian sensed something amiss and suddenly darted to my side, wielding his spear like a club, striking me heavily on the back. My body was sent flying sideways until I crashed into a tree by the roadside. The scant energy I had just gathered dissipated completely with this blow, and I coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood as my body approached its limits. Bai Tian laughed maniacally, pursuing me, his spear pointed at my head. Did you think you possessed any secret techniques? It turns out you are merely a spent force. Prepare to die, boy. He thrust the spear towards my temple. Despite my formidable defenses, a strike like that would surely spell my doom. On the brink of death, I unleashed my body's latent potential, rolling desperately to the right. Narrowly evading the lethal strike, Bai Tian did not relent. He continued his relentless assault, each thrust aimed at my vital points. My body no longer obeyed my commands. I could only feebly dodge the critical blows, yet I sustained even more deep wounds. As he attacked, Bai Tian taunted, "You little wretch can endure remarkably well. I wonder how much longer you can hold on. Today, I shall have you skinned alive." Little did he know that his words would bring about his own demise. His taunts ignited a fury within me. I loathed being called a wretch. Was a half-blood not human? I roared, thrusting my arms against the ground to propel myself 2 zhang away, my wings of black feathers unfurling completely to maintain my balance, my eyes ablaze with hatred. The blackness of my eyes gradually transformed into crimson, followed by my hair and wings, which shifted from black to dark red. I was no longer a fallen angel, but a blood-red angel. My numerous wounds healed rapidly, and my crimson hair swayed unnaturally. To my astonishment, I had entered a state of frenzy while transformed into a fallen angel. My strength surged uncontrollably, surpassing even my optimal state. Typically, a fallen angel would never enter a frenzied state, as their clarity of mind prevented such emotional turmoil. Yet, Bai Tian's words had unearthed a buried pain within me, igniting my rage and resulting in this transformation. Bai Tian, taken aback by my transformation, stammered, "You, what manner of monster are you?" My voice chilled the air like ancient ice, filled with an eerie silence. "You vile human, perish." I became a streak of crimson lightning, charging towards Bai Tian. Instinctively, he raised his spear, attempting to resist my onslaught. However, under my overwhelming power, the spear crumbled to ash. I passed through his form, and as I stood 10 zhang behind him, his body erupted in a shower of blood. A lingering awareness urged me to flee the scene, and I quickly retrieved Mo Ming from the ground, hastening away. My speed reached unprecedented heights. The landscape blurred past me as I maintained a straight trajectory, effortlessly passing through any obstacles. At last, the frenzy within me began to cool, and I collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The intense pain roused me from my stupor. To my horror, I found myself unable to move a single finger. The battle with Bai Tian replayed vividly in my mind. The external wounds had fully healed during my transformation into a blood-red angel. Yet, I was terrified by what lay within. My meridians were congested, some even misaligned, causing excruciating pain throughout my body, leaving me capable of only slight movements. Utilizing any form of metamorphosis was exceedingly difficult with my current condition. Attempting to wield two simultaneously was nearly impossible. Although I had successfully vanquished Bai Tian, the toll on my body was immense. I reluctantly retrieved a healing pill and placed it in my mouth, closing my eyes and silently channeling energy to clear the blockages in my meridians. However, I soon discovered that the dark magic and frenzied aura within me were in disarray, completely obstructed in various blocked channels, and the energy was pitifully scant. A wave of fear washed over me. Was I to be rendered useless? No, that cannot be. I have grand aspirations to fulfill. I cannot afford to be defeated so easily. I inadvertently glanced to the side, and through the silvery moonlight, I discovered Mo Ming quietly lying not far from me. With great effort, I crawled towards it. Using both my hands and feet, my dearest friend, I vowed that even in death, I would remain by your side. Chapter 15, Blood Red Angel 3. After crawling for a short distance, the intense pain coursing through my body caused me to lose consciousness. Upon regaining my senses, I continued to crawl toward Mo Ming. Remarkably, it took me 6 fainting spells to traverse a mere 3 zhang. At last, I successfully collapsed onto the blade of Mo Ming, a satisfied smile gracing my lips before succumbing to unconsciousness for the 7th time. A chilling breath flowed into my chest, alleviating my suffocating discomfort. Slowly, I opened my eyes to find myself sprawled across the blade of Mo Ming, the source of the refreshing chill emanating from it. Elated, I directed my consciousness to guide this frigid energy through the meridians in my chest. However, this dark magic was exceedingly feeble, making it quite challenging to penetrate even a single meridian. I toiled for a full 7 days and nights before successfully clearing a small section of my chest meridians. The dark magic absorbed the residual energy within the meridians, augmenting its strength slightly. I recognized the severity of my injuries, knowing that recovery would not be instantaneous. Thus, I adopted a calm demeanor, diligently channeling the meager energy daily. A month swiftly passed. Although my abilities had only returned to less than 20%, I could move without significant hindrance as long as I refrained from channeling energy. The arduous weeks had rendered me noticeably thinner. As the new school term approached, I found myself with no time left for healing. I sought a mountain stream to cleanse my body of filth, changed into fresh clothing from my pack, and set forth on the path back to the academy. This experience ignited a fervent desire within me for formidable strength. I silently vowed to master the power of the blood-red angel. If one day I could control the 4-winged blood-red angel at will, I would have no rivals on the continent. Due to my grievous injuries, each step was a struggle. What should have taken merely a day stretched into 4. At last, I beheld the gates of Tiandu Academy once more. Supporting myself with Mo Ming, I staggered through the entrance and made a beeline for Professor Zhuang's office. After a laborious journey, I discovered the office empty. I sat in the corridor, painstakingly circulating the 2 feeble energies within me, the energy from the Kuang Shindo Qi and the dark magic, both reduced to small portions, through the 6 meridians. As the energy flowed, discomfort began to fade. Around noon, Professor Zhuang finally returned. Upon seeing me collapsed on the ground, she was taken aback. She helped me to my feet and anxiously inquired, "Lei Xiang, what happened to you?" Weakly, I replied, "Sister, let us discuss this in your office." Nodding, she quickly opened the office door and assisted me inside. Sitting in a chair, I felt somewhat relieved. Professor Zhuang asked, "Brother, what has happened? You returned later than expected." I knew something was amiss. "Please, tell me." With a gentle sigh, I explained, "I was too eager in my training and fell into a trance. It is a stroke of luck that I can see you today." This excuse had long been prepared, as my current state closely resembled that of someone who had succumbed to a trance. Professor Zhuang gasped in shock and grasped my hand, pressing it against my pulse point. Observing her furrowed brow, I understood she had little means to assist my injuries. Releasing my hand, she frowned, saying, "Your meridians are in disarray. Even I cannot discern the condition within you." I shook my head and replied, "Sister, Please do not trouble yourself on my account. I will gradually clear my meridians on my own. My speed has already improved considerably. Professor Zhuang nodded and said, let me have the vice principal take a look. Perhaps he will have a solution. Before I could respond, she hurriedly left the room. Her concern for me was genuine, filling my heart with warmth. I realized I was no longer alone and helpless, just a mere half-demon, half-beast. Before long, Professor Zhuang returned with the vice principal. Upon seeing my condition, he exclaimed angrily, you young man, can you not progress steadily in your training? You have rushed and now find yourself in this predicament. Let me see. He too grasped my pulse point. After a moment, he released my hand and said, your magical cultivation is primarily based on dark magic, and the fighting energy is something I've never encountered. The congestion in your meridians has reached over 70%. Be grateful you managed to return. In your condition, I am powerless to assist. You must rely on your own quiet reflection. I will prepare a secluded room for you, and each day, Xiao Zhuang will bring you sustenance. Should any issues arise, you may consult with me or Xiao Zhuang. Xiao Zhuang, do not disclose Lei Xiang's situation to anyone. I will report to the principal. Lei Xiang, you are the Academy's hope. You must recover swiftly, and do not concern yourself with other matters. I nodded and said, thank you, Vice Principal. I will be cautious in my training from now on. He sighed and said kindly, you are a good child, ambitious, but remember, enhancing one's strength is not an overnight endeavor. Gradual progress is the best approach. I expressed my gratitude, stating, I will heed your advice. The Vice Principal continued, while the midday crowd is sparse, accompany me. I will take you to my quarters for rest. Following him to his private residence, I was led to a basement. He explained, this room is well ventilated. Although it is somewhat rudimentary, it is suitable for your recovery. The injuries from falling into a trance require peaceful recuperation, which is why I did not send you to the hospital. Each day, Xiao Zhuang will bring you the necessities. I replied, this place is quite adequate. I will strive to recover my strength as soon as possible. The Vice Principal cautioned, such injuries cannot be rushed. Once you regain about 50% strength, you may return to class. Alas, it seems you will spend this semester healing. Initially, the principal and I had hoped to include you in the Tianlong group, but that now appears impossible. We will discuss it next semester. A look of regret crossed his face. After he departed, I rested on the bed. The Vice Principal had treated me kindly. With this basement, I could focus on my healing. I wondered how Zixue was faring. That old man was truly detestable. Had it not been for him, I might have already seen Zixue, and perhaps we could have resolved our past grievances. Chapter 15, Blood Red Angel 4. I activated the two energies within me, directing them toward different meridians as I embarked on my healing journey. 2 months later, I had successfully cleared most of my meridians, leaving only a few ruptured ones unrepaired, and my strength had returned to around 60%. One day, Professor Zhuang brought me my meal, and I said, Sister, my injuries have improved significantly. Please inform the Vice Principal. I wish to return to classes. The semester has already been underway for 2 months, and if I delay further, I will fall behind. Professor Zhuang smiled gently and asked, is that truly the case? I nodded earnestly, replying, my strength has recovered to approximately 60%. She pressed her hand against my pulse point, sensing the energy fluctuations within me, and exclaimed in astonishment, 60% strength already? It seems your foray into a trance was not in vain. If you fully recover, your power will ascend to the next level. This was indeed the case. Both the Tian Moju and Kuang Shinju had advanced a tier, particularly the Tian Moju, which had successfully overcome its initial hurdles. Naturally, I would progress to a higher level, and even at my current 60% strength, I surpassed my condition during the earlier match against Li Hua. I remarked, perhaps it was merely good fortune. During my moment of obsession, my Duki underwent a transformation, advancing to a new level. Teacher Zhuang inquired, what kind of Duki have you practiced that allows for such significant progress with just a single advancement? If obsession brings such growth, I would be tempted to practice it myself. I chuckled bitterly. Do you think obsession is so comfortable? Had it not been for my luck, I might not have been able to see you again. Moreover, my Duki is only suitable for men. With your beauty, dear sister, if you were to practice it, a change in character would not be favorable. Teacher Zhuang laughed. Then I shall refrain. I will speak to the vice president upon my return. By the way, Zixue has been inquiring about your return almost daily. When you first came back, I withheld the information to avoid disturbing your recovery. Judging by that little girl's demeanor, the misunderstanding has likely dissipated by now. You should hurry to find her and set her mind at ease. After bidding farewell to Teacher Zhuang, I resumed my healing. Yet, my yearning for Zixue lingered in my heart, rendering me restless. The following day, I was released by the vice president. who offered a few words of advice before allowing me to attend class. Upon entering the classroom, I sparked quite a commotion. As I took my seat, Lei Xiang asked, "Old Lei, where have you been? You returned over 2 months late for classes." I responded with a wry smile, "It's a long story. I'll tell you when I have the chance." Due to my challenge against Li Hua last semester, I had gained a modest reputation within the academy. As soon as the first class ended, my classmates surrounded me with countless questions, particularly the girls. Eventually, I had to adopt a cold demeanor to send them scattering. Just as I exhaled a sigh of relief, a commotion erupted at the door. Following the gazes of my peers, I spotted Zixue, her complexion pale, standing at the entrance. She appeared slightly thinner than before, and her haggard appearance deeply stirred my heart. I hurried towards her, and she rushed into my embrace, weeping uncontrollably. I held her waist, unable to articulate my emotions. It wasn't until I heard Teacher Zhuang's cough that we embarrassingly separated. Zixue's face flushed like a ripened apple as she softly said, "Let's meet at the cafeteria after school." With that, she turned and dashed out. Teacher Zhuang approached me and whispered, "You must be cautious within the academy, dear brother. There are rules to follow. Zixue is a wonderful girl. Cherish her well. Now, return to your seat. Class is about to start." Distracted, I completed my morning classes and hurried to the cafeteria to await Zixue. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures clad in purple appeared before me. Zixue was accompanied by Xian. I excitedly approached them, grabbing Zixue's hand as I exclaimed, "Zixue!" Xian cleared her throat and remarked, "Mind your behavior. This is the academy." I frowned. "Why did you come along?" Xian retorted, "What, you don't want to see me? Am I a third wheel? Don't forget my father's instructions. I'm your unofficial supervisor." I turned away from Xian, focusing on Zixue, about what happened last time. Zixue pressed her small hand against my lips and said, "I was in the wrong last time. I misunderstood you, but I've come to understand everything now. Can you forgive me?" Her head bowed in apology. I joyfully replied, "There's nothing to forgive, as long as you're no longer upset." Xian interjected, "Where have you been these past days? Do you know how worried Zixue has been for you?" I responded, "I went to a remote place to train. Unexpectedly, I became overly absorbed and fell into obsession." Zixue gasped, "You fell into obsession? What is your condition now?" I smiled, stroking her head. "I'm fine now, don't worry. In fact, I returned at the start of school, but I was quite weak at that time, so the vice president arranged for me to recover first. Now that I've restored most of my strength, I'm back to attending classes." Xian grumbled, "Then why didn't you see Zixue first?" Zixue held her sister's hand and said, "It's all right, as long as Lei Xiang is back." Xian sighed, "You foolish girl. This guy has you so smitten you can't even find your bearings. Be careful, don't let him take advantage of you." I retorted angrily, "Are you ever going to stop meddling in our relationship?" Xian shot me a glare. "I'm leaving now. Lei Xiang, be careful, if you bully my sister, I won't let you off lightly." I had lost count of how many times I had heard that. Watching Xian depart, I turned to Zixue and said, "Let us find a place to talk. I truly miss you." Zixue nodded, her cheeks flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with joy as she murmured, "I miss you too. Where shall we go?" I pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us go to the stable. I haven't seen Heilong in ages. I wonder how he is doing." Zixue smiled gently. "He has been lazing about, eating and sleeping all day. Without you around, I didn't dare let him out, so he has gotten quite plump." As I led Zixue toward the stable, upon seeing Heilong, I exclaimed in surprise, "Is this really my Heilong? No way." Chapter 16. Respecting the worthy Heilong. Now 3 times heavier, snorted in displeasure. I patted its large head, saying, "You lazy creature, all you do is eat. Look how fat you've become." Zixue remarked, "He needs some exercise. If he keeps eating, he won't be able to run." I chuckled, "Then I will take you for a ride." Zixue replied eagerly, "Sure." Just like last time. 10 minutes later, Zixue and I rode out into the wilderness beyond the city, with Zixue leaning against me, looking quite content. The fragrance of her long hair filled the air, creating an indescribable warmth in my heart. I slowed Heilong's pace, gently holding Zixue closer. Zixue closed her eyes and said, "Xiang, how wonderful it would be if we could stay like this for a lifetime." I kissed her delicate face and replied, "Indeed. I wish for that too. Rest assured, I will protect you for life. We will always be the perfect pair." Zixue opened her eyes, gazing deeply into mine, suddenly wrapping her arms around my neck and kissing my lips passionately. Initially startled, I soon lost myself in her fervent embrace. Suddenly, Heilong let out a loud neigh, rearing up on its front hooves, startling us from our moment of bliss. I quickly tightened my hold on Zixue with one arm, while grasping the reins with the other. Before us appeared 3 individuals, dressed extravagantly, clearly the scions of wealthy families. Among them, a slick-haired youth sneered, "Oh, how affectionate. Little girl, can you handle such a big fellow?" His words sparked laughter among his companions. Zishue's face flushed with anger as she clutched my shirt tightly. Rage surged within me, a cold aura emanating from my body, silencing them immediately. I coldly retorted, "Have you had enough of living? Dare to block our path?" Having slain Bai Tian and his 300 subordinates previously, my bloodlust had intensified, rekindling the ferocity I had possessed in the Orc kingdom. Seeing anyone I disliked made me wish for their disappearance from this world, especially these three who dared to provoke me. The man on the right drew an arrow and aimed at me, boasting, "What are you so cocky about? I'll shoot you dead." In my eyes, the arrow moved as slowly as a snail. I caught the arrow effortlessly, applying pressure with my fingers until the steel shaft bent at a 90-degree angle. Zishue sensed my murderous intent and whispered, "Lei Xiang, don't kill anyone. Let us leave." The slick-haired youth, with keen ears, taunted, "Want to leave? Not so easy. Stay and entertain us first." Unable to tolerate his insult towards Zishue any longer, I sprang down from the horse and prepared to confront him. Just then, a clamor arose around us. The man in the center burst into laughter. "Our people have arrived. Let us see how you escape now." Figures began to converge from all directions, and I swiftly returned to Zishue's side, drawing Mo Ming and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The individual to the right remarked, "Second brother, look, that lad is terrified, haha." Gradually, the silhouettes of people around us became discernible, and to my astonishment, they were all Imperial soldiers. Specifically the royal guard of the Imperial capital. Could it be that they had learned of my actions during the day and had come specifically to capture me? The man in the center commanded, "Bring these two individuals to me." Immediately, a group of soldiers rushed forward, one responding, "Yes, Your Highness." They charged towards me on horseback. Given their exceptional equestrian skills and imposing demeanor, it was evident that they would not be easy to contend with. I summoned my fighting spirit to my sword and swung it, meeting the spear thrust by the leading soldier. The clash produced a resounding sound of metal against metal, and I felt a slight numbness in my hand, indicative of the strength of my adversary. The leading soldier expressed surprise, clearly taken aback that I could parry his attack. I cautioned Zishue, "Be careful, they are all soldiers." The soldiers had encircled us, and I recognized the soldier I had just engaged. His armor indicated that he was a centurion, a position that spoke to his considerable prowess. He boasted, "What strength! A commoner like you could withstand my thrust. Come again." He prepared to charge. Just then, a commanding voice resounded, "Halt." Upon hearing this voice, I felt a jolt of shock. The speaker must have been some distance away. Yet their voice rang clear as if right beside me. The most unsettling aspect was that both I and my opponent staggered slightly, while the surrounding soldiers remained unaffected. I understood that I was facing the most formidable individual I had ever encountered, likely rivaling my father in strength. An increasing number of soldiers gathered nearby, and in the distance, a sea of yellow fabric slowly approached. Zishue exclaimed, "That is the royal procession of His Majesty. Why is it here? Could it be that today is the day of the royal hunt?" I hadn't heard about it. Upon hearing the authoritative voice, the centurion, now resembling a dutiful student, retracted his spear and respectfully moved his horse aside. The three ostentatious young nobles who had appeared earlier also changed their expressions. The second brother whispered, "How annoying. They arrived at the wrong time. Why are they here?" The yellow-clad procession drew nearer, with three individuals at the forefront. The central figure donned golden armor and a robe. Without a helmet, his beautiful golden hair cascading over his shoulders, astride a magnificent chestnut horse. He exuded an aura of authority without needing to display anger. Appearing to be around 50 years old, to his left stood a handsome youth clad in silver armor, wielding a great bow. From his resemblance, it was clear he was related to the central figure. To the right stood another man, dressed entirely in deep blue samurai garb, without armor. I could tell from his penetrating gaze that he was undoubtedly a master. Even in my ignorance, I recognized the central figure as the reigning monarch of the Longshan Empire. My maternal uncle, my mother's elder brother. They soon approached, and the man on the right inquired, "What is happening? Who are they?" From his voice, I discerned that he was the owner of the previous commanding voice. The centurion respectfully saluted and answered, reporting to Marshal Landesai. It was His Highness who ordered us to apprehend them. It was no surprise that the one dressed in blue samurai attire was Landesai, one of the three great dragon knights of the Longshan Empire. It was only fitting that the king would be accompanied by such an exceptional protector during his outings. Chapter 16. The respect for talents. Landesai listened to the centurion's report and turned to the king, who inquired, "Second brother, what is the matter?" The earlier leading youth stammered, "Father, I deemed them suspicious, so I intended to capture them for questioning." The king glanced at Zixue, and with his experience, he undoubtedly understood the situation. He let out an annoyed huff and said, "You ungrateful sons. All you do is indulge in feasting and revelry, neglecting your duties. Get out of my sight." The three flamboyant princes turned and scampered away, the second brother casting a resentful glare at me as he left. The king then addressed us. "Who are you? And how did you come to be here?" Zixue suddenly exclaimed, Uncle Landesai, do you not recognize me, Xiaoxue?" Landesai scrutinized Zixue for a moment and then exclaimed, "Ah, you are Zifeng's daughter, Akshu?" Zixue hurriedly replied, "Yes, Uncle Landesai, it is I, Akshu." The king also recognized her and remarked, "So it is little Akshu. It has been quite a while since I last saw you. Uncle can hardly recognize you. You have grown more beautiful." Zixue dismounted and tugged at my sleeve before kneeling, respectfully stating, "Zixue pays her respects to your majesty." I quickly sheathed my sword and knelt as well, saying, "Commoner Lei Xiang pays his respects to your majesty." The king chuckled. "Enough, we are all family here. There is no need for such formalities. Rise and speak." He pointed at me, asking, "Akshu, who is this?" Zixue pulled me up. Her face flushed and said, "Your majesty, he is my classmate Lei Xiang from Tiandu Academy. We came out to play today, unaware that you were here, and we startled you. Please do not hold it against us." The king laughed. "Silly girl, how could uncle blame you? Those useless cousins of yours did not bully you, did they? I will ensure they are properly disciplined when you return." Zixue replied, "Thank you, your majesty." Landesai suddenly leaned closer to the king and whispered a few words. The king's expression shifted, and he scrutinized me closely before asking, "Are you the Lei Xiang who challenged Liu's son in the inter-academic competition at Tiandu Academy?" I nodded and replied, "Yes, your majesty." The king burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Young man, quite impressive. To possess such strength at your age, keep up the good work. I hope you will one day join the ranks of the Dragon Knights." I scratched my head and replied, "Your majesty, that may not be possible." The king, surprised, asked, "Why not? Joining the Dragon Knight ranks is the greatest honor for every citizen of the Longshan Empire. Do you not wish to become noble and serve the country?" I shook my head and said, "It is not that, your majesty, due to having found a book on dark magic in my youth and practicing it on my own. I fear I may not gain the approval of the divine dragon. To avoid disappointing you, I dared to speak candidly." Zixue gasped in horror. "Although dark magic is not forbidden, it is akin to the dark magic of the demon clan, which is the most detested enemy of the empire." She repeatedly pinched me, urging me to stop talking. Indeed, upon hearing my words, the king furrowed his brow, but after a moment, his expression relaxed. He turned to Landesai and said, "This child is quite honest. Be sure to keep an eye on him. Even if he cannot become a dragon knight, he must be well utilized." Landesai nodded and replied, "He is indeed a raw gem. With proper refinement, he will surely achieve greatness." Zixue stood in a daze, staring at the king. The silver-armored youth to the king's left smiled and said, "Cousin, are you surprised? If father were to concern himself with such trivial matters as dark magic, he would not have become the wise monarch that has enabled the Longshan Empire to flourish to this extent." The king clearly appreciated this sentiment, laughing heartily. "Well said, Akshu. This is your elder cousin and my future heir. You young ones should spend more time together." The prince dismounted and approached me, patting my shoulder, saying, "Brother Lei, having heard both Uncle Landesai and father praise you, we must spar some time." His calling me Brother Lei instantly elevated my impression of him. Such a down-to-earth prince will surely become a wise king. I promptly replied, "It is an honor to receive guidance from the crown prince." The king chuckled, "All right. You youngsters chat. Old Landy, let us go hunting. We must catch a silver fox before we return." With that, he turned his horse and galloped away. Landesai followed closely, and the large group trailed behind. Zixue suddenly exclaimed, "Look, is that a dragon knight?" Indeed, in the sky appeared over 10 colossal dragons, each exceeding 10 meters in length, adorned with vibrant hues, and upon their backs sat warriors wielding 4-meter-long dragon spears, exuding an air of formidable prowess. The crown prince smiled and remarked, "When father embarks on a journey, he must bring along some dragon knights. We are on the verge of waging war against the 2 clans of magical beasts, and it would be unwise not to take precautions." A thought struck me, and I inquired, "Your Highness, are we going to battle again?" The crown prince nodded. His expression somewhat somber, he sighed and replied, "Yes, we are indeed going to war again." Zixue, taken aback, asked, "Cousin, do you not enjoy fighting?" The crown prince responded, "Indeed, it is the common folk who suffer the most during wars, especially in the regions bordering the 2 clans of magical beasts. Frequent conflicts will devastate their homes. Silly girl, do you think a battlefield strewn with corpses is entertaining?" Zixue stuck out her tongue and said, "Then why must we fight? Can't we just refrain from it?" The crown prince smiled faintly and replied, "Your thinking is rather simplistic. This conflict was primarily instigated by the provocation of the demon clan." I asked, "How did the demon clan provoke us?" The crown prince looked at me in surprise, saying, "Brother Lei, are you not aware of the gruesome incident that transpired a few months ago outside of Kisi City?" I chuckled awkwardly and explained, "Not long ago. I became consumed by my training and have been recuperating for nearly half a year. It is only recently that I returned to the academy to resume my studies." The crown prince understood, saying, "So that is the case. One must not rush in their training. Brother Lei, please be more cautious in the future." Approximately 3 months ago, news of a calamity reached us from Kisi City, not far from the capital. The lord of Kisi City and his 300 guards were slain overnight. Their remains utterly obliterated, and only their scattered armor allowed for identification. Zixue interjected, "The lord was once a dragon warrior." The crown prince nodded and continued, "The assailants were undoubtedly skilled. According to Uncle Lan's analysis of their methods, only the fallen angels of the demon clan could orchestrate such devastation, and there were likely multiple perpetrators." In his fury, Father immediately dispatched envoys to confront the demon clan, yet they adamantly denied any involvement. In a fit of rage, Father declared war against them, and the two clans of magical beasts, closely allied, naturally formed another coalition. The border has now become a battleground. I never anticipated that my actions leading to the death of the Lord would ignite a war among the three clans. I felt like a sinner. My heart ached, as I had hoped my strength would maintain peace among the clans, yet I had inadvertently done the opposite. Observing my despondent demeanor, the crown prince reassured me. "Do not worry, Brother Lei. I estimate this war will not last long. After so many years of conflict without resolution, perhaps peace talks will soon follow." To be frank, if Father wished to annihilate the two clans, he could have done so long ago, with the might of the Dragon God Empire. Mobilizing the Holy Dragon Knight Brigade would suffice. Suddenly, the crown prince covered his mouth and glanced around cautiously, only relaxing when he saw no one nearby. Zixue asked, "Cousin, what is the matter?" The crown prince sheepishly smiled and said, "It is nothing. I merely let something slip inadvertently." I laughed and asked, "Is it about this Holy Dragon Knight Brigade?" The crown prince quickly raised a finger to his lips, indicating for me to cease my inquiries. He whispered, "This is the greatest secret of the Dragon God. Having heard it today, you must forget it and never mention it to anyone, even to the closest of friends. Otherwise, if Father learns of it, it would spell disaster." I pressed, "What exactly is going on? Please tell us. We swear to keep it a secret." The crown prince shook his head and replied, "This is not something that should be disclosed. Only the three marshals and my father and I are aware of it. Even my brothers are oblivious. Since it has been spoken, I shall divulge it to you, but you must not let it leak." Seeing our solemn promises, the crown prince continued, "Centuries ago, my ancestors unified the land now known as the Dragon God Empire and forged a pact with the Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon agreed to lend its power to help my ancestors maintain peace within the empire, thus establishing the current Dragon God Empire. The Holy Dragon Knight Brigade emerged during the reign of the third monarch, composed of dragon knights. As humans cultivate their skills to the level of sword saints, their life force significantly increases, allowing dragon knights to live nearly 200 years. Upon reaching the age of 80, they retire and join the Holy Dragon Knight Brigade, receiving the Dragon Clan's recognition to uphold the covenant with the Divine Dragon until their demise. Currently, the Holy Dragon Knight Brigade comprises 17 members, each surpassing the strength of the three marshals. The eldest among them is over 170 years old. If they were to mobilize, do you think the clans of magical beasts could continue to exist on this continent?" Upon hearing his words, I was utterly astounded. It seemed that the dragon god possessed such a formidable backing, not to mention the dragon knights. Even the dragon riders paired with the colossal dragons had the power to wreak havoc on the land. With so many skilled individuals, it was indeed impossible for the clans of magical beasts to resist. Zixue asked in astonishment, "Then why do we not eliminate them? Are not the demon clan and the beastmen our enemies?" The crown prince pondered for a moment before responding, "It is because my ancestors, by chance, received a divine revelation stating, every creature has the right to exist, and we are not permitted to alter the balance of the continent with our power. Otherwise, we shall face divine retribution. For this reason, over the years, we have maintained a balanced stance with the clans of magical beasts. Once the three marshals retire, they too will join the Holy Dragon Knight Brigade, ensuring the magical beast clans cannot pose a threat to us. As long as they do not overstep their bounds, we will not initiate an attack against them." Listening to the crown prince, I felt a sense of relief. At least the clans of magical beasts still had room for existence. I smiled faintly and said, with such a wise future ruler and sovereign, the empire's future is bound to be brighter. The crown prince laughed heartily. Do not flatter me. In truth, I yearn to be an ordinary person, able to explore the world alongside you. Such a life is what I truly desire. I replied with a smile, that is not impossible. Let us seize an opportunity to venture forth together across the continent. The crown prince chuckled. It is not that simple. Even the act of leaving the palace is quite challenging. Since you have yet to fully recover, I shall spare you this time. Once you are healed, we must engage in a proper contest. My skills are no less than rivalrous. He is a good friend of mine, and after hearing his praises of your prowess, my hands have been itching. I grimaced and said, then I must be prepared to accompany a nobleman to my doom. The crown prince retrieved a token from his robe and tossed it to me, saying, take this. It is essential for entering and exiting the royal palace. When you have time, come visit me. We can practice together. I am quite lonely in the palace and genuinely wish to make more friends. If Akshu has the time, she should join us as well. Brother Lei, you must not bully my cousin. His words made both Zixue and me blush simultaneously. Observing our awkward expressions, the crown prince laughed heartily and said, I must go and rendezvous with father. Be sure to visit me. Farewell. How could such an unpretentious crown prince not touch my heart? I nodded and replied, in due time, I shall certainly visit you in the palace. By then, my injury should have healed. Though you are a prince, I will not show you any mercy. The crown prince rejoiced. Excellent. I hope to have a true rival. With that, he leapt onto his steed and galloped away. Watching his receding figure, I turned to Zixue and remarked, your cousin will undoubtedly govern the dragon god with even greater strength when he becomes king. Zixue smiled and said, indeed, at the very least. He has won your heart in such a short time. It is getting late. We should return. I lamented, how can the sons of kings differ so greatly? Chapter 16, Respecting the Worthy. Zixue understood I was referring to the other three princes, and she replied, who knows? Perhaps it's the lack of pressure to ascend the throne that has led them to a life of indulgence. I wrapped my arms around Zixue's slender waist, gently leaping onto the back of the Hei Long, taking the reins and commanding, Hei Long, let us return. The Hei Long let out a long roar and galloped towards the capital. By the time we returned to the academy, afternoon classes had already commenced. Zixue complained, every time I'm with you, I end up being late. How will you compensate me? I smiled wryly and replied, I have already given myself to you. Is that not enough? Besides, I have no classes this afternoon, haha. Zixue playfully punched me and said, you're insufferable. Suddenly, the magical broadcast on the playground blared. Attention all students and faculty, please gather on the playground after school. The announcement repeated this imperative no less than 10 times. I expressed my astonishment. What could be so important that everyone must assemble? Zixue remarked, I don't know either, but there's not much time left before classes end. So let us wait on the playground. We first returned the Hei Long to the stable and found a shaded spot on the playground to sit quietly, enjoying our moment together. Soon, the bell rang, and nearly all the students and teachers wore puzzled expressions, clearly unaware of the unfolding situation. The playground became densely populated with nearly 2,000 faculty and students, including the dean, vice dean, and several leaders of the academy. The director, Zhang Feng, called through the magical broadcast. Students, please be quiet. The dean has important announcements to make. Listen attentively. As the playground gradually quieted, the dean took over the magical broadcast, cleared his throat, and solemnly stated, due to the invasion of our homeland by the Beast Alliance, the Academy has decided to dispatch a team to support the front lines. This is an excellent opportunity for training, and I hope you will actively volunteer. The previously quiet playground erupted into chaos once again, with students discussing fervently. Isn't fighting the army's responsibility? Why are we students being called upon? We haven't enlisted, and we refuse to go. Some were intrigued by the prospect of battle, expressing their curiosity about the monsters of the demon and beast races, pondering whether it would be safe. The dean called for silence, asserting, this mission to support the front lines is a valuable test for you, as well as an unparalleled opportunity to gain combat experience. It is only through the trials of blood and fire that you can achieve true growth. As for safety, the Academy has taken it into careful consideration and decided to send you alongside the Dragon Riders. There are 100 spots available. Those wishing to join should sign up with Director Xiang after this assembly. He named several individuals, including the first-year Lei Xiang. Oh no, why must it be me? Must I battle my own kind? How cruel. Then he continued with Phone 1, Bing Bing, and the second-year Rue, along with the third-year Ziyan, totaling 18 elite students from all grades. I contemplated, since we would be accompanying the Dragon Riders, How different would this be from a mere excursion? The Dragon Empire is inherently stronger than the two beast nations. Surely they do not require the aid of mere student soldiers. The Dean undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. The Dean concluded, those I called should remain. The remaining spots are open for volunteer sign-ups. All right, dismissed. The moment he announced the dismissal, the majority of students rushed towards Director Xiang, clearly recognizing that this adventure would outweigh the potential dangers. The 18 students selected were called forth by the Dean, who addressed us. This mission is primarily for you to gain experience in combat. Only through the harsh realities of battle can you truly hone your skills. I have discussed this with the Vice Dean, and we will ensure you encounter manageable foes. You may return to prepare. We will depart in about a week. Phone 1 and I exchanged glances, and from his eyes, I discerned a glimmer of excitement. He remarked, this chance to go to the front is far more exhilarating than the monotony of classes here, don't you think, Lei Xiang? I replied with a wry smile. What is so thrilling about fighting? It's merely a matter of you kill me, and I kill you. Ziyan approached and asked, will your injuries allow you to go to the front? Her concern surprised me. Perhaps it was for her sister's sake. I nodded and said, I am nearly healed. Although I am not at full strength, I should manage. Ziyan softly cautioned, please take care of yourself. I must leave now. Her words momentarily stunned me. This was not the typical attitude of the strength-driven Ziyan. What had changed within her? Snapping back to reality, I noticed Feng when nearly drooling. His gaze fixed on Ziyan as she walked away, murmuring, if she could be my wife, I would gladly sacrifice 20 years of my life. I playfully slapped him and said, stop dreaming. Head back to the dormitory. I need to find someone. Feng chuckled, you're off to find your sister, aren't you? I pretended to strike him again, and he turned and ran off with a smile. I squeezed through the crowd for quite some time without finding Zishui. The sign-up had already concluded when, suddenly, a familiar sound of weeping reached my ears. Following the sound, I discovered Zishui crouched in a corner, crying. I rushed over, knelt beside her, and asked, what's wrong, Shui? Who has bullied you? She immediately threw herself into my arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Her tears bewildered me. And despite my repeated inquiries, she remained silent. After a long while, her tears soaked my front, and she seemed to have cried herself out, finally pausing. I gently cupped her tear-streaked face and softly asked, what is the matter? Zishui's eyes reddened again as she stammered. Just now, there were too many people, and I couldn't sign up. Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of relief and patted her back, saying, I thought it was something serious. Not signing up is actually for the best. I was worried about your safety. Zishui lifted her head and replied, that's not what matters. You don't know how long you'll be at the front, nor whether it will be dangerous. Of course, I want to go with you. How could I feel at ease otherwise? Now that I couldn't sign up Chapter 17, the Academy goes to war. Zishui's words stirred a wave of emotion within me. I embraced her tightly and said earnestly, dearest, I know you care for me. The Dean assured us that this mission poses little danger. You heard him. We are going with the Dragon Riders. Rest assured, we shall return swiftly. Zishui retorted. But if it takes so long, what if you were seduced by another beautiful girl? The top 4 beauties of the Academy are all going. And they are all more beautiful than I. I pinched her nose playfully and replied, do you have so little faith in me? Besides, your sister is going too. You can have her keep an eye on me. Am I the type to be fickle? Zishui playfully punched me, saying, who can say for certain? But yes, I really should have my sister supervise you. Her words made me secretly chuckle. Ziyan already harbored a poor impression of me, or so I believed. If she returned and embellished her account, my life would be unbearable. A cough from behind us snapped me to attention. I quickly pulled Zishui to her feet. It was the Vice Dean. I smiled awkwardly and said, what brings you here? The Vice Dean pointed at me and said, you, my boy, have been caught red-handed again. Luckily, the Dean did not see you, or you would have faced a reprimand. Of course, I am here. I will be leading the team to the front. I expressed my surprise. Weren't we supposed to be accompanying the Dragon Riders? The Vice Dean sighed. You are all elite students of the Academy. I must ensure your safety. I cannot allow you to go without my supervision. Zishui joyfully exclaimed, you must take good care of Lei Xiang. If he encounters any danger, you must protect him. When I return, I will certainly seek your help. The Vice Dean chuckled. Rest assured, I cannot afford to offend your Duke father. I inquired, what prompted the Academy to suddenly decide to send our group to the front lines? The Vice Dean sighed. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Zishui, you should be aware that recently, the Dean took the 5th-year elites to participate in the Inter-Academy competition. With Li Hua having joined the Dragon Riders, our Academy's strength has significantly diminished, resulting in us finishing last. The Dean was extremely furious. He is very dissatisfied with the current state of teaching. In order to enhance your combat experience, We deliberated for 2 days before deciding to send you directly into battle. Those who have been tempered in the fires of war will undoubtedly emerge stronger. Only on the battlefield can you truly grasp the wisdom of sweating more in training to bleed less in combat. I pondered inwardly. All this was merely grandiloquent rhetoric, ultimately aimed at preserving the honor of the academy. To be honest, I was reluctant to go, especially fearing an encounter with the orcs, as I suspected my father was leading the Behemoth Legion into battle. However, I was also curious to see the demon race, particularly to discern any differences between their fallen angels and myself. The Vice Dean advised, Lei Xiang, prepare well upon your return. Although you have regained much of your strength, your injuries are not yet fully healed, and you must expedite your recovery. Also, keep a low profile while at the academy. Especially avoid drawing attention from other teachers, or it will make things difficult for me. I shall take my leave now. As I watched the Vice Dean depart, I turned to Zixue and assured her, you can rest easy now. I will return safely. Zixue nodded and said, the sky is getting dark. I must head back. Allow me to escort you, I offered. I accompanied her to the entrance of the Duke's residence, watching her disappear into the depths of the courtyard before returning to the academy. It seemed I truly lacked a fate for schooling. In over a semester, I had only attended classes for 2 months, and now I was to embark on another journey. Father, if I were to confront you, would I be compelled to act? The death of my grandmother has always weighed heavily on my heart. For her sake, I shall one day seek retribution. Though you are my father, I cannot forgive your past transgressions. While I currently serve as an orc spy, my actions will ultimately be dictated by my own will. I am a solitary entity, acting solely according to my own desires. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this week, apart from the nights, I was almost inseparable from Zixue, spending each day together in a blissful state, endlessly exchanging sweet nothings, a bond that could only be described as inseparable. Before our departure, I asked my sister to retrieve the bracelet she had gifted me, as my mastery lay in dark magic, rendering the bracelet of little use to me. I passed it on to Zixue, who in turn gifted me a heart-protecting mirror, dark and glossy. She mentioned it was a treasured heirloom of the Duke's family, offering excellent protection. It was light and easily donned over my fitted leather armor, showcasing my robust arms as I wielded Mo Ming, an imposing sight indeed. All personnel, assemble. The academy prepared to send 100 students as reinforcements to the front lines, forming a precise array on the training grounds, each clad in the academy's specially crafted high-quality white armor. Arranged in a grid formation, the Vice Dean stood at the front of the formation, calling out, young men and women of Tiandu Academy, you will participate in this endeavor as the pillars of our future. Let us channel our fervent patriotism to vanquish the enemy. His words ignited a fervor among the crowd. Almost everyone shouted battle cries in unison. The Vice Dean announced, all right, we shall set forth now. The Dragon Riders await us. It is your utmost honor to fight alongside them. Forward. The crowd shouted in unison, forward. We marched in unison, following the Vice Dean through the city gates. In the open fields ahead, 10 dragon riders mounted on their colossal dragons awaited us, tasked primarily with escorting supplies, of which we formed a part of the escort team. This mission primarily involved transporting various defensive equipment and arrows, with a total of 100 personnel, including our 100 student soldiers, part of the logistics supply. Given the significance of this shipment, dragon riders were assigned for protection. Many classmates were witnessing dragon riders for the first time, and excitement surged among them as they passionately declared their aspirations to become dragon riders, some even naively setting the dragon riders as their personal goals. Chapter 17. The Academy joins the fray. Part 2. The entire team had assembled. Ziyin employed her persuasive skills to convince the Vice Dean to position her beside me, inciting envy among our peers, while I inwardly lamented. As we were all future junior commanders, the Academy had arranged horses for our safety, and I naturally rode my black dragon, with the Vice Dean placing me at the rear of the formation, while Ziyin took her position to my left. We were several hundred miles from the capital when Ziyin turned to me and asked, Lei Xiang, have your injuries healed? I replied nonchalantly, almost. Why do you ask? Ziyin retorted, what? Can't I ask without a reason? Don't forget, I'm here to supervise you on behalf of Zixue. If you treat me poorly, I'll tell her not to speak to you when we return. I was at a loss with her antics and helplessly replied, Sister, what do you want? Why must you be transferred from the female team to my side, making me the target of everyone's envy? Just look at the way they are eyeing me. Like wolves ready to pounce. Ziyin chuckled lightly. Are you scared? Who told you to treat me poorly? I did this on purpose, so what? Her smile was as radiant as a blooming flower, momentarily leaving me spellbound. However, her words brought me back to reality. prompting me to avert my gaze and ignore her. After all, Ziyin was an exceptional beauty, and I could not entertain any improper thoughts. That would be a betrayal to Zishui. The first day swiftly passed. The leading centurion and the vice dean conferred and decided to set up camp not far from a nearby forest, while the 10 dragon riders kept their distance, resting around us, assuming the responsibility of our protection. The campfire warmed us, and we gathered in several large circles to bask in its glow. Ziyin pulled out a box from her bag and presented it to me, saying, "Here, for you. A delightful treat." I accepted the box, opening it to discover an assortment of exquisite pastries. I frowned and said, "Thank you, but I cannot accept this. You should enjoy it yourself." Ziyin pouted and, with a twinkle in her eye, replied, "These were personally made by Zishui. If you want to eat them, then I shall take them back." With that, she reached for the box. Upon hearing that they were made by Zishui, I quickly clutched the pastry box to my side, declaring, "Since they are a gift from Zishui, how can you take them back? They are mine." Ziyin relented and instead took out some fruit to eat. I cautiously extracted a piece of pastry from the box, savoring its sweet flavor intertwined with a hint of rose, leaving a delightful taste lingering on my palate as I exclaimed how delicious it was. Seeing my reaction, a hint of tenderness flickered in Ziyin's eyes. After everyone had finished eating and drinking, the vice dean instructed us to return to our tents for rest. I smiled at Ziyin and teased, "You won't insist on sleeping next to me too, will you?" "If you wish to, I certainly wouldn't mind." Ziyin's face flushed crimson, and she covered her face, saying, "You shameless." She turned and fled, exclaiming as she ran, "You have a lovely smile." Her words made me shake my head in disbelief. I felt that Ziyin had changed significantly lately, no longer the aloof person I first met, but rather someone who seemed to intentionally draw closer to me. It was best to maintain a certain distance. Otherwise, should Zishui misunderstand, I would find myself in a precarious situation. As I crawled into the tent, Fengwen remarked to me, "You are quite impressive, achieving 2 goals with 1 arrow. Not only have you won over Zishui, but you've also caught the attention of Ziyin, the most beautiful girl in the academy. Truly remarkable." I playfully swatted at him, but he deftly blocked my hand. I chuckled and chided him, "Don't say such nonsense. If Liwa comes after me, you better be ready to bear the brunt. There's nothing going on between Ziyin and me. She's merely keeping an eye on me for Zishui. Do you think I want her to tag along? It's quite bothersome, really. Apart from going to the restroom or sleeping, she clings to me like a rice cake, demonstrating utmost loyalty." Fengwen laughed. "Well, they are close sisters. There are plenty of other girls in our group. If you were to run off with someone else, how would Ziyin explain that to her sister?" I scoffed. "Am I that kind of person? You're just fabricating stories. You're almost as good as Fengyan at that." Just then, Fengyan's laughter echoed from outside the tent. "Who is discussing me?" I can only imagine it's not flattering. As he lifted the tent flap, Fengyan squeezed inside. The tent was already cramped, and with Fengyan's arrival, there was barely room to sit. I stated, "I was talking about you, saying that Fengwen's knack for storytelling is catching up with yours." Fengyan feigned surprise. Looking at Fengwen, I had no idea, "Big brother. You've secretly learned my unparalleled skills." His comedic manner instantly brought laughter to us all. Fengwen whispered, "What a pity we have no wine. Otherwise, it would be delightful to sneak a few drinks in the tent." He smacked his lips as he spoke. I replied, "When did you become a wine connoisseur? Is it really that enjoyable?" Fengwen nodded vigorously. "Wine is the essence of grains. The more you drink, the younger you feel. Don't you know this?" I shook my head. I had only tasted wine a few times in my life and found it merely spicy without any special allure that captivated me. Suddenly, Fengyan poked his head outside the tent, seemingly observing something. Fengwen asked, "Fengyan, what are you doing?" Fengyan withdrew his head and placed his finger to his lips, saying, "Quiet down. Look what I have." He then revealed a small jar from behind him. Fengwen's eyes lit up with excitement. "Wine? Where did you get that?" Fengyan grinned. "Hee, I'm from the magic class. I had a fellow classmate use a spatial bag to bring it for me. Pretty foresight, huh?" Fengwen nodded repeatedly and snatched the jar from Fengyan. "That is fantastic. Let us have a drink." As he opened the lid, a rich aroma of wine wafted out. Fengwen tilted his head back and took a swig, exclaiming in delight, his face glowing with ecstasy. He offered the jar to me. "Have a sip." I initially intended to refuse, but his eager gaze softened my resolve. I accepted it and took a hearty gulp, only to find the sharp taste causing me to cough repeatedly. Fengyan laughed. "Old Lei, really? You're such a big guy and can't handle your drink?" I smiled awkwardly. "Do you think everyone is like you, intoxicated by this stuff daily?" Just as I said this, a wave of warmth surged from my stomach, enveloping my insides in a comforting glow. A thought crossed my mind, and I guided this warmth toward my injured meridians using the power of my fierce spirit. To my astonishment, the previously intermittent flow of energy through my meridians improved significantly. This discovery filled me with silent joy, and I took another large sip of the wine. Feng Yun, concerned, cautioned, "Drink slowly, I didn't bring much." I replied earnestly, "This wine seems to have healing properties for my injuries. Don't worry, let me test it further." I handed the jar back to Feng Yun and closed my eyes to meditate. With the warmth from just 2 sips of the potent drink, I dedicated an entire night to my practice, astonishingly managing to open a blocked meridian, restoring my power to 70%. The next morning, Feng Yun roused me, asking, "How are you feeling? Is your injury improving?" I nodded and replied, "I didn't expect wine to have such effects. It actually helped me restore a meridian and regain some strength." Feng Yun handed me the wine jar, saying, "Yesterday you mentioned it could heal. So Feng Yun and I didn't drink any. We saved it all for you. Every bit of strength is vital for our survival on the battlefield. Continue your training tonight, and I'll protect you." Wine is known for its ability to invigorate and promote circulation, which might be related to this. I grasped Feng Yun's shoulder sincerely, saying, "Good brother, thank you." Feng Yun laughed heartily. "Since we are brothers, there's no need for thanks. Let us get moving. We need to pack up the tent." Despite being upset by my words the previous day, Ziyin seemed to have brushed it off overnight. Riding alongside me on her chestnut horse, her gaze often flickered toward me, making me feel rather uncomfortable. I frowned and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me? Do I have a flower on my face?" Ziyin smiled. "There are no flowers, but after a night apart, you seem to look much better. Your face radiating a healthy glow." I certainly couldn't divulge that I was healing with wine. Alcohol is strictly prohibited in the military. I casually replied, "It's nothing. My strength has just improved a bit." Ziyin exclaimed happily, "That's wonderful. You need to keep going. Regaining your strength is of utmost importance." Her excitement seemed to surpass my own, truly a testament to her admiration for power. 10 days later, I had consumed half of Feng Yun's treasured stash, and miraculously, my strength had been restored. The sensation of unimpeded meridians was incredibly gratifying. I felt an abundance of energy coursing through me. Feng Yun and the others remarked that with my regained power, I exuded the aura of a master. Each night, I diligently practiced the Kuang Shinju and Tian Emoju. Feng Yun teased me, calling me a training fanatic, never taking a break. Little did he know, training was my greatest form of relaxation. I sought no immediate progress, but rather aimed to restore my meridians to their optimal state, solidifying my mastery of the 3 tiers of Tian Emoju and Kuang Shinju. I understood that only by fortifying my foundation could I hope for greater advancement. Due to the need to transport supplies, our journey, which should have taken fewer than 20 days, extended beyond a month. We finally arrived at the Stru Fortress, constructed around the city of Isitaru, where the highest commander, Li Long, the Dragon Knight, was stationed. According to the vice president, the fortress housed 60 Dragon Knights, and with the 10 accompanying us, it gathered most of the strength of the Dragon God Empire. The garrison comprised 10 legions of infantry, each with 30,000 soldiers, 5 legions of heavy infantry, 5 legions of light cavalry, 5 legions of heavy cavalry, and 8 legions of mages, totaling nearly 100,000 troops. It could be said that the main force of the Dragon God was entirely assembled here. The local garrison was currently under the management of the reserve forces, who were intensively training. Supplies were continuously being sent to the front lines. In terms of individual combat capability, human soldiers could not match the demons or the naturally born warriors among the beastmen. However, humanity had the support of formidable mage and Dragon Knight forces, maintaining an advantage in battle. Li Long personally received us, accompanied by Li Hua, who had been reassigned. Li Long brought us to his command post and hosted a grand welcome banquet, where Li Hua naturally joined us. No one dared to vie for a place beside Ziyin. I noticed that Ziyin treated him with less cordiality than she did toward me, often ignoring him altogether. The vice president's table was filled with high-ranking military officials, some of whom were graduates of the Tiandu Academy. Their lively discussions indicated that our lives here would likely be quite enjoyable. I turned to Li Hua, who was wholly fixated on Ziyin, and asked, "Li Hua, what is the current situation at the front lines?" This was my primary concern. Li Hua, with a hint of seriousness, spoke to me through Ziyin. "Thus far, there have been no significant battles. It has merely been probing attacks. However, the Beastman's Behemoth Legion has arrived, and should they initiate an assault, we will likely need to deploy the Dragon Knight unit. Fear not, for you are all my juniors, and when the time comes, I shall ensure that you face relatively manageable opponents." Apart from me, lost in thought, and the distracted Ziyin, the others expressed their gratitude to Li Hua, saying, "Thank you, senior, for your concern." Li Hua turned to Ziyin and remarked, What brings you here amidst a war? Why has the academy dispatched you? Ziyan shot him a glance and retorted, how would I know? Ask the vice principal yourself. Li Hua, having hit a wall, addressed everyone. Help yourselves, do not be shy. These are local delicacies that I procured with the Imperial Guard. Feng inquired, Senior Li Hua, I have heard that you have gained the recognition of a dragon, becoming a true dragon knight. Pray, tell us about the dragon. His question piqued the curiosity of the group. Li Hua smiled modestly. In truth, it is not such a remarkable feat. You will all have your chances in the future. The dragon that acknowledges me is a wind attribute rapid dragon, which primarily relies on speed to strike at foes. Its wings serve as its most formidable weapon. A third-year student exclaimed, I envy you, senior. When will we also have a dragon of our own? Li Hua chuckled heartily. Not only do you wish for it, but the nation desires it even more. The greater the number of dragon knights, the stronger our dragon god empire will become. His words carried an air of superiority, though he did not state it outright. His pride was evident to all. We were assigned quarters within the Struve fortress, a testament to the importance Li Hua placed on our presence. 5 days later, I finally witnessed what true warfare entailed. The vice principal led our 100-strong contingent atop the fortress walls, while Li Hua continued to issue commands. Outside the fortress, countless warriors from the 3 races amassed. The vice principal instructed us, pay close attention. The Beastmen's main forces comprised the Bearmen heavy infantry and the Leopardmen assault troops, with their elite corps being the Behemoth Legion and the Beast Emperor's Lion Legion. The demon race employs a variety of units in their offensive, particularly their Dark Sorcerers and Fallen Angel squads, which are particularly fearsome. Li Hua commanded, relay the orders. The 3rd, 6th, and 8th Infantry Legions are to swiftly reinforce the 2 heavy infantry divisions on the left flank. The 2nd Light Cavalry Legion is to mobilize entirely and penetrate the heart of the demon forces. The 4th and 5th Mage Legions will provide fire support. The battlefield erupted with a cacophony of magic, and the conflict raged for an entire day. Our side suffered nearly 10,000 casualties, while the Beastmen and demon races incurred even greater losses. Yet, it seemed an unspoken agreement prevailed, as neither side deployed their elite forces. Among the 100 of us who had come from the academy, everyone except me exhibited varying degrees of discomfort. It was understandable, for none were yet 20 years old and had never witnessed such a bloody spectacle. Outside the fortress, it resembled a meat grinder, with the death toll rising by the second. Accustomed to the gruesome reality of battle, I remained unfazed. Ziyan, pale and nauseated, accused me of being cold-blooded. I had previously single-handedly slain hundreds. The sight of death was a familiar one to me. The vice principal instructed us to form ranks and solemnly stated, today, you have all witnessed the true nature of war. To show mercy to the enemy is to offer your own life. Only by swiftly ending their existence can you ensure your survival. I have already spoken with Marshal Li Hua. Tomorrow, you shall participate in battle. Whether you return alive depends solely on yourselves. His words stirred unrest among us, as we grasped that war was no game. Entirely different from the training exercises at the academy. Ziyan's complexion grew even paler, and I whispered to her, stay close to me tomorrow. Do not worry. You will be safe. She looked at me with a complex gaze and nodded gently. A student raised his voice, Vice Principal, can we opt out of the battle? The Vice Principal retorted sternly, do you think this is a game? Since you volunteered to come, you must be prepared for battle. You are no longer just students of Tiandu Academy. You are now part of the force resisting foreign invasion. Cowardice is the most disgraceful trait. Do you understand? Anyone who dares utter such words again will face military discipline. His resolve was fierce, and I understood his intentions. He aimed to foster our growth through real combat experience, which led to his stern demeanor. After the assembly disbanded, I called Feng Yun and Feng Wen into the tent, saying, tomorrow marks our first battle. Remain calm. Remember, when we engage the enemy, you will stand on either side of me, while I confront the foes directly. You are to handle any stragglers on the flanks. Ziyan will support you from behind with light magic. Strike boldly. The vice principal is right. We must hold nothing back. Feng Wen nodded. We will heed your guidance, leader. Tomorrow, we shall all return alive. Feng Yun, typically the playful one, adopted a serious demeanor, stating, we 3 brothers shall face this together. The bond Feng Wen and Feng Yun shared with me was genuine, and I would ensure their safety. As for Ziyan, being the sister of Zi Shui and a beauty, I would also look after her. The survival of the others depended on their own fate. As long as the beastmen and demon races did not deploy their elite forces, I had no reason to fear. Stepping outside, I admired the radiant moonlight. Suddenly, I heard a dispute not far away. As I approached, the voices became clearer. Ziyan, let me disguise myself as an academy student to protect you tomorrow, please. Only by being by your side can I feel at ease. Can you stop bothering me? Why do you always act like a fly? She replied, I can protect myself just fine. Are you really that formidable? If you are, then charge to the front lines and vanquish the demon and beast races. Li Hua's voice was tinged with frustration. Ziyan, do you not understand my feelings for you? We have known each other for several years. Why can you not accept me? Ziyan scoffed, I only admire the strong. Although you are now a dragon knight, you are still far from a dragon commander. Perhaps once you reach that level, I might consider it. Li Hua chuckled ruefully. Are you not making it difficult for me? No one has ever attained the level of dragon commander before the age of 45. Do you expect me to wait until then to marry you? Who said anything about marrying you? There are plenty of strong individuals out there. I advise you to change your goals and bother me less. It is late. I need to rest. With that, Ziyan turned to leave, but Li Hua grasped her arm, his voice filled with pleading. She glared at him coldly. Despite his martial prowess, he was unable to hold her against her will. Under her fierce gaze, his grip loosened. Ziyan yanked her arm free with a snort and turned away. Beneath the moonlight, Li Hua gazed longingly at her retreating figure before suddenly declaring, I have watched long enough. Come out. I was taken aback, realizing he was indeed more perceptive than I had anticipated. I had exercised caution, yet I was still discovered. I stepped out from the shadows and approached him. Li Hua scrutinized me from head to toe. Lei Xiang, so it is you. Your skills have improved rapidly. Had it not been for the sound of your breath just now, I might not have noticed you. I replied nonchalantly. It was merely your keen observation. I was just passing by. Li Hua sighed deeply and said, You have seen it for yourself. I do not know why, but Ziyan simply cannot accept me. I have tried every conceivable method, yet I cannot stir her heart. What do you think I should do? Is your pursuit of Zixue arduous? Observing the helplessness etched on Li Hua's face, I could not suppress a chuckle and replied, In this regard, I am even less adept than you. I apologize. I cannot assist you with this. However, I believe it is best to let things unfold naturally. The more you pursue her, the more indifferent she may become. Li Hua initially looked taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. He stepped closer and patted my broad shoulder, saying, You are the only student I respect in the academy. Be cautious tomorrow. The battlefield is no child's play. Also, keep an eye on Ziyan. Do not let her come to harm. Beneath the dappled shadows of the trees, I witnessed Li Hua's genuine side for the first time. I turned to walk back in the direction I had come from, realizing she was Zixue's sister. As Li Hua watched my retreating figure, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Within the fortress walls, each of us donned the armor distributed by the higher-ups. Given our unique status, the military provided us with the finest equipment. I did not choose a weapon. Mo Ming, my closest companion, was my sword, and I gently caressed its blade. My friend, I whispered, today, I shall let you quench your thirst with the blood of our enemies, even if some among them are of my own kin. A voice, laden with a tempest, emerged from my left. Old Lei, are you not the least bit nervous? I cast him a sidelong glance. Nervous? What is there to be nervous about? Do not forget what I said yesterday. Focus on what you must do. Boss, I am a mage. Charging into battle like this, do not hold too many expectations of me. I understand. Not far behind. Ziyan gazed at me with a look of confusion. A general approached us, clad in silver chainmail, donning a trident helmet and wielding a long spear. He appeared to be around 40, and his commanding presence revealed that he was a seasoned leader. Students of Tiandu Academy, today you shall face our mortal enemies, the demon race and the orc tribe. The marshal has assigned you to the left flank of my legion. My legion is the most valiant among the army. On the battlefield, only your own strength can ensure survival. I know this is your first time, but I urge you to confront it with bravery. Should anyone drag down the others or hinder my brothers, I will not hesitate to end their life. Do you understand? Understood. The response was feeble. The general's fierce glare demanded, Do you understand? Understood. Under the weight of his booming voice, the students' spirits visibly lifted. The general raised his spear, declaring, Move out. He led a heavy cavalry regiment, the most costly of all, and we were positioned on the far left of his battalion, surrounded by neatly arranged heavy cavalry. Clad in black armor, including their steeds, each soldier held a 3-meter-long lance. Our small contingent of 100 was insignificant amidst their 30,000, the aura of impending slaughter enveloping them. Observing their precise formation compared to our disarray, I thought to myself, the dragon goddess training is indeed formidable. Perhaps only our orc tribe's behemoth legion could contend with them, but thankfully, the dragon god's heavy cavalry is not vast. With such a formidable legion guarding us, the students of Tiandu appeared far more relaxed. A multitude of dragon god troops arrayed before the fortress, and I noticed that the formation did not conform to any military strategies I had previously encountered. On either side of the dragon goddess ranks were heavy cavalry regiments, with a large number of infantry in the center and mages positioned behind them. Yet there were no light cavalry. If the enemy were to charge through the center with heavy forces, how would we respond? Given Liwa Longji's commanding experience, such a blunder should not have occurred. Was it a strategy to lure the enemy in? That too seemed unlikely. The orc forces were positioned directly to our right, while the demon race stood to our left, meaning our enemies were the demons. I quietly exhaled. After all, I was a member of the behemoth tribe and preferred not to face my kin. What was it to slay a few demons? Chapter 18. First steps onto the battlefield. The armor we wore could not compare to the heavy black iron armor of the cavalry, being much lighter by contrast. I adjusted my iron helmet and glanced back at the person I was meant to protect. Charge! The demons launched their assault, with a multitude of various low-level magical beasts at the forefront. The silver-armored general raised his long spear. All the heavy cavalry gripped their 3-meter steel lances with both hands, leaning forward with the spear tips aimed ahead. I soon understood their strategy. The left-wing heavy cavalry regiment surged forth under the general's command, like a dark cloud confronting the oncoming beasts. Our student battalion lagged behind due to the sudden charge, and some students deliberately slowed their horses. Did they wish to eat dust? The sight of thousands of charging steeds ignited my blood, awakening my latent ferocity. I whispered to Fengyun beside me. You and Xian stay back and cover us. Fengyun, shall we charge forward and engage? Fengyun's voice was somewhat rigid. I'll follow your lead. We cannot disgrace the academy. I scoffed. Do not be anxious. We are not fighting for some trivial academy. Do you wish to improve your combat skills? This is the perfect arena. With that, I unsheathed Mo Ming, spurred the black dragon steed, and charged forth like an arrow. Fengyun gritted his teeth and urged his mount to follow closely. Xian's voice called from behind. Lei Xiang, be careful. I waved my Mo Ming, and the black dragon surged with speed, quickly catching up to the heavy cavalry ahead. Just as we were about to engage the beasts, a myriad of colorful energy orbs soared from behind, detonating within the demon ranks, reducing countless magical beasts to mere fragments. Our magical support had arrived. The heavy cavalry's charge left a profound impression on me. No matter the type of beast, they seemed so frail before the gleaming 3-meter-long lances. I gathered my berserker energy, and circles of yellow light emanated from Mo Ming, effortlessly dispatching any beast that dared approach. With little resistance, our vanguard tore a significant gap in the beast forces. The silver-armored general shouted, slow down, pivot, and countercharge. Under his command, the entire heavy cavalry regiment swiftly divided into 2 flanks, turning back to assault the scattered beasts. At that moment, Fengyun had already caught up with me, desperately slicing through the surrounding beasts with wind blades, reducing them to shreds. I barked, what are you doing? Just kill them and conserve your strength. Suddenly, I sensed a sharp wind from behind. Lowering my head, I was about to retaliate when I saw the ambushing beast disintegrate into fragments. Not far away, Xian waved her staff in my direction, her assistance warming my heart. As we charged back near the fortress, the heavy cavalry reformed their ranks. I noticed that the overall losses of the regiment were minimal, maintaining a commendable formation. The most disheveled were our student battalion, most of whose helmets had vanished, and although we suffered no injuries, our faces were pale, clearly shaken. The silver-armored general called out, prepare for a second charge. The main force of the demon race has emerged. Indeed, the armored regular troops of the demon race appeared directly before us. The silver-armored general gestured with his spear, signaling me to approach. I spurred the black dragon and rode to his side. Young man, you are quite brave. Do you dare to charge at the forefront with me? I replied with pride, what is there to fear? Good. Prepare. Brothers, the demon scum are coming again. Let us charge. The black whirlwind surged once more, and I, alongside the silver-armored general wielding a long spear, charged to the forefront. The sensation of leading a myriad of troops elevated my spirit and fighting spirit to an unprecedented pinnacle, akin to the sharp tip of a spear piercing through enemy ranks. The opposing forces of the demon race were comprised entirely of towering warriors, all heavy cavalry like us. When 2 factions of heavy cavalry clashed, the outcome was inevitable. Close combat ensued. In the throes of battle, I found myself unable to survey the entirety of the battlefield. Fueled by my fighting spirit and the chilling presence of Mo Ming, not a single enemy knight could withstand my strike. The silver-armored general's spear technique could only be described as transcendent. With each thrust, he rendered another transparent hole in the throats of our foes. Fueled by the thrill of slaughter, we gradually penetrated deeper into enemy territory. Fengyun and the others remained behind, presumably safe. The enemy's heavy cavalry was outnumbered and inferior in strength, leading me to believe that their fate was sealed, complete annihilation. Suddenly, the silver-armored general shouted, "Not good. Steady your formation and do not press forward." I swung my sword, dispatching 2 foes, and upon closer examination, recognized the impending danger. We had charged far from the fortress and were now closer to the demon camp. While the silver-armored general continued to fend off surrounding enemies, he muttered to himself, "Strange. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived?" A sudden sharp pain shot through my back. I had been struck by an enemy's blade. Fortunately, given my defensive capabilities as a Baimeng, it was but a minor inconvenience, though the wound throbbed painfully. With a mighty roar, the silver-armored general unleashed a flurry of radiant sparks from his spear, temporarily clearing the enemies surrounding me, though this exertion drained much of his energy. Breathing unevenly, he inquired, "How are you holding up, young man?" "I am fine. I understand why the reinforcements are delayed. Look over there," I replied, pointing towards the far side of the battlefield. Following my gesture, the silver-armored general inhaled sharply. A multitude of Baimeng giants, towering over 4 meters and wielding spiked clubs, emerged on the battlefield. The heavy cavalry on the opposite side faced utter devastation as reinforcements from the fortress advanced to their aid, and dozens of wyverns appeared in the sky, signaling the deployment of our dragon riders. The orcs were desperate. The Baimeng army had arrived. Suddenly, a realization struck me, and I exclaimed, "Not good, General. We must retreat. The demon race is likely to coordinate with the orcs to launch a counterattack against us." Chapter 18. The initial encounter on the battlefield 3. The silver-armored general, while wielding his spear, declared, "No, we cannot retreat. To do so would mean total annihilation for our forces. You must go to the rear and lead your student battalion to safety. You are the hope for the future. I will hold the line here." As we spoke, the sky ahead darkened abruptly as vast clouds of black mist surged towards us. The silver-armored general exclaimed, "Dark magic. Damn it, where are our mages?" Yet, it was not entirely their fault. We had charged ahead too rapidly, exceeding the protective range of their magic. "Young man, you must go. I will hold them off," he urged. But how could he hold them off? Such a vast area of dark magic could not be defended against, even with armor. In an instant, the black mist enveloped us. Just as I prepared to invoke the Tian Mo Ju to counter the enemy's magic, I noticed a shimmering light shield appearing before me. The black mist dissipated upon contact with the shield, indicating that I was unharmed. Without needing to look, I knew it was the work of Ziyan. The silver-armored general, however, was not as fortunate, despite his formidable fighting spirit. His armor had become corroded and rusted under the influence of dark magic, with several areas completely eroded away. A large contingent of infantry surged forth from the demon ranks, some flanking our rear. It appeared they aimed to encircle us. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of anguish. Although our heavy cavalry was strong, most of our riders were merely of mid-level knight caliber. Faced with such widespread dark magic attacks, how many could withstand the onslaught? Numerous cavalrymen and their steeds let out piercing cries, collapsing on the battlefield, never to rise again. My heart sank at the realization that such a large-scale release of dark magic required at least 1,000 dark mages from the demon race. They were prepared to expend any cost to secure our defeat. My astonishment only deepened as the dark magic gradually faded, revealing an even more terrifying sight. Behind the shroud of darkness lurked dozens of special troops with black wings and narrow swords, an unmistakable sight for me. The demon race's elite unit, the Fallen Angel Legion. As I beheld their descending forms, I understood our heavy cavalry unit was doomed. I could no longer afford to fight alongside the silver-armored general. Urging my black dragon to retreat swiftly, I resolved not to perish, nor allow my friends to perish. Especially not Ziyan. A shadow swooped overhead, heading straight for Ziyan, who was tirelessly casting light magic. As the dark magic emerged, our student battalion began a frantic retreat. At that moment, the fruits of their training in the academy became evident. They abandoned their steeds entirely, channeling their fighting spirit and wind magic solely for their escape, managing to flee with remarkable efficiency without my guidance. The power of the fallen angels was fully unleashed. Although the fortress had dispatched a corresponding number of dragon riders, they were too far away to offer immediate aid. The fallen angels had already infiltrated the heavy cavalry unit, slaughtering my comrades at an astonishing speed. Each flash of black light heralded the fall of another knight. I was well aware of their capabilities, for I possessed similar powers. They could very well annihilate us before the dragon riders arrived. Faced with the onslaught of the Fallen Angel Legion, our warriors' fighting spirit waned, and we could only adopt a defensive posture. I felt a glimmer of hope as Feng Yun and Feng Wen remained by Ziyan's side. providing her with protection and allowing her light magic to unleash its devastating effects against the demon race. The fallen angel had successfully approached them, and I yelled, Ziyin, watch out above. Ziyin had certainly noticed the fallen angel. She gathered all her magical energy and conjured a barrier of light magic. The fallen angel scoffed, swiftly slicing through the barrier with her narrow sword, reducing it to mere motes of light that scattered in the air. I unleashed a barrage of basic magic spells in an attempt to shield Ziyin from harm, but, akin to my struggles against Li Hua, these basic spells were utterly insufficient to penetrate her protective fighting spirit. To my astonishment, I realized that the fallen angel was a woman. How could a female practice the Tian Mo Ju? She emitted a melodious laugh, deftly parrying the attacks of Feng Yun and Feng Wan, then swiftly seized Ziyin with her left hand. What a beautiful girl. Come with me to the demon realm, she taunted with a laugh. Just then, I finally arrived at full gallop, Mo Ming emanating a glimmering light as I aimed for the center of her wings. The fallen angel dismissed my approach, effortlessly swiping her sword in a counterattack. A surge of power coursed through Mo Ming, and I barely managed to stabilize it, bellowing, release her. Noticing that my sword had not sent her flying, the fallen angel let out a light chuckle and remarked, do you wish to be the hero saving the damsel in distress? Then follow me. With a flap of her wings, she soared away from the battlefield. Fengwen, you two retreat quickly and regroup with the dragon riders for safety. I will save Ziyin. With that declaration, I urged my black dragon forward like a streak of black lightning, pursuing the direction in which the fallen angel had fled. The fallen angel seemed intent on keeping me close, alternating her speed. Whenever I drew near, she would accelerate, but when I lagged too far behind, she would slow down to wait for me. Ziyin remained motionless in my embrace, seemingly injured, and my heart raced with anxiety. If anything were to happen to her, how would I face Zi Shui upon my return? Fortunately, she had opted for the main road. Otherwise, I would have to transform into a fallen angel to keep pace with her. Reluctantly, I chose not to reveal my true identity. Thus I steadfastly pursued her on the black dragon. Chapter 18. The battlefield I chased from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk to dawn again. Unsure of the distance I had covered, but I realized I had entered the territory of the demon clan. The fallen angel abruptly halted by a grove, tossing Ziyin onto the grass with a flick of her arm, and playfully exclaimed, no more running, I'm exhausted. Is she your wife, you lifeless human? Why chase so fervently? I was drenched in sweat, having discarded my armor at the start of the pursuit to lighten my load and increase my speed. My warrior attire now clung to me, completely soaked. As I gazed at her, I was taken aback by her beauty. Her large, dark eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, and she appeared to be of a similar age to me. Only certain vital areas were protected by leather armor, and the narrow sword in her right hand glimmered with an ominous sheen, indicating it was a treasured weapon. Otherwise, it would have shattered during our earlier skirmish. She stretched comfortably, her wings fluttering softly behind her, exuding an endearing charm. Her voluptuous figure was not what one would expect for someone of her age. Her bosom was tantalizingly prominent, and her long legs were particularly alluring, swaying gently in the breeze, inciting a curiosity to explore what lay beneath her short black leather skirt. I felt a shiver run down my spine. It was no wonder that the phrase devilish figure existed, for even I, with my steadfast resolve, found myself lost in thought. I spoke coldly, release her, and I shall ensure your safe departure. She giggled, what can you do if I refuse? Can you defeat me? Don't you find it strange that I possess the ability to slay you yet refrain from doing so? I retorted, if you have the capability to kill us, why do you hesitate? She leaped into the air, laughing. Of course, there's a reason. I've never encountered a human before, and you appear to be quite handsome among your kind. I'm curious, so I brought you here to take a look. Surrender, and perhaps I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Despite her playful threats, an inexplicable lack of murderous intent stirred within me. I slowly raised my arm, with Mo Ming pointed toward the ground. Do you think I fear you, little girl? If you wish for my life, then come and take it. Her eyes lit up, and a look of infatuation danced in her violet gaze. Wow, you're quite stylish. Much better than those worthless fools. It's a pity you're human, otherwise I might have pursued you. Your sword is impressive. Once you perish, it will belong to me. I am called Mou. Remember my name when you descend to the underworld. Her words left me both amused and bewildered. Were all demon clan women so forward? I leaped down from the back of the black dragon, giving its large head a pat, and it understood to retreat. Before we engaged in battle, I had a question for her. Isn't it only the male royalty of the demon clan who can cultivate into fallen angels? How is it that you can? This query lingered in my mind, and I needed clarity before confronting her. Mou grinned and replied, I'm a special case. Since you're destined to die, it's no harm to tell you. I am the youngest princess of the Demon Emperor. My father, fond of me, made an exception and infused his heavenly demonic powers into my body, granting me the chance to cultivate the heavenly demonic technique. However, he lost 2 levels of his own demonic power in the process and cannot transform into a 4-winged fallen angel. He said it would take 2 years for him to recover. I understood now. I had thought the heavenly demonic technique bestowed upon me by my grandmother was flawed. I switched my sword to my left hand and slammed my right fist onto the ground, executing my most familiar move, Storm of Fury. Mou sensed the surge of my power and exhibited a hint of surprise as she took to the skies with her wings. However, my attack had an extensive range. With a thunderous explosion, the ground erupted, sending countless shards of rock hurtling toward her in the air. She had underestimated me, and now I would make her aware of my strength. Mou spun her narrow sword, creating a veil of darkness, as the flying debris disintegrated under her formidable aura. My fighting spirit surged within me, causing my hair to billow wildly, enveloped in a faint golden glow. I bellowed, fury of the berserker, confronting an enemy. How could I allow her a moment to breathe? The second stance of the berserker fist, accompanied by my furious roar, unleashed a tidal wave of yellow energy toward Mou, who appeared somewhat pale with fright. At the moment the energy struck, Mou suddenly folded her wings and curled her body tightly, encapsulating herself completely within her enormous wings, leaving no openings. The remaining debris and the force of my attack struck her heavily. Especially the final blow of fury of the berserker was immensely powerful, propelling Mou like a cannonball into the woods. I realized that my success was merely due to her momentary lapse in focus with her fallen angel abilities. She could not be fundamentally harmed. Seizing the opportunity while she was still recovering, I dashed to Ziyan's side and lifted her into my arms. Upon touching her, my heart settled. She had not sustained serious injuries, merely a temporary blockage of her meridians. As my fighting spirit surged, Ziyan let out a soft whimper and slowly opened her eyes. Am I not dead yet? Having rescued Ziyan filled me with an indescribable joy, and a rare smile graced my face. Indeed, you are not dead, but the danger has not passed. Rest here while I deal with our adversary. A powerful force surged from behind me, and I hastily rolled with Ziyan to the side just as the ground where I had stood erupted into a massive crater from the violent force. Mou flapped her wings and hovered above us, looking somewhat disheveled. Her once neatly arranged hair now fell chaotically over her shoulders, and her lips were pursed in a pout. Human, it seems I underestimated you. You have lost your chance to remain intact. Prepare to die. A thick black mist enveloped her as the narrow sword glinted ominously. I pushed Ziyan away from me just as I intended to counter with Mo Ming, but I realized it was too late. The narrow sword had already pierced my right shoulder. The combined force of the berserker energy and my own defenses deflected the blade, but the impact left a deep gash on my shoulder. A chilling sensation rapidly spread from the wound throughout my body, leaving me momentarily numb. The heavenly demonic technique activated automatically, swiftly neutralizing the invading dark energy, while a burning pain radiated from my shoulder. Mou did not pursue me. Instead, she gazed at me in astonishment. To her, that strike should have pierced my shoulder, yet I remained standing with only a minor injury. Since my transformation into a fallen angel, you are the only one who has withstood my blade and emerged unscathed. I channeled my berserker energy to seal the wound on my shoulder, gripping Mo Ming tightly. My right hand, strained from the effort, revealed bulging veins. I stared intently at her, awaiting her next move. Ziyan, having been cast aside, looked pale and anxiously observed the unfolding battle. I sighed inwardly. If I wished to survive today, it seemed transformation was unavoidable. However, my berserk state was not something I could fully control. The only transformation I could utilize was that of the fallen angel. Yet, with Ziyan nearby, transforming would mean the end of my concealment from the dragon god and jeopardizing my relationship with Zishui. Just as I was caught in my indecision, Mou angled her body, pointing her narrow sword at me, and ominously remarked, "If I kill you, will it not eliminate one potential dragon knight for humanity?" Dragon knight? I never imagined it, yet you certainly cannot kill me. Mou, unfazed and smiling, replied, "Is that so? You possess great confidence in yourself. I shall test it and see whether your confidence is greater than the swiftness of my blade." As she uttered the final word, a sharp gust of wind struck my left side, and Mou's silhouette began to vanish before me. This was dire. Her speed was so formidable that only an afterimage remained, although her slender sword had yet to pierce my flesh. The sharp aura of her energy pricked my skin with a dull ache. Mou targeted my temples, and if struck, even the strongest defense would yield but one outcome: my descent into the abyss. Having kept a vigilant eye on her movements, I immediately raised Mo Ming upon sensing the peril. The slender sword found its place upon the ridge of Mo Ming, producing a grating metallic sound. I was thrown back by her overwhelming force. Yet her assault was far from over. Countless images of Mo flitted before my eyes, each launching shadowy tendrils from her hands aimed at my vital points. Speed was never my forte. I could only wield Mo Ming to deflect the lethal strikes, neglecting other areas. The onslaught of the fallen angel was indeed formidable, blood splattering from my body and staining my warrior garb. A radiant projectile collided with the core of Mo's energy, fragmenting into a myriad of luminescent specks, momentarily slowing her pace. It was Zi Yin who had come to my aid. Seizing this fleeting moment, I hesitated no longer. I chanted, "Darkness condenses the soul. Only through corruption can one find freedom. Awaken, endless magic slumbering within my veins." As the incantation flowed from my lips, a potent black radiance emanated from my being. I released a prolonged cry towards the heavens, as immense black wings tore through my warrior attire, unfurling from my back. My once pale green hair transformed into a deep black, and a trace of wicked mirth graced my previously indifferent visage. I felt the energy within me surge at an unprecedented pace, while the surrounding dark elements rushed into my body. With each beat of my wings, the ground trembled, and debris scattered around me. My obsidian eyes glimmered like two onyx gems under the sun's rays. Mo Ming manifested a barrier of swords, intercepting the incoming slender blade, and the air resonated with the clashing of steel. Transformed, I found myself surpassing Mo in strength, managing to fully repel her assault for the first time. Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. "You? How could you also transform into a fallen angel? Are you not human? Are you one of our demon kind?" I glanced at the equally surprised Zi Yin and offered an apologetic smile. "Is it only your demon race that can become fallen angels? I never intended to kill you. You have forced my hand." With a will of my own, I lifted Mo Ming high, transforming into a black streak, charging towards the terrified Mo. The technique bore no complexity for me. In my transformed state, both speed and strength increased exponentially. My strikes were devoid of embellishment. In her haste, Mo was cleaved away by my blade, as she could not withstand my might. I relentlessly pursued her, unleashing 7 powerful slashes, each imbued with great force. Mo staggered, barely parrying my relentless strikes. The tremendous impact forced her to crash through 4 towering ancient trees before she steadied herself. A trickle of blood escaped her lips, and for the first time, fear flickered in her gaze. As she had incited my transformation, I now harbored murderous intent. Silencing her was my sole option. Yet, I could not comprehend why. Despite both of us being fallen angels, my transformed self seemed to operate on an entirely different level. Against my speed and power, she appeared utterly powerless. In truth, Mo's ascension to a fallen angel was an anomaly. She had forcibly altered her body with the dark magic bestowed by the Demon Emperor. In contrast, my dark magic was the result of years of arduous cultivation, making the disparity evident. Furthermore, my robust physique, surpassing even that of a minotaur, rendered her incapable of comparison. However, my situation was not without its troubles. A day and night of pursuit had severely drained my stamina, and I had lost considerable blood. Although my transformation granted me extraordinary strength, waves of weakness continuously besieged my mind. A swift resolution was imperative. Mo spoke with a venomous tone. "I cannot fathom how you transformed into a fallen angel. But since you wish to kill me, let us perish together." Her long black hair billowed as she grasped her slender sword. Her aura surged, and the surrounding black mist dissipated, replaced by a faint black glow. I understood her intent. She aimed to gamble everything, wishing to take me down with her. It would not be so simple. With my superior defense, speed, and strength, the prospect of mutual destruction was nearly impossible for her. I too gathered all my energy, preparing to unleash a frenzied assault upon her advance, intending to end her life. Though slaying a woman is not a matter to be taken lightly, I had no choice but to act in order to safeguard my identity. Mercy was not a luxury I could afford. Our energies surged towards a zenith, and suddenly, Mo let out a fierce cry, merging sword and body as she charged at me. I scoffed and commanded, "Frenzied Dragon Dance." Allowing my body to be entirely guided by Mo Ming, I spun wildly, transforming into a massive black dragon that surged forward. I was filled with confidence. Such a direct clash could only result in her demise. Yet, just as our formidable forces were on the verge of collision, A blue light erupted from the black radiance that Mou had become, redirecting her impending attack towards Ziyin. My heart raced in alarm. I now comprehended that her declaration of mutual destruction was not aimed at me. The ability to alter her trajectory mid-charge was unfathomable. Fortunately, I had not unleashed my full power earlier. The remaining strength I possessed proved crucial, allowing my swiftly spinning black dragon to likewise change direction in pursuit. However, I had begun my charge too late. Although I surpassed her in speed, preventing her from harming Ziyin before I could land a decisive blow was no longer feasible. Gritting my teeth, I rushed towards Ziyin with all my might. As the black radiance breached the barrier she had conjured, I positioned my body, the black dragon, to shield her from Mou's attack. The ground erupted under the force of the collision, leaving a crater in its wake, while branches and dust rained down from the heavens. Chapter 19. The Demon Princess, Part 2. Ziyin was swept aside by the raging winds, her complexion paling further. I stood proudly before her, blood dripping from Mou. This was the result of Mou's assault. Mou was 10 paces away, her hair disheveled. Many feathers shed from her wings, and she coughed up several mouthfuls of congealed blood, pressing a hand to her shoulder wound. She gazed at me with a look of despair in her eyes. I sighed and said, "To kill a woman is beneath me. Depart now. I hope never to cross paths with you again. However, should you disclose today's events, even if you hide within the demon palace, I will unearth you. At that time, do not blame me for my ruthless nature." Mou glared fiercely at me, retreating step by step. Suddenly, she turned and, flapping her wings, wobbled into the sky. Anyone could see from her unsteady flight that she had suffered grievous injuries. As I watched her silhouette fade into the distance, I exhaled in relief. Ziyin approached my side, her brow furrowed. "Why did you not kill her?" I offered a wry smile and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Collapsing to the ground as my wings gradually retracted into my body, the transformation of the fallen angel slowly dissipating. I had shielded Ziyin from Mou's attack with my own body. Although I appeared unscathed on the surface, the meridians within me were severely injured by Mou. I bore the pain and managed to frighten her away. Had she persisted in attacking me, I would surely have found myself in the realm of the underworld. Ziyin gasped and hurriedly supported my body, asking, "How are you?" My injuries were grave, and I instructed her to summon Lei Xiang and for us to flee swiftly. Remember, we must delve deeper into the heart of the demon clan. Retreat is no longer an option. Perhaps a battalion of demon soldiers is already hunting us. Also, do not attempt to heal me with your light magic, as it would have the opposite effect. We shall address everything once I regain some strength. With great effort, I summoned Lei Xiang, and with Ziyin's assistance, I mounted the steed. She too climbed onto Lei Xiang, embracing my waist and allowing me to lean against her. I cautioned Lei Xiang to heed her words, and soon succumbed to unconsciousness, enveloped in the refreshing fragrance of innocence that emanated from Ziyin. A sharp pain in my meridians roused me, and I noticed the crackling of the fire nearby. I found myself lying amidst a pile of leaves, judging by the darkness. It must have been deep into the night. Ziyin was beside the fire, poking at the kindling with a dazed expression, lost in thought. The flickering flames cast a warm glow upon her exquisite features, igniting an impulse within me to savor her beauty. I initiated the Tian Mo Ju, attempting to mend my meridians, but a wave of excruciating pain surged through me at the sight of the rupture, and I could not suppress a groan. Ziyin snapped out of her reverie and rushed to my side, saying, "Lie still, your injuries are severe, and I do not dare to treat you. We have fled approximately 200 miles into the demon territory, and I feared your condition would worsen, which is why I halted. I have bandaged your external wounds, but your internal injuries must heal on their own. You must not fall, you still need to protect me." Though this injury was not as grievous as the last, the combination of old and new wounds meant recovery would not be swift. I nodded weakly and asked, "What about your injuries?" Ziyin replied softly, "My minor wounds have long since healed. Recovery is the specialty of light magic practitioners. Have something to eat, I brought provisions." With that, she returned to the fire and retrieved a few pieces of slightly charred dried meat. Embarrassed, she flushed and said, "I haven't cooked before, so make do with this. There is nothing else." I raised my hand to accept the meat, but the intense pain rendered me immobile. Seeing my distress, Ziyin quickly tore off a piece and brought it to my lips. In the pitch darkness, her tender actions stirred an inexplicable sensation within me. I could not discern the taste of the meat. We remained silent as she continued to feed me, and I savored the warmth of her care. Occasionally, her fingertips brushed against my lips, sending electric shivers throughout my body, a sensation reminiscent of my first kiss with Zishui. Eventually, I broke the silence. for my stomach could no longer accommodate more. I've had enough, you should eat too. Her appetite was modest. She paused after consuming a small portion and conjured a few water orbs with a low-level water spell, pouring them into 2 wooden bowls she had carved from my sword. I hope you don't mind that I used your sword to carve these bowls, she said. As she spoke, I noticed our names etched into the bowls. Though the magically conjured water lacked flavor, I drank it with great relish. Xian shed her cloak and draped it over me, saying, "Rest well. I hope you recover soon. Call for me if you need anything." She then laid down beside the fire. I felt refreshed by her deft bandaging, wondering where she had procured the cloth and why she had not inquired about my fallen angel status. Did she not wish to know? Her meticulous care enveloped my heart in warmth, and gazing at her enchanting silhouette, I gradually drifted into slumber. In the morning, the crisp chirping of birds roused me from sleep, and I felt significantly more comfortable after a night of rest. My meridians had begun to flow more freely, and my external wounds were no longer an issue. The fire had long since extinguished, leaving behind faint wisps of smoke, while Xian lay curled up, still asleep. I propped myself up and approached her, covering her with the cloak. Her cheeks were flushed, causing me some unease as I gently called, "Xian, wake up." To my surprise, she did not respond at all. Placing my hand upon her forehead, I was startled to find it burning with fever. This was alarming. A practitioner of her caliber should not fall ill easily. However, the shock from yesterday's events, her injuries, and her sacrifice of warmth for my sake had evidently taken their toll. Caring for the sick was a daunting task for me, and soon beads of sweat dotted my forehead. When I wiped my brow, I discovered that the bandage on my hand was not gauze, but rather white fabric. Kneeling beside Xian, I cautiously lifted the hem of her garment and was confirmed in my suspicions. Beneath her thin outer layer lay only her flawless, translucent skin. She had used her own undergarments to bandage my wounds. Chapter 19. The Demon Princess. 3. My mind erupted with confusion. Xian had sacrificed so much for me. Had it not been for me, she would not be ill. Even with a heart of stone, I could not help but feel moved. I scooped her feverish body into my arms as she murmured, "Water, water," with a wave of my hand. I conjured a water orb and placed it in the wooden bowl bearing her name, feeding her sip by sip. I tore a piece from my garment, soaked it in another water orb, folded it into a square, and placed it upon her forehead. Now, all I could do was pray for her swift recovery. Throughout the day, I fed her water dozens of times and soaked the cloth on her forehead repeatedly. As dusk began to fall, her temperature finally began to subside. The fever breaking, I kindled a fire beside her and wrapped her tightly in the cloak. Sleep eluded me as I retained a portion of my consciousness, diligently working to mend my injured meridians. Lei Xiang, Lei Xiang. I was jolted from my meditative state by Xian's voice, only to find she remained in a slumber, calling my name in her dreams. I took her icy hand in mine and whispered softly into her ear, "I am here, sleep well. Tomorrow, everything will be all right." Her murmurs grew softer, her expression calming as she clutched my hand tightly. To avoid disturbing her, I allowed her to hold on. I separated my wild energy from the Tian Mo power, gradually infusing my energy into Xian to dispel her illness. Initially, my efforts were met with some success, but as my energy began to penetrate, it was forcefully repelled by a divine power within her, nearly causing me to go astray. The pain and fatigue weighed heavily upon me, and without realizing it, I collapsed beside her, still holding her hand, which was gradually warming in my grasp, and drifted into a deep sleep. Something cool and smooth moved across my face, awakening me from my slumber. I was too weary to open my eyes, so I allowed it to continue. My mind began to clear, and I recognized that it was a gentle hand, certainly hers, as we were alone in this space. To avoid any embarrassment, I dared not move, maintaining my previous posture and breathing rhythm, fearful she might discover I was awake. "Lei Xiang, you sleep so soundly. Even though I was not fully conscious yesterday, I knew you were by my side caring for me. Why are you so kind to me?" she murmured. "Huh, why is your face so red?" She, being perceptive, immediately recognized my condition and swiftly withdrew her hand from my face. Realizing I could no longer pretend, I gradually opened my eyes, moving my lips a few times before managing to utter a single word. "Morning." Ziyuan's face flushed, and she shyly nodded, saying, "What do you mean morning? It's nearly noon." Indeed, the sun had risen high in the sky, soon to be directly overhead. I had slept for such a long time. "Are you feeling better?" After a few exchanges, we gradually relaxed. Ziyuan smiled and said, "I'm fine now. Thank you for yesterday." "For what?" "It was only right. If you hadn't led me away, we might have been caught by now. You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat. We've run out of provisions." I attempted to stand, only to realize our hands were still tightly clasped together. My skin, slightly tanned, had begun to show a purplish hue, while Ziyuan's charming face resembled a rosy apple. After a night of holding hands, our fingers felt somewhat numb, and after several attempts, we finally managed to separate them. A sense of indescribable loss flowed within me, and I noticed a hint of melancholy in her expression as well. I nibbled on the fruit I had foraged from the forest, eating without savoring it, while Ziyuan sat beneath a nearby tree, consuming the same. Initially, I had intended to catch a small beast for food, but Ziyuan insisted that taking a life indiscriminately would incur divine retribution and refused to let me do so. I felt I had transformed into a different person. Before Ziyuan, I could no longer maintain my previous indifference. Reluctantly, I acquiesced to her suggestion. I gathered a multitude of fruits, and Ziyuan merely glanced at them before skillfully selecting the edible ones. Thus, I became a vegetarian. By the time we finished the fruit, dusk was approaching, casting a dim glow through the trees. Ziyuan recited, "The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it is near twilight." Observing her, I sensed a profound sentiment. Suddenly, I felt a surge of impulsiveness, as if the secrets buried within me yearned to escape and be shared with Ziyuan. I struggled to suppress my inner excitement and attempted to speak in a calm tone. "What makes you feel so deeply when facing the sunset?" Ziyuan turned to me with a smile, her enchanting demeanor momentarily rendering me speechless. I was just reminded of my father and mother. Surprised, I inquired, "Aren't they well?" Ziyuan let out a bitter smile and replied, "That is merely a facade. Do you truly believe their relationship is harmonious? It is not. They are victims of political machinations. My grandfather recognized my father's potential and betrothed my mother to him. My father, leveraging my grandfather's influence, ascended the ranks of government to his current position. While he has treated my mother well, I know their bond lacks genuine, profound love. Despite my mother's efforts to please him, he only reciprocates with mutual respect." I thought to myself that no one understood this better than I did. The Duke's affections had long been devoted to my mother. Had it not been for the King of Beasts taking my father, perhaps neither Ziyuan nor her sister would have ever graced this world, and of course, neither would I. It is merely the whims of fate. Chapter 19. The Princess of the Demon Clan, for they certainly have their own way of life. So many years have passed, and it is not something you can change. Let it unfold naturally. The sun gradually disappeared behind the trees, and darkness enveloped the sky. I gathered the twigs I had collected and ignited a campfire with a basic fireball spell. "You should join me. You've just recovered. Don't catch a chill." Ziyuan smiled gently, saying, "I'm not that fragile." Though she said this, she still came over. "Is your injury healing?" I furrowed my brow and replied, "Please don't keep thanking me. Haven't you also saved and cared for me?" After saying this, we both inadvertently looked at each other, our gazes meeting before we simultaneously lowered our heads. We sat in silence for a long while, neither of us speaking. I broke the stillness first. "Why don't you ask me how I can also transform into a fallen angel?" Ziyuan shuddered slightly, her tone remaining calm. "I know that must be your secret, which is why I haven't asked. I'm also somewhat afraid to know the answer. If you ever wish to share, you will tell me, won't you?" I sighed, saying, "Thank you for respecting my privacy. I don't know why, but I desperately want to share the thoughts in my heart with you." Ziyuan smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you just say not to thank me? Speak your mind. I will always be your best listener." Her words sent a jolt through me, and I raised my head, sensing that she was conveying another kind of message. "I am not human." Upon uttering this, I saw a flicker of shock in Ziyuan's eyes, but it quickly vanished. She truly possessed poise. Regaining her composure in such a short time, "I am not of the demon clan either. If anything, I should be considered a beast man." Ziyuan could no longer contain her astonishment. "What? You are a beast man? But you don't look it at all." I glanced at her and slowly explained. "I am a hybrid of human, demon, and beast. I possess the formidable physique of a beast man, the appearance and intellect of a human. And as for the traits of the demon clan, they manifest in my ability to transform into a fallen angel and my innate dark magic." Every word I spoke was earth-shattering for Ziyuan. Despite her efforts to remain calm, she struggled to suppress her astonishment. "But my father investigated you. Your identity shouldn't be like this." I replied calmly, "That was merely my false identity while infiltrating the dragon god. My true identity is the deputy commander of the Beastman Kingdom's Beeman Legion. The current king of beasts is my father. I can transform into a fallen angel because, by chance, I obtained a copy of the demon clan's celestial magic, and my grandmother is of the demon lineage, granting me royal blood. After years of arduous training, I finally mastered the transformation during the last holiday. You really are a beast man. What is your purpose with the dragon god?" "Of course, it is to steal your military secrets and learn your various skills." You should know that among the three nations, beastmen are the weakest, suffering the greatest losses in every conflict. If this continues, there will be no space left for our survival on the continent, and we will become slaves to the demon and human clans. Therefore, the Beast King sent me, a beastman with a human appearance, to the dragon god. Overall, it has gone relatively smoothly. I have learned a great deal from the library in Tiandu. Do you now find me frightening? Ziyuan's expression twisted, her voice rising. So, you approached Zixue for this purpose as well? I shook my head, looking down. No, my feelings for Zixue are genuine. Does she know your identity? No, she doesn't. I don't want to tell her. I fear she will leave me. Am I being selfish? You are the first person I've confided in. And I don't know why, but I don't want to hide any longer. I feel so exhausted. Ziyuan's grip tightened, her voice quivering. So, you have deceived my sister. Why? Why did you deceive her? Have you considered what the consequences would be if she found out? My sister has deep feelings for you. I ignored her questions, my gaze vacant. I once asked Zixue what she would do if I left here one day and never returned. She said that no matter where I went, she would always follow me. From that moment, I fully accepted her feelings. Ziyuan's voice softened, but your if is quite startling. Even if Zixue truly doesn't mind, what about our father? Can he accept you, a beastman spy? My laughter was bitter. Yes, I am indeed a beastman spy. However, I am also an inadequate spy. To be honest, I truly do not wish to return to the realm of the orcs. During my time with the dragon god, I have been enveloped in warmth. Yet can I truly avoid going back? No. After all, I bear the blood of the orcs. Who can comprehend the anguish within my heart? Rest assured, I have done nothing to Zixue. If she is unwilling to accept me, I shall never approach her again. Our time together has been brief, and even if her feelings for me run deep, time will gradually erase them. Today, as I confide in you, I have no intention of returning to the dragon god. Xian stood up, circumventing the campfire to sit beside me, gently linking her arm with mine. Do not be like this. I spoke too harshly earlier. I apologize. I replied calmly. There is no need for apologies. It is no small feat for you to remain composed after hearing my words. You are right. Perhaps I truly am not the best choice for Zixue. What do you plan to do once you recover? What else can I do? I initially thought a demon army would pursue us. But now it seems they are either misled or that the demon princess truly has not revealed our identities. This is for the best. In a couple of days, I will find a way to send you back, and then I shall return to the orc tribe. Please inform Zixue about my situation. If she is willing, let her wait for me for 3 years. I shall seek her out after that. If she is unwilling, I shall bear no resentment, as I only wish for her happiness. Are you truly not going back? I nodded. Did I not just tell you? Now that I have expressed all this, I have no intention of returning. You may report to them as you wish. You can say I have fallen in battle or that I have been captured. Xian suddenly widened her eyes and said, what if I did not hear anything you just said? Chapter 20. The Demon City. I shuddered, gazing at Xian in astonishment. I am a spy for the orcs. Do you truly intend to allow me to act in ways that harm all of humanity? Let us not deceive ourselves. After all, our races are different. Xian stubbornly replied, how are we different? Do you not also possess 1/4 human blood? I sighed deeply and said, let it be. I no longer wish to wear a mask. I am weary, truly exhausted. Xian attempted to persuade me further, but Zixue will miss you. She will be reluctant to let you go. I lamented. I too am reluctant to part with her, but this is not a decision I can make. I have no choice but to return to the realm of the orcs. I believe Zixue will forget me. Xian suddenly clung tightly to my arm. Half her body nestled against me, her voice dropping to a whisper, but I too cannot bear to part with you. Startled, I thought I had misheard her. What did you just say? Gathering her courage, Xian gazed intently at me, enunciating each word. I said, I too cannot bear to part with you. My body felt as if it had been struck by lightning, paralyzed by the shock of her heartfelt confession. After a long moment, I managed to calm the tumult within me. Do not speak foolishly. We are good friends. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I shall visit you in the realm of the dragon god. Although Xian's face flushed crimson, her tone was resolute. Do not evade me. You know that is not what I mean. I like you, truly, from the depths of my heart. Zixue can be with you. Why can I not? You intend to return to the orc tribe. I shall not interfere. Men should do what they must. I only ask one thing of you. I asked, dazed. What is it? Xian took a deep breath, striving for calmness as she spoke. I ask you to grant me the same opportunity you have given Zixue. To let me wait for you for 3 years, if you will. A thunderclap echoed in my mind, leaving me speechless as I stared at Xian. Her eyes glistened with tears, and she choked out. Is it so that I cannot even have a chance to wait for you? I raised my hand gently to wipe away her tears. Why are you so kind to me? I do not deserve this. Xian pouted and glared at me. Deserving is not for you to decide. Please, let me wait for you. As for Li Hua, you need not concern yourself. I have never liked him. You are the first to enter my heart. I have shamelessly revealed my feelings. Will you not even grant me a fleeting chance? How cruel you are. Xian, I very well, if you are certain. A beautiful smile returned to Xian's face, her tear-streaked visage stirring something deep within me. I am certain. Of course. Do not worry. My sister will also be willing to wait for you. I will surely persuade her to accept me. I know her better than you do. A heavy burden settled upon my heart, for I had made yet another promise. If I am not dead in 3 years, I shall return for you. Zixue covered my mouth, saying, Do not speak such ominous words. You will be fine. I nodded in agreement. Please, hold me. Upon hearing this request, my blood surged with excitement, and without hesitation, I embraced her tightly, holding her close. Our pure hearts resonated with one another as we listened to each other's rapid heartbeats. Even the nearby campfire seemed to soften in its glow. I gently lifted her chin, gazing at her enchanting lips, and slowly leaned in. Xian obediently closed her eyes, waiting for me to leave my mark upon her. Just as our lips were about to meet, a sudden surge of brilliant white light erupted from Xian's body. And with a thunderous crash, I was thrown backward, colliding heavily against a nearby tree. Xian rushed over, and I coughed up blood, my expression filled with disbelief. Why, Xian? She cried out my name, as if trying to explain something, but my consciousness began to fade. The sacred power of the light element within me was engaged in a deadly struggle against the forces of the demon magic, a battle that would determine my fate. Amidst the overwhelming pain coursing through my body, I fainted in Xian's embrace. When I awoke, I was still leaning against Xian, who was slumped against a large tree, glistening tears adorning her cheeks. I checked my body and found that, fortunately, the dark magic within me was remarkably pure. Though my meridians were severely damaged, they remained steadfast, gradually pushing the light element out of my body, thereby preserving my life. To my unexpected fortune, during the clash of elements, many of my damaged meridians had been cleared. I moved my limbs, and the pain had significantly lessened. I patted Xian's cheek gently and called out, Wake up. Xian opened her drowsy eyes. Ah, Lei Xiang. You are awake. Are you all right? I nodded, furrowing my brow as I looked at her. I am fine, but what on earth happened? Xian replied, her voice filled with grievance. I do not know what happened either. Ever since I was born, I have emitted a soft white light. My father had a powerful light mage examine me, and he said there is an inexplicable holy power within me, very strong, but it does not affect my body. Later, when I was 7 years old, I encountered a pervert while playing outside. He seemed to have a penchant for children and tried to kiss me. As a result, just like what happened to you, he was struck back by a beam of light. I could only feel a force surging within me, but I could not control it. After growing up, I studied light magic and progressed rapidly, yet even now, I still cannot control that mysterious power. My teacher said that only when my magical abilities become stronger will I be able to control it. I am sorry for causing you to suffer again. Chapter 20. The Demon City 2. Hearing her words, I could only accept my misfortune with a wry smile. I never imagined I would share such a fate with a pervert. Ziyuan's delicate face flushed slightly as she declared, I shall devote myself to rigorous training. In the future, when you draw near to me, it shall not be like this. I sighed, responding, let us hope so. No one desires to wed a wife who can only be gazed upon, yet cannot be touched. This is a matter for another time. For now, I shall refrain from approaching you. Do not burden yourself with guilt. This is not solely your fault. I will seize the time to train and then escort you home. Ziyuan silently nodded. From that day forth, Ziyuan took charge of my daily needs, assuming the task of selecting fruits entirely. She cared for me meticulously, akin to a gentle wife tending to her husband, and the former air of haughtiness and delicateness about her vanished. Meanwhile, I immersed myself wholeheartedly in my training, having gained experience in mending my meridians. This time, I avoided unnecessary detours, and my healing progressed smoothly. After half a month, my body had nearly fully recovered, and my dark magic had seen considerable advancement. The fourth layer of Tianmaju proved surprisingly easy to cultivate, within just a few months. I had reached the mid-stage of the fourth layer. Lei Xiang, take a break and eat something. Ziyuan called as she summoned me for a meal. I'm coming. Having removed my mask, I rushed to her side like a child, exclaiming, wow, today's fruits are so bountiful. Ziyuan smiled, saying indeed. Today I circled around quite a bit with the black dragon. It seems we won't need to venture out for the next 2 days. I picked up an unfamiliar fruit. Taking a bite, and the sweet juice filled my mouth. Delicious, truly delightful. By the way, Ziyuan, my injuries have mostly healed. We should be ready to set out soon. Ziyuan's expression darkened as she replied, No rush, you should rest a few more days. It won't hurt to wait until you are fully recovered. I understood her reluctance to part, but some separations are inevitable, a truth we cannot evade. Sighing, I said, please don't say that. You have already mentioned this 3 times. The sooner we part, the sooner we can reunite. Wouldn't you agree? Ziyuan toyed with the fruit in her hand, biting her lip. Very well, let us pack up and depart. At that moment, a glint of mischief flickered in her eyes as she asked, but do you know which direction we should take to return? I paused, realizing the predicament. Which way indeed led back? I vaguely recalled the direction while chasing Mou. But after losing consciousness, it was Ziyuan who controlled the black dragon. I had no idea how to return. This was a troublesome matter. Scratching my head, I replied, I don't know. If all else fails, we can only head in one direction and see where it leads us. We will surely find a village or something to ascertain our path. That is what I did when I first arrived at Longxin. Ziyuan smiled gently, remarking, it would be best if we never found the correct path. That way, you won't leave me. I tenderly stroked her light blue hair, smiling. I do not wish to part from you either. But, Ziyuan pressed a finger to my lips, saying, I understand. Let us eat first, and then I will tidy up. We shall depart. 3 days later, we finally emerged from the dense forest. 5 days later, we found ourselves gazing helplessly at the grand city before us. Compared to the city of Longxin, this city of the demon race could certainly be classified as above medium-sized. What should we do? Should we go in? Ziyuan inquired. I forced a smile. Given our human characteristics, wouldn't we be immediately apprehended upon entry? Ziyuan countered. What characteristics do demon races possess? I looked at her, bewildered. There must be some distinguishing features, though I am not entirely sure. Ziyuan grinned triumphantly. You don't know, do you? But I do. You know? I asked, intrigued. Of course. I am a talented woman, after all. High-ranking demons are often indistinguishable from humans at first glance, except their skin is much fairer. The highest-ranking demon royalty have purple eyes, while ordinary high-ranking demons resemble humans quite closely. A realization dawned upon me. You are so fair. Pretending to be a demon should pose no problem. However, my skin cannot be described as fair, it's completely bronzed. Ziyuan laughed. You are quite foolish. Have you forgotten your fallen angel transformation? Even without transforming, your eyes are purplish black. While not pure, it should suffice. Indeed, I possess the blood of demon royalty. It seems this mixed heritage offers advantages. Shall we proceed inside? Ziyuan exclaimed joyfully, of course. We can explore the demon realm. How delightful. She appeared as a little girl filled with excitement. Let us go, Black Dragon, and see the demon realm. Upon entering this demon city, I did not perceive any stark differences from Longxin, save for the occasional high-ranking demon leading magical beasts, which hinted at some distinctions. I noticed the peculiar glances from those around us, some even harboring fear. Did they think I was a murderous tyrant? I was puzzled by their apprehension. Ziyuan leaned against my broad shoulder, pointing excitedly at the sights around us, utterly devoid of any sense of danger from being in a foreign land. Ziyuan, have you noticed? They seem somewhat fearful of us, I remarked. I noticed long ago. What is so surprising about it? They must think you are a noble demon, she replied. You see, according to imperial historical records, the demon race has a very strong sense of hierarchy, far stronger than that of Longxin. The higher the rank, the more oppressive the authority. This system has caused disunity among the demon populace, hindering their development. I glanced at my tattered clothing, chuckling. In this shabby state, how can we pass off as nobles? Ziyuan seemed to recall that her own undergarments had been used to bind my wounds, her face flushing crimson as she fell silent against me. Can we use gold coins in the demon realm? She asked softly. That should be acceptable. Currency is not bound by race and remains consistent everywhere. Then let us find a place to settle down and tidy ourselves up. In such a disheveled state, it would be difficult to masquerade as nobles, Ziyuan suggested, pointing toward a building ahead. Ah, Xiang, look. Isn't that an inn? Having grown accustomed to her calling me this since our departure from the forest, I felt a sense of warmth and could only yield to her. Ziyuan's attachment to me was no less than that of Zixua, and while the future remained uncertain, I was thoroughly enjoying our time together. Deep within my heart, I too did not wish to part from her. Hello, how may I assist you? The attendant inquired. I resumed my usual aloof demeanor, responding coolly, we require 2 guest rooms. The attendant, trembling, stammered, why yes, please follow me. However, we only have 1 high-ranking guest suite available. Though it is a suite, would that be acceptable? I frowned. Am I truly that fearsome? 1 suite will suffice. We won't be doing anything untoward, so sharing a room is fine. Ziyuan gently pinched me, but did not voice any objections. And no, of course not, the attendant stuttered. leading us to an exquisitely luxurious suite. The entire floor was covered with plush carpets made of magical beast fur, soft and comfortable underfoot. The walls adorned with various paintings made the room truly resplendent. The outer area served as a living room, with a large, plush sofa that looked inviting, and on the opposite wall stood a grand decorative fireplace. Entering the inner chamber, a massive bed occupied nearly half the room, with decorative pieces crafted from colorful gemstones filling the space. Even for a duke's daughter, Ziyuan appeared slightly dazed. "Ah, Xiang, must we indulge in such extravagance?" I smiled gently. "What is wrong with a bit of comfort? I do not care for money. This will do nicely." The attendant cautiously inquired, "Are you satisfied with this accommodation?" I nodded. "Very well, let it be so. Do you have any tailor shops nearby? We have just come from the front lines, and as you can see, we are quite disheveled." The waiter hastily responded, Yes. I will bring the tailor over shortly to make you 2 sets. Does that sound acceptable? The treatment in the demon realm truly is quite commendable. Everything is so convenient. I thought to indulge myself just this once. I replied coldly, "Very well, let it be so. Bring us some food as well, and make it exquisite, understood?" "Understood. I will prepare it right away," he assured, displaying a level of attentiveness that made me feel quite at ease. I tossed him a gold coin and said, "This is for you. Be swift about it. We have traveled a long way and need to rest. I had just stabled my horse in your facility. Simply throw some high-quality fodder beside it, and no need to wash it. My horse has quite a spirited temperament. I will tend to it myself tomorrow." The waiter, holding the coin with a distressed expression, said, "Sir, I cannot accept this. It is my honor to serve you. Enough chatter, take it. I am not like others, understand?" The waiter paused, clearly taken aback by my demeanor, and dared not say another word as he turned to leave. Watching him depart, I remarked to Ziyuan, "It seems you were quite right. The hierarchical mindset here is indeed strong. I haven't even spoken harshly yet, and look how frightened that waiter was." Ziyuan smiled playfully and replied, "When you adopt that stern expression, not even in Long Shun would anyone dare to offend you." She then turned and reclined on the large sofa, stretching luxuriously as she said, "This feels wonderful. You should try it too." I suppressed the urge to kiss her. Sitting beside her with a slight smile, "The environment here is quite pleasant. I hope we are not discovered too soon." Earlier, when I took the black dragon to the stable, I inquired and learned that we are indeed over 1,000 miles from the fortress. "There is no need to rush back. We can rest for a few days before returning you." Ziyuan replied with delight, "That sounds wonderful. I wish to learn more about the local customs and culture." It was evident that she was genuinely pleased. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. I grabbed the ink-black weapon beside me, knowing that one must be cautious in a foreign land. Upon opening the door, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely those delivering items. 3 waiters entered along with a demon of over 40 years of age. The previous waiter placed the items down and said, "Sir, here are the undergarments and some food. This is the tailor." The tailor evidently held a higher rank than the waiter, as the latter showed utmost respect during the introduction. The tailor approached briskly and said, "Sir, I will take your measurements now, if that is acceptable." I nodded and tossed the ink-black weapon aside. The tailor worked swiftly, taking our measurements with remarkable efficiency. I reminded him, "For this young lady's attire, simply select finer materials. Mine should be a warrior's garb, understood?" "Understood. I shall not disturb your rest," he replied. With undergarments in hand, we could finally freshen up. What could be more pleasurable than a warm bath? After changing into pristine undergarments, Ziyuan took only a few bites of food before burrowing under the covers of the large bed to sleep. I too wished to join her, but she blushed and shooed me away. I lay back on the sofa, enjoying the exquisite delicacies, feeling significantly more relaxed. Ziyuan and I sat in the hall, exchanging glances, and we both couldn't help but smile. I was dressed in a black warrior's outfit, draped in a black cloak with a brilliant red gem at the chest, and a similar gem, albeit smaller, on my black headband. Ziyuan explained, "Black is the color most revered by the demon race. They must believe I am of the highest nobility to have crafted such garments for you." The tailor had a keen eye. He had fashioned Ziyuan a gray dress that complemented her light blue hair, rendering her both noble and elegantly modest. When she first donned it, I was momentarily speechless. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Clad in our new attire, we resembled a pair of distinguished demon lovers. Initially, the innkeeper had prepared a private room for us, but at my insistence, we moved to the hall. After all, it was merely a meal, was it not? To accommodate Ziyuan's preferences, I specifically ordered some light dishes, as my stomach, accustomed to fruits, would struggle with sudden rich fare. This inn is considered quite upscale in this city, with only a few patrons occupying about 20% of the seats, primarily higher-ranking demons. At the entrance stood a sign stating, commoners and beasts are not permitted. This illustrates how deeply ingrained the concept of hierarchy is within the demon community. Though the demon cuisine may not rival the delicacies of Lei Xiang, it certainly surpasses what we orcs are accustomed to, offering a unique flavor. I, as always, devoured my food with abandon. Ziyuan, having received a refined education from a young age, maintained her elegance even while consuming her meal. Xiang, do slow down. Remember, you are a noble now. Nobles also need to eat their fill. I will pay attention once I am half satisfied, I retorted. As we dined, a group of about 20 individuals entered from outside, all clad in opulent attire, each exuding an air of arrogance. Innkeeper, prepare 10 rooms for us. Also, the high-end room that my master occupied last time, get it ready promptly. Observing their menacing demeanor, the innkeeper's face turned pale under the magical light. Why yes, I apologize, esteemed gentlemen. We do have 10 rooms available, but the high-end room has already been occupied by other esteemed guests. Perhaps what? Whoever is in there must vacate it. We are high-ranking nobles, hereditary earls. Can you afford to offend us? Ziyuan flashed me a subtle smile and whispered, they likely want our room, if it comes to it. Let them have it. I laughed. Aren't you the one who values strength most? This is the moment for me to protect you. We cannot yield. Ziyuan replied, feigning annoyance. How ridiculous. This is not Lei Xiang. We are not safe yet, so let us avoid trouble. Do you think I am so unrefined? Her charming demeanor captivated me momentarily. But we cannot concede. This is an excellent opportunity for me to demonstrate noble strength. Just wait and see. At that moment, one demon seized the innkeeper by the collar, preparing to strike. I flicked a chopstick, which flew through the air, embedding itself in the demon's hand. The demon yelped in pain, releasing his grip as blood dripped from his hand, cursing, who dares to ambush me? Do you wish to die? I rose, straightened my attire, and spoke in a deep voice. It was I do wish to die. What of it? Would you care to accompany me on my journey? Upon seeing my attire, he halted his tirade, cautiously observing me. I strolled confidently toward him, narrowing my eyes as I glared. Suddenly, I swung my hand, sending him flying. You insolent servant. Speak more respectfully in the future. Where is your master? Let him come forth and speak. I embraced my noble guise, relishing the opportunity to assert my status. An effeminate voice emerged. I am his master. When reprimanding a dog, one must regard its owner. Are you attempting to insult me? Which family do you hail from? The guards parted, revealing a middle-aged man with golden hair and a somewhat rotund figure. Though he appeared distinctly masculine, his voice sent shivers down my spine. Upon seeing me, his eyes sparkled with interest, and he said in a sultry tone, Oh, which noble son is this? Quite handsome. Let me have a closer look. Indeed, my conjecture was correct. This fellow had peculiar tastes. Ziyuan approached my side, and seeing my awkwardness, she stifled a laugh, saying, What are you? That you dare to speak to my lord in such a manner? As the middle-aged man caught sight of Zian, his expression morphed into a complex amalgamation of jealousy, envy, and disdain. Upon hearing Zian's inquiry, he puffed up his not-so-imposing chest and declared, I am the Count of Huisi Te Fei Zhan, a hereditary noble. What are you? I am speaking to your master, and you dare to interject? Hearing his derision towards Zian ignited a surge of anger within me, and I was on the verge of retaliation. However, Zian subtly tugged at my sleeve and smiled, saying, I am no mere thing, and our esteemed master is certainly not. His illustrious name is Lei Xiang. Surely, you have heard of him? Upon uttering Zian's words, the so-called Count of Huisi Te Fei Zhan's demeanor shifted dramatically. As he muttered, Lei Xiang, are you of royal blood? Zian feigned arrogance, responding, Now that you know, why not scurry away? You disturb our master's meal, and I shall ensure your entire family meets their end, rendering your hereditary title obsolete. Witnessing this theatrical transformation, I remained silent, observing Zian's next move. The Count's jowls quivered as he stammered, Who can prove that he is not an impostor? Naturally, as the protagonist, I had to assert my role. I removed my cloak and intently proclaimed, Zian, stand aside. Darkness gathers the soul. Only through corruption can one attain freedom. Awaken, the boundless magic slumbering in my veins. A potent aura of darkness emanated from me, enveloping the entire inn in a chilling atmosphere. Zian's expression shifted slightly, retreating to a considerable distance. In an instant, my once light green hair transformed into a deep obsidian hue, and the wings of a fallen angel unfurled gracefully behind me, draping my figure in a newly crafted warrior garb. With a swift motion, I seized the middle-aged man's throat, a malevolent smile spreading across my face as I coldly inquired, Is this proof sufficient? The attendants of the Count fell to their knees, their eyes pleading as they trembled uncontrollably. The Count, gripped by my hold, rasped in a quivering voice, I believe, O Lord of the fallen angel, spare me. Even among the demonic aristocracy, fallen angels are a rarity, possessing absolute authority over life and death within their realm. Releasing my grip, I cast him aside, coldly stating, I fight valiantly on the front lines while you spineless wretches revel in your comforts from the rear. How dare you provoke me? Today, I shall claim your life. The dark mist surrounding me signaled to all present that the fallen angel was poised to strike. The Count, devoid of any thoughts of defiance, fervently bowed his head, pleading, My lord, spare me. I truly am blind to your greatness. Please, let me keep this wretched life, for killing me would soil your noble hands. Suddenly, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, having recently healed, transforming once more placed a significant burden upon me. As I had achieved my aim, there was no need to maintain the facade. With a wave of my hand, I retracted the dark magic and reverted to my original form, commanding, Now, get up and respond. Yes, the Count complied, surprisingly rolling on the ground before rising, eliciting laughter from both Xian and me. I gestured to my damaged attire and said, In verifying your identity, you have ruined my newly tailored outfit and disrupted my dinner. What do you propose to do about it? The Count, understanding my implication, lamented, I shall compensate. I will surely procure the finest attire for you. No, I shall obtain 10 sets to ensure your satisfaction. I nodded in approval, draping the cloak back over my shoulders, and asked, What position do you hold in the city? The Count wiped the sweat from his brow, replying, My uncle is the city lord, and I hold the title of chief quartermaster. The position of chief quartermaster is indeed a lucrative one. I placed my hand on Xian's shoulder and remarked, That is a commendable title. Surely, you have profited well over the years. I dare not. I merely hold the title, he stammered. I admonished him sternly. Dare not. What do you have to fear? You sought to confront me. What do you fear now? You insulted my friend. Pay me for the emotional distress. I cannot accept gold, so procure 20 exquisite gemstones for me. You must know we royals have a keen eye for appraisal, should you attempt to deceive me. Beware for your head. The Count, his face a mask of despair, pleaded, My lord, please spare me. I do not possess such wealth. Perhaps I can offer you a few exquisite beauties instead. I scoffed. What? To satisfy your leftovers? Enough of your prattle. If you cannot provide them, then 1 gemstone short, and I shall sever an arm. 2 short, and I shall take 2 arms. 4 short, and I will sever all limbs. 5 short. I cast a wicked glance between his legs. If you wish to remain intact, follow my instructions. Now leave. If I do not receive the items by noon tomorrow, I shall personally visit your estate to collect them. Seeing no opportunity for negotiation, the Count sat on the ground, lamenting alongside his subordinates as they crawled away. I suddenly interjected, Hold on. The Count, trembling in fear, knelt just shy of 3 meters from the exit, cautiously asking, What else do you need? I shot him a glare. I am here on a special mission from His Majesty. I wish for my presence to remain discreet, understood? Even your uncle must not know. Furthermore, should you harass the townsfolk again, I will execute both you and your uncle on behalf of His Majesty. Many covet the city lord's position. I understand, he stammered. Then be gone, I ordered. Watching them stagger towards the exit, Xian burst into laughter. I patted her back, saying, All right, stop laughing, or you might choke. Xian, gasping for breath, finally managed to compose herself, Xiang. You might as well consider a career as a bandit. Your income would surely be substantial. I never imagined your extortion skills were this refined. Look at them. They resemble turtles. You've made me laugh to tears. I found myself at a loss for words. The Count and his entourage had already exited the inn. I turned to the innkeeper, saying, My clothing is torn. Have a tailor craft me a new one, and we shall settle the bill together. The innkeeper hastily waved his hands. No need. It is an honor to serve the Lord of the Fallen Angel. Only then did I realize that all the staff and patrons regarded me with admiration, those seated standing in reverence. Titles such as Fallen Angel and Royal indeed carry weight. I did not press him further. We shall discuss this later. Our meal remains unfinished. Please send more food to our room, and if that imbecile sends anything, have it delivered directly to me. I have no desire to witness his revolting demeanor again. Recalling his androgynous voice made me nauseous. Thankfully, I had not consumed anything greasy today. I dragged the still laughing Xian back to our room. Enough laughter. Too much mirth may lead to wrinkles. I have yet to fetch you, and you are already aging prematurely. This remark proved quite impactful, silencing her laughter immediately. Although I had swiftly dealt with that portly man, I understood that the risk of exposure had significantly increased. I turned to Xian and said, Miss, please devise a plan for me. If that rotund fellow pursues my identity, what shall I say? Should I claim to be the illegitimate child of the demon emperor? Xian's eyes sparkled as she replied, that is indeed a splendid idea. Let us proceed with that. I exclaimed in disbelief. What? You consider that a good idea? Xian chuckled. Oh, foolish Lei Xiang, listen to me. The demon royal family has a strong sense of racial hierarchy. Otherwise, the entire demon realm would not be so distinctly stratified. You can genuinely assert that you are the demon emperor's illegitimate son, born of his union with a woman outside the palace. Women not of royal blood cannot marry the demon emperor and enter the palace. They claim it is to preserve the lineage. In such circumstances, unless the demon emperor personally appears, no one can ascertain your identity, and who would dare inquire about the number of illegitimate offspring the demon emperor has outside? The ability to transform into a fallen angel serves as the most compelling evidence of your identity. You are aware that only those of royal lineage are permitted to practice such arts, and someone of your half-royal bloodline can only receive the teachings of the fallen angel techniques from the demon emperor himself. Upon hearing Xian's words, I came to realize how formidable her strategy was. However, it merely provided me with another paternal figure. Xian shot me a glance and said, Is it really a grievance for the demon emperor to be your father? This is how it has been decided. Little did we anticipate that this hasty decision would spare us from great calamity. The night had deepened, and only a few faint lights flickered in the city. Xian and I stood on the terrace of the inn, gazing at the myriad stars dotting the sky. Xiang, how many stars do you think are up there? They are so beautiful, shining like diamonds, so resplendent, she remarked. I embraced her gently from behind and smiled. Even our talented lady is unaware of the number of stars. How could a mere commoner like me possibly know? Xian nestled closer, saying, Don't say such things about yourself. You are the best. I teasingly replied. What are you referring to? Xian did not respond, and I refrained from pressing further. We stood quietly in the gentle night breeze, basking in the luminous moonlight, silently counting the stars above. Chapter 21. Royal brothers, it is too late. Let us return to rest, I suggested, only to realize the ambiguity in my words. Yet Xian seemed oblivious, responding softly, I do not wish to go back. Can we stay a little longer? Watching the stars with you is truly delightful. Who knows when we will have the chance again? In your embrace, I feel warm and safe. Warmth is assured, but safety is less certain, compared to those formidable experts. I am still far from adequate. Although I can transform into a fallen angel, it is merely a preliminary stage. Had that girl from that day not practiced for such a short time, we might have already descended into the depths of hell as lovers. Let us not speak of such things. Discussing them in this elegant setting would ruin the ambience, I suggested. Oh, when did our esteemed Miss Xian become averse to discussing power? This does not seem like you. Xian turned her head, glaring at me with irritation. Do you prefer my current self or my former self? I quickly laughed and answered, Of course, I adore both. You are the most beautiful in the academy. Who would not admire you? It is truly late. Let us set out tomorrow after retrieving our belongings. Xian chuckled softly. Just thinking about that plump fellow you dealt with brings me joy. 20 exquisite gems. You have certainly made him spend quite a fortune. I nonchalantly replied. It is merely 20 gems. Must he be so troubled? I left him some leeway. Xian grasped my hand around her waist, saying, It is not as simple as you think. Do you consider this to be your orc kingdom or dragon god? The demon realm is rich in gemstones. Any gem produced here would be deemed exquisite in the dragon god's realm. And what do you think this so-called exquisite gem refers to? After frightening him so today, I eagerly anticipate what he will bring to counter tomorrow. I smiled. That is no longer my concern. The air here is so refreshing. I relish this cool sensation. I too find it delightful. As long as I am with you, I feel comfortable wherever I am. To suppress the urge to kiss her, I held her tightly. Be gentler. My bones are about to break, she exclaimed, startling me, prompting me to loosen my embrace. Xian smiled. Silly, though it hurt a little. I felt fulfilled when you held me, as if I had completely possessed you. Let us return now. It is late, and we must travel tomorrow. This time Xian did not protest, obediently allowing me to lead her back to the room. The large bed inside was certainly hers to sleep on, while I regrettably had to make do on the sofa outside. Fortunately, the sofa was quite comfortable, large and soft, so I managed. In the morning, I practiced the Tianmo Ju on the rooftop to stretch my limbs. Upon returning, I found the inn staff had already delivered breakfast, and our Miss Xian was indulging herself without restraint. Is it delicious? You seem to be enjoying it greatly, I remarked. Xian, stuffing her mouth, replied, Of course. It tastes incredible. You should come and eat too. Just as I sat down to join her, A sudden knocking at the door interrupted. You continue eating, I will check. I instructed Xian and walked towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, the first sight that greeted me was the overly familiar, insincere grin of Zayuzitfizan, who was cradling an exquisite box in his hands. I frowned and said, I recall instructing the inn staff that I do not wish to see you again. Zayuzitfizan maintained his forced smile. Sir, it so happens that 2 gentlemen related to you are visiting my uncle and asked to meet you here. My heart skipped a beat. I lost the will to blame him for revealing my whereabouts and asked calmly, Oh, who are they, and where are they? Zayuzitfizan stepped aside, revealing 2 middle-aged men of short stature and slender build behind him. Their faces bore a striking resemblance, indicating they were twins, yet they were easily distinguishable. The one on the left wore a constant smile, while the one on the right appeared stern. Upon seeing me, their eyes gleamed with an intimidating light. The smiling one said, What? No invitation for us to enter? What was destined to come would arrive inevitably. These 2 were evidently formidable opponents. I responded gravely. Please come in. I turned and led the way back into the room, casting a glance at Xian, who was still eating. The 3 followed me inside, and one of the twins shut the door with a resounding thud. I regarded them with furrowed brows. And you 2 are? The one who had previously spoken smiled slightly and said, Since you are a fallen angel, how could you not recognize us? We share the same lineage as you. Our father is the head of the Emperor's guards, the only other royal to attain the status of a 4-winged fallen angel, aside from the Emperor himself. We are both members of the Fallen Angel Legion, and in terms of lineage, the Emperor is our uncle. I am Gu Yun Luxifa, and this is my brother, Gu Feng Luxifa. I initially thought it was one of our brethren here, but I never expected that even members of our legion would dare impersonate someone. Now tell me, who exactly are you, and why are you posing as a fallen angel? I let out a cold laugh. On what basis do you claim I am an imposter? Gu Yun Luxifa snorted. Simply because my brother and I have never encountered you before? Is that not sufficient? Our fallen angel legion consists of only 38 members aside from the Emperor and our father. I could even recite each of their names. Yet you, this so-called Lei Luxifa, have never been mentioned. Is that not enough evidence? That is certainly not enough. If you assert that I am an imposter based solely on your eyes, then I can similarly claim that I have never seen you, and you too are imposters. The expressions of the Gu Yun brothers darkened, their garments fluttering without wind, and a formidable aura enveloped me, binding me tightly. Xian retreated to the side, aware that her intervention would only complicate matters further. As I concentrated my dark magic to counter the pressure they exerted, I pondered that if they were indeed fallen angels, given their current display of power, even facing one would be a challenge for me, let alone 2. Twins often share a deep connection. They would undoubtedly excel in cooperative combat, making a direct confrontation a perilous endeavor. Chapter 21. Royal Brothers 3. Upon reflecting on this, I retracted my icy demeanor, allowing a slight smile to grace my lips as I spoke. Gentlemen, let us not hastily resort to violence. Observe closely. It is in the embrace of darkness that the soul coalesces, and only through descent can one attain freedom. Awaken, then, the boundless magic that slumbers within my veins. To enhance my persuasive appeal, I transformed once more. The brothers Gu Yun gazed in astonishment as I morphed entirely into a fallen angel, the transformation instantly diminishing their imposing presence. With a mere gesture, Emo Ming flew into my grasp, poised for imminent combat. The disparity between my pre- and post-transformation was profound. The formidable dark magic emanating from me sent smaller objects in the room spiraling chaotically. Under the weight of such immense pressure, the brothers Gu Yun simultaneously opted for transformation. In that confined space, 3 fallen angels materialized. Judging by their appearances, it was evident they had been able to transform for quite some time, exhibiting superior skill and speed compared to my own. However, as we were all derived from the same source of power, the transformation rendered any sense of pressure inconsequential. Conversely, Ziyin and the corpulent pig found themselves at a disadvantage, pinned against the wall by our overwhelming dark magic. With a wave of my hand, I expelled them from the room, the closed door giving way to a large circular hole from the impact of the pig's body, while Ziyin emerged unscathed. The silent Gu Feng Lucifer finally spoke. I did not anticipate that you could indeed transform into a fallen angel. This implies you are not an imposter. Are you a recently transformed member of the royal family? Yet, I have not heard of anyone named Lei Lucifer among the royals. A wicked smile crept across my face as I replied, Since both of you can transform, we are no longer strangers. Allow me to present you with something. With nonchalance, I extended Mo Ming towards them, my gesture of offering my own weapon immediately easing their wariness. Gu Yun, perplexed, accepted Mo Ming and scrutinized it closely. Suddenly, he exclaimed, This is the god-slaying sword Mo Ming. How did it come to be in your possession? Was it not long thought to be missing? I have only encountered it in ancient tomes. He caressed Mo Ming with admiration, his eyes glimmering with greed. The god-slaying sword? What does that mean? Is it not one of the 7 legendary swords? I had presented it to them solely because Master Zhuang had mentioned it as belonging to the demon clan. I smiled slightly and affirmed, Indeed, this is the very sword, a gift from His Majesty himself. However, I have yet to harness its true power. I stated this with the intent of preempting their inquiries regarding the sword's capabilities, hoping to avoid any further complications. Gu Yun gazed at me with astonishment and remarked, His Majesty bequeathed this sword to you? That seems implausible. If it were in His Majesty's hands, it would surely be passed down to a direct heir. You cannot wield it yet. To fully unleash its might, one must cultivate the 9th layer of the heavenly demon technique and transform into a 6-winged fallen angel. Ironically, humans classify it among the 7 legendary swords, oblivious to the fact that it was originally the sword of the demon god. It was evident that Mo Ming had left a profound impression on the brothers. With Gu Yun's composure beginning to falter, Have you finished? May I have it back? Gu Yun cautiously retracted the sword, saying, You may have it back. But you must tell me why His Majesty would bestow this sword upon you. Their expressions were quite amusing, resembling a standoff where if I did not divulge the information, they would not return the sword, yet animosity had dissipated. I feigned a long sigh and said, Do you truly wish for me to disclose this? Of course. Very well. Under these circumstances, I require your solemn oath that you shall never disclose what I reveal today. Should His Majesty learn of it and take offense, I fear neither of you would be spared from his wrath. The brothers Gu exchanged glances before simultaneously declaring, I, Gu Yun, Gu Feng, Lucifer, swear before Lord Demon God that if I reveal anything that Lei Lucifer has shared with us today, I shall suffer the torment of 1,000 demons and perish. This was perhaps the most formidable oath within the demon clan. To ensure they believed my subsequent words, I needed to display adequate formality, which would further instill trust. I nodded in satisfaction and said, Let us first revert to our original forms. There is no need for combat, and it is quite exhausting. I have only cultivated the heavenly demon technique to the 4th layer. In truth, maintaining my transformed state was taxing, necessitating this pretense. Having said that, I transformed back first, regrettably tearing yet another new garment. Seeing me revert to my original form, the 2 naturally followed suit, their trust in me steadily increasing. I gestured for them to take a seat while I settled onto the sofa, calling out, Come in. The corpulent pig, Hiu's Te Fei Jun, and Zi Yin entered sequentially upon hearing my voice. Hiu's Te Fei Jun was bloodied, his clothing tattered in numerous places, and his hair disheveled. He appeared utterly disheveled. Noticing the 3 of us seated together, he comprehended that trouble loomed. Indeed, upon entering, I coldly remarked, Did you think my words were mere bluster? Very well. Hiu's Te Fei Jun, trembling, knelt and presented a box, pleading, My lord, I have procured the item you requested, though it has cost me everything. Please, spare my wretched life. Gu Yun interjected, My dear brother, this man's uncle shares a connection with us. For my sake, let him go. The brothers were growing increasingly courteous towards me. Although they still harbored suspicion, my transformation and Mo Ming had demonstrated that I was not their enemy. I regarded him coolly and replied, Since my brother intercedes on your behalf, I shall temporarily spare you today. However, remember this. You wretched pig, if you cross my path again, I shall have you roasted whole. Now, drop the item and leave. Watching Hiu's Te Fei Jun roll out like a ball, I gestured for Zi Yin to close the door. Yet, with the large hole, it served little purpose. I picked up the box and addressed the brothers Gu Yun. Please select something. This is the compensation I demanded from that pig for my clothing. Gu Feng replied, No need. Please expedite your explanation regarding your relationship with His Majesty. We have pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 21. Royal Brothers, for outwardly. Gu Feng appeared far more solemn than Gu Yun, seemingly adhering closely to the elder brother's lead. However, in terms of guile, he likely possessed greater depth. They likely believed that the cost of clothing was negligible. After all, they wielded considerable influence within the demon realm. I casually tossed the box to Zi Yin and introduced, This is my fiancée. She is privy to all my affairs, so there is no need to hide anything. My expression turned serious as I stated, Both of you must remember the oath you just took. To spare you any embarrassment, I must confess that I am a bastard child of His Majesty. This revelation instantly brought incredulity to their faces, suggesting that the demon emperor was typically a man of strict principles. Truth be told, His Majesty was the person I despised the most. Another bombshell had dropped before them, and upon hearing this, their expressions swiftly transformed from shock to anger. I continued, however, he is also the one I admire most. The brothers Gu Yun's expressions softened, their demeanor shifting with each of my words, making for an intriguing spectacle. Ziyin cast me an encouraging glance, clearly urging me to continue my tale. I allowed a look of confusion to wash over my features. I loathe him for the actions he took in a moment of passion that ruined my mother's life. Though she bears no resentment, I cannot forgive him. My mother was not of royal blood. Why could she not remain by his side? It is precisely because he felt remorse for my mother that he bestowed Mo Ming upon me, under the guise of compensation. The brothers Gu Yun were evidently moved by my narrative, as Gu Yun solemnly returned Mo Ming to me, offering comfort. These are the customs established by our ancestors. You cannot fault his majesty. Had it been another royal, the outcome might have been far worse. I accepted Mo Ming with a disdainful snort. Echoing his sentiment, what utter nonsense. It is these wretched customs that have shattered my once warm home. Upon reaching this point, I cannot help but reminisce about my mother. Although she never loved, cared for, or showed concern for me, her life has undoubtedly been fraught with hardship. Abducted by my father and taken back to the orc tribe, she was separated from her beloved. I truly should not harbor resentment towards her. As a sovereign and king of a race, he was unable to dismantle these unjust customs and bestow upon my mother her rightful status. You see, how could I not despise him? When faced with this dilemma, the two brothers dared not respond. Gu Yun cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and deftly shifted the topic, inquiring about my admiration for his majesty. I sighed and replied, His Majesty governs the demon clan with remarkable order, possessing unparalleled prowess that transcends time. As his son, it is only natural for me to revere him and take pride in having such a father. However, my identity is one shrouded in shame, which is precisely why I insisted you swear to keep it confidential. At the age of 6, my father visited us with a handwritten copy of the Tianma Ju, imparting some techniques to me. From that moment, I vowed to become a formidable warrior, an extraordinary one, determined not to bring disgrace upon my father. Finally, just a few months ago, I successfully transcended to the third transformation and became a fallen angel. My father, having somehow learned of my achievement, personally came to congratulate me and assign me a secret mission, which is why I find myself here. As for the details of this mission, I cannot disclose it at this time. His Majesty has deemed it the highest secret. All I can say is that my destination lies within the Dragon God Empire. After speaking, I discreetly observed them, noticing that both had fallen into deep contemplation. Ever since their arrival, I had deftly maneuvered them within my grasp. They had no choice but to believe my words. The narrative I just shared was largely fabricated based on my circumstances, yet it was compelling. Gu Yun remarked, Since you are the flesh and blood of His Majesty, we have no reason to doubt you. We are on our way to reinforce the front lines. We heard that the princess encountered some trouble a few days ago and sustained severe injuries. His Majesty has sent us to check on her. Would you care to join us? After all, she is your sister. I shook my head and said, I shall not accompany you. This mission holds great significance, and I do not wish to be delayed by other matters. Sister? She likely does not recognize me as her brother. She hails from a legitimate lineage. While I am but a bastard, there is no comparison. A bitter smile crept onto my lips, for I suspected that this so-called sister was indeed injured by her false brother. The serious Gu Feng unexpectedly patted my shoulder and said, Do not speak that way. As long as you possess the capability, dear brother, you will surely find your path. Since you have a mission at hand, we shall not press you. However, we are on the same journey, so let us proceed together. This request was entirely reasonable, and I could not refuse. With a smile, I replied, Of course. It is my fortune to seek guidance from my two elder brothers after growing up in the wilderness. Do not be polite with us. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. With time slipping away, we bid farewell as brothers, agreeing to meet at the East City Gate at noon. As they stood, I accompanied them to the entrance of the inn, watching their figures fade from sight before finally allowing a sense of relief to wash over me. Ziyin gently patted my back and said, That was close. I nodded and replied, Indeed. Had you not preemptively established my identity, I might have met a bloody end today. I would have been uncertain even against one of them. This thought reminded me of the Scarlet Angel transformation I had executed during my encounter with Bai Tian. If I could successfully replicate it, perhaps I would stand a chance. Yet, that was a matter of fate. Nonetheless, they had delivered good news. Mo Ming was, in fact, the Zhaoshan sword. Ziyin smiled and said, What is so remarkable about the Zhaoshan sword? Is there not also the Mia Mo sword, which counters it? Mia Mo sword? What is that? After posing the question, I noticed Ziyin standing in place, covering her mouth, seemingly lost in thought and failing to respond. Xian, what is the matter? Hearing my call, she snapped back to reality, mumbling, what did I just say? I furrowed my brow and asked, what is wrong with you? Why are you acting so strangely? Did you not just say the Zhaoshan sword is nothing special because there is the Miamo sword that counters it? I was inquiring about what the Miamo sword is. Xian shook her head, saying, I do not know what that is. After hearing you mention it, a voice suddenly surged within me, and I blurted it out. Miamo sword, what could that be? Observing her dazed expression, I could not bear to press further, so I embraced her shoulder and said, let us return. Back in our room, Xian had regained her composure and asked, what do you plan to do? Will you truly go with them? If not, we can sneak away. Otherwise, if we reveal any flaws, we are finished. I shook my head and replied, no, I must go with them. Firstly, I will gain further insight into the situation of the demon clan. Secondly, if we flee, they will surely suspect us as imposters. Given their strength, they could easily mobilize forces to pursue us, placing us in an even more precarious situation. There may already be individuals watching us from outside, so I believe it is prudent to proceed with them, exercising caution. Xian smiled and said, Xiang, I feel you have matured significantly compared to before. Your considerations are more thorough. You are right. I will follow your lead. I will go and pack my things. I touched my face, pondering helplessly. Have I truly matured? I am merely 17, hardly a case of aging prematurely. Chapter 22. Departure for home. Xian went into the inner room to pack her belongings. Alone on the sofa, I found myself growing bored until I noticed the exquisite box sent by Xiao Si Te Fei Zhan resting on the table. I wondered if Xian had seen it. This hefty fellow had sent who knows what. The black wooden box was crafted with remarkable intricacy, featuring a red gemstone at its center, surrounded by various carvings, with the corners protected by metal fittings. Surely, it could not be pure gold. I searched in vain for a way to open the box. Damn it. Was this fat man trying to torment me? Just as I was about to crush it with my energy, Xian's voice echoed from the room. Xiang, I am ready. We can set off. As her voice approached, Xian emerged with a small bundle on her back, likely containing clothes and essentials made by the local tailor. What are you doing? Xian asked, surprised by my expression. I am trying to see what this fat man has sent, but I cannot open the box. I was just about to pry it open. Hearing this, Xian rushed over and snatched the box from my hands, exclaiming, you are such a fool. Let me open it. It is a nice box. It would be a pity to break it. I smiled slightly and said, do you like it? It is yours then. Just a few gemstones. Girls love such things. Xian shot me a disdainful glance and replied, do you think I am one of those superficial women? I do not covet gemstones. I appreciate natural beauty. Looking at the box, she continued, it should open like this. With that, she gently pressed the red gemstone on the top down, turned it left a full circle, and pressed again. With a click, the box opened at the center. In an instant, the room was enveloped in a brilliant light, the dazzling seven-colored glow dazzling my eyes. As I gazed into the box, both Xian and I were utterly captivated. The box contained a blue velvet base with 20 small recesses, each housing a gemstone. I counted them: 5 black gemstones, 3 red, 3 blue, 3 yellow, 3 green, and 3 purple. I had seen gemstones before, but I had never encountered such resplendent ones. Xian, why are they so bright? The radiance nearly blinded me. Xian gently caressed each gem within the box and remarked, that rotund fellow has truly bled profusely this time. These are undeniably exquisite gems. Observe this red one. It is a bloodstone. Such pure and flawless bloodstone is rarely seen, even within the imperial palace of the Longshan. It has the effect of invigorating the mind and calming the spirit. This blue one must have been processed. Although I have never seen it before, I have heard tales of an incredibly hard gem known as diamond, particularly the blue diamond, which is among the finest. I believe this is it. This yellow gem is equally remarkable. It resembles jelly in its entirety, and I seem to recall it having an alternate name that escapes me at the moment. Let me tell you. The imperial seal of the Longshan Empire is also carved from a yellow stone, yet it does not possess the purity of these few pieces. The green gem is turquoise. I know only its name and am unaware of its properties. The purple one is a superior amethyst, known for its ability to store magical energy, making it the most practical gem among them. The magical energy that these 3 amethysts can store is equivalent to 10 times my current magical capacity. With them, I need not fear the depletion of my magical power while casting spells. Although they cannot directly enhance the level of my magic, they allow me to use spells within my capability until all the stored magical energy is expended. The only gem I cannot name is this black one. It is neither crystal nor jade, and I am uncertain of its purpose. It may indeed be a specialty of the demon race. I gazed blankly at Ziyan, her words sounding like an esoteric script to me. You are truly a talented woman. If it were not for you, I would likely recognize none of these. Take whichever you desire. Ziyan smiled and replied, you said it. In that case, I shall take 2 pieces of the exquisite amethyst as tokens of affection between us sisters, which can also store magical energy. I gestured for her to proceed, and with great delight, Ziyan selected 2 exquisite amethysts and carefully placed them in a small pouch, tucking it close to her heart. These crystals only require you to continually infuse them with magical energy. When needed, you can summon them forth. Look how pure and beautiful they are. I teased. And yet you claim to dislike gems. It seems your true nature is revealed upon seeing this exquisite amethyst. Ziyan playfully hit me and said, how mean. You should keep the rest. They might come in handy in the future. As she spoke, she handed me the box. I looked at the enchanting gems inside and smiled, saying, these cannot be consumed. What use is there in holding on to them? You may have them all. Ziyan pressed down my hand, which I intended to give back to her, and said earnestly, do not underestimate these items. They might very well constitute the entire fortune of that rotund fellow and his uncle. In the future, if you find yourself short of funds, you could sell just one for an exorbitant price. I conservatively estimate that each gem could fetch tens, if not hundreds, of thousands of gold coins. Upon hearing such a sum, I was taken aback. What? Hundreds of thousands of gold coins? Ziyan nodded solemnly and said, so you must keep them safe. The 2 I receive from you will be crafted into a magic wand with Zi Shui, which will greatly benefit our magical training. With so much wealth, does that not make you a wealthy gentleman now? It seems the Guyun brothers are not fully aware of the situation. That rotund fellow has truly exhausted his fortune to save his own skin. In truth, what I did not know was that it was not that Xiao Si Teifei truly did not wish for the Guyun brothers to assist him in claiming this treasure. Rather, he feared that if they were to see it and request a share, he would not be able to produce it even if he were sold by the pound. Over the years, he had indeed embezzled a significant amount, and money could be earned again. However, should I strip him of his title, the consequences would be dire. His primary reason for inviting the Guyun brothers was to find a flaw in my identity and have me eliminated, thereby preserving nearly his entire treasure. If a list of the 10 most avaricious officials of the demon race were to be compiled, both Xiao Si Teifei and his uncle would undoubtedly be included. This city serves as the largest transit station for launching assaults against the Longshan Empire, with many resources acquired and manufactured here. Xiang, these gems are fundamentally beneficial to you. Thus, you should keep them close. The box is too cumbersome, and with your careless nature, it would be a wonder if you did not lose them. Am I really that careless? How should I store them? I cannot simply glue them to my body. I replied. Ziyan rested her chin on her hand, contemplating, and then said, I have an idea. Since there is still time, wait for me here. I will return shortly. With that, she dashed out. I called after her, what are you doing? This place is unfamiliar. Be careful. I know, I will be back soon. She responded. As Ziyan left, I could not help but shake my head. Am I still the same Lei Xiang from before? In the presence of the Z sisters, I could no longer maintain my composure. But do I regret it? My heart tells me no. Not only do I not regret it, but I also cherish this current life. They have warmed my heart and given me a sense of home for the first time. Ziyan was gone for over an hour before returning, carrying a black item whose purpose was unclear to me. Why did you take so long? It's almost noon. If we don't hurry, we will miss our chance, I complained. Ziyan laughed and said, what's the rush? Look, she unveiled what she held in her hands. It turned out to be a vest with several small pockets. I suddenly realized, you want me to store the gems in here? Ziyan nodded and said quickly, try it on. It is meant to be worn closest to the skin. There are 6 pockets in total, each containing 5 fixed smaller pockets. So the gems will not jostle about. I suggested to the tailor to make it this way. In the future, if you acquire any other fine items, you can also place them inside. This material is exceptional. It is crafted from something called Ma 11E leather, which is lightweight and thin yet remarkably durable, comfortable against the skin, and will last a lifetime. I even had him sew 2 openings at the back so that when you transform, it won't be damaged. Receiving the vest from Ziyan, I felt the warmth of her lingering touch, which filled my heart with warmth. Ziyan nudged me into the inner room, saying, stop dawdling, hurry and put it on. Did you not say we are running late? Wearing this Ma 11E vest not only felt comfortable, but also brought me immense joy, and I silently vowed never to remove it lightly. In honor of Ziyan's thoughtful gesture, Ziyan examined me from top to bottom and remarked, it fits well. The tailor's craftsmanship is indeed commendable. Now, let me place the gems inside for you. Ziyan, standing only to my shoulder, was considered quite tall among human girls. With her delicate hands, she carefully placed each gem into my fitted vest. Although there was a layer between us, I could feel my heart racing. All done. Isn't this design quite clever? Huh. Why is your face so red? Are you feeling cold? Ziyin exclaimed, jumping aside in alarm and looking at me with a puffed-up expression. I stared at her in a daze, somewhat at a loss for words. Ziyin pouted and said, "You are not allowed to think of anything inappropriate." I replied foolishly, "What inappropriate thoughts? I am not thinking anything. How mean. Hurry and put on your outer clothing. We must leave quickly. I have already asked the innkeeper to prepare provisions for our journey. We can eat along the way." When I approached the innkeeper to settle the bill, he adamantly refused to accept my money, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Ultimately, I had no choice but to toss a bag of gold coins and escape with Ziyin. As we departed, I saw gratitude and reverence in the innkeeper's eyes. Upon reaching the eastern city gate, the Guyun brothers had already been waiting there. They appeared quite relaxed, members of the Fallen Angel Legion, yet they had not a single human companion, all dressed in identical black warrior attire, each carrying a long sword on their backs. "I apologize, esteemed brothers, for the delay caused by a trivial matter," I said politely. Guyun smiled faintly and said, "It is of no consequence. Let us be on our way." I continued to ride alongside Ziyin on the back of a majestic steed named He Long, effortlessly keeping pace with the mounts of the Gu brothers. Ziyin leaned against me with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. The path we traversed was the official road. Remarkably flat, and combined with the smooth gallop of He Long, it certainly provided a comfortable resting place for her. As I tenderly stroked Ziyin's light blue hair, I inquired of Guyun, "Brother Gu, do you have any insight into the current situation at the front lines?" Guyun replied with a bitter smile, "After so many years of conflict, what do you expect? We have had our victories and defeats. From the news we received in the Imperial City, we initially held some advantage when the war broke out, but that advantage has since been reclaimed by the enemy. The Longshan Empire is indeed a formidable opponent. I heard that the Beastmen have slain a dragon knight, yet their Baiman Legion suffered nearly 100 casualties, marking one of the gravest losses in decades. These mindless fools do not comprehend their folly, sacrificing their kin in vain." Feeling discomfort at his disparagement of the Beastmen, I furrowed my brow and remarked, "The Beastmen tribes are too numerous to be fully governed, and their local decrees differ widely. Although they possess great reproductive capabilities, they have yet to develop cohesively. Only the Baiman Legion stands a chance against the enemy." Gu Feng snorted derisively and said, "What is the Baiman Legion compared to our Fallen Angel Legion? They are vastly inferior. In terms of overall strength, even dragon knights may not match us. They merely benefit from the aid of divine dragons. Once I cultivate to the stage of the four-winged fallen angel, I shall see them routed." Upon hearing mention of the four-winged fallen angel, I felt a stirring within. Having practiced the Tian Mo Ju in solitude for so long, I considered seizing this opportunity to glean insights from them for my own cultivation. Thus I asked, "May I inquire how far along you both are in your practice of the Tian Mo Ju?" Guyun responded, "We have both reached the initial stage of the 5th layer." I expressed my admiration, saying, "At this rate, it won't be long before you both attain the four-winged fallen angel." The Gu brothers exchanged glances, and Gu Feng furrowed his brow, questioning, "Are you mocking us?" I was taken aback and replied, "How could that be? I speak only the truth." Gu Feng replied, "Humph, what truth? Are you not aware that the majority of our Fallen Angel Legion has reached the 5th layer, with only a few at the 6th or 4th layers?" I shook my head and said, "I am not informed about that. I am currently at the 4th layer and progressing rapidly, at this speed. It is only a matter of time before you both reach the 4 wings, is it not?" Guyun shook his head and said, "Has His Majesty not mentioned the bottlenecks in cultivating the Tian Mo Ju?" I was astonished and shook my head. "No. His Majesty merely imparted the Tian Mo Ju to me and allowed me to cultivate on my own, since I became aware of my surroundings. I have seen him no more than 5 times, and each time he spoke only a handful of words, rarely offering explanations, only encouraging me to comprehend it myself." Gu Feng, appearing relieved, said, "Then we cannot fault you for your earlier remarks. The truth is that from the 5th layer onward, each stage presents a bottleneck. Only by breaking through these can one progress to the next layer. For us, it has taken 4 years to reach the 5th layer. Yet we remain at its initial stage. Alas, it is a difficult journey. Our father broke through the 6th layer at 67, which is quite rare among our kind. His Majesty achieved his 4 wings at 54, making him the only one in our demon lineage to accomplish such a feat before 60, earning him the admiration and respect of all. Our father once stated that given our talents, breaking through to the 5th layer by 50 would be commendable. And as for the 4 wings, It is but a distant dream, unless one encounters extraordinary fortune. I asked in astonishment, is it truly that challenging? Guyan chuckled. You will understand our words once you reach the 5th layer. The 4 wings is an unattainable realm. What are those dragon knights without their dragons? Even combined, they would hardly match his majesty. Though I had yet to witness the prowess of the dragon knights, the power displayed by the dragon riders was evident. The fact that the demon emperor could contend with 3 dragon knights without their dragons spoke volumes of his prowess. Their words only deepened my yearning for the transformation into a 4-winged fallen angel. Gu Feng continued, it is a pity that since his majesty ascended to the 7th layer, he has found it increasingly difficult to progress. At over 60 years of age, I fear, brother, you may not wish to hear this, but in a few decades, once these elders have passed, will we still be able to contend with humanity and maintain our current stance? Curious, I inquired. Is there truly no successor capable of breaking through to the 6th layer? Gu Feng slowed his horse, turning his head to say, there are indeed those with good potential. But once one reaches the 5th layer, talent alone is insufficient for a breakthrough. One must also possess certain fortuity. Fortune is something that can only be encountered, not sought. However, you are still young. You are the youngest I know, aside from the princess, to have reached the 2-winged fallen angel. In a few decades, you may indeed break through to the 6th layer. Should you ascend to the throne of Demon Emperor, do not forget your brothers. Feigning melancholy, I replied. With my current status, I am not even worthy of being considered a legitimate royal. Gu Feng chuckled, nothing is absolute. Should you break through to the 6th layer and attain His Majesty's current prowess, who would care about your lineage? Here, a 4-winged fallen angel is akin to an envoy of the demon gods. The throne would be within easy reach. While I was indifferent to the prospect of becoming a demon emperor, I was deeply drawn to the overwhelming power of the 4-winged fallen angel. Being a supreme being had always been my ambition. I smiled gently and said, that is a matter for another time. Regardless of whether I have such an opportunity, I shall not forget my 2 elder brothers. By the way, His Majesty expended a portion of my power to bestow upon my unseen sister, causing my Tian Mo Ju to drop 2 layers. I do not know when I shall recover. What shall we do if those dragon knights take action? There would be no one to defend against them. Upon hearing this highly classified information within our demon lineage, the 2 brothers regarded me with complete trust. Guyan reassured, you need not worry. Dragon knights do not take action lightly. Due to their immense destructive potential a millennium ago, the 3 tribes established an agreement stating that once they reach such levels, they are prohibited from engaging in ordinary battles and may only command from the shadows. Every decade, the leaders of the 3 tribes gather in a remote location for a proper contest, which is said to involve wagering. Only those of their caliber know the details. I asked my father, but he refused to tell us. Gu Feng scoffed, it would be one thing if he kept it from us. But to call us useless for not achieving that level is absurd. Our family has produced 3 fallen angels, yet he remains dissatisfied. I truly do not understand what he expects from us brothers. I inquired, what have the outcomes of these contests been? Guyan shook his head. I am not quite sure, but they likely end in a stalemate. If you have the opportunity, you might ask His Majesty yourself, but unless you reach that level, he may not divulge anything. It seemed that traveling with them was indeed a wise choice, allowing me to uncover many secrets of the demon lineage. Suddenly, the slumbering Ziyan sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes and asked, where are we? Lei? I was taken aback by her address. Stifling a laugh as I replied, I am not certain of our exact location. We have likely traveled over 200 miles. Guyan chuckled and remarked, brother, your fiancée is truly stunning. The women of our Mo clan are renowned for their figures, and it is rare to encounter someone with such beauty. Even within the royal palace, Ziyuan, having nearly lost all semblance of sleep, smiled gently in response and said, thank you for your compliment. Just then, both I and the Gu brothers became alert as 4 figures suddenly appeared on the broad official road. Tall and dense trees flanked both sides of the road, and given the proximity to the Mo clan's border, travelers here were exceedingly scarce. The 4 individuals did not seem particularly formidable, each clad in black masks and standing in a line on the road, wielding large sabers in their hands. Surely, they were not here to rob us. The 3 of us simultaneously reined in our horses, halting 30 meters away from them. Chapter 22. The journey home. Before we could speak, the leader of the bandits shouted, halt! This mountain belongs to us. If you wish to pass through, leave behind some toll. If not, haha, we won't care about killing you. He deliberately elongated the word kill. The Gu brothers and I exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. It was indeed ludicrous that 3 fallen angels could be obstructed by a mere band of robbers. We laughed at their audacity and ignorance. Encountering us was a tragic fate for them. I snorted disdainfully and said, "Brothers, wait here for a moment. I shall handle them." Slaying bandits was one of my forte. During my time in the Orc Kingdom, countless robbers had met their demise at my hands, and today, these ruffians were merely unfortunate. Gu Yun suddenly raised a hand to stop me, saying, "My dear brother, let me take care of this. I have some questions for them. What are bandits doing on an official road? It would be wise to ascertain the situation before we engage. Do you fear they might flee?" Ziyun whispered in my ear, "Please do not kill indiscriminately. I dislike bloodshed." I responded dismissively, "Murder is not my desire, but if you do not kill him, he will kill you." Compared to the battlefield, dispatching a few bandits is hardly bloodthirsty. With that, Gu Yun urged his horse forward towards the bandits, while Ziyun quietly advised me, "But be cautious. You are still too inexperienced. They are far more mature and understand the importance of gathering information before acting. Impulsiveness can lead to regret." Although her voice was soft, it was likely heard by Gu Feng nearby, who smiled faintly. Gu Yun halted his steed 10 paces from the bandits, smiled slightly, and clasped his hands in greeting. "May I ask which mountain you heroes hail from?" The leader of the bandits chuckled, resting his saber on his shoulder. "Why do you care where we come from? Hand over your valuables quickly, and I will let you pass. Otherwise, next year on this day will be your death anniversary." Seeing their unwillingness to relent, Gu Yun's demeanor shifted, and he shouted angrily, "Are you truly oblivious to your impending doom? How can our clan produce such scoundrels?" A fierce aura emanated from him, enveloping the 4 bandits and causing them to appear flustered under the pressure. Gu Yun laughed heartily, easing the tension, and proclaimed, "Those who wish to live should flee now. I do not wish to kill today." Just as I thought a massacre had been averted, I suddenly noticed a glimmer of cold light in the eyes of the leftmost bandit. This was the glint of a master. I hastily shouted, "Gu de go, be cautious. They are not ordinary bandits." A seasoned warrior, Gu Yun reacted instantly to my warning, leaping into the air like an arrow. At the same moment, the 4 bandits attacked, unleashing a powerful and concentrated aura that struck the very spot where Gu Yun had just stood, obliterating his fine steed in a burst of dark energy. The scene left the usually composed Gu Feng momentarily stunned. Gu Yun wiped away a cold sweat, realizing that had it not been for my warning, the consequences of an ambush from such formidable foes would have been dire. With a grim expression, he pointed at them and demanded, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Before they could respond, Gu Feng dismounted and restrained his impulsive elder brother, saying in a low voice, "Even if you do not speak, I know who you are." "How is Prince Suocha?" At Gu Feng's inquiry, the 4 bandits simultaneously trembled, and the leader burst into laughter. "Good, good. You brothers are indeed as renowned as they say. I thought I had disguised myself quite well. How did you deduce my allegiance to the prince? Regardless of whether you recognize our identity today, this will be your burial ground. You should know, as fallen angels, 4 against 2 means you have no chance whatsoever. Surrender, and I may grant you a complete corpse." My mind raced. Judging by his tone, they were indeed all fallen angels. How could they resort to fratricide? Gu Feng scoffed, "Unmasking you is hardly difficult. Most of the fallen angel legion is at the front lines fighting. Only my brother and I, along with a few of the prince's personal guards, remain here. Your earlier attack has already revealed your identity, and piecing it together, I naturally know who you are. Drop the disguises, Sewer." The bandit known as Sewer laughed heartily as he removed his mask, revealing a pale and ghastly visage that resembled a special breed of vampire from the Mo clan rather than a fallen angel. Sewer grinned and said, "If you two are willing to abandon the darkness and join our ranks, we shall be allies. It is a matter of life or death. The choice is yours." Gu Feng retorted furiously, "Nonsense. You think you can take our lives? It is nothing but a daydream." While they conversed, Gu Yun whispered to me, "These 4 are extraordinarily powerful. When the fighting begins, do not concern yourself with us. Take your fiancé and flee. Their target is us brothers. When you meet the emperor, seek his vengeance for us." Though my feelings toward the Gu brothers were not particularly warm, I was nonetheless touched by Gu Yun's willingness to sacrifice himself for our escape. I impulsively declared, "Gu de go, what are you saying? Since we are in this together, we shall share life and death. It is impossible for me to flee alone." However, I could not comprehend why those within the same fallen angel legion would turn against them. Chapter 23. Desperate battle on the official road. Gu Yun sighed and replied, "The internal conflicts within our Mo clan are quite severe. If it were not for the presence of the emperor and our father, who are both 4-winged angels, chaos would have erupted long ago. They represent another significant faction led by Prince Suocha, the emperor's brother, who commands over a dozen fallen angels. He is the most formidable power aside from the emperor, and his ambitions to usurp the throne are well known. Somehow, he learned of the emperor's intention to pass on his powers to the princess and has taken this opportunity to suppress our faction. That sewer has already cultivated to the 6th level of the heavenly demon art and is exceedingly formidable. The others are at the 5th level. We stand no chance. You must leave now, or it will be too late. I gazed steadfastly at Ziyuan in my arms, my eyes conveying my resolve. Ziyuan smiled gently and said, "A man should have his convictions. Regardless of the outcome, I support you. However, please do not drive me away. I wish to be here with you, even in death." She was remarkably perceptive, articulating my thoughts with precision. I sighed wryly. "You should ride the black dragon and leave first. Your presence here distracts me, and you cannot fight." Ziyuan shook her head and said, "Do not worry about me. Focus on what you must do. The Gu brothers have shown me such heartfelt sincerity that even in the face of adversaries, I cannot abandon them at this moment. To do so would render me unworthy of being a man and incapable of becoming an unparalleled warrior. When confronted with peril, I must not evade it." At this juncture, Gu Feng has already reached an impasse with Su Er, as the opposing quartet has encircled us in a fan-like formation. Su Er coldly commanded, "Let not a single one escape. Darkness condenses the soul. Only through corruption can one attain freedom. Awaken, endless dark power slumbering in my veins." Almost simultaneously, the 4 adversaries transformed into fallen angels. Gu Yin stood protectively before me, drawing his long blade alongside Gu Feng. "Darkness condenses the soul. Only through corruption can one attain freedom. Awaken, endless dark power slumbering in my veins." Yet, I was the first among our ranks to undergo transformation. After my metamorphosis, I darted to the side of the two, with Mo Ming pointing towards the ground, saying, "There is no need to persuade me further. Let us advance and retreat together. 3 against 4, we may not be destined to lose." Though I spoke with bravado, doubt gnawed at my heart. My transformation startled Su Er, another fallen angel, recently transformed. "Very well, I shall ensure your demise before it can bloom." The Gu brothers, realizing their words would not sway me, felt a sense of relief in my resolve, transforming into fallen angels to flank my sides. The 7 most formidable warriors of the demonic clan stood opposed on the official road, their overwhelming presence casting an imposing shadow for dozens of paces around us. Ziyin had already ridden her black dragon to a distant location. In the space where we stood, not a sliver of sunlight penetrated. We were entirely enshrouded by the dark mist emanating from our forms, which would serve as the barrier for our final battle. I felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, my grip on Mo Ming slick with sweat. 14 icy gazes clashed in the air, refusing to yield an inch. In terms of momentum, we were clearly at a disadvantage, and this could not continue. When the enemy's momentum peaked, their decisive strike might be more than we could withstand. At that moment, I was the first to strike, gathering all my rage-fueled energy, intermingled with dark magic, and channeling it through my hands to Mo Ming. I stepped forward, thrusting Mo Ming heavily into the ground. The Gu brothers, accustomed to cooperating, took to the air on either side of me, launching themselves towards the opposing quartet with lightning speed. A tremendous explosion heralded the commencement of our deadly clash. As the forces of tempestuous winds and rains erupted behind our foes, and debris imbued with 2 forms of energy surged towards Su Er and his companions. The Gu brothers seized this moment to attack, their blades transforming into 2 beams of black light, simultaneously striking at the foremost Su Er. Unfazed by the dual assault, 2 of their number spread their wings to confront the incoming debris, while Su Er and another met the Gu brothers' onslaught. After unleashing the storm, I inhaled deeply and, raising Mo Ming, charged forth. The air was filled with the sounds of violent impacts as the Gu brothers' combined strength allowed them to momentarily evade the attacks of another enemy. Focusing their might on Su Er with utmost precision, their strategy was astutely correct: capture the leader first. Under their seamless assault, Su Er was forced to retreat repeatedly. At this moment, I arrived, not hindering the other enemy, but merging with my sword to charge towards Su Er, bellowing, "Frenzied Dragon's Dance." The Gu brothers skillfully deflected Su Er's counterattack while sealing off his escape routes, compelling him to confront me, transformed into a black dragon. The 2 adversaries engaged with the Tempest had fulfilled their mission and were desperately retreating, while another foe lunged at my flank, employing a tactic of distraction. If I continued my assault on Su Er, I would surely be struck. However, in the chaos, he would likely struggle to unleash his full power. This situation was highly favorable for us. If we could severely wound Su Er, it would undoubtedly deliver a crushing blow to our foes. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to endure an attack from my opponent in order to strike at Su Er to take his life. Su Er, facing the brink of death, remained unnervingly calm. His gaze icy as he fixated on me. His eyes flashed with a sinister glint as he swiftly evaded the Gu brothers' assault. Suddenly, a dark energy sphere manifested at his chest, and with a mighty roar, he thrust the orb towards me. The Gu brothers were not to be underestimated. Although Su-Air had evaded their frontal strike, he still bore 2 deep gashes inflicted by the residual energy. My transformed black dragon collided heavily with the dark energy sphere, the violent force propelling all 4 of us backward. Trees surrounding the official road were uprooted, and the ground erupted in chaos. The Gu brothers, dodging the debris raining down, surged towards me, for I could no longer control my body. The recent impact had rendered me temporarily numb. In the 23rd chapter, the brutal battle on the official road continues. The Gu brothers executed a swift maneuver in the air, seizing my arms. The recoil from the earlier collision had allowed me to evade the incoming assault from behind. Though injured from the backlash, I was astonished to see that despite Su-Air spewing forth a torrent of blood, his injuries seemed relatively minor. In that moment of advantage, we had failed to deliver a significant blow, which struck me as utterly unbelievable. I had nearly exhausted all my strength in that last attack. The fleeting advantage had vanished. Su-Air stood there, disheveled hair cascading around him, encircled by his allies. In the raging winds, his shirt had been shredded to tatters, bloodied and ghastly in appearance. Su-Air sealed his own bloodline, glaring at us with an unwavering intensity, his voice seeping through clenched teeth. You will deal with the Gu brothers. That kid is mine. If I do not reduce him to ashes, I am not Su-Air Lucifer. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a wicked grin. If I am hurt, I shall demand tenfold in return. I steadied my breath, gripping Mo Ming tightly. The forthcoming battle would be even more savage, as our foes would certainly not grant us the same opportunities as before. Brother, you should leave quickly. We can hold them off for a while. Your presence here would only lead to your demise. Gu Yun urged me urgently. I slowly but resolutely shook my head, declaring with conviction, to fight to the death is my only path. I would have no regrets, even in death. I had contemplated fleeing, yet if I were to run, the shadow of this moment would forever haunt my heart, leaving an indelible mark on my future. If I fled, what would Ziyan think? In her eyes, I would become a coward. Unbeknownst to me, the dynamics of our relationship had shifted. Strength was no longer of paramount importance in Ziyan's heart. She watched our battle intently from afar atop her black dragon, murmuring, Xiang, you must not come to harm. If it becomes dire, just flee. Love had compelled the proud and kind-hearted Ziyan to relinquish everything. My safety had become her most cherished treasure. Alas, I was unaware of this truth. Had I known, I would have been less inclined to risk everything. The once elongated official road had transformed into a circular pit due to the cataclysmic collision, and we found ourselves within this chasm. Excluding Su-Air, the other 3 adversaries raised their broadswords in unison, letting out a shout as they transformed into 3 streaks of black light, descending upon us with ferocity. The Gu brothers combined their blades to meet the assault, the air filled with the resonating clash of energy. As the Gu brothers shared a profound connection, they momentarily thwarted their opponent's advances. My entire focus remained on Su-Air, who wore a sinister smile as he fixed his gaze upon me, intoning, Great dark god, as your servant, I offer my most precious soul in exchange for temporary power. Please grant my request and bestow upon me the purest, most malevolent, and explosive force from the abyss. Dark Ascension. I recognized this spell. It was a 6th-tier dark magic that could only be wielded upon reaching the 6th level of the Tiamaju. It bore no substantial offensive power, yet could instantly restore 1's condition, absorbing the dark elements from the air to amplify 1's strength by 1.5 times, classifying it as a supportive dark magic. However, the backlash of this magic is exceedingly potent. After its duration has elapsed, the caster must undergo a month of arduous training to return to their original state, during which they will endure countless unbearable agonies. Since he has employed this magic, he undoubtedly harbors intentions to prevent any escape from us. I find myself unable to obstruct him, for the casting of this spell is remarkably swift. My immediate task is to restore the 2 energies within me as quickly as possible, so that I may confront him. As his incantation flowed forth, a peculiar black 6-pointed star manifested beneath his feet, and a violet radiance enveloped his entire being. It seemed as though the light itself was being drawn into his very essence, and his eyes transformed from the black of a fallen angel to a sinister blackish purple. You shall perish, brat, he declared. The Zamedeo slashed horizontally, unleashing a diagonal strike of blackish purple energy aimed at me. Even from a considerable distance, I could sense his aura firmly locking onto me. I realized that only by confronting him head-on could I deflect this assault. Otherwise, being pursued would lead to certain demise. I raised Mo Ming, channeling dark magical energy into it, and, devoid of any flourish, traced a path identical to his attack. At the moment our powers collided in the air, an entirely different and formidable force shattered the sword energy I had unleashed, striking heavily against my chest. I let out a cry of anguish as I was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the pit wall. The fabric of my chest garment was rent asunder, exposing the inner layer beneath. Had it not been for my resilient constitution, I might have succumbed to his strike. Su-air advanced towards me step by step, dragging his Zamadeo along. With each stride, the pressure intensified, leaving the Gu brothers powerless to assist me. In a 2-against-3 scenario, they were clearly at a disadvantage, firmly ensnared by their adversaries. Had their opponents not feared injury, they would have long since overwhelmed the current situation. Su-air remarked, "You are quite sturdy, boy. But that last attack was merely an appetizer. The true feast lies ahead. I shall not allow you to perish so easily. I will wear you down inch by inch." He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. What are you laughing about? Behold my blade," I retorted, as Mo Ming unleashed a furious gale aimed directly at his abdomen. Without awaiting the completion of my move, I soared upward, conjuring a flurry of sword shadows to rain down upon Su-air. If my strength could not match his, I would rely on speed, hoping for a miracle to unfold. Su-air, with an air of leisure, swung his Zamadeo, effortlessly neutralizing my onslaught time and again. I endeavored to strike from unconventional angles, concentrating dark magical energy and the fury of the god of madness onto the tip of Mo Ming, causing his Zamadeo to ring out with a metallic clash. Weighing 100 pounds, Su-air's Zamadeo resembled a half-door, and in this close-quarters combat, while his defense was ample, his offensive capability was lacking. I exploited this weakness to dance around him. Although the 3 techniques of the god of madness wielded greater power, they consumed excessive energy. In my current state, I relied entirely on speed to evade him, with the god of madness energy primarily enhancing my speed. For the moment, Su-air found himself unable to contend with me.